Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Shroud Gauntlet. I'm Golden Boy. You got Avast and ZP here. We're going to be yapping about some Marvel Rivals today. I'm excited. I'm pumped because I've never done anything with Marvel Rivals. And ZP texted me one day and said, "Hey, are you bored?" And I said, yes. And then I decided I wanted to come and work this event. I've actually done a lot of research getting ready for this, fellas, by the way, just so you know, watched a lot of VOD. Also read some good material, good comic here, by the way, Infinity Gauntlet. This is actually an incredible read. And honestly, I'm super pumped to be here, guys. It's great. Shout out to Shroud. But Avast, ZP, fellas, we're working an event together again. This is crazy. What is this, like 2018 or something?
We've got back in time a long time.
It's been a minute, fellas. ZP, what should people be looking forward to today? Because we got a lot ahead of us.
Well, I think first and foremost is that NA Marvel Rivals has been the most parity-driven region of competitive play I've ever seen in all my time in esports. Going into this, I could not tell you a favorite for the day because all these teams have essentially beaten each other in one long transitive chain over the last month or so. Season 2 has been the most even I've ever seen, and to top it all off, Golden Boy, we're going to be heading into a format here that's going to really force teams to change and adapt on the fly.
Oh, yeah. This is a wonky one for sure, Avast. Let's actually take a look at the bracket real fast, bring that up, and then we can talk about this format and also, some of your teams that you're looking out for as well, because there's so much here to go over.
Yeah, I mean, in general, this is just a battle of a lot of Titans from North America. I mean, ZP was talking about a bit. And also, we have a bit of our mystery team, our team that's come from non-America, obviously outside the American region, with Gen.G, which has, kind of been dominating, looking really good over there in, like, the APAC Korea region. But overall, like, we have some really incredible teams here in a very interesting format, this Fearless Draft, which we'll talk more about. But obviously, I mean, our first match of the day, Shroud-X FlyQuest here on the A stream, it's going to be a giga banger.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, ZP. This is a rematch. I think we've seen these two teams square off. I think last week, right? If I'm remembering right. So yes. that is going to be an interesting one to see how things have kind of changed and adapted, especially considering the fearless format and what we should be expecting here. And as we get into the draft, the reason why we keep kind of putting it off, so you guys know, it's like, we're not trolling you guys. We keep putting it off because we're waiting for the draft to start. So once we're in, we'll be ready to go, and we can explain how this whole thing plays out. But it's ZP, it's different, but obviously it allows more more hero parity, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and basically here's how it works. You pick a hero on one map, you don't get to pick it for the next map. Same goes for bans. You can't continually ban out the enemy team's best stuff. And it means that if in a 2-map series, you are going to see every team play a unique hero. Now, they can have the same heroes at the same time, so there may be some mirrors, but map 1 and map 2 will be completely different from team to team. And even the 3rd map, teams can only bring back 2 heroes. So we're really going to test how versatile teams are today. But you look at the Shroud-X roster here, and it is stacked.
Oh, yeah, the stacked, a lot of talent across the board. I've really been enjoying what I've been seeing out of this squad here because, I think that when Shroud-X Avast kind of came on and had a big RFN matchup recently, it definitely was a bit of a shocker for a lot of people. It was very clear they had like good strategies. They were banning against their opponents very effectively. It feels like this team puts in so much work, and they are certainly a squad that I'm going to be paying attention to a lot going into this one.
100%. I mean, they were making moves before Shroud picked them up for Shroud-X, and I think this team has shown that they're willing to be pretty adaptable. They've played a lot of different compositions, and what's so interesting about this draft format we're going to be using, this fearless draft, where we're not going to be seeing the same heroes every map, or we're going to be seeing some heroes being excluded from map to map. It's also going to force teams that are maybe slightly more reliant on meta picks, or maybe even less reliant to adapt in certain ways and potentially show off those strengths of being super flexible and playing those heroes we haven't seen a lot of. And Shroud-X is a team that has played slightly more flexible styles, have played some interesting compositions in the past. So hopefully for Shroud's namesake here, I think this is going to be a good omen for them in general when we have this format going on.
Well, he has 2 players that I'm going to be looking out for are going to be the duelists for Shroud-X. You got Vision and Doomed, and these guys are nasty. Vision is disgusting. The amount of times that this dude just bails him out in these team fights. So impressive. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Shroud-X could do. Let's actually, I don't know if we have the graphic for FlyQuest ready to go as well, but we can go ahead and talk about those guys because they're coming into this one. And, you know, they were certainly licking their wounds last time around, but I have a feeling that this squad is going to be ready to fight here, ZP. This should be an interesting one for FlyQuest to try and get some revenge.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest, they're a team that is absolutely not opposed to diving and getting in your face. Even when you talk to the signature heroes, where we just go as the teams, you know, who do you want for your graphic?
Yeah.
You look here, and they are in your face, and the Jeff is not a lie. Also, on top of it, you think back to the last major match we saw where, you know, they won and surprised. You know, even the strategists had big moments, Cooper-tastic. It was like half a meme and half reality, but also had a really, really good game, right? I mean, in general, most of these teams you're going to see here in North America, and of course, the team that's playing in from Asia and Gen.G, I mean, they're just stacked. There's storylines galore on what we get to see. And, you know, for me, I think what's going to be the most interesting is map 2 in these series, where you really just go, okay, what depth do you have beyond what you're bringing into the first map? And, you know, how teams play around that. It's going to be super neat.
Yeah, that is going to be very interesting because it's different. You know, we're used to seeing players just kind of picking the heroes that they want to use, and they're just going to stick with that, you know, throughout the matches. And they kind of, you know, some maps, you know, favor certain play styles rather over others. But for the most part, people kind of just stick with core things, right? Like you were seeing like a lot of Loki, Luna, right? That will always be used. And honestly, that's where I'm very interested in Avast, is how all this is really going to shake up for the more, you know, yeah, duelists. We always talk about duelists, but how does it shake up for the strategist role? How does it shake up for the Vanguard role? Because this is quite a bit.
For sure. I mean, strategists are kind of driving the compositions for a lot of these teams moving forward and driving, like, how does it perform? What's the comp you're going to play? And with some of the changes that happened to, like, Rocket Raccoon, for example, we've got a lot more buffs to his UI. Like, this is going to be a pretty big deal to where we can see a little bit more esoteric compositions, comps that we're not typically going to be seeing. And even with the changes of Season 2, we've seen some of that already happening. But the reality is there have been these staple hero picks, like you said, Loki, Luna Snow, that have kind of been omnipresent, and maybe this is a chance to kind of see, like, okay, what does it look like when we add a little bit of chaos to the mix here, right? And how do you adapt, and like, where are you going to change, and how are you going to change your strategy moving forward?
Yeah, I'm very, very much looking forward to that because I am more of a Vanguard player myself. Love playing with tanks, you know, and I like playing every tank. It's not just one tank. I'll play the whole game except for Venom. I kind of suck with Venom, but like I think like you're really going to see who's got that depth, who's got that versatility. And ZP, there's some players here. As I've been VOD watching and going through everything, there are some very versatile players in Marvel Rivals with deep hero pools that really can surprise us here today. Is there any player in particular that you're very much looking forward to seeing pop off? Because there's certainly some heavy hitters coming into this one.
Well, I think one of the most interesting things last time we saw him play was Speedily over with Envy, where it was actually ridiculous. Where when it's like, okay, well, how deep is Speedily's hero pool? As it turns out, Speedily, someone that's been #1 in multiple different hero shooters, not just Marvel Rivals, was basically playing mystery heroes the entire night, going like, I can play this at top level, I'll play this at top level, and just going on and on and on. Or, you know, similarly from recent experience, Terra, where Terra for 100 Thieves basically could play anything and make it look like the best player in the game, and which is not to take away from any players playing, of course, in this matchup here. But hey, look, you're saying, who do you think of if you think of who can play anything? And those two players, to me, maybe recency bias, but man, they can do it all.
Yeah, it was very impressive, and Shroud-X had to deal a lot with Terra in that one, so that was a tough one for sure. But here we go. I believe we're going to get things starting to lay out here. ZP, why don't you go ahead and guide us through it?
Yeah, this is the draft as it has been deemed here. And note, you might go here, it's like, what's going on here where you have a ban from Shroud-X, but you still got a Magneto in play? It's stuff you ban at the beginning of the game, neither team can play. But if something has already been picked, by the time a mid-round ban comes in, anything that was picked previously is still going to be available. So there's going to be a little bit of gamesmanship here where you do it earlier, pick the hero, and then maybe you ban it in the mid-round, in case you're wondering here and what is going on. But, you know, Avast, I'm looking at here, it's kind of interesting where FlyQuest, they decided to use their torch early here in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a team that for FlyQuest, they've kind of adapted to this Season 2 meta a bit more with the buffs to Human Torch, and, you know, just letting get a lot of value from that damage over time, the massive amount of damage you get in general, along with the more finishing power. So it makes a lot of sense for FlyQuest, where they really want to prioritize playing that hero. They've been a little bit more early adopters, I would say, in North America comparatively to some of these teams. So that makes a lot of sense for them in particular. And they've also loved playing Rocket Raccoon, which makes another sense for them and why they're having that pick out here for them, because they really have liked using that strategist and being on that role for the strategist.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at also the way that they've kind of matchings up on the Vanguard front as well. I also think the Magneto Emma Frost combo, Groot Emma Frost combo, that's going to be just a lot of meat to deal with there. You know, a lot of HP you're just going to be churning through. That Star-Lord's got a lot of work ahead of them. But yeah, the triple strategist setup for Shroud-X, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, CP, they were running this quite a bit in that last RFN that we saw them, right? So they quite favor the triple strat.
Yeah, I mean, triple strategist, it gives you a lot of sustain. I mean, it really nullifies dive comps to an extent. And that's probably why you're doing it, where draft-wise, you figure at the very least for one of the maps, you can go in and run a triple strategist comp. And you know that FlyQuest, the team that generally likes diving and getting in your face, well, you're running the one comp that can sort of insulate you a little bit from that. So they want to start off map 1 strong here. And honestly, as far as options go, the only thing I'll say is that you run triple strategist now, you do drain your strategist pool a bit as you go into map 2. So it comes at more of a cost than it normally would.
Yeah, it definitely does, Avast. I do wonder, it's like, where did you go after that now with this format? Because what your options, you're using 3 of your strategists here right out of the gate. So that kind of doesn't really give you much wiggle room for that map 2.
Well, and also we have to remember that, like, if we do make it to a map 3, there are some backs that we can bring back heroes that have been previously banned 2 per team. So there is going to be some options to bring back. If we go to the map 3, now to map 2, like you're right, there's going to be a slight decrease in the total amount of strategists we're going to have available. So I think it's really a map dependent strategy for some of these squads, like for Shroud-X in particular, since our first map here is going to be Baron T'Challa. Okay, domination, maybe we want to make sure that we don't have to worry about those more aggressive dive compositions. We also have a lot of firepower with the triple strategists, especially if someone on Adam Warlock that's going to be very, very good at hitting those left clicks, those headshots, getting the crits to reset the life streams and getting those more heals out in general. So I do think for Shroud-X, maybe just a map dependent strategy for them.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, maybe this isn't going to happen, but I wouldn't be too mad about it if by map 2, you know, we get like really off the wall picks. Like map 1's all meta, everyone's kind of really focused on it. Then map 2, it's like, all right guys, we're gonna use whatever we have left over here. Let's just go ahead and throw stuff at the wall. But we're starting things off here. Baron T'Challa first up, and we'll see, of course, how this all plays out. Lots of sustain on the side of Shroud-X for FlyQuest. You know, ZP, that Human Torch is really going to be doing a lot of work up there. Is anyone going to be able to try and stop him, take him down? You have the Mantis for that potentially. You know, some good hit scan on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, also the Adam Warlock, where usually the Hela player ends up going onto the Warlock, is like, what do you do now? It's like, oh, you're now Hela with heals, just a little bit less firepower. But the interesting thing to me as we get into this too is that a lot of teams said we might be doing mirror matches all day. This is as far from mirror as you get. Maybe I missed something, but I think this is 6 unique heroes on both sides. So not only are we going to get some variation, but when you kick things off with the anti-mirror match, I mean, look, map 1 and map 2 at a minimum here, we're going to be seeing a lot of wild variety.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm excited. I know everyone's excited over at Shroud's chat as well. So let's go ahead and have a good one with this one. Kick things off with Shroud-X versus FlyQuest. And you got, of course, Avast and ZP on the mic, fellas. So take it away.
Yeah, that's we're getting into it. And one thing of note here is that there's no swapping. It's the only way to sort of make this format work. So you're not going to see the spawn room shenanigans. Or if you do, there's going to be a quick pause and a stern warning to the teams at the very least.
Yep, that is something very important to remember. Is not only are we playing a format that is changing up what heroes are available and making sure that we're playing a very unique set of heroes, we're locked in. So these are going to be your comps. So teams are picking this like, okay, we know this is going to be the comp we want to run for the map. We know we want to play this, you know, just keep it locked in. And it's, you know, a kind of a double-edged sword, of course. But Shroud-X on this triple strategist, just going to be letting Vision try to farm up some damage, get a lot of AoE heals early as the fight occurring on the high ground, just trying to get some position.
Yeah, I mean, the question here for FlyQuest is, can Adios burn people down while Shroud-X right now is just trying to sustain, build up ultimate? Shroud-X, they're trying to out-sustain here, and Puny, though, gonna get pulled in early. Early damage here onto the Shroud-X front line. Able to just Back on out. Doom, though, in real danger. Gets taken down by Adios. Quick first pick here from FlyQuest. And for a triple strategist comp, when you lose one, it can be a little bit rough, but at the very least, you got the team up res.
Yeah, you do have that cocoon that's going to bring the Starler back to life for Doom, but still a lot of pressure here for FlyQuest. Going to force the invisible boundary out early from Fidel. They're trying to sustain for Shroud-X here on the point, finding one, but FlyQuest in a very, very good position right now. They have so much positioning. They have so much pressure here. Going to take on Vision again, so some heals out of the way for Shroud-X.
Adios just continues to get pickoffs here, by the way. Took out Doom in the beginning, took down Doomed again, and is just absolutely setting fire to the point. First control here, gonna go in favor of FlyQuest, and he's piling on here. You get the Strangling Prison with the Fire Tornadoes, just completely demolishing Shroud-X.
I mean, that was a very heavy invest, I'd say, for FlyQuest, but it ensured that they finished the fight. Energy trying to find some more. Unfortunately, not gonna get out there. Not gonna get another reset, but gonna make it on out. Big fight win, big first cap here for FlyQuest. And this is kind of the benefits, I think, of running this route as well for SparkChief, where they're isolating a lot of this front line, these Vanguards for Shroud-X. So if they're going to stay on the Sim of Frost, they need to ideally just try to make a little bit more space here, let Doom just pressure out Audios, because you called him out. Audios getting so much damage.
Doom coming in and going to use Galactic Legend here early in the fight. Going to be forcing some resources out here for FlyQuest, notably Invisible Boundary going to be popped. Adios, though, able to find Vision while this is going on, just goes off to the left, avoids the Galactic Legend, and this Torch threat has been ridiculous against Shroud-X here so far.
And they're doing such a good job, too, of using these Ironwood, these Thornlash walls from the Groot to make sure that Audios is playing these chokes, putting down the right clicks, the Blazing Blast, and because of these buffs to the primary fire, he's just putting out so much damage, so much AoE here on these chokes. And this is where Shroud-X is having the trouble, is just removing Audios off these angles. Ideally, Doomed, Nuck, just need to get Audios off here, just maybe just make sure that they can't just free fire on the chokes.
Quick cook coming in here from Energy, and Shroud-X starting to run out of time. 75% here on the point. A fight they must win. They got 4 ults in the bank. I mean, if they just burn resources, odds are they're in a good spot. They're going up here with the Sonic Seduction in here from Dogman. Looking for anything. Has a wall in his face. FlyQuest dropping the CYA in response. SparkChief builds up Strangling Prison in the middle, but now SparkChief under a whole lot of pressure. SparkChief gonna go down. He's getting hit, he's down. They're able to take him down before the prison comes out, and Shroud-X much better position here in the fight, but the BRB brings SparkChief right back on in. It's not over yet.
There's going to be a Meteor used, blocked by the Mind Aegis, but right now Shroud-X still in a pretty deep position. They have to make sure that they take down Audios, though, who's getting so much pocketed. Use the Supernova here as well. And there's still reses coming from both sides. There's the Karmic Revival for Vision Gen.G, but Audio's still up in the air, just doing so much damage into the Strangling Prison.
Oh, guess what? It's going to be grounded by the Galactic Legend. Absolutely no cover. Doomed. Finding room to work with. Gets that backline. Picks down 2. Shroud-X, their first control of the round here so far, but Avast, they're going to have to be perfect from here on out.
Yeah, huge bank for FlyQuest right now, the 99. So Shroud-X, they need to not only just win every fight, but they have to do it economically. You have to make sure that they're not using all their ult bank. And right now, to be fair, they have none. So there is no ults to be used, so it's going to be pretty easy to do that. But FlyQuest coming into this next fight, going to have 2 ults, going to have the Sonic Seduction, going to have the Kraken Impact. So they have some options potentially to set up a combo. But typically, you're going to be waiting for the Strangling Prison for SparkChief, just trying to set up a very big wombo combo.
Sonic Seduction in Energy, leading with the Kraken Impact right on after, and Adios again, able to finish off what is set up by the Sonic Seduction. Gets the Warlock down, gets Dogman down. It is nothing but death from above, raining in from Adios on the Human Torch.
There's the pocket on Audios, getting forced out a bit. The invisible boundary from Fidel, buying a little bit of time here for Shroud-X because they are going to have those reses as well. Trying to desperately build some more ults, but I mean, there's the COA still coming out, so there's just so much damage here because they're getting that damage boost where FlyQuest in complete control.
Overtime gonna tick on down, and that is round 1 done and over with. And realistically here, I mean, Shroud-X, they came in with a composition that was very anti-dive, but FlyQuest, they just kind of adapt and go, okay, we're going to use our torch here, and there hasn't been a whole lot challenging Adios. I mean, you think about who would do it for the most part, you'd kind of be looking to Vision to be applying a lot of the pressure, and you still have other things you need to deal with at the same time. You know, a little bit of Vision, a little bit of Doomed, but regardless, it hasn't panned out so far.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the final hits here for Audios. Look at the final hits. Look for the damage just freely firing. And typically, Human Torch is going to be a very high damage hero because you're doing a lot of AoE damage, especially when you pop the ult. You're getting those tornadoes, the flaming tornadoes out, so you're just getting more and more damage in general. But Doomed in particular, I think also you called them out a bit there, is that we need to see Doomed kind of challenging Audios a bit more on these angles, because they have more people that can actually pocket Doomed, right? Because they're going to have the allied inspirations. They're going to have the damage boost from Nuck. They're going to have the ability for Vision to also help poke. They're going to have the Guardian Shields. And sure, so will FlyQuest with Cooper-tastic just giving those Guardian Shields to Audios, but that's one strategist versus like 2 pocketing here for Doomed, right? So I feel like that's something that needs to change here a bit as we get into the second round.
Yeah, I think for Shroud-X, as you're in the lobby, the thing you have to keep in mind is, okay, a little bit more pressure here, and oh, Spark Chief opened up here, String of Prison. Is fall through going to be there? It absolutely is! A massive prison from Spark Chief, and the fall through, decisive for FlyQuest, should give him first control of the point.
The one benefit here for Shroud-X is that that's such an early loss, like fight loss in general. They didn't really feed a lot of ults to FlyQuest, and it's a very, very fast cap, and because they lost so quickly, like, there's not even going to be that much huge of a time bank deficit comparatively. And I do think for FlyQuest, you just continue to see them be so aggressive, right? Because even that last round, I thought they were potentially going to wait for the Strength of the Prison for Spark Chief. No, we go into the Sonic Seduction, we just commit. So definitely just aggression is a hallmark here for FlyQuest.
Shroud-X is rich. Look at the ult bank right now. It is massive. Doomed finding the way through. Getting a quick Galactic Legend. Finding Zealous in the back. One strategist already down. Really nice opening here from Shroud-X. Gonna drop the Solar Surge too. So 2 ults down for Shroud-X, but 1 up in the fight. Doomed able to get to the back line. And that is a very clean retake. And, you know, it's just kind of what you say here, Vess, is that for losing the first fight, only being down 31% is not bad at all.
And you have a huge ult bank still. That was a very good fight there for Shroud-X, and I loved how Doom played it, where they go behind the aggressive over FlyQuest. They were trying to play really aggressively into Shroud-X, use the invisible boundary to just mitigate the value from Doomed, and that's exactly what Shroud-X needs here from Doomed, is to get behind, make them turn, use the value that you're getting from the Mantis, from the Adam Warlock, and make sure that you can just duel Adios and the rest of FlyQuest out of the air.
And for Adios, it's been a little bit slower building here, too. I think Adios in general has been under more pressure this game, so a little bit of difference in target priority for Shroud-X, too. Adaptation's pretty cool to see here so far. Exile Seduction going to be opened up here by FlyQuest. And it's going to be the Kraken Impact following up. No pickups here so far, and Energy might have gone a little bit too deep. Super high damage on, but he's somehow able to stay alive. Had all of about 10 HP left. And now, looking for a little bit more. Goes for the hook. Meanwhile, Impunity, Meteor M does not connect. Doom, though, gets picked off by Energy, and FlyQuest now starting to pick Shroud-X apart.
Karmic Revival gonna be used there for Vision, just trying to bring everyone back up. But FlyQuest in a very strong position here on point. And this is kind of this issue sometimes with Karmic Revival, is that if it happens a little late in the fight, you're just running back in to just delay. You're not necessarily going to be able to finish off that fight. There's not a lot of ults in the bank here, and Shroud-X going down, but FlyQuest gonna try to earn back this bank here. They are gonna hold on to Strength in Prison. And this is still really good. This is obviously a pretty good position for Shroud-X, all things considered, because you're going to walk back in here again with another Galactic Legend. You know there's probably going to be close to Invisible Boundary for Cooper-tastic, but you can just do a similar play that you did last time. So FlyQuest may be looking to, like, could we go faster? Could we play in a safer position here?
You 100% look towards Doomed. Doomed, get to the back, find at least one pick with this Galactic Legend. Yeah, exactly what he's doing right now. He's on the setup, the flank is ready, and he's on Rocket again. A lot of anti-Rocket power here, but it also makes sense. You don't want people to come back with the BRB if you invest the Galactic Legend on them, right? So Rocket, the highest value target. However, FlyQuest, they adapt to where Doomed is positioned, and now Doomed's gonna have to go back around for their flank, but Energy! I think he was able to hook Infidel, get the pick off, and now you're going to drop the Galactic Legend, but it's in response after you've already lost one. Spark Chief, meanwhile, moving forward, drops the prison. Energy at the fall through with the Kraken Impact, picks up another 2. And just like that, FlyQuest just about there for taking this map. And remember, you can't swap the Strange to Portal in. Not a thing.
There is no last-second Strange contest here as Energy just continues to clean up. What good positioning there from FlyQuest. And I don't know if anyone from Shroud-X can even be able to touch. They're coming back from spawn. Is anyone fast enough? Maybe Fidel? But even then, what happens now, right? No ult on the board. They're staggering in. It would have to be a miracle for Shroud-X.
Well, they're hoping for the miracle. They lose Fidel. Fidel, your sacrifice will not be forgotten. The rest of Shroud-X moving on. Impunity, trying to stay alive. No, just fuel for the blunder. And FlyQuest able to take down the stall coming in and takes map 1 away from Shroud-X.
Great performance there from FlyQuest. I mean, in general, like, this team, they're aggressive. And Golden Boy, we talked about a little bit heading into the series. They love to play really aggressive, and we saw that aggression here in Shroud-X. I mean, they looked solid on the composition, and they had some really good reads, but overall, FlyQuest just positioning so well, reading a lot what Shroud-X is going to do.
Yeah, I in my notes I have FlyQuest focuses on dive comps, runs Human Torch, and what do you know? I mean, absolutely, just crazy. 18 final hits for Adios. Energy, another big player for them. 16 final hits on the Winter Soldier. Exactly what you'd want to see out of your duelist, like handling business there, but. That was a rough one, and I would even go as far as to say, like, I didn't expect it. Honestly, I thought that we'd get a little bit more connections for Vision onto Adios, but Adios, you guys were so right. You called it the pocketing that was being done there by the Rocket, by the Invisible Woman. So well done to just ensure that, you know, Adios just had the freedom to be able to do what he needed to do and just absolutely blow everything up. Very well executed.
You know, an alternate universe me also talked with Papa Smithy, who's the head of things over at FlyQuest, and you know, apparently they have to remove their S keys if you want to be part of this FlyQuest team. You actually, you cannot retreat. No cowards are accepted whatsoever. Just how it is there. But again, the interesting thing for me is that you only get to pull this once. If you're FlyQuest.
So I was going to say that, and I was going to say, like, this is the good thing and the concerning thing. I don't want to say bad because we don't know how it's going to go yet, right? Concerning thing about the format for FlyQuest, because I feel like FlyQuest kind of front loaded a lot of stuff early on here, and you know, I think that the decision by Shroud-X to go after using the Star-Lord, yeah, it's perfectly fine, but now, you know, like, you don't really have. I mean, what your other flyers are, because Iron Man's banned. Storm, I guess, is one of your other options that you could probably like lean on there. But even then, I don't know how you're going to play that one out. Like, I just feel like Avast, they front loaded a lot of this stuff, FlyQuest, but hopefully they have a plan as they get ready for map 2.
Yeah, I think they did. They definitely did front load a lot, but they also made it relatively strategic here because they are still going to have the option to, like, okay, they're still going to have Magneto, right? Because remember, a team can ban it once, but that doesn't mean the other team is going to remain banned the whole series. It's only banned for one map. So that means that Magneto could make their way back here for FlyQuest. They could theoretically play Magneto for the next map. They could play a Doctor Strange composition, like a more just 1.0 style comp.
Yeah.
And I do think that for FlyQuest, they do have a couple options. I mean, they still have Captain America, which has been a team comp for them that they've loved playing, where they're just going to get in really deep, get some of the value from the Freedom Charges, from the Liberty Rush. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of just one of those things for them where they have a couple more tricks up their sleeves. So if anything, I'm slightly more worried for Shroud-X, who, you know, that's 3 strategists off the board already.
Yeah. That's some big numbers, EP. you
Yeah.
you don't have much else to work with there, right? If you're Shroud-X.
Yeah, I think the only upside in terms of strategists that realistically you only see like Adam and Mantis in like triple strategist comps to begin with. Like, they're usually played with each other. So the main strategist that they don't have available from here on out is going to be Invisible Woman, where of course one of the premier strategists. But maybe this is the map you come in and you go, okay, we're going to run it old school style. We're going to do like Loki Luna as our strategist line now for Shroud-X coming on in. So, you know,
actually, that's a fair point. Yeah,
you can play things a little more standard if one of them doesn't get banned in the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. We're, of course, I think I just saw a Hall of Jalia, but I don't know if that is locked in. But if that is going to be where we're heading to, I believe so. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll see what gets locked in on that one there, and how they try to play that one out. You know, can bust out the Strange if you want in this one, right? We didn't see any Strange last time around, so that could maybe be a little helpful. Emma Frost off the table for both teams, right? Because they both brought out Emma Frost for this, so they do not have that option going into this this next game. Which, you know, I mean, I just picked up because of this, I got back into it, and then I was like playing Emma Frost, and oh my gosh, it's like I can't believe that's a character. It's so powerful, so strong, and the freaking beams, you know, just like constantly beaming your face is wild. Good to see we're not gonna have to be dealing with that for map 2, of course. So we'll see. Look, and I know that it ain't gonna happen, but I'm also a sucker for the good old-fashioned Thor Captain America combination. Season 1, lay it on me. You know, I know, fellas, it's not gonna happen. It just doesn't work that way anymore. But yeah, I genuinely am so excited for this, guys, because this is so different. And now all these players are gonna need to work around these limitations, and sometimes you come up with some pretty cool things when you have a limitation set on you, right? Because you can figure out new ways to approach this, and maybe, you know, give us something we haven't seen before, right?
100%. And right now the teams are going through their pick bans again, which hopefully we'll be able to bring up And what's so important about this format is, like we talked about, like we're going to have bans, we're going to have picks every map, and we can't reuse those picks and bans. Obviously, if one team bans a hero previous map, they could still theoretically, the other team could still ban it the next map, right? That's not like gone. So I do think there's a lot of interesting options here for these teams moving forward. And we talked a bit about, okay, who we worried about, like what's going to come out. And like I said, I think that it's probably going to see FlyQuest probably going more towards this, especially for Hall Dajalia, which is a convergence map that there's a lot of space to go through. That first point's very hard to attack. Doctor Strange might make his appearance there for FlyQuest. This might be a time where we see some Doctor Strange come out. For Shroud-X, okay, we're not going to be seeing a triple strategist comp obviously come out here again. So for them, maybe this is where we're going to pull out like potentially like the Rocket Raccoon. It just kind of depends on like what are we going to be looking for both these teams, what the strengths they want to play for this map. Because part of the things with the Fearless draft, just draft pick in general, is always like, what does the team feel most comfortable on when we get to that map? So I think for Shroud-X, a lot of pressure is going to be on them to be like, how do we respond knowing we don't have some of those strategist picks on the board?
Yeah, your options are limited here, but you do have some big players on that Shroud-X side that we didn't really get to see activated in game one, right? Like Vision, for example, really was never able to get anything going. Just felt like it just kept getting shut down on the Warlock and wasn't really in a position to be able to apply effective damage to the torch, so that Johnny Storm could just fly a little bit lower to the ground. Just wasn't going to happen. You're not going to do that against the Hothead. But we do have the bans coming out here, so we'll see what we end up getting out of this. And I believe at the top you could see what they had used previously. So that will give you an idea of what is not available for both teams as we get ready for the bans phase here.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here, I looked at, I know I got thrown off last one. So the Emma was the only duplicate between the two teams, and honestly, I looked at briefly, I thought one team was running Cloak. In regards to it, like the icons throw me a little bit, like at times where you have like Cloak, Emma, and Invisible Woman all being played at the same time. It's just like, you do a quick glance, it's like, wait, what's going on here? But yeah, but other than that, I mean, it's really wide open, and again, means that, with how this goes down, it's gonna be different. But also, one thing I want to bring up here, too, in terms of, like, general power of heroes, I feel like, to some extent, the power of Doctor Strange is kind of elevated in this format here because, generally, at times, Strange isn't played a ton, will get picked here and there, but then always will get used for the portal, right? But now it's like, there's no more, this thing's like, oh, we only want you for this, but we don't want you otherwise. Strange has actually said, what, I'm feeling a little bit hurt by this. If you want me to actually play for your team, you got to want me at my worst if you want me at my best, which is my portal.
Yeah, I do love that for Doctor Strange, they just want his portals, just like in the movies. They just want his portals. They don't want anything else. They just want him to take him from one place to another. What do these people think? Yeah, a taxi? Unbelievable. But you know what, though? I'm with you on the Strange front, only because, when you kind of look at the tanks that are available, Emma Frost off the table now for sure. I mean, Strange definitely leaps up a couple of levels of importance, I would say. And for that initial fight, too, and that initial choke, it's going to be actually pretty helpful, give you some good opportunities to be able to push with that shield. It just depends on what the rest of the back line is going to be looking like here, because Shroud-X didn't get a chance to pick Human Torch, right? So they could maybe, bust out the Torch if they wanted to. It's going to be a little harder. You got those lines of sights you're going to have to deal with there. But we'll see how this composition plays out. And correct me if I'm wrong, are they seeing what each other is picking, right? So they're picking one after another? Oh, okay, cool. So
so part of how that got picked here is that because the format doesn't lend itself to swaps, you don't have the in-game support for it, and we'd probably end up like forfeiting half the teams, halfway through the day if we tried to allow swaps. It wouldn't be because the teams would be trying to break the rules. They would just do it by mistake is where we'd be at. But, to compensate for that, so teams don't just say blind pick and then go, oh, geez, I guess we just lose. The order is picked in order here. So, the other team kind of sees what you're angling towards and then can adapt their composition a little bit in response, including bans and otherwise. So it's hard for a team to completely lose in draft is where we're at.
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's completely fair. Now, that being said, and knowing, what we could end up seeing some silliness in some compositions, maybe not, whatever. Is there anything that you're really hoping does get locked in? Because I feel like right now, I'm seeing a lot of heroes of Ass being used across the board. Some obviously being ignored, like my boy Reed Richards. Don't get play, don't get love. But is there any hero that you're like, oh man, we haven't seen them out in a little while, and you like to see them played again?
Oh man, it's tough. because in general everything's received so much. Something that we haven't seen a lot of, and they still, even though that team up was removed for Winter Soldier between Rocket Raccoon and Winter Soldier, we still have that available for Punisher, right? We could still bring out a Punisher. Punisher is kind of an interesting pick because you do have the zip lines, you have the options to, especially with the the Final Judgment, just kind of burst people down throughout very long sight lines and very long distances. Especially if there's no Invisible Woman on the field for either team, you know, that invisible boundary that's going to break a lot of that LOS. Maybe Punisher. Maybe Punisher comes out. It does get a little bit harder too, because you talked about maybe for Shroud-X, like what if they want to bust out, like, let's say a Human Torch? Well, problem there is that now we don't have Invisible Woman. We don't have the Guardian Shields, which are so crucial for just being able to pocket, though Luminous is still available, so maybe they could have something in that direction. But Punisher's a very interesting one that we see is very niche pick, honestly, often in Marvel Rivals at top level, that maybe in this sort of format, we could see a bit more Punisher coming out, especially on a map like Hall of Jalia, because of the fact that it's a very long map. There's a lot of sight lines you could use. So, and you could also get some value out of the zip line. So it could be a Punisher angle for these teams. It kind of just depends on what are they feeling comfortable with, right? Because we've seen these teams in an environment where we've had a more traditional pick ban system. We don't really know how they're going to function where we're, okay, now it's like, you don't have any Invisible Woman. You don't have access to Emma Frost. Like, you've lost access to a lot of those picks that are very standard, like even like Magneto, which is kind of a staple of a lot of the compositions here for Shroud-X for the next map. So how are they going to perform? How are they going to like change it up here as we head into map 2? And to me, it just screams like maybe we will see a Punisher.
Yeah, and also too, I mean, let's not forget, like, you know, we haven't gotten Vision's Hela yet, so that is going to be an option for them without a doubt. That was going to be a big thing that this FlyQuest squad is going to have to deal with, because more often than not, my guy's out there running, just wanting people like it's nothing. He is absolutely nasty with it. So curious to see how that one plays out. But I could see some Hela coming into the fold here for this one, simply because, like Zeus said, have asked long sight lines. You got a lot of options available to you, and also just a very, very powerful hero as they currently are right now. But yeah, and then of course, you know, I do think that there's going to be maybe, you know, some wonkiness. I wouldn't be so mad if a little web head showed up, you know, did some you know, just decided to dive into the back line, right? You know,
I don't know. I mean, there have been some buffs, sort of, and some nerfs, sort of, you know, that make it more consistent for Spider-Man. But I don't know if Spider-Man's gonna make it out here, just typically because he's also seen as more of a contest hero. It's possible, right? We could see like a Venom Spider-Man get the symbiotic, like that team up going on, where you get some of the value. But I just don't think it's gonna potentially happen here on Hall of Jalia, especially because I don't think we've really seen either of these teams play it that much in the past, CP.
No, not so much. But I will say is that the one thing about this format is that while you can bring back 2 heroes for the very final map, the fact that it's mostly a rule that's there for your strategist and Vanguard depth, because otherwise you could run the issues where you just didn't really have viable options to play. So you do wonder if you may see a Spider-Man if you get to a map 3, just because your duelist pool at that point is pretty depleted for what you'd otherwise play. I mean, there's more duelists in the game than any other role, but I do think in any rule set, like this would be the one rule set where maybe you could look at it and go, maybe Spider-Man does look good here for a map 3, depending on what is out there. Because, you know, realistically speaking, for bringing heroes back, it's probably likely that you're going to be using it on strategists, that you'll be bringing back something like a Luna as opposed to bringing back Torch. Although with how well Torch worked out well for FlyQuest back on map 1, maybe they go, actually, adios. Yeah, we need you in the sky, burn things up.
And that's also a consideration, right? You know, strategically for Shroud-X, I have to bear in mind, right? Because it's like, okay, well, you have the options to be able to bring them back. Now Shroud-X knows, like, they want to win this. It's going to go to 3 no matter what. So you're going to have to contend with that one way or another. Like, it could very well end up being like a Torch bring back for map 3. And then at that point, you're getting cooked at the barbecue. So, you know, I think that there's going to be a lot of mind games, more than anything else. I think it's going to be mind games of Vast that we're going to be seeing played here, because we already were getting a little bit of that in some of our, you know, like the RFN matches where you're seeing players like counter and draft against their opponent and really prioritize their favorites rather than what they want to get rid of, unlike like Virtus Pro or whatever, who just ban whatever they don't want to have to deal with. So I do feel like there is a vast, at the very least, some opportunity here for some shenanigans, for some mind games.
I mean, 100%. And also teams sometimes will just protect a hero to make the threat of, oh, they might play this composition. Like sometimes teams will just protect Bruce Banner, right? They'll protect Hulk because it gives the option like, okay, we could play not only Die, but we could also have the Namor team up here with the Gamma Squids. And that's something that a lot of teams, especially if they're flyer heavy, don't necessarily want to deal with. So it's like, okay, now we have to go ban Namor. And now we've wasted a ban essentially to remove Namor, which is something that maybe we wouldn't have done previously. And they're watching each other do this during this draft ban phase. Obviously, we don't have the live updates because it's very, very fast. On top of that, because of how the system works and like our in-game capabilities, we're not really seeing it live, but we are going to see the results. And overall, these teams are kind of deciding on the fly of like, okay, they're doing this, we're going to do this. And that's like one of those scenarios where it's still possible because obviously Bruce Banner not been gone yet. They also haven't played into more yet. But it looks like, actually, as I say that, FlyQuest going to ban the Namor anyway. So we are going to see one of those bans come out. We're going to see Adam Warlock getting banned from the side of Shroud-X. So maybe targeting that triple strategist composition early for FlyQuest because they didn't play it map 1.
Yeah, they're very interesting there to target that. I also love the fact that they added that team up for Namor and for Incredible Hulk because it's just, the Hulk just radiated the ocean, so his friends have now radiation poisoning and they're stronger. That's essentially what's going on here, people. But yeah, and then the Adam Warlock gets clipped off there from Shroud-X. And now again, ZP, just for viewers and also for myself, the bans that are being applied here are the bans on both teams or on each. Yes, so the bans are for both. So the 4 heroes that get banned, that's across for both teams.
Right. It stops Hero from getting picked from this point forward. So at this point, neither team will have an Adam Warlock this game. Neither team will have a Namor. So those are just off the table. And I mean, for Shroud-X, I think clearly part of this here is that they don't want to deal with triple strategist in a game where they're not going to be able to mirror it. So you get rid of Adam Warlock, and generally speaking, you're not going to see triple strategist from there on out. And also, this is a new system, so people wonder, it's like, well, what's going on with a little bit of delay here? Just making sure teams are acclimated to what's going on here, and beginning of the show stuff with the new system. There'll be a few, a little delays here and there, but once we get rolling, stuff should be pretty smooth.
Yeah. And if you're watching from Shroud's chat, hello, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining. And because Shroud did help make all of this, so shout out to you, buddy. I mean, this is new. This is something that we haven't really seen before from Marvel Rivals. So just bear with us, right? Little patience.
It's not the Golden Boy Gauntlet. It's the Shroud Gauntlet.
It's not.
That's
not the Golden Boy Gauntlet.
That's maybe next week. Maybe we'll do a Golden Boy Gauntlet next week.
Yeah, but everyone will be playing for can of beans and a malta, and if you don't know what that is, look it up.
We're also gonna have to wear bald caps too.
Yes, actually, that would be the requirement for the broadcast. Everyone's gonna have to wear bald caps. Players as well. A bald cast for the I'd be down with it. Hell, what we put in the order right now, we get a few of them in for next week and we make the show happen. So I think we got one of our first picks in, if I'm correct. Here's EP Cloak and Dagger for FlyQuest. So they're going to lock in Cloak and Dagger. Love that hero. Lots of options you have with their kit.
The interesting thing to me too is that now that you have to show picks, just the strategy of what do you show that you're playing early on, and you decide for FlyQuest, it's like, we're gonna let you know that we're playing Cloak early on, but also a part of not necessarily wanting Cloak to get banned out later on in the middle of the draft. So seeing what teams value to say this is what we're playing, definitively declaring it, because oftentimes in the old ban protect system that now has been sunset, because in the future Marvel Rivals is going to be using the Ignite ban system, which is a little bit different. But you look at the past, is that teams at times would protect things that they had no intention of playing, or they'd protect things with, the idea of just getting a ban out from the other team to then play their real stuff. But here you kind of have to commit. For a fact that FlyQuest will be playing Cloak heading into this. So it's definitely a shift on what to expect.
Yeah. And what Vast in that, prioritization as far as now, it doesn't really give you a lot, right, with Cloak and Dagger, but where are going to be some of the areas that maybe for something like this you're going to try to want to prioritize now if you're Shroud-X in this pick?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you see a protect on Cloak and Dagger, it's pretty interesting because typically a lot of teams will be using that in maybe a little bit faster, brawl style compositions, where you use the Terra Cape to kind of get the vulnerability, which means you take the extra damage, you get all purpled, and they're going to run at you, try to focus down one player. So Shroud-X seeing that are okay, we know that potentially going to play a little bit more aggressive. Maybe, obviously, we don't know, but it's not necessarily going to be a pick that's also typically pocketing flyers or pocketing flankers. So really just making sure that, okay, we know Cloak and Dagger's out, we're going to deal with a lot of ults, we're going to deal with a lot of damage. Let's make sure to potentially have some mitigation factors, right? Where they haven't played Rocket Raccoon yet. You could have obviously the BRB to bring back some of those picks. There's not going to be an Adam Warlock, obviously, because that's been banned. but could still potentially play like, I don't know, something that's going to bring a bit more mitigation to the damage, like a Luna Snow, where you're going to have the Fated with Worlds that can just mitigate through all that vulnerability. It kind of just depends for both these squads where they're going to continue to go, right? Because just the Cloak and Dagger on their own is not necessarily giving away that much. It's a potential for a strategy, but definitely an angle that they could go is those a little bit faster comps utilizing the vulnerability from the Terror Tape, or from the Terror
We
Tape.
also know how they like to play as well, right? I think that's the other thing to keep in mind. Like, this team likes to play aggressive FlyQuest. They like to, you know, if they can go for the fights, they'll go for the fights, right? So I think that this is going to be more than likely favoring that direction, you know, just a very aggressive strat, rather than really prioritizing, you know, like the more keep away kind of stuff that we see other teams try to do. So yeah, we'll see, of course, as the rest of the picks start to come in here and where things start to shake up. Of course, you know, we want to remind everyone who's joining us, you know, it's a new system, so it's going to take a little while, blah, blah, blah. We're going to say that like 50 million times, you know, throughout the show. So, you just, you know, and then if you're in the chat and you're like, why are the casters yapping so much? We ain't got no control. We're just here, Poppy. We're just going with the thing, and we're waiting until the game starts up. So for now, this is, you know, a podcast.
It's Philcast,
but
we're Philcasting right now.
Well, I will say, I got a peek into the hidden insight here. Okay, it's showing up on stream right now. So I was going to say, yeah, Shroud-X is coming in with Loki Groot is what they're going to be coming out with. So, and I think you might see a little bit of this here too, where if you're facing getting knocked into the lower bracket, whereas first to two coming on in, this is where you might drain a little bit more power out of the pool. And you think about picks that are just universally strong right now in Rivals. Well, Loki and Groot are near the top of the list. And, you know, this is a thing where for Shroud-X, do you have a little bit more pressure on you now to go, okay, maybe we should get the Luna picked before the mid-stage bans? Because if you're FlyQuest, I think you look at this and go, whoa, you picked the Loki and you already used Invisible Woman in the last round? Yeah, we're not going to let you have Luna. So I actually think Shroud-X probably comes in here and secures Luna and just makes sure that their strategist backline is really good before heading into the bans in the mid-stage.
Yeah, prioritizing, you know, the heals, very important. I think smart call. Avast, is that how you would do it? Is that how you would approach it?
I think ZP is pretty on the money there, especially if you're going to be playing potentially a much stronger, like, meteor frontline here to a degree, where you're having
all about the mate,
someone that's able to isolate targets and also brawl, but requires a decent amount of pocket to keep up, because it's a big sentient tree just walking around, easy hitbox, a lot of ability to be shot, especially because, like, potentially you're going to be seeing some picks come out from where that could just farm and do a lot of damage onto the Groot, or get around them and go to those strategists. So I do think that Luna Snow could be a very interesting pick there, and one that would make a lot of sense. But with the Loki, especially also something that's a double-edged sword too about a Loki pick, is that Loki by himself, great kit, region domain, does a lot of damage, very survivable with the doppelgangers, with the ability to go invisible. But, you know, his ult, God of Mischief, if you don't have a very strong strategist ult to copy, his ult gets a lot weaker, right? So if somehow FlyQuest are able to maybe remove some strategist picks, then potentially the Loki pick becomes a lot weaker in comparison.
That's true. But you also do have really cool opportunities to maybe combo in different ways, right? Like, we've been seeing a lot of the Groot Magneto right into the Meteor M with the Groot ult bringing everyone in. Like, I think, like, you can get creative with some of the more, especially if you run like an Iron Man or something like that, could maybe even be a possibility, right? To just have like that instant burst explosion with the trap and everything like that, and then you could like copy it again if you, or copy it rather if you don't have it available for the fight. Like, there are ways I think that you can get clever with it if you wanted to, but I do agree, like, you know, normally it's just going to be used for Luna Snow's ult because it's just so good. You know, like, you're just going to copy and then you're just going to do your thing. But yeah, we got our next ones locked in here: Luna Snow and Magneto. Oh, Magnus coming in hot here. So that should be a fun combination, ZP.
Which makes sense.
It is.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense for them.
Also, you know what I think happens here? I think this is interesting because where you're at, if you get the Luna in now, if you're FlyQuest, and you still have the ability to ban the Luna if Shroud-X doesn't pick it in the next pick. So you're kind of getting ahead of what you may be deciding to come on in with. But, you know, for Shroud-X,
you think they do it? I think they
potentially,
do it.
Yeah. But also for FlyQuest, you have the threat here, which makes them pick the Luna earlier, but then you can come in and you can get rid of the Winter Soldier. Because I think for Shroud-X, you show Groot, teams have been really favoring doing like Strangling Prison in the Kraken Impact. And now, as you go in the mid bans, I think you're FlyQuest, you take out the Bucky here, you don't let Shroud-X play that combo where also, by the way, they go with the Luna. So teams really valuing their strategist line here and making sure that nothing messes with it.
I think that's what you're going to see more of a Vast. Just everyone prioritizing the strategist, make sure they have the keys, you know, to the castle ready before they build the bridge. You know what I'm saying? Very well done.
It becomes very hard to play the game if you're not getting healed. You know, it's not like a game where you you can run around not absorbing damage. You're going to be taking this damage constantly in a game like Marvel Rivals. So I do think like strategists are just driving a lot of the forward momentum, the strategy for these teams, ironically enough. And so with Luna still protected, that means, okay, backline looking really good for Shroud-X. I think right now, currently, it's what do you want to pair with the Groot, right? Because you're not going to be able to play Magneto. You can't have Magneto with the Groot. You can't do that combo there for them necessarily. You won't have the Emma Frost either, which has been another consistent pick. Something that could be a blast from the past is maybe a thing, right? You play like a very fat, you know, you have the ability with even the nerfs to Embattled Leap with a damage reduction. You still have the options to be really aggressive with the Groot. You still have the ability to protect your strategist a bit from the rushes. You're good at cleaving damage, especially if you get isolated from the walls, because you're just dropping those right clicks, just cleaving through everybody. So maybe that could be a thing combo. It could just be also a strange. There's still some interesting options to go with the Groot here, because a lot of those meta picks now are gone off the field. You don't have some of the things that are going to really combo really well with the Groot right now.
Damn, lots of choices that they could make. Makes it pretty exciting. I'd like to see them maybe go a little, you know, just off the wall a bit, you know, and well,
they're not doing Mr. Fantastic. I'm sorry, he's not coming out. He's not coming out. It's not. He's not happening. It's not happening.
He's the smartest man in the world. He couldn't figure out to make him stronger.
He's not smart enough to be that good. I mean, he can't be that smart. So he's gonna have to buff it up a bit,
man. Breaks my heart. Reed's got to just sit there while Tony Stark takes all of the glory. That bum, unbelievable. No, jokes aside, I'm a huge Fantastic Four fan, so that's like my like one of the first comics I ever read was oh man, I'm totally blanking on the issue number, but yeah, my stepfather used to pick up all these Fantastic Four comics for me. So when they got brought into the game, I was so excited, and then they done did my boy Reed dirty. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Now, hopefully they don't do that for Daredevil. If they ever bring in Daredevil, okay?
Maybe.
You gotta make my boy at least somewhat viable, or I'll die.
Actually, Daredevil is gonna have the very, the very immersive tech where when you play Daredevil, your entire screen you don't see anything, and you have to just you have to play entirely off audio if you're Daredevil.
That'll be pretty tough.
Excuse me, actually, okay.
No, he can see with his echolocation. I know.
Is a echolocation sonic sensor thing, okay? So he could look like that. He can maybe even look through walls. Listen, I've thought about this. I've thought a lot about how Daredevil's kit would work in Marvel Rivals. And I think I have a winner here, but they're not going to do it. So we're still waiting for some of these bands. This is now the mid-level, right? I believe we're waiting for the bands to come in.
They're thinking really hard about this. They're thinking really hard about these bands.
Yo, put a time limit on these mofos, all right? I'm tired of this.
Look, we may end up having a real clock on it at some point.
No, we're going to have to put a clock on it, because I'm too stupid to have to fill for this long. Good God.
But look, I mean, we went down the Daredevil, Phil. You know, it's fine. It's fine. And look,
I'm about to lean back the chair. I'm about to lean back the chair here to get comfortable at this rate. Like, I'm close. The knob's right here. I'm about to hit it and just go back and just lay it back, because right now, like, these guys, you're the pros here. You're the pros here. I could pick it very fast, okay? But I do think overall the bands are probably going to be where we obviously solidify. We made it to the mid round for this. This is where we're really going to see these strats just kind of lock in for these teams. Once they're done writing their essays, research papers, and just doing their peer-reviewed studies on like what the pick band's going to be. So hopefully within the next 3 to 6 months, we'll have that.
What I'll say is, and this is the trying to get in the head of Shroud-X and what Shroud-X would do here. Based on what is good, I would guess that they are going to come in and probably ban the Bucky, is where we're at. That's what I think. Although right now I'm looking at the channel where we're waiting for Shroud-X to drop the ban, and the person picking has just dropped an angry busy cat emoji. Is where we're at right now. But we're almost there.
Busy cat? Seriously?
Yes.
Come on,
deep thinking is going on.
We want to know. There's just some real deep thought.
No, sorry. That was FlyQuest that dropped that. That was not Shroud-X. My bad.
Oh, same. Well, then look at that slanderous CP. How dare you? You're fired.
Yeah.
It was a good
now
run.
you got
had a
Phil just 2. Good luck, GB.
Good luck here.
I mean that's easy. Now we're gonna go completely off the rails, GB. Now we're just gonna talk comic books for the rest of the time. We're gonna be like, hey,
I
have you like seen Thunderbolts?
Gauntlet. You know, it's an excellent.
Didn't we already know what's happened with that? Didn't I already watch the movie version?
It's fair. Let me see.
Happened?
What else do I have here? Oh, I have a great one actually. Hold on.
Yeah, bring me something I haven't seen before. I need something that Robert Downey Jr.
incredible. If you ever want a good comic to read, a good book, Neil Gaiman's The Eternals is an incredibly well-written book.
Okay, well, I also saw the movie and I didn't like it very much. I'm going to be honest.
I think if you didn't like the movie, you would like this book because I thought that the book did some things a little bit better than the movie did. Okay. Yeah, that's a solid one. I have a couple more to run through. I usually now I do a lot of my comic reading through like Marvel Unlimited and stuff like that, but I do try to buy books when I can. Just got the Moon Knight, one of the Lumiere's Moon Knight here. Yeah, this one's incredible too. Sorry, I know I'm going through my comic collection because I'm a nerd, but
honestly, we should just do a room review. Let's just do a room review.
This is a god tier book.
Okay, we got it. We got the band.
Trust.
The band has come in for Shroud-X.
And it's Moon Knight. No,
it's Iron Fist is who they've banned. So we got him. Iron Fist.
Well,
I didn't have that on the bingo card.
That's a single ban.
Yes.
Iron Fist has been pretty meta recently, to be fair, especially when you have the Luna Snow like team up. So Iron Fist has been pretty strong, and there's been some buffs / adjustments to where he's a bit stronger into the Vanguards now because he does some, more percentage-based health damage. So there is some opportunities for Iron Fist to be pretty good currently, and still kind of function similarly where you're applying a lot of pressure to some of the squishies, but a little bit stronger into the Vanguards as well. So Iron Fist has been seeing a lot more game time overall, so it kind of makes sense. Especially if maybe you want a backline that's not going to be super resistant, because if you don't have, like, let's say, Invisible Woman, right? Invisible Woman, really good at dealing with peel, and if you don't have Triple Strategy, which is also pretty good at dealing with peel, those are picks that can deal with, like, Iron Fist a bit more easily. And right now, even though Luna Snow, you have the ability to freeze, right? Like, you can hit the freeze, you have the Ice Arts to give you some health back. It's not as consistently able to deal with some of the pressure onto the backline that, let's say, an Invisible Woman can deal with.
Okay, good point there. I mean, I remember from, the last match when we saw Shroud-X go up against 100 Thieves and how Terra was just having the time of their life on that Iron Fist, just absolutely destroying in the back line. Was really cool to watch. So yeah, Shroud-X, wise enough there, the Vast don't want to have to deal with that one. CP, what are you seeing in the tea leaves? What are you seeing? Because you got all the info.
For FlyQuest, again, I'm standing by the idea that FlyQuest comes in and probably bans Bucky, just because you don't want to get hit with like Strangling Prison into Kraken Impact, is what I genuinely think is that they're going to do here. That would be my guess. Although,
Human Torch.
Human Torch
is the one that's going to get banned out. And even again, that's another weird one because they both teams use the Invisible Woman. So I guess the fear of just Human Torch in general is still like out there. So they were just like, nah, we just don't want to deal with that one. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, Human Torch is still very, very strong in general. Even especially if Luna Snow is on the field, you have the Snowflake, right? You have the Idol Aura, so you're going to get a percentage of that healing that is being delivered to everyone else still. So it kind of is like one of the best picks in general to actually help support the Flyers. So it is still a very, very strong option here, which I think it makes a lot of sense for FlyQuest to remove Human Torch because, Luna Snow's on the field. You're not going to have your own Human Torch to be able to contest that. You could obviously maybe play something out, bring that out, but it's just not going to be as strong, particularly because let's say you bring out like the Star-Lord. Well, guess what? Like yours is probably not going to be an Adam Warlock because it's banned. So you don't have that team up available. And I just think in general, it's going to be pretty hard for them to deal with the Human Torch. So very smart from FlyQuest. I think in general, there's a reason why they're spending 30 to 40 business days on the bans is because they're really thinking it through. They're really thinking this one through here. So they're working at a very high elo right now.
To be fair, but like 80% of that was Shroud-X. FlyQuest came in reasonable, like not super fast, like still probably could come in quicker, but like Shroud-X came in, it took a while to come into it, but they're like, you know what, FlyQuest? We could be dealing with the Iron Fist in our backline. We don't want to deal with that whatsoever, but we should be getting 2 more picks here in just a moment.
Yeah, and also did see we do have a B stream going on as well with some other games happening over there. Envy versus Sentinels is currently taking place on that one. And we got, I believe it's Envy up right now 1-0 after a 2-0 finish on Burnham T'Challa. So that will be a pretty strong performance out of there. If I'm seeing this right, Speedery, my boy, my guy is just destroying out there. Goodness gracious. How many hits?
You might remember You actually might remember Speedily, because Speedily, that is the Overwatch player. Speedily, I don't remember from your time, Golden Boy, but they're long time ago. Atlanta Reign, Atlanta Academy.
Oh,
way
snap!
Back.
That's crazy.
It's the same one. Envy is kind of an old head team where they have a bunch of the old, like some new gen Overwatch players and some old head Overwatch players. So
yeah.
So I do think overall they've kind of built like the collection of the boys there a bit compared.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Definitely a blast from the past.
Yeah, I actually, it's really cool to see a lot of the, some of the players that I had followed in OWL and stuff like that, like come over to this game and continue to play, because there's so many great opportunities, right, to be able to like, just pick it up and have like a little bit more of a leg up than the rest of the competition, and then, continue and add on to it. But yeah, it's always good to see some returning faces here for sure.
Hulk pick.
Where we got Hulk.
Look at that.
Okay.
Hulk.
Still Hulk
picks. So a little Hulk, which is pretty interesting, because I mean, Hulk is still a pretty dive-centric hero, but with the more being banned, you're not going to be seeing that team up necessarily. But you could still be getting value from, let's say, an Iron Man. Iron Man could still be here. He still gets the team up there. So
is that team up still there? The Gamma.
Yes. Iron Man still has that team up available. So it's just, remember, they specifically moved it from Strange. Strange. They were tired of Strange farming everyone with the Gamma Maelstrom. So I do think that is still very, very strong. And also with Luna Snow, that means, we talked about a bit earlier, GB, where the Idol Aura, the Snowflake, empowers a lot of these flying characters. So Iron Man could be a pretty natural pick, potentially.
Venom coming in for FlyQuest here in the Psylocke. So they're sticking with the dive. They want to make sure that they're going to be right in your face, and then also have Psylocke in the back line just doing work. CP, what do you make of this pick here from FlyQuest?
I mean, I think it's smart. I think it's probably why they, saved the Magneto here for map 2. They realized, okay, we want to run the Magneto with the Psylocke. And hey, we know we're going to have to go a little bit deeper in their Vanguard pulls, pull out the Venom. And now for FlyQuest, I'm just wondering, do they do it? Do they bring out the Spider-Man? Do they go like the ultimate, like in-your-face dive that we haven't really seen a whole lot? The Psylocke Spider-Man. I mean, look.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I don't think it's going to happen.
No,
I don't think it's going to happen.
You say that, but let me dream. Let me dream a little.
You can dream.
I want to be in that dream world with you, ZP. Okay, I want to be right there, because this is what I want too. So screw it. Let's do it. Let's believe Spider-Man is coming up. Just gotta believe. Avast, we don't need your negativity right now. Okay,
I mean, it's the problem here is that it's possible. I mean, it's possible. If anything, it'd make more sense. Like, I look at this and I'm like, yeah, I mean, do you have the team up as well with Venom? So FlyQuest potentially would go that angle, because I don't think Shroud-X would obviously go that angle for this comp that they're trying to play. I think they're going to play in a more standard, like, Hulk is still pretty good at like making the front line be pretty strong, because you have the indestructible guard, the shift, so you're applying that AoE shield to people, so you can still kind of like brawl pretty effectively with Hulk. You can play a little bit more static. I do think that if it's going to come out, it's going to happen for FlyQuest, and this would be the moment where finally the draft, we're getting a little bit more of an interesting pick. So potentially it won't be a Penny Parker, obviously, because we, not going to see. I mean, we could.
You never know.
No. Could be a triple Vanguard, and Penny's been buffed, and you would get the team up value. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, that would be. That would just be a lot of HP to have to churn through. But that would also just be a weird setup there. I mean, it could be cool to see play out. But that would. I don't know if I'm more impartial to the Spider-Man. That's the world I want to live in. I think that's what FlyQuest would. They should go for that. I'm not going to say they will. They should. And if they don't, I'll be disappointed in them. We'll see though what Shroud-X pulls out here. On the duelist front, what are some options that you guys like to see with this composition laid out as it is? I don't know. Take a pick. Whoever wants to go.
Iron Man, like I said, I think Iron Man would be pretty good. Iron Man could work pretty well because of the team up. ZPU got some suggestions here.
No, I mean, it's pretty much Iron Man, I think, for Shroud-X. I think FlyQuest didn't want to deal with the torch, but you could still make him deal with Tony here. And you stop and think about it, with what they're running. They don't have a ton of great anti-air to go along with it. But, you know, for FlyQuest, they may just decide to go in. But, okay, Bucky's going to get picked up. This is kind of what I mentioned that I thought might be banned. But you're going to pick it with the Groot. It makes sense. And they finish off with the Psylocke of their own. So Shroud-X running something, you know, a little bit more standard, but also kind of expected when you're facing getting knocked into the lower bracket. FlyQuest will see what they end with here. Please let it, if they go Spider-Man,
end it.
I'll be so happy.
End it and on a Spider-Man. At the very least, there has to be a payoff. There has to be a payoff at the very least after all this time. Like, come on, guys. Like, come on. Give us a Spider-Man at least.
Oh man, that'd be so funny. I don't think they're gonna do it though, but it would be so cool. The Winter Soldier, yeah, it kind of felt like that was, if it didn't get banned, that would have been, you know, an available option on the table for them. And of course, Psylocke's always going to be effective in pretty much any situation that you'll need her to be. So I think that's going to be an overall strong composition I'm seeing from Shroud-X. As for FlyQuest, this last pick, which is going to be a duelist, I can't see it not being a duelist.
No, it'll definitely be a duelist because you look at the comp that Shroud-X are playing here with the Winter Soldier Psylocke. You can play something like a triple Vanguard potentially. Because you're not going to really bust out a triple strategist. Like, it's just not going to happen into a Psylocke typically, though it is possible. I mean, it is possible, but I really think it's going to be a duelist. You want to have somebody to be able to contest the Winter Soldier on the side of Shroud-X. You want to have someone that's also be able to pump out a little bit more damage because you don't want to necessarily race here the Loki unless you're going to pull out like a Loki of your own and just try to do that. But I don't think you want to necessarily go for the do a little bit of those backline races, the strategist races. Probably going to be a duelist here. And FlyQuest also is a team that really hasn't played that much, I would say, like triple Vanguard comps in particular. They've really ideally liked like 2-2-2 or even like very fast compositions. So I think that's going to be more what they're going for.
Yeah, something quick, something they could get in, get out with, almost like Spider-Man.
Yeah. Look, I'm just sitting here. I'm looking at the channel where it shows up on an internal channel, like right before it goes on screen. I'm just like, please do it. Like, just, you know, you've already got the Venom. Now, in terms of what may be coming out instead, I mean, take a look here. I mean, you could come out with something a little bit more standard, like a Hela, if you wanted to in this situation, and that would still potentially be completely fine going in. But you know, FlyQuest thinking long and hard, and what do they got here? They're still.
Does Punisher work here potentially? Maybe.
Tough because of the dive for Shroud-X. Like, they're gonna have a lot of Hulk in your face. You're gonna have Psylocke that you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough. And also, I also you have to think about like when you have a Venom and a Magneto, right? Like, this is a team that wants to be relatively fast. So ZP has probably seen the pick. He's reacted. It's not been updated yet. He's reacted. He spoiled it.
But we'll wait till it shows up. I haven't spoiled anything.
React Andy over here.
Actually React Andy.
Literally. Okay, we'll see. I like how you have this. Oh, Wolverine. Okay, I was wondering if that we would maybe get an X-Man in the rotation. I mean, we do have Psylocke, but it'd be great to see another one in there. So, okay, Wolverine, Avast, what do you make of this?
Fast. I look at this and I say fast. I mean, Magneto pick makes a lot of sense as well, and this is actually a pretty decent opportunity for FlyQuest in general. I'm a little worried for Shroud-X just because, like, there's no Magneto now on the side of Shroud-X, and that's typically one of the best counters to Wolverine is you save those bulwarks, those bubbles, to when you get abducted by the Feral Leap of like, okay, here we go, take the bubble, get out of there. Maybe for Hulk here is going to be kind of playing that role with the indestructible guard a bit. So it is going to be a little interesting to see how that
cooldown's higher for that one though, right?
It is. They did do some buffing to it, so it has a little bit lower, but that's going to be kind of an issue here. Like, I think with the Magneto Wolverine team up, so you have the bulwark for the Wolverine to get in, and also even a Venom to go in with them, and you can get those players out of there, and there's not going to be the bulwark from Shroud-X. It's a little bit worrisome. So really, a lot of pressure is going to go onto Loki here. It's going to be Shroud-X. I think typically it's like Nuck that plays that, and a lot of pressure onto them to get regeneration domains in a very timed play. And then the problem then is that, okay, you use the regen domain, one of the best cooldowns in the entire game, and then the Feral Leap is going to come back, right? So definitely going to be a pretty interesting interplay to see how strong this Wolverine, how they're going to counter it.
Yeah, Wolverine could be a big problem for them, ZP. Which composition are you favoring a bit more going into map 2?
Going in the map 2 right now, I mean, honestly, I kind of like the Shroud-X comp a little bit more, but there's also worlds where like the FlyQuest comp comes in and rolls them over. It is just pure aggression. You have one team here that is entirely set on, we're going to hold W. We are going to go directly into you this entire time. And then another team that is playing a little bit more controlled. I think the control style may be more consistent overall, but also, FlyQuest is a pretty unique team in how they go about things. And, you know, unless you're playing against FlyQuest, you don't get as much pressure against this aggressive of a lineup. So it's very interesting.
I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. No Block, aka Wolverine, because if you play Marvel vs. Capcom, you know that you don't block as Wolverine. You just push forward and you just chop people up. That's literally what you do. It almost feels exactly like it is here in Marvel Rivals as well. So I think that you're just going to be Wolverine all up in the business of everyone else. But you got to be very careful because, as you said, ZP, you got a team that is ready for this aggression. Let's see how they deal with it. Match 2, it took us 8 years, but we got here, baby. Let's go ahead and run this thing and send it over to ZP and Avast.
You know, Avast, my only hope here is we get a good, long game, and it's not, you know, one team just comes in and first point holds.
If this game is less than the time that we had spent for Phil, I'd be disappointed. That's all I'm saying.
I'm honestly, I'm taking a mental note and being like, if your games are shorter than your draft phase, I'm taking a mental note. Let's say you're going in my book. You're going in my book. And let's just say you don't want to be in the book.
Strongly worded letter. All right, boys, enjoy.
All right, well, we're getting into it here, Avast. Take a look, energy right now. A little bit poking here off on the side. To see what this offense is going to have for FlyQuest, where, you know, realistically speaking, they have to find the moment to dive in and then just commit to it.
I like Shroud-X just fighting for this high ground really aggressively here. They need to make sure that Light is not going to be able to set up and just go for the Pharaoh Leap. Getting frozen, actually, there. Getting caught by the, or not frozen, but rather getting the Exile, the Gamma lockdown. So now, FlyQuest still trying to move on forward, isolate anyone on the point. Spark Chief trying to get the pressure here.
Yeah, Spark Chief a little bit more, and Light, though, the early pick on the Dongman. It's a pretty nice start here for FlyQuest. Already 2 ticks on that point. Shroud-X gonna try and back up a moment and then go in for the recontest.
I don't think they're going to go for the recontest.
And no, yeah, I actually, they just let it go. They say, nope, we're going to fight for second. We don't like any bit about this, so that was a 1 pick off first point.
I'm picking up the book. ZP, I'm picking up the book. The book is coming out. I'm starting to write down names.
Oh,
I better see.
They got Impunity. Impunity has gone from Impunity to Puny Banner. 1 fell swoop. So now,
yeah, one
Impunity can get back in the hook.
Look at this fight here, too. Look at this fight. This is so important right now, the duel between Doomed and Light. Making sure that, A, maybe get a pick, but more importantly, just can't let Light set up for free. So Doom's going to be very important right now to just keep some of that pressure on, just playing a little bit of the anti-Light brigade. Make sure they just can't set up for free here, set up a leap. A Shroud-X trying to stabilize a bit here on second. I mean, about to have, you know, 5-6 ults on the board, so plenty of bank available.
They lose Vision. Vision gets caught by the dive. Now Doom's gonna go to the back. Has Dance of Butterfly good to go. Gets frozen! Oh my word! The outplay by Cooper-tastic stops Doomed in his tracks. Impunity, though, was able to take down Energy. Shroud-X doing anything to try and hold on here. Going here at the cloned Luna ult into a Luna ult right on after. So Shroud-X just trying to stabilize a little bit from the strategist play. FlyQuest, though, full committing here. Feast in here from Spark. Get forced out a response here from Impunity, but Shroud-X just getting pushed back a bit here now.
Still, there's going to be Hulk ult coming on out, trying to get a lot of extra pressure, a lot of extra space here. Meteorium looking to find one, gonna find Vision. FlyQuest, they have a lot of positioning right now, and with Energy getting to the backline, I mean, this is going to be point 2 going their way. And FlyQuest just keeping so much pressure here. And this is what I was kind of worried about here, ZP, is that when they're playing this Wolverine into the Hulk lineup, you don't have the bubbles, right? You don't have the Magneto. You don't have the ability to kind of like peel for that, set up your team to remove the Wolverine. And Light is just able to outweight the Indestructible Guard, just set up for the next fight and constantly find some opening picks. So Shroud-X are under a lot of pressure to either find something early or just remove Light, which is kind of hard because you do have that passive, that regenerative healing factor that makes the Wolverine so hard to remove.
And that's a Shroud-X right now, you know, playing comp where they'd like to slow things down a little bit. They're getting close to another Fate of Both Worlds here that Nuck is going to be able to clone on out. But I think for them, they wait for that. They got the Strangling Prison good to go. They're not going to have a Kraken Impact to go along with it. So, you know, they're trying to build up some tools here to really solidify. They're going to open here. Strangling Prison in from Dogman. Is the fall through going to be there? FlyQuest, in response, she's going to drop the Eternal Bond, keeping everyone nice and healthy in turn. Shroud-X also dropping Fate of Both Worlds. But now, you look here to Wolverine. Wolverine picking up one, bringing Groot to the backline. Dogman cut to pieces by Light. And FlyQuest continues to gain ground.
Now they have to make sure that they don't lose more here on the chase. They don't want to get caught with any staggers. Sparchi being really, really aggressive here on the Venom. Doom getting caught there by Energy, and that's exactly what you did not want, because you're not going to have any of the pressure on the backline. You want the pressure on the flanks. It's a lot of damage off the field, plus the Dance of the Butterfly. So FlyQuest looking like they might want to take it all the way in.
Yeah, FlyQuest is looking immensely strong right now. Diving on over Fidel. Again, gonna try and slow things down. Fate of Both Worlds gonna be dropped. Same for Cooper-tastic on the other side. Spark Chief, though, real hungry. Time to feast. Over and in. Shroud-X, though, withstanding for now.
Oh, no!
Impact. No, they don't touch. What? What?
No.
No.
If we're doing Roman numerals, Shroud-X just went from Shroud-X to Shroud-9. Shroud IX.
I mean, that is one of the worst ones I've seen in a while, ZP. I'm not going to lie. It's just brutal. And I think, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to, too, like you see the fight that broke it open that took them to last as that Light drops the last stand. And it was after they had already gone the Fair Leap and forced Impunity to use the Indestructible Guard here. So Shroud-X are just trying to use it as our anti-Wolverine mechanic, right? But the cooldown's so long, and they win the fight, they get the last, and now they're like, oh no, Wolverine's on the point, Wolverine's hunting. We got to split here a bit for the post-ult fight. Well, let's all get, I guess the split was a little too hard, and we split all off the point, and we couldn't contest.
I'm mostly just happy it came out with Shroud IX here.
I mean, here it is.
Take on an old classic. Yeah, how did this happen?
I mean, they literally just all get a point.
What?
Look, I mean, Dogman, they're getting healed. Dogman backs to go for the flank. And during this time, Impunity jumps off, is off the point fighting the backline. So both of the Vanguards, which, by the way, I mean, I have to say it, the Vanguard's gonna have to be the ones to touch there. It's gonna have to be Dogman and Impunity, especially because they were relatively healthy. They both went for individual flank plays, and I guess Impunity thought maybe he'd be able to touch in time. I'm not totally certain, but that is brutal.
3, 2, 1.
That is, I mean, I don't know. That was authentic vintage, farm raised Charlie Niner is what we got there. But we'll see how things go. I mean, it's a pretty quick time being set by FlyQuest. Shroud-X. We'll see if this comp works a little bit better here on the attack. Not always guaranteed to get the first point here on the Hall. FlyQuest already aggressively challenging Impunity as Impunity tries to go up the left side.
A little bit of poke going on here. Impunity just going to jump on down from the high ground here. The name of the game for this whole comp for Shroud-X is they want to just keep this pressure on the backline. Don't let them fire for free. But Impunity caught, hit with the cape of the Terra Cape vulnerability, just immediately bursts it down back to Puny Banner. So they're not going to have the guards. They're not going to have that pressure here. Shroud-X just stuck in main.
Hey, Puny might actually get back in the Hulk form here. A rare opportunity where you don't just get immediately blown up as you turn back the banner. I mean, he died in a pretty reasonable spot. Shroud-X for now trying to get control of the fight. They lose vision before Shroud-X starts to come in. And yeah, they're going to get back in the Hulk form here. Doomday will get Lamb 1. Dongman, okay, gets a Strangling Prison. Able to start turning around the fight as Nuck is able to get in to do a little bit of dancing. Shroud-X in a reasonable spot here now. They're getting some reinforcements in soon. And look at this group wall coming on in. Not able to get the fall through, though, in as FlyQuest starts burning through some of their ult bank.
They need to try to get one of these strategists. They're going to lock them off instead. Really good wall there to try to split the strategist. Maybe have them find one as Impunity's in the back. Last stand going to get used, but they are going to have plenty of support here. There's the Fate of Both Worlds used for Fidel. So all the heals should be pretty good here for Shroud-X. It's just everyone's just stuck in this door.
Yeah, everyone's stuck, and you take a look at this here. Dogman down. Energy over the back. Interrupt Dance to the Butterfly. Dancing to and fro. Shroud-X, though, they still want to invest. They go for the Kraken Impact, but nothing happens. Vision just falls right after San Fidel. Doom looking for something on the back. Gets one, and oh, dear God, that was personal. Vess beat her M directly to the face.
It's just Nuck and Impunity. There's no one else alive here. There's no one else up. All the limbs have happened. They're going to drop that God of Mischief, and they're just going to go down late, and now it's looking pretty brutal here for FlyQuest because there's going to be a stagger coming out late for Impunity too. And Shroud-X having a tough go of it so far. And to be fair, Hall Jolly a very hard first point to cap in general. And despite some of those early picks, they just could not clean up fast enough in time before all the ults get used, before they get the late recontest there for FlyQuest. And now FlyQuest is going to have another last stand, going to have another of the Eternal Bond. So a lot of pressure here on the Dongman to just get a really good Strangling Prison. Ideally, just try to find something. Maybe they could use Impunity to force out a little bit earlier. But they need to remove something here for FlyQuest to get some value from the Strangling Prison.
Shroud-X moving on forward. Only a minute left. At stake is getting knocked into the lower bracket. Puny can drop the ult call. Moves up and over. Again, decent penetration back into the back line, but has to go back at the same note. Nearly getting bursted down. Decent disengage here from Impunity, but still gets knocked down. And the Impunity banner. Spark Chief, the counter dive, way more effective. And FlyQuest, their ability to burst when the fights actually take place with us right now, significantly stronger.
And it's just, unfortunately, just this dive setup for Spark Chief and Light, because Impunity did a really good job of using the Hulk Smash to just try to force and corral FlyQuest to the edge, where they felt pressure they need to pop the Eternal Bond. But and then maybe you could have had a good Strangling Prison post that, and along with the Kraken Impact. But unfortunately, they just have Last Stand. Last Stand jumps on up. They don't have the strategy ult yet. They don't have the indestructible guard from Impunity, and they just fall over. And that's just the interplay here between the Hulk and the Wolverine.
Final 30 seconds here for Shroud-X. They got some tools to use here on the entry, but if they lose this fight, they're going to be getting a trip to the lower bracket. Nuck with the quick God of Mischief. Going to be cloning Luna, going in for a little bit of dance. This is the price you pay to get over and into the point. One ult already used. Vision, though, coming on in with the Kraken Impact off the Strangling Prison from Dogman. And that's that Strangling Prison Kraken Impact combo that opens the way and likely now will get things moving here for Shroud-X. I mean, 6v3 still on the point. Surely FlyQuest doesn't find a way to keep this in contest.
Surely not. I mean, everyone's forced off. They have 6 players here on the point. Really good combo. And first point going the way here, Shroud-X. It was tough, but they did it. And still a very good usage of the ult economy, honestly, for Shroud-X, because even though they were down one, they were down a lot in the bank, they made sure to just, okay, we have all the ults that we need. We can go set up for the combo, which is a tried and true combo here. Now they're making it a second. They need to be aware of Light. Set up on the high ground here again. Really good find from Impunity with the leap, canceling the jump there.
Impunity was just sitting there on protection duty saying absolutely no way. Although oddly enough, they're not able to get the kill on the Light. Light somehow gets away to live another day. Spark Chief, meanwhile, going to force out the regen domain. However, into the back line goes Doom. Dance the Butterfly grabs one. Meteor M from Vest, meanwhile, not getting much of anything in turn. Shroud-X up one here in the fight. Finally showing a little bit of life here on the Hall. They're going to double up here on the strategist ults. Light, meanwhile, under real pressure, has the last stand and goes down. Gets frozen at the very end. Shroud-X now finally finding their footing.
Expensive fight there for Shroud-X, though, all things considered, because you come into this next fight here, because there's still a lot of map left to go, and FlyQuest's gonna have double duelist ult here. They're gonna have the Dance of the Butterfly and the Last Stand. They're gonna have the Feast of the Abyss. So there's a lot of options here to just immediately burst through players for Shroud-X. So Nuck gonna have to have a really, really good regeneration domain. Impunity gonna need to be watched using the Indestructible Guard. And there's no ults really on the field. So FlyQuest could just go fast, find one. And this is kind of the game they're going to be playing for, is just removing ults from Shroud-X, knowing they have a ton of time and the bank's already not that good.
So this one pans out. FlyQuest, a lot of options going into this fight. Shroud-X, I think, would like to delay this a little bit longer. The problem is they're not going to get strategist ults up here, really no matter what. But, you know, if they'd gotten to pick on the Spark Chief, would be good. But Spark just able to back on out. And, you know, interesting, FlyQuest still giving up a lot of room here as Impunity dives on in, use the Hulk ult early.
No, the solo ult. That's crazy. I mean, just actually give him the vulnerability and this gave him the solo ult. The contest still happening here for Shroud-X. They just want to leave. They just want to back up here and then take this fight again.
So then where it pans out, Energy, meanwhile, wants a little bit of Loki right. Oh, not quite able to finish it. So close. Yet so far, it would have been a massive pick for FlyQuest. Shroud-X, though, they're going to be back up to full strength. Now they're going to have tools of their own. Dance the Butterfly into the back. It's massive with Spark Chief. It's a dancing and a chomping. And now only 14 seconds left for Shroud-X. I don't know if they can stand the convoy and even keep this thing going.
I mean, I think it might be Jover. It's not looking good here. They have the ults. They have what they needed, but they just couldn't survive the combo there in the back. So much is going to be relying on Doom getting the touch, but Doom down, found. There's not going to be a touch. There's no strange portals. There's nothing.
Oh boy, you fear, you know, at this point we've gotten the teams off a drug here, Vast. That drug is Doctor Strange portals, where you really got to plan out your final fight. But the goal there, they use both Feast and Dance into the Shroud-X backline. Coming on in from FlyQuest, really well timed, and it just ended any hope of keeping this one going.
Fellas, I think FlyQuest might be a good fearless. I think they're really good at this, and they're very good. I want to also preface this, but I think that, like, one thing that I noticed for sure is you could really tell, like, they had thought out how they wanted these compositions to go, and then they played against those advantages, and they did so very well. I feel bad for Impunity so many times. Just kind of was just like stuck, just getting chunked by everyone else. You know, and it just, wow, that was impressive. Well done by FlyQuest, for sure.
Definitely felt like, I think FlyQuest it's funny enough because Shroud-X were the ones that were spending a bit longer in the draft, honestly. But I do think that like FlyQuest kind of won the drafts here.
No.
They
It was the other way
draft.
around.
Oh, it was the other way? It was FlyQuest?
The other way around. FlyQuest was
Reversed
like
it?
under 10
Okay.
minutes. Shroud-X, I think, was like closer to 20 in that while we were.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
sorry.
that's what I said,
Okay, I
Okay.
misheard then.
He wants to be right so bad. He wants to be right so bad.
Clearly,
No,
I'm
he's
just
wanting
gonna
to be right.
Yeah. Look, shameless gaslighting. You know, we're
Shameless
That's what we're
gaslighting.
calling it now. Okay.
Yeah, just shameless
No, but-
gaslighting. But I do think overall, like this was just FlyQuest playing the draft pretty masterfully, like we hinted at. Like this is just you get to this setup here with the Wolverine, you don't have a Magneto, and it's just so hard. I mean, unrelated to that getting off the point there, that C9 on last
That
point
was-
of Hall Jalia. Pretty backbreaking. That's pretty backbreaking because the contest could have gone on for a lot longer there. There's a chance they could have turned it. So I do think there was that was by far the most crucial mistake of the map and, you know, ended the series here for Shroud-X. So gonna be tough for them. But remember, it is a double elim, so there is a chance for them to make it on back.
No, they're not out of it. Like, you still have an opportunity to come on back. And this is the type of tournament, too, where teams are going to learn and adapt a lot over the course of the day. That's just how these things generally go. And, man, oh, man, how does Light get away here? Like,
How
Light was
does
so
Light
dead
live?
to rights and
What the
just
hell?
walks out. And this was the definitive
mean-
moment here. The dive where just dance, feast, done.
You just got to give the flowers to Zealous and Coop there because that, like, the way that they were healing, the way that they were keeping like all of those very aggressive heroes alive in the front line was very impressive. Good use of the kit, the cooldowns as well. But that, and you can see it there, Envy beating Sentinels. What is going on right now? I didn't see that one coming. No disrespect to Envy, but the Sentinels, great team. I thought we would at least see a third map out of that one. Turns out 2-1 finish there, so we're going to get Envy versus FlyQuest in our next round. Got a few more of these results, and then Shroud-X will go up against Sentinels in the lower bracket. Damn, that is a tough one. Every
I'll
match
be
is going to
honest.
be tough, to be fair.
Look, as I look at this, I expected nothing going into this. I mean, the teams are so variable. There's no result today that you could tell me at the end, like no completed bracket you could show me where I'd be like, I can't believe that happened. I think NA is just so ridiculously close. Things change week after week, and especially you throw like a newer format into the mix, anything can happen today. That's what makes things like just really exciting.
Yeah, it really does. This is going to be wild because, you know, you come into this expecting to see, you know, some of the names that have been, you know, having some recent success doing well, but with the format change, with honestly the game still being very fresh, we got to always consider that, right? Marvel Rivals, it's been around for a little bit, but not that long. So there's still so much more to just learn and grasp and execute in this. But yeah, you got our next matchup. It's going to be Shikigami going up against 100 Thieves. You got Shroud-X in the lowers against Sentinels, as well as FlyQuest facing off against Envy. That'll be taking place a little later on tonight. Don't forget, we also have a B stream as well, so you can go and check out some of the matches. They're going to be taking place over there too. And this is going to be the matches that we're going to be checking out here on the B stream channel Shrewd. By the way, just want to, you can see the link down there. It's twitch.tv/Shrewd. That will be Sentinels versus Envy, and then Gen.G going up against Luminosity. And we get to see Gen.G here, and Gen.G playing, I think, in Korea, or we for sure know that.
I believe it's Korea. I think that originally the intent was that there's talk where they might have been able to get over here for the tournament. It didn't quite pan out, but luckily Rivals is a game where ping-wise, some of the cross-continent stuff is pretty workable, and we were able to work it in that, hey, if Gen.G's playing you play on West Coast, except that they play against Envy, where Envy is, I think, one player playing from Europe, so they'd have to just go to Dallas for that one. So, right now, I'm not entirely sure if we're taking like a quick 2-minute break or we're just going into our next match, which is going to be Shikigami versus 100 Thieves, which is another rematch that, you go a few weeks back, had very surprising results.
Yeah, well, actually, did get word. We are going to head to a quick break. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to check out some highlights from B Stream. So if you didn't get a chance to check that out, you'll see him here and you'll get a good picture of what happened in the matchup. And then when we come back, we're going to be jumping right back into the action. And hopefully drafts won't be that long. We'll, of course, find out more. We'll see you on the other side, folks. Thanks for watching.
In a game where it feels like you want to constantly change, you're going to have to adapt even between maps, and it's a first to two. So it's going to be very close.
Okay, portaling straight out here, and of course the Cloak of Terror from Aramori is going to make sure that multiple players take more damage. Kaluj was left on an island, and Techie easily able to grab that one. Super Gomez on the chase right here. A disengagement of a point for Envy as they try and find themselves some cover to make this one happen, but unfortunately they're just sending good time after bad. They're just going to wait out until that's capped by Sentinels.
They can kind of just play the typical, the prototypical strategy of Star-Lord and Magneto.
Oh, Aramori, early pick there, coming through from Estella Barrage, coming out of Cal, and now getting involved speedily, just following in Kaluj. The front line is smoothing here for Envy and really collapsing upon Sentinels. Teki got hit by that Cloak of Terror, taking additional damage. A little copy coming through from the Loki, but it's going to be another ultimate piled on from the top. Super Gomez dodging away from the Adam Warlock shots, trying to focus in the fire, but can't find any targets.
Yeah, they can't. In fact, they've been able to trade back and forth. Window finally taking down Crimzo and Super Gomez. It's taken a while. They also have capped the point. Finally, through Speedily's ultimate, they're able to come through, take the objective. 50% of the board only for Sentinels. Rez Envy, though, still have a pretty strong hold on this objective. Korova trying to find some final hits on the backline, but Kaluj just opening it up on a Super Gomez.
Korova preemptively pops the Karmic Revival. That's so many low HP targets that are arrayed in front of the pulse pistols of Speedery. Those element guns are doing work right now, but trying to fire on back. It's going to be Super Gomez heading up towards the sky. Look at all that healing, though. The eternal bond of Cloak and Dagger is more than enough to deal with simple bullets flying from the Star-Lord. Cosmic power, nothing compared to the Light and Dark Force working in tandem. Envy maintain themselves on the point. This is going to be Super Gomez.
Waiting over the wing. It's Super Gomez to touch the point. Does he get it? Yes, they touch the point, but he goes down for it immediately.
Techie opens up the door and outpours Sentinels onto the point. Karmic Revival already channeled here by Korova. Anyone who falls will instantly be brought back, and Super Gomez and Logan are going to be immediate beneficiaries, taking to the sky. Once again, Eternal Bond, easy to deal with the Galactic Legend. The healing is just sublime coming through from Envy. Stalwar on the point, and unfortunately, Crimzo just does not have the healing to survive the onslaught of multiple Envy members. Kaluj now marauding on through, grabs Techie by the throat and says, "I'll see you next map, son."
Yeah, this Emma Frost right now is putting in so much work on the point. Nobody else can touch. Such an anchor of a hero. Taking advantage of their comp. They're going to have to keep this up. Month, though, opening pick onto Logan, the new guy for Sentinels. Unfortunate for him to go down early. Nothing to bring it back either. But they do trade back speedily, but he's got the res at least, so if he wants to come back into this fight, he will.
Oh, Window hits the button, rolls on in, assembling the Avengers onto the back lines of Sentinels. Still Techie lying in wait with the Eye of Agamotto. 3 stuns. Speedily, Cal and Nero all have their souls separated from their bodies and summarily dispatched by Sentinels. To the sky, Meteor M lands down on top of Month. Didn't bring an umbrella big enough for that one, I'm afraid, Loki. You're going to need more than dark magic to escape this one. Super Gomez grabs 2 off the back of a blaster barrage. And that's going to be Sentinels quickly flipping the point back. It's into the strategist responses, and that's going to be a second Soul Resurgence coming on through here from Month, I believe. Nero's rolling on forward. Just the unending tide of Envy is too difficult to rebuff.
We're getting the hard pocket, though, so they're sustaining back into the point. Here comes Captain America to create some space, go towards that backline, force the crystals out, in which he does. So value found already for Window, and the Nero collapses on Korova as well. Down out of the fight now. They have to come back in with their own support ultimates, but it's looking rough for Team Sentinels.
Deep in towards the back, Logan's getting busy. Terror Cape towards the Adam Warlocks and some fleeing elsewhere. And Sentinels might get this one done with a huge amount of ults still in the bank. It's super economical for Sentinels. They're going to be loaded for there for a defense, but Month and Envy still unwilling to call this one, even with Sentinels already having flicked it. Month already falls on down. Nero's gone as well. To the sky goes the Star-Lord. A cosmic legend is going to be written in the stars today, but Korova is the full stop on this one. Punctuation marks aplomb as Sentinels remain in control.
Ultimate this time, no eliminations. Now Sentinels are coming back with Aramori and Logan.
Eternal Bond creates some compelling territory within which Sentinels can battle. Korova still holding on to her own ultimate in case it's needed as an emergency button, but speedily takes to the skies with the Blaster Barrage and the Cosmic Power once more. 2 resurrections should be forthcoming here from Korova. Of course, they're going to need to be speedily healed by the Adam Warlock. Envy managed to flip the point back over, and Sentinels still have a couple of stragglers here. This could be a problematic fight. 1 Frag could turn the tide, but it's multiple stuns. Kaluj taken down there after the Sonic suggestion, though, he just came up. And now what? Cal, they're just going to prioritize bringing Kaluj back into the fight. Psionic Seduction once again comes on through, and that's going to be the Metallic Bulwark as well. Super Gomez getting absolute VIP treatment from everyone, including Cal. The Meteor M ascends to the sky. A major target may be found. Nero super low. The follow-up's there, but now it has to be a hero play from Speedly to try and turn this one around, breaking through Metallic Bulwark, coming through the flesh of Adam Warlock, and the Sky High Eye for Envy should be all that's needed to get Sentinels out of this map and take us to a map number 2 with Envy in the lead.
My God, Envy looking so good there on Bird of the T'Challa. 2-0 on map number 1 through, honestly, what was a really close matchup there, leg day. And
all right, everyone, we are back. Welcome to the Shroud Gauntlet. Here you got Golden Boy along with Avast and ZP. And good news, everyone. You see the matchup? Guess what? We're ready to go. We're jumping right into the action. Hopefully, we'll be jumping into the action faster than what happened last time. But we're all good. And it seems like it's going to be an exciting one, fellas, because you got Shikigami going up against 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves look scary. I'm just gonna say this right now. They look, but that could be recency bias, CP. But they have been traditionally in the past. They have been a scary team. I mean, this is a squad that has been, a 6-time RFN winner. So like they've done very well for themselves as far as team success goes. Winning a lot of those big matchups is huge for them. But they also have some real killers on this team. My eyes immediately go to Terra, because Terra was terrorizing. Yesterday was actually really good. Really sick to see him pop off with a few of those heroes.
Also, little do you know, while we're trying to highlight the entire team here, the reality of this is that you could actually just put Terra's name on every single signature hero, and the reality is that Terra could probably play them at an incredibly high level. That's the reality of the Terra hero pool. Does everything. But yeah, I mean, I think the most interesting thing here for 100 Thieves, though, is that when they've looked really good in recent times, they do good by keeping it old school. They don't play as much of the newer heroes, especially they don't really enjoy playing Torch comps, and they really love playing Groot comps. And even though their duelist line is incredibly versatile, I don't know if their Vanguard line is quite the same. So I think 100 Thieves is going to meet some unique challenges here today.
Yeah, eyes go to Vinny there. Vinny has been a pretty big player for 100 Thieves. And, a lot of the plays you're seeing Terra and Delana get set up, Vinny is like usually right then and there, like placing walls out, giving him so much to work with. So it's going to be a little bit harder when you don't have those options going into, some of the other maps once Groot gets picked, right?
100%. I mean, the 100 Thieves has been kind of, in certain ways, it's been the Vinny show, not in the fact that he's necessarily the most prominent one on the feed in terms of the limbs, but also just the setup and how the overall strategy working and how they're looking to set up the duelist players for Delina and for Terra. So, and just all the general pressure that Vinny brings to the field alongside with TTK. So I do think that it's going to be pretty interesting for these, because even previously in RFN, we saw maybe some cracks starting to show in the season 2.0 meta where they look really good on comps that feel comfortable for them, and they're kind of staying away from some of what I would say these new season meta comps. But in a draft like this, you can't really stay away from all the things you don't want to play, right? It's pretty hard to do so. So I do think it's going to put some pressure on them to perform.
Yeah, it makes you wonder too, does their opponent try to target ban some of those more, like beneficial heroes, right? And really tries to go after them if possible. But of course, here's Shikigami, another team that, I haven't seen a lot of them recently, at least, from some of the stuff that I've been checking out. But, it does feel like this is going to be a squad that, could very well catch a lot of people off guard, ZP, but more importantly, can very well find success early on because of the way that this format is shaken out.
Well, one interesting thing here, too, is that, we talk about Vinny's Groot. I feel like a player has made even a bigger name on Groot when they've looked good. It's probably been Krasmang, where Krasmang's Groot has been the stuff of legends. It is really strong. But also, on the same note, for Gen.G, is also been really good. Like, the front line for Shikigami is just unreal. But also on the same note, they have like other players worth highlighting too, where Ricky, probably has some of the best ult control I've seen of any strategist around in terms of just waiting till the last second to drop things like say invisible boundary and making it work.
And a lot of work there going to be at the hands of our strategists. But there you can see the players and teams as we're getting ready to go. First map, Burn Chichala, will be our domination map that kicks things off here for the opening bouts in the Shroud Gauntlet. So no big change-ups, no big surprises there. Here go your bans. Look at that. Love to see it. So we get for Shikigami and 100 Thieves banned out will be the Loki, Psylocke, followed by Wolverine and Hulk. Goodbye, Bruce Banner. Not today. We don't want to deal with your attitude. And here is the layout and the roster of Vast. What do you make of these compositions?
I mean, for 100 Thieves, this is something that we kind of expect them. Like, this is a comp that they've played before, especially they like to put Terra like on the Iron Fist. So Iron Fist makes a lot of sense for them here. For Shikigami, this is pretty interesting for them because yes, they've loved Groot and Magneto in the past, but I don't believe we've seen that much triple strategist from them in the past. It's been like something they played with more non-traditional strategist comps. They've actually traditionally loved Cloak and Dagger a lot more than a lot of other teams because they love using the vulnerability that they can bring to the table. So this is a little bit of a newer look, I feel, for Shikigami, but it fits a lot of things that they played previously. Same for both these squads. So a lot of the pressure here just going to be looking at the interplay between what's going to be Delina on the Hela and, who's going to be on the Star-Lord. How is Shikigami going to be playing that? Because Hela has been a force for 100 Thieves, in particular. Delina on the Hela has been something that's driven this team and really been a gigantic star power player.
Yeah, and who's really going to be, I mean, the Star-Lord's going to have a lot to deal with, but then you also, ZP, have the strategists are going to have to be dealing with the Iron Fist, and Terra is going to be all up in their business there. So this is going to be a really tough fight, and, if they're not careful, I mean, you see Delina just, like, running away and not being contested if they're not careful here. What do you make of this?
Well, it's super interesting, right? Especially the fact that you have the Iron Fist where it's kind of a double-edged sword where a lot of times you'll run Iron Fist at the beginning of the map. If it's not working, go, okay, we swap. You're locked in. Like, you are doing nothing but laying down physical punishment with your fists the entire map. 400 Thieves. So if for some reason it doesn't work, there's no backsies here until next map. I think the other thing that's really interesting too is that both teams decided to run Groot v Groot, and to me, what that signals is that both teams wanted to kind of min-max their, they didn't want to be at a Groot disadvantage with how important it is to both Vinny and Krasmang respectively. And then should we go to a third map? I will tell you this much: both teams are bringing Groot back. You cannot find two more teams that are super reliant on their group play than 100 Thieves and Shikigami.
Yeah, both of these squads definitely group pilled. That is for certain. All right, guys. Well, here we go. 100 Thieves, Shikigami. Let's see how this one all rolls out as the gates are about to open, and we're let this one ride. ZP, Avast, over to you.
All right. We are hopping on into it here, Vast, and this is interesting. I mean, the differences in Vanguard lineups between both teams. You got one team with Magneto, the other team with the Strange, but really, to me, the story is just going to be, which is stronger, an Iron Fist or a, triple strategist backline.
Gonna be kind of the dance between these two squads and seeing who can get more value and if they can actually set up the Iron Fist in general. And really, for Shikigami, a lot of the pressure on a Madian here to make sure that they can just keep some of the pressure on 100 Thieves when you're playing into Delina is already, shocker, gone.
Yeah, but also back at the same time.
But also back. That's fair.
However, you lose on that healing for a little bit, Terra. Already got his Pat Flesh, gets that cocoon out of things here early. Vinny, though, getting pressured pretty heavily here for the 100 Thieves side. Shikigami trying to make their presence known. Vinny gonna go down. Vinny's so low. Vinny's so incredibly low here, Vast, but still gets healed back up. Meanwhile, Madian goes down, who is in the back trying to make that happen. So Terra swaps targets, takes down a Madian, and now, even though you get the res back up for a Madian, it's a room where 100 Thieves gets to apply a little bit more pressure. And now Shikigami on the back foot. However, Madian builds up a quick Galactic Legend, takes down Delina, evens things back up, 5-on-5. Still anyone's fight as now the ults come into play.
And Madian still trying to play so aggressive. There's gonna be a Miriam almost finding SGD in the back, but not quite. So 100 Thieves sustaining here on the point. Ricky going down. And with that, I mean, Shikigami probably gonna be finishing off here. Yeah, exactly what's gonna happen. However, getting some cap here on the board. Gonna get the first flip, gonna get some fight wins. And for 100 Thieves, I think this is a pretty interesting matchup. And I talked about it a bit earlier where Shikigami right now, all they're playing is they're waiting. Just waiting for Dinks to just, let's drop the Terra Cape. Let's get the vulnerability out. Let's try to just burst down a player here, right? We saw it multiple times in that fight right there. And Amadi and Krasmang, they're gonna be those players that are really looking to just finish off those picks, set up to just make sure the Cape of Terror gets a lot of value. As 100 Thieves here holding the point. Gonna have the Goddess of Death. Gonna have the Agamotto, so Shikigami need to be aware of that.
into the back line, only hits one off the Eye of Agamotto for TTK, and TTK gives his life for it, so no value found there at all for 100 Thieves. Krasbang, meanwhile, sees the opportunity, gonna drop the Strangling Prison. His fall through gonna be there. Shocker gets one right off the top of it, and the prison is good. It's gonna be Shikigami reclaiming control, and don't forget here, Vest, they also got first control of the point while the first fight was still going on, so bigger advantage.
I'm loving how they're playing this so far. Just making sure to just play this burst style, just everyone to run them down. And they're not letting, more importantly, Terra on the Iron Fist get tons and tons of value, because the longer the fight runs, the more split you are. That's where the Iron Fist gets so much value. And there it is. There's that Terra cape again, right there on the wall. Forces out a very early over from SJP, but you see, back cap is happening.
Yeah, this is so smart for 100 Thieves. They go to the point, nearly get it from the back line. And now, take a look here. Okay, Karmic Revival. Does it get value this time? Karmic Revival, oh dear. The Meteor M, though, actually completely okay. Gives cover to the Karmic Revival, where for 100 Thieves, they go, okay, we're going to take everyone out from the Karmic Revival. And guess what? As you go there, there's a Meteor M, and it has your name on it.
Gen.G pushing this aggression forward here a little bit. They're just going to have to back on up, and Shikigami playing this so expertly currently, as they're going to find a late pick, too, onto the lane, a very early find. So 100 Thieves, they're just going to have to play it slow, back on up. They don't want to lose more.
No, not at all. And I mean, 100 Thieves, they're running out of time. Krasbang says, I'm going to drop the prison. I think we can end this here and now. Is that actually going to be the case? So 100 Thieves, though, withstanding pretty darn well here at the mud. Vinny, though, falls at the very end. They're down the Groot. The front line collapses. Krasbang dives in deeper, and Shikigami look like they're about to take this first point.
I mean, Terra is being an absolute menace here, though. They are going to get the Fate of both worlds to the point as well. So they're finding two, gonna find three. So 100 Thieves off the pressure from Terra. They're going to make their way back in. They're going to get the ult off from SJP, and those limbs going to go the way of 100 Thieves in a last-second approach there. And realistically, I mean, just really well played from Terra, and that's exactly what needs to be doing there, is he needs to be producing that pressure, right? Luckily, he did have the Living Chi. He did have the ult available to just apply even more damage, a little bit more sustain. So now Shikigami, though, still decent amount of time in the bank, has some options for the recontest. They need to be aware of this Eye of Agamotto again, but the ult bank still looking pretty good for them here. So 100 Thieves, they need to find some answers.
They get two fights, and more importantly, there's a window here where you can do Galactic Legend, and there's no good response. Ideal if you're 100 Thieves, you open here with a really aggressive Eye of Agamotto, but here we go. Amadian, up over the top. They know the Galactic Legend is coming. And how are they going to be able to deal with it right now? They're just trying to clump together here in the healing, just going, please, please, please. We just need to withstand, and so far they're doing just that. They survived long enough for the Eternal Bond. The Galactic Legend threat is gone. Meanwhile, Eye of Agamotto, TTK, looking, hits two. Ricky and Shocker under the gun, but they're able to stay alive. I mean, the Meteor M's huge. The Meteor M of Vast hits two, and surely that gives Shikigami the round now.
I mean, it's the alley-oop, it's the dunk. Krasman goes for the Strangling Prison. Scattergendy there just to pop the Meteor M right on top of them when the aggression happens there. And they even made sure to pop some of those strategy ults just before. They got them off in time, so there's no one there to follow up off the Agamotto. And Shikigami played this so expertly. I mean, this was my worry. It's like, okay, are you going to be able to make this work? Are you going to be able to get the max value you want out of the walls plus the vulnerability? And they did. They did repeatedly. And you can even see like the way they're playing. Look at the damage spread. It's pretty equivalent between their Vanguard line and Amadian, who's their solo duelist player, which means that these Vanguards, Krasman and Scattergendy, they're putting in a lot of damage, and they're using the walls here to generate a lot of damage off the vulnerability from Dinks.
I think what really goes into this too is the fact that I think against most teams, 100 Thieves, like they just have a distinct Vanguard advantage. I think TTK and Vinny are both phenomenal. But of all the other teams in the game, I mean, I think you could make an argument that the Krasman Scattergendy frontline is just as formidable, and especially when you look at the Groot versus Groot. So it's such a different look for 100 Thieves as we get a quick pause. Hopefully it's not Vinny's internet going out again.
Vinny internet, yes, the Vinny internet has occurred before where it's just gone down. So we'll have to wait and see, but definitely the Vanguard line here overall has been very, very powerful. For Shikigami, it's been one of their best, I think, features for this team is how good they've looked. It is going to get pretty interesting after we get off this map, though, because of the fact that, okay, like, there's not going to be another Groot available for the following map, right? Vinny's going to have to get off that. They're going to have to make some swaps. CDK, you know, using the Doctor Strange also a little early. They'll still have the Magneto available, which is great, but they're not going to have, you know, some of the more traditional picks.
So we're waiting for a little bit of confirmation as to what is causing the pause here. I mean, truthfully, I'm good to just blame Vinny. I mean, Golden, you've been in esports for a while. Until you know otherwise, you just go to the last thing you know, the last player that like created a problem, and you just throw them under the bus until you hear something else.
In my mind, exactly. Look, the way I look at it is you just find a player, throw him under the bus, and then everything gets fine, and then you're good. Everything ends up okay. We're all fine in the end. I'm kidding. We'll hopefully be able to get that resolved and jump in for a moment here, but is worth at the very least bringing up what we saw in that first map, because one thing that we had noted was Terra's impact, what he could do on that Iron Fist. And we didn't really get to see much outside of that one moment when, he went Super Saiyan and was able to like get a few connections. But there definitely was a very sound game plan. And Shikigami, I mean, the way that they play around one another, Vast, when they were ready for, the Star-Lord ult, they were ready for all the different ways that, the response was going to come in from 100 Thieves. Goes to show the amount of work that has been put into this from Shikigami.
For sure. And I think also it's just kind of one of the downsides here for the comps, and what's so interesting about this pick ban system and this fearless draft is that with them locked into the Iron Fist is that a lot of that composition relies on, okay, can he apply pressure elsewhere in the map? Can they make sure they're splitting off some of those players? And that's where Shikigami was playing so well, is that they weren't like leaving anyone alone to be like, ooh, Terra's gonna feast on me now, right? Terra had to really work to try to get into the middle of a huge mass of people for Shikigami. Shikigami were also taking that time when anytime Terra was split, we're not even gonna bother to go for the fight to pressure them off a bit. We're just gonna rush into the other 5 members here for 100 Thieves, right? We're gonna just like walk into them, wall of flesh, just use our vulnerability here from the Cloak and Dagger to get the max amount of value for Krasmang's walls too. So I do think Shikigami have currently just kind of maneuvered around how Terra and 100 Thieves are playing, and might have to make a little bit of adjustment here potentially for them.
Yeah, and I wonder what that adjustment comes from, ZP. Where do they find that change up here? Because, it does feel like it's a little bit of the, you shot. No, I don't want to say they shot themselves in the foot because, it's still Iron Fist could still be a problem, but it does feel like, to Avas's point, this Shikigami team is very good at reading when those strikes, when those like big pushes are going to happen. And they're not letting 100 Thieves get away with it. So you could clearly see, the work is being done here by Shikigami to not let 100 Thieves get activated on those players that have just such big impact on the server.
I just think, again, it comes down to like the spacing that you're used to dealing with. And I think 100 Thieves, normally Terra and Delina have more room to work with. I mean, Vinny is great at creating a lot of just favorable opportunities on the Groot. And normally the front line of 100 Thieves, they'll kind of dictate positioning a little bit more to their favor, which ends up giving you scenarios where Delina will just be in the perfect spot to get 1 or 2 pickoffs, or Terra, on one of, the many heroes in his pool is just able to be right place, right time. But what you've been seeing here from map 1 is that overall, the Vanguard play of Krasmang and Gen.G has been so competitive that 100 Thieves at times, they're put in spots that you don't normally see them get put in, which is making the job a lot harder for Delina and Terra to kind of do the ridiculous stuff that we usually see them do. So again, I think, even thinking back to the last time that these two teams played and Shikigami was able to beat 100 Thieves, right now, when I evaluate these two teams, I feel like in general, across most of the game in North America, 100 Thieves, I do rate them a little bit higher than Shikigami, but Shikigami versus 100 Thieves in particular, this just feels like a stylistic nightmare for 100 Thieves, just because of what Shikigami is good at, which also, by the way, makes these two teams playing against each other really entertaining.
Yeah, like a good matchup for sure, right? And seems like the pause is done, so we are good to go. Let's jump back into the action, fellas. Floor is yours.
Well, they did say that Terra was supposedly having a little bit of frame rate issues there, so maybe could explain, maybe that explains some stuff. I mean, it could be copium. We'll have to see, but it's just have to see as we go forward. But obviously, no swaps, because remember, no swapping here. We're locked into our comps for the map. As Terra going for a very long flank early here, ZP gonna get some of that bonus health. Try to make that swap and maybe just set up.
They're not even looking at Terra right now. So Terra,
I mean, yeah, they're just gonna ignore him. They're like, why are we fighting? We're just gonna go fight someone else.
Yeah. Oh dear God, the front line, like you blink and you miss it. That Shikigami just says, "We will not fight." Iron Fist to the back. We will hold up you and take down 3 people. Yes.
They ignored him.
And that's like, exactly what they're doing
he
here.
Connected with the cloak. You saw him connect with the cloak, and you're like, no, we don't care.
We do not care. We do not care. They simply mogged Terra. They said, no, we're actually not going to worry about this. They said, we're going to walk on past you.
That's unreal. That is actually unreal. But I mean, that's also the problem, is that while Iron Fist is setting up, you kind of have to play a 6-on-5 for a moment. And Shikigami recognized that, and man, oh man, did they take advantage.
However, some pressure in the backline here again, ZP. So just making them try to back off the choke here. Luminosity invested.
Krasmang dropping the Strangling Prison. Strangling Prison out from Vinny in turn. Which team's going to get the fall through? This time, it's Under Thieves. TTK right there on what gets set up by Vinny. Terra cleaning up a little bit in the back. So pretty quick retake here for Under Thieves.
I mean, a bit of a miss there on the Strangling Prison, I must say, for Shikigami. No. But still going to have 3 ults, about to be 4 coming into the next fight. Still very good for 100 Thieves. Win that relatively economically as well. And now the question becomes of how does 100 Thieves hold this point, right? Because, okay, we have a very pretty clear, like, how we take the fights for retaking. Like, we're sending Terra to pressure the point, make them go back. Let's burst through the choke here. But for Shikigami, their strategy might not change too much, where it's like, okay, we're just going to ignore Terra again and just keep running into the rest of your team. So I think that's kind of the question for 100 Thieves. Like, how do we set up? How do we deny sort of this Shikigami?
Ivagamo is what you do. Terra goes into the back line. We'll see how TTK sets up. Amadian, though, opens up the fight here at the Galactic Legend. Going to be forcing a little bit backwards movement from 100 Thieves. However, the Galactic Legend is over. Amadian going to end with the Blaster Barrage. A little bit extra damage here to the back line. 100 Thieves not really carrying too much. Still holding on to their ult bank. A lot of restraint right now for 100 Thieves. But now look, TTK. Eye of Agamotto. It's huge. 4-man Eye of Agamotto for TTK. And that's how you organize a defense here. The resing not really mattering as you sit there and just go, please send me back to spawn. I don't know why I'm here.
And most importantly there for 100 Thieves, it's not just even just the fight win. They did not use a strategist ult. No strategist ult invested here into the Galactic Legend that Amadian popped. So they made sure to just LOS, make sure to Padicate, get those heals onto both the strategists. So 100 Thieves, their ult bank is looking really, really good. They have everything they need to deal with the upcoming Strangling Prison from Krasmang. So 100 Thieves playing this really well so far. And now Shikigami going to look for another recontest, looking probably just to trade these Strangling Prisons, maybe get the Wombo combo with a Meteor M.
They're waiting. Right now, take a look at Vinny. Strangling Prison, gonna drop it. Gets, I think, 2 into the back, but the counter walls from Krasmang, really, really nice here at Vast, and it gives them enough cover. However, while that goes on, Terra's on the back line, looking for strategists. Already got Adam out of the fight. Gen.G, though, the Meteor M opens things back up here for Shikigami. Both teams down some players, but it's Shikigami that's making way more of it.
And so crucially, too, they didn't have to invest the Strangling Prison. Really good walls from Krasmang to delay and deny a lot of the damage that happened for 100 Thieves. Post-Strangling Prison for them. And then they just use the Meteor M. They get some very important picks. Another great use of the vulnerability from Dinks as well to just burst down some players there. And so they still hold on to the Strangling Prison. That's why SJP probably did not want to have to invest the Fate of Both Worlds there because, hey, they were down the players, but they know that Krasmang hasn't used it yet. They're going to need that ult as 100 Thieves coming in here for the recontest. And depending on how long it takes, it could be even a last fight.
Well, they're going to go with Galactic Legend. Terra, meanwhile, looking for stuff in the back line. How do they do with the Galactic Legend? Well, they drop Fate of Both Worlds. So 100 Thieves, full investing here. Terra, dropping the Iron Fist ult.
No way.
No, what in the world? He's just sitting there going, I can't do anything. Well, he do something a little bit later. Still gets Krasmang towards the end. The Karmic Revival, though, bringing Ricky and Krasmang back into the fight. Fight not over yet for Shikigami. Gen.G gets super low, burned on down from Delina. Over the top, 100 Thieves cleaning up some of the freshly revived members of Shikigami. 92-98 right now as 100 Thieves look to retake control, and now you have real questions of, can you get back here and touch? And no, the answer is no.
The answer is absolutely not Imperial Institute. I mean, overall, that was so well played for 100 Thieves. Definitely a really big turnaround. I mean, they had some of the fundamentals down too, but they also, the ult, just, I think, discipline that came out for 100 Thieves from the back line. Really, really crucial there. Making sure they had a good recontest that comes up. They found some very, very early picks. And it's also just, once again, you know, I note when you play these triple strategist compositions, it's like you have all this extra sustain, you have all this extra damage to a degree, especially if your Warlock player is pumping out damage. But also, it's kind of a downside when you have the Karmic Revival in that, like, it is one of those ults where, yes, you're bringing people back up, and everyone's like, oh, that's so strong. Well, sorta, because everyone's, like, reviving here, and now it's a percentage of their set health versus, like, a set amount of health total, so it is a bit of a nerf to, like, let's say, like, Vanguards. And I do think that this is sometimes when you're in a little bit of a worse position occasionally. It's one of those downsides of you're playing around the Karmic Revival. It's giving you a chance, but it's not necessarily the strongest chance the other team is set up after a decisive fight win.
All right, both teams up around, both teams getting a taste of what the other is good at. Who's going to take round 3 here, set themselves up with a first map win here in our quarterfinal matchup? We'll have to see. Vinny, though, gets to open up here with a Strangling Prison. So for Shikigami, you have to play very, very carefully around this. And Vinny just takes down Ricky right away. No prison required. Ricky, wrong place, wrong time. Is able to bring himself back up with the res. Now here comes the Meteor Ram. Gen.G, so deadly this year so far. Drops it, finds the cloak in the back. 2 others already down. And, you know, Shikigami used a little bit of ult here, Vast, but it works out.
I mean, and the idea is perfect for them because they know, once again, we're still playing into the Iron Fist. We don't want to take, wait for the Iron Fist to get set up for Terra. We want to take a very aggressive 6v5 fight. We also know that Vinny's going to probably have the Strangling Prison, so we want to go first. We want to get value there. So Dink's popping the Eternal Bond early, just immediately going, just laying the fields everywhere to put the damage and the healing out for both himself and against 100 Thieves, and then pops the vulnerability, the Cape of Terror, just making sure they can get some value there. So now, Shikigami holding the point, 25% already on the board. And for 100 Thieves, it's a question of, okay, how do we break the hold? Are we going to send Terra behind? And the answer is more than likely yes, because you can see Terra already pressuring the point.
Yeah, I mean, Terra absolutely going to head to the back. Meanwhile, the real threat here in the front, Vinny dropping the Strangling Prison, carried by another Strangling Prison. Fate of Both Worlds going to be used to keep everyone alive in turn. Things stabilize a little bit. Vagamoto, though, going to be dropped here. TDK hits 2. Krasbag under the gun right now. Super, super low. Getting healed up, though, just in the nick of time. But in the skies, Delina laying down the death, finds another 2. And 100 Thieves, they're going to get this retake.
Keep going.
Now, that was an ult-heavy fight, though, all things considered. All the ults pretty much off the board here. So Shikigami can be pretty happy with that one in terms of leapfrog, because that's one of the benefits of winning the first fight, typically, is that you are going to have the better ult build. So now Shikigami get a little bit advantaged here. And really well played from 100 Thieves, just Delena again on the Goddess of Death. And that's kind of the benefit here of playing into the triple strategy, is that you can put a little bit more pressure in the strategist. They're going to have to back up. You know you're not going to have those ults post-ult fight in general. And Shikigami looking like they want to take the high ground here. Just remove them from this aggressive position. Just get them off here, making sure they can't pressure their backline.
He's waiting. Terra.
He is waiting.
Right. You guys can pass, but you guys, you don't have passes. You got to bounce it here on out. But for now, a little bit of damage on the back line. Harvey dropping the Eternal Bond under pressure. Delina working to the outside, looking for an angle. Vinny, the Strangling Prison, good to go. Drops it over. It looks pretty big. Is the Vaulter going to be here this time? And it is. TTK Vinny cleaning up the prison. And it's 100 Thieves maintaining control. Even with the Karma
Revival was used, though. I mean, everyone's going to be up at least. Everyone's going to be up here for Shikigami. So the good news is they're back in this fight immediately, and they all stay alive. And that's the most important part, is that, okay, you get to come back to this fight very quickly, but not if they get off of the Vagamoto.
Oh, it only hits Ricky. That's all it hits there in the moment, and Ricky is still completely okay. Krasmang, meanwhile, has Strangling Prison. Shikigami moving back on the point. They lose a Madian. They're still getting invested the prison, but without a Madian, I don't think they have the follow-through necessarily there, and they are just getting pummeled on back. Another fight where you use Karmic Revival, Vast, and the results, I mean, I feel like to me it is the most variable ult in the game, by far.
I mean, honestly, I think that was one of the best usage of it in general, is that, like, okay, everyone still stays up, Shocker stays alive to get the heals, but more importantly, I mean, they invested, I would say, some good after bad. Krasmang pops the Strangling Prison, hoping to get more out, but it just gets, I think it's like a wall there from Vinny, so pretty much no value gotten. And now they need to recontest. They need to touch the point here. Luckily, there is going to be a recontest available. They're here just in time. Just make sure they don't lose anyone.
They drop on down. Last chance here for Shikigami to take map 1. 100 Thieves almost there. Terra opens up here. Iron Fist. A Madian, though, into the backline. Both strategists for 100 Thieves are already dead. The dive from Shikigami, really, really strong here. And even if Terra's able to get another pick off while just suffering under the Mantis Sleep, not going to do too much. So another fight here gained for Shikigami.
And just look at how they took that fight. They all walk off the ledge as one. They make sure to immediately just, okay, we're going to use the Soul Bond to, as we just walk forward, we're going to ignore Terra because he won't be able to finish one off because of the Soul Bond. We're going to move forward, find 2 players with the vulnerability, which is exactly what they do from Dinks again. So Shikigami continue to play this death ball, this brawl style of, like, we're just going to walk into you, ignore, like, pretty much try to ignore the Iron Fist as much as possible. They're going to have some ults here in the bank. So pretty decent fight here, relatively even fight coming up here for the 100 Thieves for Shikigami. I mean, now they're just going to get through the choke, make it past some of these walls.
I mean, they're getting delayed a whole lot. They still have a little bit of time. It's basically one fight no matter what, so it's not that big of a deal. But you got to look what happens here with Vinny in the Strangling Prison. Harvey likely going to Eternal Bond in response. But Madian senses weakness, finds Terra low on the side, times the Galactic Legend, gets the pick off at 94%. Shikigami so close now to taking map 1 away from 100 Thieves. Up 6v4. They need a little bit more. Krausebank dropping the prison. Is this the end? TTK, meanwhile, huge Eye of Agamotto. Eye of Agamotto hits 4. TTK actually swapping this entirely around for 100 Thieves off the power of the Eye of Agamotto. The resurrection's coming on in from the team up, but here comes Terra into the backline. It says, you revive, I send you back to spawn. And it is turning into a bit of chaos as no one's stopping Terra here in the back.
Oh, Terra just cleaning up here. The Karmic Revival is active. Ricky gonna have the Soul Resurgence to get a little bit more health, a little more sustain. But look at Terra just feasting on them here. They're getting the Gods of Death. I mean, this is it, ZP.
Unbelievable turnaround off the Eye of Agamotto from TTK. 100 Thieves bring it on back and take map 1 away from Shikigami. But man, oh man, Golden Boy, it doesn't get any closer than what we just saw.
That was awesome. Holy crap, that was awesome. I was waiting. You see, the thing with Iron Fist is like, yeah, you know, he like Terra was getting neutralized a fair amount throughout that game, but you just need that one moment where Iron Fist could just be unbothered and just punch the crap out of everyone in the back line, and that is exactly the window of opportunity that Terra was given. Wild stuff, great game. Shikigami really, I think that game as well, Avast, was really a battle of the tanks. We were really seeing the tank duos have to really earn their paychecks today because they were doing a lot of work out there to try and keep their teammates. I mean, look at the damage blocked across the board. Just impressive from really both tanks. And you guys had noted that before, right?
100%. I mean, and especially with the Groots in general and how Groot is played right now and how strong Groot is in, I think, the overall meta. I mean, Groot is kind of the driving force a lot of how you're taking engagements, how you're mitigating the ults from other teams even without ults of your own strategist ults. So I do think that, like, for this matchup, it was kind of the battle of like, okay, who can get the better isolation sometimes? And I think in general, also because I think it was a really smart pick from 100 Thieves to put TTK onto the Doctor Strange, because Doctor Strange really good for just recontesting. Obviously, you have the portals, but for this map, for Baron T'Challa, you also have those huge high ground differentials, right? And they were using that a lot where TTK would come in late in the fight, drop the Agamotto. I mean, it literally was the map winning play there that ZP called out at the end, where TTK comes in late after they've already done the aggression, after they've already lost some of those picks, and gets 4. And it's just because of the ability to get to that vertical high ground very easily comparatively. Yeah,
and also I do want to know, I mean, TTK with those Eye of Agamottos were just, I mean, he's had a week with them. You know, we gotta ask him how, on average, how many is he hitting with those Agamottos? Because I feel like every time you say it, it's usually around 2, and you're getting some decent value out of that if you're neutralizing 2 people in a fight like that, and to be able to isolate them. Like, it really was the battle of the tanks. But ZP, you called it. You said this was 2 teams that, when it came down to those vanguards and how they play, those tank players, you had no idea where this would fall, and it kind of proved your point because it came down to the wire. Literally, it came down to one fight.
Yeah, quite literally the final fight. I think it was either all rounds went to 99-99 or it was pretty close. I mean, this was as back and forth as you mathematically can get on the domination map, where you go 99-99, one team gets around, 99-99, the other team gets around, and then you end on a 99-99 where one team gets 2 pickoffs and then loses only because of the most ridiculous of Eye of Agamotto plays coming in from TTK.
Gotta be ready for it, though.
If you're looking for entertainment value condensed within one Marvel Rivals map, this map basically had it all. Everything aside from a C9. That's all you need.
I'm glad we didn't get that, though. I'm going to be honest. I'm glad we didn't get the C9. If I'm going to say it, it's typically for the best, even though it can't be very funny. So I'm happy that did not occur, especially because this is going to be, I think, kind of a lights out match. And I'm sure we'll talk about it more, but I'm really excited to see how these teams go forward.
Yeah, that was awesome to watch. 100 Thieves games have been so exciting. By far one of my favorite, if not my favorite team in Marvel Rivals right now. Because go back and watch the RFN from the other night. That was so crazy. It was so fun to watch the Shroud-X and 100 Thieves clash the way that they did. And across like 10 maps, right? 100 Thieves played 2 series. They went to wire. Like, I mean, these guys are really, really impressive. and have found something. And I think also too, like, you know, we're praising Terra and his incredible Iron Fist, but what's insane is that he could just play pretty much any hero in the game. So he's like got this insanely deep hero pool that even if he's gonna pop off with the Iron Fist of Vast, you got to watch out because you have no idea what this guy is gonna bring to the table in map 2.
I think it's actually, once again, when we talk about some of the strategies here with this sort of fearless draft style, is a very, very smart way that 100 Thieves played this, because now Terra can still pull out like a Winter Soldier potentially, right? You can still have that come out, which is a pick that's been really good for them. A Wolverine even, that's still on the table. They have some good options that are still available for the duelist line. It gets a bit dicier because for the Vanguard line though, because I can't remember the last time I have seen the 100 Thieves Vanguard line play anything other than like Magneto, Strange, or Groot. Yeah. And 2 of those heroes have been used in the first map. So it's going to be a little interesting to see what they're going to play going into map 2. Now, obviously, it's not the end of the world. We do go to map 3. There are some backs, right? We could bring back some heroes for 100 Thieves if they needed to. But kind of a weird spot for me, and I just don't exactly know how they're going to look off some of their more comfort picks.
Yeah, makes it way more exciting, which is that's the best part about this whole setup here. I believe we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're also going to be showing some of the highlights from what's been going on over on the B stream. Lots of great matches. Remember, you can go and check that out at twitch.tv/Shroud. If you're watching this on Shroud's channel, also if you're watching on the RFN channel too, that's the B stream. You can go check it out over there. Got a full cast and crew handling all the operations going on there too, so make sure you check it out. But for now, enjoy these highlights as we get ready for map number 2. We'll be right back.
It's kind of weird almost, right? How much they love that hero.
Okay, a couple of those flame tornadoes eat it up. What an angle from Window, dropping it down on Aramora. They have a defensive shield, the Guardian shield of the Invisible Woman set up to try and defend her, but just managed to weave it around the back. Super Gomez still doing his best to brawl on out here. Is going to catch some dark energy off the Maelstrom coming through from the Doctor Strange. Desperation here. Month is going to move on forward with a damage boost to the Fate of Both Worlds.
I was taking so much pressure in this part's almost towards the end.
Almost towards the end, they've got to roll on in yet another America Hurricane ready to go. Of course, it's going to be answered by the Fate of Both Worlds, trying to chase out the Iron Fist now. He's gone deep in towards the backline, trying to force out those backliners. Nero's going to be caught by a Kunlun kick, and Super Gomez ready to get even more as they've managed to find the juicy innards of Envy's offense. He tries to move away in towards trying to weave it around that Guardian shield again, but it's easily dealt with. Amazing though was left isolated while the supports hid away in fear of the Meteor M. Cal going deep in towards the backline, can slam on down with that Meteor if necessary, but does not even need it. Both the strategists of Sentinels are going to fall, and Molteca will put up a valiant effort on the car. He's turned into a gravel driveway for Envy at the end.
Overtime ticking down. Super Gomez could potentially touch last second, but more than likely they're just going to give it up for now. 2 meters, 1 meters into the second phase on the street space.
Gal playing from above. Oh my goodness, the Flame Tornado is so difficult to deal with. It carves through Sentinels. Even with the Fate of Both Worlds active, the damage proves too much, because guess what? You're hitting souls as well. It's double damage when combined with the Eye of Agamotto. And a clean sweep for Sentinels.
Hero just able to just live it during that entire fight, but now here comes Cal's ultimate as well with Window in the sky. Both Supernovas out, but it's amazing to go down to Window in the sky and speedily comes down below with the team up.
Damage overwhelming. Techie blocked off from the healing of the Fate of Both Worlds via the Shield of Kaluj. A well-manufactured fight sends Sentinels packing. And it seems like Envy have finally figured out all the little nooks and crannies of how to make this composition work. Falling forth once again. Extra HP off the back of Crimzo's ultimate. Eye of Agamotto gets both Techie and Super Gomez. The focus fire is so huge. Cal just gets up close and personal, and a scatter shot of fire is too much to bear for the Iron Fist of Kunlun. Amazing though, strikes on back, finally putting their name on the board when it comes to this Human Torch. Quiet thus far, but loud when it matters. Multiple flame tornadoes eaten here by that ultimate. Aramori taken out midway through her roll, and guess what? It's once again time to spin and to win, and the flame tornado just keeps on rolling. Sentinels wiped off the board, but Envy have used most of their offensive power as we go into our final potential fight. Early onto the Captain America of all things. He's supposed to be evasive, and still in the back pocket, they have the ability to use that Fate of both worlds, and indeed now's going to be the time. Popped out by amazing Super Gomez. Both for Duel is stunned by the Eye of Agamotto, but so much value from Kaluj. Unreal value, and that means that a follow-up is just so easy. Who can challenge Cal now up in the air, flying above like an AC-130 and just laying down damage with impunity? No one can do anything about the Human Torch. You look to the back, Captain America's doing his best to deliver Liberty in 2 days or less, but the Supernova's good to go. Living Sheen now active, coming through from the Iron Fist. If they can find the backline, it could be everything. Gets one, gets two, there's no healing available. Takes to the skies, going after Cal, but Nova punching's not enough. The Flame Tornado's stronger, and even after using it in the previous fight, Envy farm enough to get yet another Flame Tornado combo. Now that is the storm of the century.
Time to switch.
But Super Gomez also having to just walk in. Supernova aggressive from Amazing, forcing out that invisible boundary. But Techie goes down before they can even use their own.
Techie too far forward. I think ended up in the invisible boundary for a while, so it was very difficult for the healers to try and connect those heals onto their vulnerable thing. And now Cal's just flying over once again. Like, so much impunity has been found by this player. Cal's just having an absolute vacation, living on an island, untouched, unbothered, moisturized in his lane, campfires burning, and so too is Amazing. From bodies, and you know what that means? It forces out both the Fate of both worlds. Everyone for now healed on up, eating up all of those flame tornadoes, and here comes the storm of the century once more. Oh, the invisible boundary. At this point, it is just a declaration of, oh, well, it's a celebration. It's a reward, actually, for Speedily, but that ultimate is used when they'd already done so much. They've got a fully loaded armory. They need to use it efficiently, and they're going to open up here with both Crimzo and Super Gomez. Additional survivability onto this backline. Yet with an attempt from Kaluj to try and turn this one around, but I don't think the Eye of Agamotto hit Paydirt really wants a flyer at this moment. They're flying above the dance floor. It's a disco in the sky, as it's going to be both the Storm and the Johnny, bringing in so much damage. The screen turns into a mess of pixels, and all you find on the other side is destruction and decimation of the remains of Sentinels, as their draft doesn't seem to have gone their way. Envy claim it 2-0.
Oh, jeez, man. I
Welcome back, everyone, to the Shroud Gauntlet. Here you got Golden Boy, Vast, and ZP as we have map 2 coming up here between 100 Thieves and Shikigami. In case you're just joining us here, 100 Thieves winning on Baron T'Challa 2-1. It was neck and neck as best as you could possibly get it. But now we're jumping into map 2 here, and we'll see what is the map for map 2. I didn't even catch that one, funny enough.
I believe it's Krakoa is where we're heading to.
Krakoa, okay.
I think that's why I read. I'm not 100% sure, but that sounds right to me, unless it changed. So it's going to be another domination. So if this is taken again by 100 Thieves, it could be a quick series.
And we're getting these bands and out of the way first. You got say goodbye to Human Torch, and as well as Namor, however you want to say it, out of this one. And the locks are starting to come in here. So you got the ladies rolling things out first for Shikigami. Luna Snow, Emma Frost, and Psylocke. Didn't see any Emma Frost on that first one, Vaso. Makes sense here that, you know, we'll get probably the strongest tank in the game in this map 2 situation.
Definitely, and for 100 Thieves, when we talked about a bit, like, these are some of their picks. I mean, there is one more tank to throw into the list that they have played. It is Emma Frost, right? So that's typically been their 4 rotational picks for the squad. Also, the 4 rotational picks for most teams has been like Groot, Strange, Magneto, Emma Frost. You know, that's been like the 4 most meta Vanguard picks here across the board. Especially if you want to potentially play like a Psylocke, you bring Emma Frost in, you get that team ability, you get some extra value, especially and also with the Magneto. So I do think it makes a lot of sense for these teams how they're sort of cycling those picks. And, you know, the band's also kind of running the way I might expect, because Shikigami, they don't really like playing the Human Torch that much, but they have played a bit in the past. So maybe for this map, they just want to get off the field.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Krakoa is like probably one of the bigger domination maps, right? It's it's like a pretty big skybox and stuff. So getting rid of some of those flyers are certainly going to be very helpful. And then, of course, you know, Namor for the range is always going to be something that you want to just neutralize and get rid of. So smart choices there across the board, liking what we're seeing so far here. But you know what, though? Yeah, 2 dominations back to back here makes you really wonder if you're facing off against 100 Thieves in the future, ZP. You're probably like, all right, these guys like to favor the domination maps. Okay.
Well, in this case, it was Shikigami who decided to bring him over.
Sorry,
the domination.
Shikigami, my bad. But yes, same difference. You're still looking at Shikigami. You're like, oh, you guys are trying to prioritize that. I mean, given what we saw in that first map, though, ZP, I kind of understand why they would go for it. They were playing 100 Thieves hard in that last one.
No, they really were. And it's also interesting, too. They go to Krakoa, and then you immediately take out Torch, because I would say from what we've seen, when he's allowed to be played, Torch is probably the most dominant hero on Krakoa, which, you know, kind of goes to your point. Is that, yeah. Oh, yeah, that was ridiculous on the B stream.
Yeah, we did see that, yeah.
We Envy busted out the Firestorm, the Storm Human Torch combo, and, you know, so long as I've casted Rivals, we have never seen anyone try and run Torch and Storm at the same time and actually use that combo, but it was working. I mean, it was just charring Sentinels to bits.
Fire everywhere, man. It was fire everywhere. It was crazy to watch. You saw it in the highlights in the break. But yeah, so I mean, but to that point though, ZP, I mean, still though, you got a Shikigami that does like to favor these. They smartly are banning where they know it's going to be a problem here. Where would you like to see them potentially round this out with the bans as we get ready? Because they still have plenty of options here to choose from. Ooh, Strange coming in for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I mean, it's kind of interesting because, again, I think both these teams really respect the tank play that the other team can bring to play. And also, I mean, if you are going to domination, I just think in terms of Vanguards that are good, I think the fact that Strange gives you another recontest when things are going bad is ridiculously valuable, especially on domination, even more so than the other map types. So I think when you're looking at what the other team is good at, you're respecting the fact that their Vanguards are really, really quite good. And then the same note, you're taking away a power pick that I think has elevated power a little bit right now, just given the fact that you can't swap to a Strange and just uses Portal for free. So strategy-wise, it's good, but also I love this ban from Shikigami taking away the Bucky in the middle of the ban phase here. I mean, you know that 100 Thieves, Terra does ridiculous things on the Bucky, and one of the few players that doesn't necessarily need like a strangling prison to make it work. I also think here, yes, okay, I was gonna say, are they gonna go Loki because of that? And the answer, yeah, they are gonna go Loki, and they don't have to worry about giving Terra free resets because of playing Bucky, because they got rid of it.
My boy, Steve Rogers, Captain America, is on duty. Love to see it, Avast. Going to be a great tank to be present in the back line as well to help out, take out some of those squishier targets and be very mobile on the map for this team.
Yeah, it is. I think in general, pretty interesting because we've seen Captain America make his way much more onto the field as we go on to the season 2 and beyond for a lot of these teams. Just applying so much pressure, being so aggressive, and also you get to treat his freedom charge, a bit as his ult, as like almost a strategist ult in disguise, because you're getting the extra bonus health, you're getting the movement speed buff as well. So a lot of teams kind of using that in place. If you don't have a strategist ult available, like let's pop this, we'll get a little extra sustain. So it does get a little bit of extra just value, I think, compared to some other Vanguard ults in terms of the difference it sort of applies on the field. My one, I think, concern here, if you're a Shikigami head, if you're a Shiki head out there, I do think that, okay, they're not playing Wolverine. I was going to be like, well, maybe Terra potentially plays like a Wolverine here, knowing that there's no Magneto on the field, but it's a pretty big map. I think instead they're wanting to try to play this Star-Lord style, have a lot more space, a lot more maneuverability, which makes a lot of sense, because if it is Krakoa is a much bigger map, like we talked about, and it's a little bit harder to make that work. So I do think these picks make a little bit more sense, in particular since Invisible Woman's still available, so you can drop the Guardian shields, you can be able to pocket your flyer for the Star-Lord a bit more.
Yeah, that is a good pick there for 100 Thieves. And Terra on that Star-Lord, I fully expect to absolutely pop off and get those openings. Because one of the things that I think was holding him back in that last one, whenever we were seeing it on the other side, when Shikigami would pop their Star-Lord ult to try, was really good use of the Cloak and Dagger bubbles that we were seeing from 100 Thieves. They were just not allowing them to get damage, and they were living inside of those bubbles, grouping up. He was like, no, we're going to all get together. So, you're not really going to have to worry too much about that here if you're Terra. So you kind of got to couple openings here to get these picks off. Anything you want to, what do you want to see them, Shikigami, round this off with, CP, if you had to make a pick?
Ooh, what do I want to see them rounded off here? I mean, you take a look at it. They've set their Vanguard line, and you're thinking, what are they going to do in terms of DPS? I mean, look, this is also a thing where players like Amadian have very good Hela play that you could bring into play here. Hela has not been banned. They didn't pick Hela back in the first map, and okay, they do go for Hela.
And shall receive.
Yeah, and I'll say here, we can't even see this in the chat because our app is working for this one. So that was pure guesswork, but it makes sense because you're going to have Star-Lord in the sky. I think Amadian is one of the key players you could look to be like, okay, just bring the Star-Lord down. Just get him out of there. So makes perfect sense to me.
You're going to have the space. You're going to have the space to do it. Bring him down, right? It's going to be very difficult. But if there's one player who could find those openings and be a nuisance in the back line and really get up in the face of everyone, it is going to be Terra. So I think it's going to be a tall task no matter how you shake it here, but the composition's all set out. Avast, when you're looking at these two comps, what are you favoring a bit more right now?
I mean, currently, I would say it's actually anyone's game. Realistically,
yeah.
I'm a little bit worried to a degree about like how the Captain America is going to work proportionally for Shikigami, just because they're not necessarily playing like a full dive style composition here. It's kind of a hybrid. Psylocke's going to be there to kind of support. I do think they're going to be using Captain America maybe either to split focus or when they go for maybe some more aggressive rust plays, because that's Shikigami. One of their bread and butter plays is really being like a very aggressive unit together and just following up off some damage and just going in all at the same time. So that's my one worry. But overall, I think it's pretty even across the board here, honestly. It's going to be a lot of interplay, as ZP called up, between the Hela and the Star-Lord, like, and even the Psylocks. I'm like, okay, are the Psylocks hunting each other effectively, right? Because Psylocks are going to be doing a lot of, like, invisibility duels on the flanks. The Hela's going to be watching the Star-Lord. Star-Lord's going to be watching the Hela. It's kind of that dance between the duelists of, like, who is getting the wins on the flanks and getting those picks that they need to just set up the next engagement.
Yeah, and then, keeping that in mind and looking at those duelist picks, ZP, that means that it really does put that pressure on to the Vanguards to really be the tip of the spear for either side here, just like the way it was in the last map, right? I think you're going to be seeing a lot of the Vanguards really earning their keep here because there's just a lot of work to be done on the ground while these guys are just shooting each other in the sky and crap,
What I'll say, though, is that, I think Vinny plays a really good Venom, and Vinny obviously plays a world-class Groot. I haven't necessarily been in love with Vinny's Magneto. Not that Vinny is bad at Magneto, but for teams that, just have such overwhelmingly powerful Vanguard players, I do think that's a little bit of a weaker spot, and it puts more emphasis on TTK, who's likely going to be on the Emma, to kind of do some of the heavier lifting, or, more on the duelist line that have Terra just go wild on the Star-Lord. But, realistically, there's a world where, you know, Vinny on the Magneto doesn't get as much done. It just leaves enough open for Shikigami to force us to a map 3.
Well, let's see if that ends up happening. Can Shikigami do it? Can they force that map number 3? We got a Vast and ZP on the call, and if it's anything like map 1, fellas, I think we're going to be in for a good one. Let's see how this shakes out.
You know what's interesting to me, Vest, is that this is also a world where you could have gone the DPS Jeff. Like, Shikigami, if they were comfortable with it, they could have run the cap Jeff, which is
they could have, but
which is strong. It's strong on this map. It actually works.
It does work. It is just unfortunately also because now we're locked into the bans, right? Jeff can be you're a little afraid to commit to Jeff. You know, they're afraid of commitment. Jeff, he's looking for love, but everyone's afraid to commit.
Oh god, Jeff is just not relationship material for most teams. Is what you're getting at here.
How does a land shark get a girlfriend? Find out.
Exactly. And, okay, how does Terra get back in the fight? Well, you just get dunked immediately. However, the counter from Delina, winning the Psylocke v Psylocke right after. 5-on-5. This is a little bit spicy here in this first engage here on Krakoa. 100 Thieves, Shikigami, both down 1, and TTK able to punish Krasmang, who's a little bit deeper. And look at Delina, just working to the back line, looking for the Hela. Ends up falling in turn, and Madian actually able to punish it. So still a little bit in contest, but it is Shikigami on the back foot.
Yeah, with those Vanguards going down a little early there for Shikigami, I mean, 100 Thieves is going to be able to take very, very aggressive control. They're set up here early. Got a mission about to be up for Harvey, but Shikigami answering that. So already, we're just seeing Delina here on the Psylocke, who it's not necessarily his signature hero, but he has looked pretty good in the past, though sometimes you wondered, okay, is he going to hit those highs that he did on the Hela? And he can. He's really, really talented. So 100 Thieves going to be taken to task in terms of how do we stop the ever-present Captain America on the flank. You know, you see him. He's running around. The music, it's fading in and out.
I mean, it's just obnoxious liberty in your face the entire time. He's just letting you know he's free at all points. But 100 Thieves going to come in here with the cloned Invisible Woman ult here from Harvey. Still hanging on to it. Hasn't dropped it here just yet. Vinny under a little bit of pressure, building towards Meteor M. Shikigami going to be coming in here at the dancing first, forcing out the invisible boundary from 100 Thieves. But here we go. Vinny, Meteor M. What you got, Vinny? Goes over. Quick little dunk on the Ricky. Really nice start. And Madian now going to try and salvage things here with the Goss of Death. And wait, what? Krasmang got into Harvey. I think Harvey got hit with the Hela bolt, and Krasmang finished it off, but didn't get out cleanly. Meanwhile, Delina into the backline, regen domain. In response to the dance of the butterfly, Delina's gonna get out, and that's still not a bad use of resources. You get the regen domain out, and the rest of 100 Thieves still can pressure Shikigami back.
Problem here is like no land has been taken, no space has been taken just yet, as both the Sonic Seductions being traded here just a bit. Melophobia gonna go down, and there's still no advantage for Shikigami, and there's just more ults pouring out 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves doing a great job maintaining control on the point. Nearly giving it up here for a second, but still keeping a toe on the point. Ricky still dancing. Dance about to fade. Krasmang can go in for a Liberty Rush here, but 100 Thieves in the neutral looking great as Delina finds the opportunity on the dinks. Gets that. Ends up falling in turn, though. The great response. Freeze on the other side. Evens it up. But the problem for Shikigami, they need point control, even though they've been fighting kind of evenly. Avengers assemble. Liberty Rush hopping on in.
And now, finally, Shikigami just in firm control. They've had this flip for a little bit. 100 Thieves going to back up, going to run away from the Captain America ult. Look to come back in here. They know they're going to have the copy. They got missions up. They're going to take this space with that invisible boundary with the copy. Shikigami just going to have to wait to return.
All right, invisible boundary is used. Shikigami going to go clone themselves, hop on over. Now can Shikigami make something happen here? Keep 100 Thieves out. 100 Thieves still working on the big advantage. Shikigami in control of the point. Sonic Seduction in here from TTK. Sets up Vinny for one off the Meteor M. Harvey getting Melophobia right on after. Madian, though, still doing work on the outside. Here comes, though, the dance of the butterfly. Into the backline is Delina. Nothing stopping that. Picks up another 2. And 100 Thieves should be getting this first round. Wait,
now Madian finds several and gets the team up to get more.
Never
but the thing is, it's fine. No, but the thing is, there's still a Galactic Legend, ZP. There's still a Galactic Legend.
Yeah.
They need to touch. They have to touch. I don't think they'll be able to touch the point. They won't be able to. And it looked dicey. I know you want to be like, whoa, like the clutch is happening. The clutch is happening right here. But unfortunately, they just didn't have the space. But it was close. I do think Ricky's going to have the worst day of their life. I'm not gonna lie, ZP, during this map, Ricky's having the worst day of their life because of the fact that you're playing Luna Snow, Fate of Both Worlds, and it's the most juicy, plump target for a Meteor M when you're sitting there dancing on the ground, and you just want to take it out. Well, what can? A Meteor M, and Vinny's done it twice now. into Ricky because there's no bubbles. You don't have the bubbles. So much of this relying on Scatter Genji just hopefully to be able to block it with their shields, just like maybe find something to just deny it. But the Mind Aegis, a little bit longer of a cooldown there.
Well, I think the other problem that you have here too is that when you think about the mirror matchups that you usually get here in Marvel Rivals, Meteor M has to be used more as a defensive ultimate. Like, usually you can tell when the Meteor M is going to come out because it's in response to a Galactic Legend. Overall, Vinny is more free to just use Meteor M offensively in this setup here. So it's way more of a threat to a Luna than it would be in some other situations where you can, kind of manipulate things so you're not dancing underneath Magneto when the Meteor M comes out.
I must do something.
For sure. So now, rolling on into the second round, Shikigami. I mean, the ideas were good, right? Like, there was a lot of back and forth dueling here. Currently, it just is an issue of like, okay, we need a little bit more sustain. And I think Vinny, just the fact that they're able to save the Magneto for this map, having that Magneto in the bank just allows you to just take these really aggressive fights. We have that Meteor Room available to counter some of the strategy rolls. So once again, a really good usage of this draft system we're using here.
Melophobia, dance to the butterfly, ready to go. Shikigami, a little bit more aggressive position here in the point. 100 Thieves, slow the contest. Vinny just getting chunked, but getting healed up in turn. Regen domain already forced out here for Shikigami, so 100 Thieves getting some key resources out. Melophobia, though, eager to dance right now, is what we're seeing. Off to the back line, dance to the butterfly, good to go. Ricky finds Vinny pretty early. Invisible Boundary was dropped here for 100 Thieves, but wasn't in time to save Vinny, who was just a little bit out of position. So Shikigami, they get first control of the point, and you look at Melophobia, still going to the back, and finally says it's time to dance. Is this gonna hit pay dirt right now? Not so much, but while you're looking there, you're not looking at Madian, who picks off one.
Oh, this is so sad for Melophobia. I mean, they chased so deep using the end of the Fate of Both Worlds, but they still had the Guardian Shields. They had the patty cake. No one goes down. Well played from Krasbang, though, to force the regeneration domain early before this fight begins. So with that, they're going to have the freedom charge. They're going to have a lot of sustain here for Shikigami to just wait for Melophobia to make it back. So far, the pressure being really, really strong for Shikigami.
Trade-outs happening again at point. Both teams down one. Ricky, though, you say Ricky was going to have the worst day of their life, but Ricky's like, I choose violence instead on some of these last few engagements. 100 Thieves, though, they're over there, Invisible Boundary into Psionic Seduction. TZK trying to shut this down here and now. The dancing, though, on the other side, as Krasbang says, have you heard about my liberty? Walking on forward. In the end, though, both teams looking for a key initial pick. Terra dropping Galactic Legend, force a little bit back. Instead, just decides to throw a little bit of damage to the Captain America shield. Vinny, though, Meteor M, still looking into the back, doesn't find anything. Shikigami still control the point, but Delina with the dance, finally onto one. Terra finish off Krasbang after. 100 Thieves getting control of the point.
And Shikigami can be pretty happy with this. I mean, get the Invisible Boundary out late, 66% here on the board for the bank. Just can play for some good fights, and this is exactly what you want to see from this composition, is that Krasbang being annoying, being worrisome the whole time, and interestingly enough, making sure to save that freedom charge, save that ult there for the pretty much the Sonic Seduction, because it doesn't really matter if Captain America is going to run at you, because guess what? He's healing himself. He's healing his team the entire time with the trail. He lives behind him, even though he's running towards you. He's being a nuisance, even while mind controlled. That's just the power of liberty, you know? So right now, Shikigami just looking to set up another fight here again, pressure the point, with Madian down early.
Ricky, though, finishes the kill on the Vinny right on after. However, Krasbang down. 100 Thieves definitely getting the better of this back and forth here so far. But look at Shikigami trying to focus on point, nearly capping it the other way. Melophobia gets on the back, punishes Terra. This is something that Shikigami can still be scrappy, still fight through, especially the dance of the butterfly up and over. Melophobia down! Was going for the dance, and Delina just denies it, rejects him right in the face. And that is brutal coming on in.
Now Krasbang, though, gonna throw the shield, actually get that pick from Galeno, who's trying to disengage off the point now. Gets here onto the backline, gonna make them turn. So Shikigami still, they're gonna have the point control. They're gonna have a lot of the space that they need. 100 Thieves need to be careful. They don't want to lose any picks too early here, because this is a last fight scenario. They need to come back in, build some ults. It's gonna be pretty much a 5 ult v 5 ult fight coming up.
92 to 47, Shikigami in control. Terra, though, first pick here on the Madian. What more is on the way? Invisible Boundary from 100 Thieves looking to solidify Ricky dancing in turn. Gen.G gonna be dropping here the Psionic Seduction, trying to open an opportunity here for Shikigami to turn this fight. Delina, though, forced back. Dance the Butterfly in reserve. Psionic Seduction now in for TTK. 100 Thieves fully investing. Another strategy assault gone in turn. Here comes Vinny over the top. Meteor M looking, waiting, connects, and sets up Terra right on after. 2 for 100 Thieves as they look to keep this round alive.
And though Ricky had chosen violence for so long, Ricky can only have can't even do violence while in the Fate of Both World. And unfortunately, The Meteor M, just such a strong counter there versus the Fate of the World. It's classic. It's just a classic counter. You just save this. I remember when everyone discovered, it's like, guys, what if we just saved the Meteor M to burst through the strategy ult? Everyone's like, what? It was like Caveman discovering fire, and you're seeing it here again. It's been so long since we've seen it, since there's no Magneto on the field for Shikigami, but it's just the truth, and that's why I think right now Vinny may be a very classic target or someone that's to be pressured a lot because they just don't want to have the Meteor M to deal with it when the Fate of the World comes out. Shikigami now looking for the recontest. Have to worry about the Dance of the Butterfly, but a little bit of time to build up their ult bank here. Just take some duels here on the flank.
Hey, take a look at this. 100 Thieves, one fight away from advancing. Shikigami running out of time after losing first round to Lena. Oh, it just down to they had an opportunity instead. Dinks with the dink. Living up to the name. You lose your Psylocke early. It's pretty rough. Harvey now gonna try and buy some time here with the strategist ult. Slow things down here with a cloned invisible boundary. Shikigami though, working with 6. And Abadian, they think they got an opportunity. Up over here. Goddess of Death shooting bolts randomly here into the abyss. Is anything gonna be found? Looks to the backline, goes, oh, okay, there's someone back here. However, now Ricky moves on forward. Fate of both worlds gonna use here. Abadian healed on up, able to get in that dance party. Shikigami now try and take the fight over the 100 Thieves. They get one here so far. The dive looking good, but here comes Terra into the back line with the Galactic Legend and does not want to be seduced. Knows that they would be weak to Emma in the moment and has to just lose most of the Galactic Legend. Overtime, now in progress, Vinny. Meteor M, can he do it? One more time, up and over, no! Hits the rim as Madian punishes Vinny in turn. Shikigami desperately trying to force a third round here. They're nearly there as TTK goes down.
And they're gonna do it. Third round here. Shikigami. I mean, the pick on Delana losing the Dance of the Butterfly too. Canceled. Losing that ult. Just so important because pretty much the cascade effects there. The butterfly effects, if you could say. After the loss of the Dance of the Butterfly means that they can save their strategist ults. They can just zone around the point, wait for the invisible boundaries to be over, and re-engage with the Fate of Both Worlds that comes out from Ricky later. And that was exactly what they needed, and really well played. And Melophobia heating up here a bit. Obviously may not be the, overall just the hottest stat line right now, especially compared to Amadian, who's obviously looking really, really good in the hella. But I think Melophobia doing a really good job of keeping the control of Delana on board there in that second round.
Also, the thing that I've been a fan of too here is I think Ricky has had a ridiculous game so far. I mean, really well-timed ults when the time has come out to dance, but also more DPS contribution than you would expect from your strategist player at times. I've seen this over and over again when we watch Shikigami, and we talk about the tank line, especially when you have Krasmang on the Groot, but man, oh man, Ricky's great. I truly, a little bit of glazing here, but I love what Ricky is able to do at times.
We allow it. We go a little Dunkin' Donuts mode sometime. It happens. Like, that's fine. We'll allow the glazing to occur because sometimes you got to talk about it. Shikigami looking to potentially take this map. 100 Thieves still looking pretty good. Gonna have some ults coming up the invisible boundary soon, but I'm feeling it. I'm smelling some liberty, perhaps. Some freedom. Could be arriving soon from Krasmang.
And nothing says freedom like yelling and getting in the opponent's face. It's truly America build in all ways, as Krasmang doesn't quite drop the Liberty Rush here. Just setting down.
Oh, no.
No, there was no freedom to be found. Krasmang just got thrown into the gulag as we start things out here. And now, great opening from Shikigami, or rather, great opening from 100 Thieves, slowing things down a little bit. Vinny able to take down Scary Gen.G, and Shikigami just losing players bit by bit here. First control of the point has already gone to 100 Thieves, and the longer you can drag this out of Vast, the better.
And also, I mean, even worse here is that Shikigami are so split. They're so split, you have to be careful of just not losing any limbs late on the chase, some of those chase downs, but not going to happen. Krasmang going down very, very early there in that fight means, I mean, you just don't have enough point presence, you don't have a lot of point control, but losing that second Vanguard. Still, ult's going to be on board for both these squads. Shikigami may be full pressured to maybe pop some strategy ults before Vinny going to get this Meteor M. But right now, Krasmang just trying to set up here on the flank, just trying to make sure it keeps some eyes on Delana, because they know Delana's just trying to play the off angle.
Terra, enough, opens up the fight here with the Galactic Legend. Krasmang just getting pummeled at the same time, and Terra changing targets, finding dinks. One good strategist pickoff, often all you need here, Avast. I mean, you're working at a big advantage now, and oh man, the blaster barrage from Terra, so well timed, forces out the Fate of Both Worlds, but still wasn't enough to save one in the backline. Terra gives their life for it, but Shikigami now probably about to dump the ult bank to try and make this worthwhile.
Yeah, they're exactly right. That's going to be the Captain America ult coming on out. along with the Sonic Seduction, so everything's really just committed. But Harvey saving this invisible boundary to try to help break that LOS just a bit here. Such a crucial play there from Harvey for 100 Thieves. Craftsman looking to set up the engage again onto the backline. You see Melophobia. They're making their way back there. They're trying to find them both. Both the invisible women, because of the copy, just back.
Meanwhile, Vinny, Meteor M, no. Airball that time around. Not going to get anything. Meanwhile, TTK really, really low right now, getting heavily pressured. Is TTK going to survive? TTK is going to get just enough healing, but 100 Thieves is still forced back from some of the pickoffs there, Vast, and Shikigami is on the board. But if you're 100 Thieves here now, you only need like 1.5 fights, and that's it. You move on.
Ooh, and regeneration would have been forced so early there to help support Krasbang. Shikigami trying to go for this really aggressive poke near the portals, constantly reappearing, just exiting, backing on up. And sure, you're going to build a lot of ults, but 100 Thieves now, they know there's no region domain. They built some ults of their own. Just trying to walk on forward, clear some people from the point.
Canadian under all sorts of pressure for Shikigami. Healed up just in the nick of time. Ricky, the right dance in the moment, keeps Canadian alive. Meanwhile, Galactic Legend from Terra starting to fade. Blaster Barrage towards the end. Ricky still dancing, but it's about to fade. Now he took a look at Delina. This may be the time to dance. Waiting here into the backline. Harvey to drop the invisible boundary. Melophobia gets terrible as it's going over in, so Terra gone. Shikigami still looking pretty good here. Gen.G hanging on to the Sonic Seduction, probably about to let it rip. As Shikigami buys really valuable time right now, nearly evening it out. Delina, dance to the butterfly, regen domain though, really gonna limit its impact.
And there's going to be a Sonic Seduction as well from Gen.G, just making sure that no one can fall off of that. They can't get any extra pressure. They're just holding this corner so aggressively, holding to this TP. Krasbang going to jump on in, makes them more space. They're chasing them down. ZP, they're holding. They're looking really good. And Shikigami potentially looking to equalize, take us another map. Because right now, I mean, look at the bank for them too. They're going to have both duelist ults. They're going to have the Freedom Charge. 100 Thieves, so much pressure here on Vinny to maybe just like burn through one of the upcoming ults. I mean, the Meteor is going to be the only thing on the board, just survive long enough to potentially get the invisible boundary for SJP.
100 Thieves, they're pushed to the brink. They get one more fight here, or as you say, we are going to a map 3. Shikigami, though, should they lose this next fight, that could be it. 100 Thieves, you know you got to look to here. You got to look to Vinny. Vinny, ready to play a little B-ball. The magnetic Meteor M. We'll see where this one goes. Krasbang opening up here at the Liberty Rush. Vinny looking. Regen domains are out. Is anyone not in the domain? No. Has to just throw it into the... They can't touch! They don't touch!
Oh, disaster again, ZP, because the Meteor M. TTK backs off a bit off the point after not finding anything, and they can't touch. Oh, we're tied up, and another Charlie Niner occurs here. Ricky just going to be singing on top of it too, just dropping a little victory ballad, a C9 ballad even.
Oh man, oh man, did not see that one coming. Not at all. Not with the way that it felt like things were really going to go in that favor for 100 Thieves, and they were going to end this one 2-0, but nope. We're going to map 3, and that is going to add a very fun wrinkle. And we're also going to see on the mainstream for the first time, bringing back 2 heroes per team, right?
Yes.
So that is going to be a big change. We had mentioned what were going to be some of the heroes that they might be bringing back, so we'll talk about that in a little bit. But we are going to a map 3, thanks to Shikigami. And I got to give them credit for that first hold where they were able to go past the 70-point threshold there, because it was looking really dicey there for a minute, but they played really good, aggressive, position control, right? They weren't trying to allow them to come back in, and it was only until they felt like, okay, maybe there's something behind us that we're going to have to worry about. But even then, they were so good at playing together up front that you never really felt like, or they rather weren't really putting themselves in really bad positions. So something I'm taking away from this series is that I have loved the teamwork of Shikigami and how they work together, despite them losing, despite them winning this one and everything. I've just really liked the way that this team has held it together as far as a unit goes.
Yeah, they were kind of a dark horse team because the original Shikigami roster, got poached. They weren't with them anymore, and they debuted then, and we hadn't really seen them at all in the MRC or the MRI. And now they come out and they're and we saw them in the RFN. We're like, whoa, this team's really good. These players are solid across the board, kind of a new crop of talent. And it's just continued to just prove that, they have a lot, not only just great overall, very star players, but also look really holistically good in terms of how they're playing their comps, how strategic they look across the board. I mean, you just see them play it here, and the pressure they're constantly putting up with Krasbang on the Captain America. I mean, this team is a threat, a real threat.
Yeah, they definitely are, Zeep. Definitely are.
Oh, yeah. And here's what I think, though. I think map 3 is going to be interesting because you're going to expose the true character, the soul of these teams. What they cannot live without is really what you get with the bring back. Like, you get to peer into their innermost being. And at the innermost being of both Shikigami and 100 Thieves, you know what I see? I see a forest. I see Groot coming back on in, even when other things may not. Yes.
Get some tree on, get your tree on, you know. You're gonna get the Ents rolling deep here. They're gonna roll with their boy Groot, so that you know, like him showing up at the NBA Finals, just Groot with it. But he does this with dirt instead of like dust, like LeBron does. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to be getting some more Groot. It's 2 per team, right? 2 per team.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so Groot for sure. I think we're going to get that one, but who will be that second option on each side? I can think of some players, some options, but I'm curious what you guys think. Vass, you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at all the band graphic again, just off the top of my head, but I do think like it's one of those things that part of the reason we have this back system, right, that ZP had talked about earlier, is that because there's a little bit less strategists and vanguards than there are the duelists in general. So typically, I feel like the backs are going to be reserved for bringing back those picks because obviously Groot, for sure. But okay, we've seen Invisible Woman played. We've seen Loki played. We've seen Luna Snow played. We've seen, you know, Cloak and Dagger played. What's left now? We have Mantis, I think Adam Warlock, and, you know, probably we could maybe see like a Rocket Raccoon. So you could make that work. You know, there's something there to throw it, put it in the pot, slow cook it a bit. You do have like a back line that could happen, but more than likely it could potentially just bring back one of those strategist picks as well. Unless like a team is going to be really pressured to not have maybe a favorite duelist pick. You know, for 100 Thieves, like let's bring back let's have a Winter Soldier. Though I guess to be fair, I don't think they got banned previously, so we haven't actually seen a Winter Soldier get played yet for them. So they don't
Winter Soldier got banned in this one.
So if anything, Shikigami, I think they're going to be feeling the pressure of maybe bringing back like a Cloak and Dagger because they really like playing Cloak and Dagger and utilizing that utility. 100 Thieves maybe having a little bit more freedom to maybe bring back a duelist.
Good call. All right. Well, here is you can see the bans or what the picks were and what they are not allowed to play going into map 3. Granted, though, I believe like, you know, was it Groot and them are not available, but because those were banned before. Actually, no, I stand corrected, right? They used them all, so now they can't pick any of them. They just get the 2 back and then whatever's left over. Right.
Right. And for me, I think it's straightforward. I think for both teams, it's probably going to be bring back Groot, bring back Luna. I think you need strong strategist play here. Maybe they could go Invisible Woman over Luna, but okay. So Shikigami decides first. We are bringing back Luna, and I think it's smart to do that because it doesn't show your hand. Okay, 100 Thieves bring back Strange. I think okay, it makes sense given the power of Strange Pearls and everything else that you're going to bring him on back. But surely you'd think the next Protect for 100 Thieves that they're going to bring back is. Okay, it's going to be Loki.
Okay.
I actually did not expect this.
I think it depends on what our map's going to be a bit, but I think these are both picks that obviously 100 Thieves feel really standard. Loki, I mean, is just like the standard, like you're kind of a staple of almost every strategist backline. So to me, I'm a little surprised because I don't feel like, I think they must really like TTK on the Strange because TTK looked really good on the Strange. He looked really, really solid on it. And also, I think there is one extra component, which we talked about, ZP, is that Strange still gives you an extra opportunity, that extra chance to touch, right? You get the portals back, which is something that no one else really brings to the field. You get the, he's kind of the public bus hero, he gets transportation to and fro that no one else can really do, you don't get that. You don't get the S line, the Strange line for anyone else. So I do think that this is very important for them and something that you could value in a last map scenario, just getting that extra, especially with some of the C9s that have been very prominent.
Oh, yeah. Also, another clarification, the protects only apply for the team or it's universal for both teams?
It only applies for the team that brought it back. So 100 Thieves is not
the bans are universal, but the protects are for both teams or are isolated to the team.
The protect is just for your own team. And then in terms of bans, you can't ban something that's brought back. So you can't go, it's like, oh, you really want to play Strange? We're going to ban Strange. So, but on the same note, you still have to pick it. So if for whatever reason you wanted to go full gamesmanship here and bring back Strange and then not draft Strange, you could do that.
Did you see what got protected? Captain America.
Oh, okay.
Captain America, a little cap.
That's weird.
Huh?
No,
it's
I thought it'd be Groot.
Maybe, I mean, maybe. I think, well, here's an interesting thing, is that, well, no, because they've already been played, so I'm like, you can't really do that again. I was about to say, like, okay, do you play like this triple strategist brawl? I mean, you still could, I guess. There's enough on the field maybe for Shikigami where, you know, what we haven't seen is a Jeff the Land Shark. And typically, sometimes a lot of teams have played when you were playing. It sounds crazy, but some teams have played this Captain America style where you send Jeff and Cap to be like kind of your flankers. You treat Jeff as a third duelist almost. And, you know, with Luna Snow being back, they still have Rocket Raccoon. It's very possible that could occur there for Shikigami. So maybe could go that angle. It just depends because they didn't save any other of their traditional Vanguard picks, really. Unless they want to maybe pair it with the Strange themselves. So could be the angle.
All right, well, we got our protection. Do want to just give a heads up. We're going to take a quick break, mostly because a few of us got to use the bathroom. So, and then we're going to get ready for the next game. So we're going to go quick break real fast, show you the highlights that's been going on. Everything's going to be still going on with the bans and protects. We'll come right back and do it, but, you know, just bear with us. We'll be right back. Take care.
Of those strategists, a big dink coming through onto Adam Warlock and a finish as well there from Eggsy, but already the damage has been done in the back line. Arso has started marauding and he's found himself the juicy innards. The cream has been absolutely found and the crops have been sown.
Right,
just wait. Going to be Luminosity running, going for a resurrection. He's going to bring Chocolate back into the mix in the midst of all this.
With that ultimate,
Eggsy has himself the killing field.
Follow up, and right now, look how much focus coming through. They do use extra health pool to work with, then go in with that ultimate, use it to follow up.
Always damage boosted here by the Mantis, of course, has the Goddess of Death necessary. And that's, oh my goodness, Marsh just got absolutely pooped on. There's no other way to put it. Eggsy just puts him in a box, and there's no resurrection available. Now, with most of their damage being taken off the field, that's going to be calling it for Luminosity NA, but that's good because they're not wasting any time. But this engagement can't be slowed down, though. KD is trying to shut it down themselves, managing to slow this one up. And that's actually meaning that Luminosity NA's disengage gets very little value.
Yeah, buying that extra space, like you said. Maybe it was a bit of that IKEA assembled furniture that you mentioned earlier, though, as they have to come back against the fate of the worlds, right? So much sustain. Now they come back in. Mantis ultimate. Does Luminosity have an answer?
They need to here. They need to touch. Overtime sticking down. The Captain America just about leaps onto it, using the Liberty itself. Eggsy now looking for one of those squishy targets. Sonic Seduction drags them all in. It's an absolute frenzy. Target practice for Eggsy.
They run forward deep with March's ultimate. Can they find any pickoffs? But it's against the Soul Bond, so look how much sustain they have there.
You check the rosters, I'll check the corners. Brownie already falling down there. Super Galactic Legend, but the remainder of the team remain unbothered by this. Trying to get rid of that additional overhealth. Snake is just decimated. Should be able to resurrect themselves off the back of that team up, and indeed they do, straight back into this fight. Luminosity NA surely are going to be able to grab this first capture here. Cadia doing their best to just keep it contested for a moment longer, but Luminosity once again starts strong. Make sure that everyone gets plenty of overhealth. Everyone's assembling furniture at the moment, sitting down on the floor, complaining, stubbing their toes and cutting themselves on screws. Brownie's gone down too. An absolute forceful entry here from Luminosity. Great ebb and flow.
That res was enabled because of them holding on to Arso's ultimate. They were able to come back through with basically another strategist ultimate. Now it's just cleaning house. Gen.G fully wiped off the face of this map. And like you said, LG dealing with Emma Frost's seduction very well, and the whole time, Katie just kind of bouncing around the objective. Shirley is going to fall eventually, and we're heading to that third round, which is honestly favored for LG. With the revival, though, so he will be in it. Also, you have the Captain America to sustain, and right now, Gen.G are in a rough spot. Snake going to go down. Xy's at the back of the map, needs to find a pick. Snake's going to be back in the fight after a res. Damage boost immediately shortly onto Xy as well, as he's going to find Spenny, and finally, the first fight might be over as Gen.G relied on just a few shots from Xy, and also good disengages from them, honestly.
Manages to break free of that, however, using the healing coming through from the Luna Snow. Is going to be chased on down by these Vanguards. Should be able to self-resurrect if that's going to be the call here. But LG, they've already lost so much, they might actually call this one.
Yeah, this is so strange right now. I feel
one last chance to try and make this one work. Brownie dinked by Dreadhead. Oh, Brady is absolutely popping off. Could go for an emergency res here. Does have the Soul Bond already active for Soul Resurgence as well. Everyone's souls are feasting right now. But Gen.G have used so much just to get back into this fight already, and they've lost control of the point. March thinks that they can be the final note in this symphony, and here comes the crescendo of absolute power from the Galactic Legend. A perfect timing, and Gen.G losing the point in the midst of all of that made their investment null and void. Everybody else on the point at the moment, but Dreadhead was knocked out of it, kicked out after the Carbon Crush was delivered. Up to the sky goes the Meteor M. Shroud-X Seduction grabs multiple players. Brownie singled out by Alfie for some special treatment, and it's going to be the Galactic Legend that's out over the coasts of being in T'Challa, which attempts to try and turn this one back. A wild attempt at tracking in the air here from Chopper as they chase down the Star-Lord. Peter Quill, return to me. I demand your presence on the point. A Soul Resurgence drags everyone in. Over health and movement speed given over to all and sundry for Luminosity as they quickly manage to just break their way through Gen.G. Both overlaying their support ultimate. Snake could be the real key here. It's going to have the last strategist ultimate available after all else is finished, and this could be a critical error here for the side of Luminosity. Exy takes to the skies. Oh, Snake is down with the Soul Resurgence active. Yeah, there's going to be a resurrection, but it might be too late. Sonic Seduction takes everyone out. Paradox was trying to hide away, but Katie is there, making sure the pressure continues. Alfie is going to be in major trouble here. Mortar after mortar rains down from the sky, and Exy is absolutely the goddess of death. Her army is absolutely surging in numbers as soul after soul join the ranks of the damned, and Gen.G, off the back of some good fight economy and excellent cornering of Luminosity's strategists, managed to turn this one around.
What a combined effort from Gen.G to win the first map on Burn of T'Challa. I think we're in for an incredible series leg day as they were able to finish it out on Warrior.
What's good, everyone, and welcome back to the Shroud Gauntlet. We just had to take a quick break for a second there, little 10-1, you know, because we're human and there's only so much we can do while we consume lots of liquid. So let us continue forward here. 1-1 in the count if you're just joining us, folks. And it has been a really awesome day because we've seen some cool compositions, unique ideas. It's been fun to watch so far. But of course, you don't just catch the action over here. You can also see the action going on over toward our Bravo stream as well, which you can find at twitch.tv/Shroud. Make sure you type that in, not Shroud, Shroud. Put that into your search bar. You'll go ahead and find that one. That's where you can see the Gen.G Luminosity game, which is also tied at 1-1 right now. So both teams really sending it over on the Bravo stream. Here, though, on the Alpha broadcast, we have a 1-1 count between Shikigami and 100 Thieves, and not a lot has changed. So that's also a reason why I felt quite comfortable going to a break, because not a lot has really changed from when we got the Protect. Now we have some of the bans locked in here. Jeff is banned, though. So
no.
I wonder if that was in response to they saw the Cap and was like, nah, we ain't gonna let Cap and Jeff run out there and be a little dynamic duo together. They clipped the wings off of that one really fast there, ZP.
That is so funny too, because apparently, you know, just on the break, trying to keep an eye on things. Apparently, people are saying the Shroud, the one hero he wanted to see today was Jeff, and now you have the stage says like, oh, we're getting really deep here in the map 3. Is Jeff gonna come out? Yeah. We got the Jeff representation in the bans. People specifically taking Jeff out back and shooting him. Well, in this case,
oh my gosh,
there's no Jeff.
That's what happens. That's what happens.
What do you think happens in your ban? Like, it's a heroes fight until they fall, and he's not fighting right now. He's not fighting.
Marvel superheroes going to the glue factory after they've been banned.
Yes.
Going, oh man, what's the name of the big old prison that they have too? The cellar, I think it's called, or something like that. The one that they were all trapped in at the end of Age of Ultron. Yeah, that's where they're at right now. They're in prison, basically. Okay, well, Wolverine is going to be removed for Shikigami, but let's talk about some of these picks here because I don't think we got like maybe one Human Torch on the show. I think it was for map 1. And then since then, we haven't really seen much Torch since, but Shikigami is going to have access to that as well as the Invisible Woman, which I didn't realize that they never ran. So that actually is a good combination of Ass for them to have going into the last map here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, able to keep the Invisible Woman is a pretty strong pick overall. And it's kind of the benefit of also having the triple strategist pick in your backline with the Mantis and Adam Warlock is that, okay, like, we don't have to worry about potentially, like, protecting or bringing back an Invisible Woman later on. I do think this is a pretty interesting idea from them. And, you know, some of the gamemanship that comes with how we're doing this draft system, right, is that you can save it towards the end. Because, you know, 100 Thieves are going to have a Loki and you can copy, you know, it's probably going to be, for them, I guess they're protecting it's going to be like a Rocket Raccoon, because they already played Invisible Woman, they've already played Cloak and Dagger, they've already played Luna Snow, they're not bringing back. So it's probably going to be a Rocket Raccoon copy.
Yeah.
More than likely for 100 Thieves with the Loki. So I do find that pretty interesting. It's also what's interesting is that they removed the Storm Mist because they saw what happens on B Stream. Some of the highlights that were happening there were Cal dominating, right? We were having the Firestorm come out, which is something we hadn't seen a lot of. So like, no, we're not going to bother with that team up. We don't want the Storm Human Torch team up. But Shikigami looking like they're in a pretty strong position for Flyers in general here. So maybe for 100 Thieves, going to be focusing a bit more on the ground game.
Yeah, without the something I've noticed, ZP, is like certain compositions, certain combos are a lot stronger because you don't have the capability to be able to swap out. So yeah, like we said, that Storm Human Torch combination to make those firestorms, not something you see all the time on, you know, like an RFN or like an MRC matchup, but you see it here because you don't have many other options to deal with those choices because you got to lock into your heroes, right?
Well, not only that, but also, I mean, the third map is very interesting because, okay, you got to bring back 2 heroes, but both teams brought back a strategist and a vanguard as we expected. Your duelist pool is still completely drained right now, which is totally fine. There's a whole lot of duelists in the game, but while I'm not saying we're about to see a Mr. Fantastic, for example, the fact remains is that you got more of a possibility of seeing some duelist here in the third map that normally you would never see because it's just not there. You know, one duelist I think that, you know, every now and then we see on the fringes at times and say like RFN would be Hawkeye. This would actually be a great game to potentially have a Hawkeye come out where you're looking for that. Also, in terms of where it's at, you know, okay, both teams actually have Hela. So for a second, I wasn't sure if 100 Thieves had picked Hela earlier in the match, but yeah, I could see a Hawkeye coming out here for sure.
I think they didn't. Because they
did.
See the I was about to say.
No, that's just saying. At first, I thought. They did. I was saying for a second I thought they didn't. Then I looked. It's like okay,
gotcha.
They did. So.
Ooh, Rocket was banned. I just realized. So.
What is the Loki gonna be copying? I'm looking under Thieves and I do not know what Loki's gonna be copying. I mean, or Adam Warlock.
Or
Adam
Warlock. Oh God, no! Can we not do the?
I mean, the thing is, it's kind of an interesting idea from the It's bad from an ult perspective. It's great from a copy perspective because Adam is a pretty decent healer. You get a second soul. You get a second soul stream and stuff. But I'm
liking what Shikigami's got cooking over here with the Namor and Hulk combo. Now that they've selected that, there goes Adam Warlock and Mantis.
It's triple. It's gonna be triple with Loki, which interesting. It's pretty interesting. I mean, Loki's a universally pretty good pick, and I guess maybe you'll probably be going for a lot more copies on the Mantis to get the Soul Resurgence. So not as bad as I was thinking because I was like, oh, surely they won't play a triple res, but I guess I forgot you still have the Adam Warlock and the Mantis available for them. So not that disastrous for 100 Thieves.
Yep, and the Strange gets locked in. So I gotta say, kind of liking this Strange sitting, in front of that Namor so that he could go ahead and get the shots off. You got the combination with the Gamma turrets as well. So that's going to be a great synergy there. ZP, I'm kind of liking what Shikigami's got cooking up over here with the comp. What do you think?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that you're getting in here is that for 100 Thieves, we saw it happen earlier, is that the question is that how much are you going to be able to contain the torch play coming in, likely from Melophobia? How are you going to contain that? And you have to look pretty heavily into how Terra's going to be playing on the Winter Soldier, how Delena's going to be playing on the Warlock, and those two kind of looking to the skies and trying to interrupt. But you also have the X factor of having to deal with a buffed up Namor that oftentimes doesn't see play because people will take out either they'll take out the banner or they'll take out Namor specifically. So there's multiple threats that 100 Thieves have to deal with here, but on the same note for Shikigami, if one of their duelists has trouble, like let's say Melophobia isn't able to get things going particularly well on the torch, well, you're dealing with the sustain of triple strategist, on top of which it's, you have Captain America and Bucky being heroes there on top of it. It's not like there's not really easy pickoffs on the 100 Thieves side. So the change between these two teams is actually really interesting. And if there's a tiebreaker for me, I mean, look, both teams' Vanguard lines have been really good, but you got TTK back on the Strange, and that is devastating.
Yeah, that's going to be a really difficult one for them to have to contend with. Who will be on the Strange for Shikigami? Is it going to be Krasmang or who's that for them? I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, for them, typically, I feel like we haven't really seen them play like this at all. I think it's going to be Krasmang that's likely going to move to the Hulk. So it probably won't be Krasming on the Strange, is gonna be my guess. But we'll just
Scatter Gen.G is usually on Magneto, so I mean the entire thing of like playing hero that holds up shield for half the game is like kind of what Scatter Gen.G is already locked into a little bit here. Whereas
I already know how to play this.
yeah. Krasmang's more on the other sort of vanguards where you'll see Krasmang, of course, on the Captain America last map, the Groot historically. Yeah. So yeah, it's almost certainly I think it'd be Krasmang on the whole.
Yeah, not like the off tank, but more of like the I guess maybe off tank if you want to say that, but it's not necessarily because I mean Hulk is he can eat up a lot of shots.
I think it's like shield tanks kind of maybe is the way you could kind of put the classification.
Yeah, okay.
It's like more of a shield tank potentially.
Fair.
There isn't really as many set rules I'd say in Marvel Rivals.
Which I like. I like that. It it allows for a fun amount of flexibility, and we've been getting a lot of that in this one. But it all comes down to this for 100 Thieves and Shikigami, a back and forth, 2 domination maps that we saw went down to the wire both times. I believe both of them went 2-1, right? So you certainly have 2 teams that are very much squared up against one another. Whether or not, though, this is like who buckles first really is going to be the question. And that's what made this ZP such an exciting matchup, because we had mentioned so many times now how close these 2 teams actually are when they play against each other. And it really is fitting that it's only ending like this, with everyone just really trying to outsmart one another in the final map.
Yeah, I mean, you're just getting into like layers and layers of depth here in Marvel Rivals, and it's cool because you don't always see things get quite this in depth. Generally speaking, you'll have match after match where the bans and protects, they get a little bit samey, and in this case, it has been anything but.
Yeah, it really has, man. So cool. I'm really digging the amount of variety that we're seeing here. I did find out that we did have a crash, so we're going to be jumping into that one, or rather we're going to be waiting it out for a second before we jump in. But don't worry. Also want to give a massive shout out to our incredible production team that's working their butts off. Same crew that brings you RFN every week, so a big shout out to those guys for doing what they do. ZP, and Avast, you guys have been a part. I'm just a guest. I'm just I was just asked to be here on a Saturday, and I couldn't pass it up because I freaking love Marvel Rivals. So it was an easy ask for me. But yeah, everyone's really been doing such a stupendous job. So shout out to everyone who's been crushing it. And we'll be getting this matchup going in a little bit. So make sure you guys are at home sticking with us here. As you can see, I decided to bust out, get a cup of coffee going. I have a lot of mugs in my home, and got my Avengers mug here. Figured, listen, when I tell you I am a nerd, you guys know me very well, so you know that I'm a nerd, but like the viewers might not. I'm a comic book nerd through and through, so I've been reading this stuff since I was a kid, and I still read them to this day, so it's really cool to be able to do this and show my nerd love out there.
GB, you have a glowing rainbow light behind you with action figures.
I do.
Realistically speaking, I don't know if anyone went into this and they were thinking otherwise. Looking back there,
this
and you've
is true.
also, and you've been in esports for closer to 20 years than not at this point.
Yes,
you were in all of this long before there was money, so you were passion first at all of this.
Yeah.
So your credentials check out.
You were in this for so long ago.
back when everything was black and white, and we barely had cars. We were still running around in horse buggies, believe it or not. That was when we did the first my first Gears of War event. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and jump into this one, fellas. It seems like the players don't want to wait, so I'll let you guys take it from here.
All right, triple strategist versus Melophobia here on the Torch. But you got X Factors here. You got TCK on the Strange. Scatter Gen.G on the Strange. See the interactions here. That's going to be really interesting here in this first fight.
And we called it. Scatter Gen.G is going to be playing the Strange. Krasming on the Hulk. So pretty standard across the board here. 100 Thieves on this Captain America, which is something we've obviously not seen from them too often. But the rest of it makes a lot of sense. And along with the triple strategist. So going to be seeing how they take over these flanks here a bit, enable Terra, because right now Shikigami, just going to be empowering Melophobia and Amadian, just fight for these flanks super aggressively, just let the Gamma Squids do their work a bit. As Krasming, though, found. Oh, yeah,
he's gone.
After.
Terra says, I'm gonna finish my plates. Goes on there. No chance of Puny Banner escaping. And this is looking real nice right now for 100 Thieves. Off the quick pick on the Hulk. Kraken impact built up real quick. Looking for the executes. Is one going to be found here? Terra, no! Goes down at the other end. Not quite able to secure it. Melophobia with the protection. Giving Shikigami some life here on this defense.
He did have to commit the invisible boundary, but I mean, getting a pick, getting to recontest here onto the point, that's still a lot of value as 100 Thieves trying to come back in here. They have to make sure that Melophobia does not get to just free fire this whole time along with the Madian, because they're just doing so much damage here with Terra not there to contest.
Melophobia gonna go Supernova here, up on the top, dives on in, but it's a dance party. Meanwhile, TTK, Eye of Agamotto, and it's only striking Melophobia, who's able to get away. Meanwhile, Horn of Proteus connects on the Terra. 100 Thieves forced on back by the King of the Sea.
Just making sure to swap to that damage boost too for the Fate of the Worlds, just getting the max value out of the Horn of Proteus. So Shikigami hold here for right now. 100 Thieves is gonna have some ult on the board. Specifically, gonna have the Karmic Revival. They're gonna have the Freedom Charge. But I mean, looking at this, really well played so far from Shikigami. I love the recontest. I also just like this comp in general. And the more it's fallen out of the meta a bit, but he is still so strong at controlling flanks and like bringing in so much damage for late game fight and being able another hero to burst through some of those strategist ults. And now 100 Thieves, they have to be worried because, okay, Delina has to play a little safe to make sure they can get the Karmic Revival off, but on top of that, they need to be aware that Scatter Genji probably going to have the Eye of Agamotto. Going to be looking to set that up.
They only got a minute 32. I mean, time runs out quick for this first point. See both teams going back and forth. Scatter Genji looking to set up the Eye of Agamotto. Krasmang brawling here in the front. Hulk ult ready to go. Vinny, a little bit of Liberty Rush here to the back. 100 Thieves on the setup now. Terra has the Kraken impact good to go, and they just run over the front line of Shikigami. The ult timing, a little bit off for Ricky. A rare mistake. 2 down before the invisible boundary can save. And now 100 Thieves looking absolutely juiced up as they move into the apex of the first point.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a mistake that doesn't happen for Ricky, typically. Ricky's been so solid on the strategist role, and now Krasmang just going to try to stay here a little bit longer with the Hulk smash. Just try to live here. Wait on the point. The Supernova is available for Melophobia to potentially force some ults as Shikigami trying to stream back in.
They got the reset. They got the Kraken impact on the Melophobia. They're able to finish him on off. And now, Eye of Agamotto going to be used. TTK finishing it off. But a lot of that, the backline play from Terra was phenomenal.
Yeah, and it just really was that, as you called, the effects of Ricky just unfortunately losing some players early before the invisible boundary goes off. So you're just forced into that really tough choke for them. And they tried to stall as long as they could, but they couldn't make it back out. The ult bank going to be pretty strong here for Shikigami, obviously. So second point, not an easy nut to crack. I mean, really the entirety of the usual path, a pretty hard map to push, realistically. So still lots and lots of offenses to go through here for 100 Thieves. Maybe they're trying to take over the flank a little early because you really don't want Melophobia or a Madian to be free firing.
All right. 100 Thieves now looking to continue on. Shikigami, though, an ult bank that is charging good to go. Melophobia going to be spawning some fire tornadoes. Giving 100 Thieves a hot foot they do not want. Backing up a little bit here. Lena, though, looking to the sky here on the Adam Warlock. Trying to do a little bit of anti-air action. Eye of Agamotto, though, going to be used here. Hitting 2 for 100 Thieves. The Horn of Proteus right on after a Madian. Going to find 2 off the ult combo. It's a bit of a pricey engage here, though, Avast. And if 100 Thieves running triple strategist, they're not necessarily pushed out yet.
Madian, though, still very active, still alive. Krasmang,
here we go,
making sure to put a lot of pressure. And I think this Karmic Revival, I'm not a fan of it. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of it. And it's immediately just done anyways, because Delena just goes down in the middle of it. Maybe not quite a Adam Warlock player. I mean, that's just a little crazy. But it looks like they want to stay in this fight, keep it going. They do have the Freedom Charge.
I mean, it's not bad. They forced out the invisible boundary just for the low price of 1 Liberty Rush. And you love that ult trade if you're 100 Thieves. It's not bad at all.
It's a great ult trade for them, yeah.
Okay, here comes Terra. Now that they know it's down, Kraken impact. Can they get the reset? It may have been a little bit over aggro. Terra still hungry for anything, but the resets are not going to be on the menu. They still, though, get a little bit more room. Going to get progress here in the convoy as Krasmang has to use the ult to stay alive, but how much longer? Just immediately burned down.
Krasmang now Puny Banner, so not really going to be too much of a threat. They might want to just go hunt him down, make sure they can just take him out. If they won't get back, they won't. So now 100 Thieves going to press the advantage. They have the Eye of Agamotto, but it's going to be kind of hard to round the corner still because there's still plenty of frontline presence with Scatter Genji, and they have to be worried about these dual assaults. Krasmang going to make their way on back. And really just they need to remove Melophobia, and they finally do.
Meanwhile, look at TTK. They know TTK is fishing. The Eye of Agamotto ready the entire time, and just out of fear, you get Okay, he goes for it still. Ivagamo only hits Scatter Genji in turn. Horror Protest used on the backline. 100 Thieves, though, able to withstand. They take down Scatter Genji in turn. Up 1 right now. TTK just starts walking forward again. Forces the invisible boundary now out of Ricky. But Shikigami just continually getting forced back by the continual pressure of this triple strategist comp. And we got ourselves a pause.
Oh, North America. North America's done it again, as we see. I mean, we're seeing the chat here. Little Melophobia DC. But it looks like they're probably getting back into it pretty fast.
What happened earlier where we got damn as the triple thing there? Like, I'm wondering, at what point in the game did that happen in global chat?
I mean, you know, it could be anything. Maybe someone just, maybe they stubbed their toe. Could be spilled some coffee. Could be anything, realistically. We don't know the full context, but we do know the full context of this match, and that is that Shikigami, I mean, kind of backs against the wall right now, and okay, unpower is going to happen. 20 seconds, I mean, a little bit less than 30 seconds on the board, but it looks like 100 Thieves going to be taking second.
Well, here's the upside about playing strange. You get a portal recontest as Scatter Genji is getting denied
what?
at the front of the portal.
I mean, he's having the worst day of his life.
He's like, come on, man, I made this portal. Let me through. Krasbang, real close to getting knocked back in the puny banner form. Scatter Genji already down. Melophobia, though, able to punish Terra. And now we got more jumping through the portal. The recontest still coming on in, but how long can Shikigami delay? They are just getting pummeled on the outskirts, and the convoy hits the second point.
Yeah, just a bit of a desperation delay there with the portals, and 1 of the minutes of having Doctor Strange here on the field finally is you get the portals out, you know, you get the public transportation, but Shikigami struggling here a little bit. I mean, the bank is still pretty good. They're doing a good time of just taking time off the clock, but especially with 100 Thieves, like not holding on to much in their ult bank respectively. So this is the fight they want to win. Hold here, force the last fight for 100 Thieves.
Okay, Shikigami trying to find some semblance of stability. 100 Thieves. Triple strategist comp working really well for them so far. Melophobia gonna drop the supernova. Fire tornadoes here into the backline, but again, 100 Thieves looking very durable. It's very different from the last time we saw the Torch versus Triple Strategist, where 100 Thieves, they're just able to stay alive here, Avast, and they've built up now to a Kraken impact, which could be huge.
There it is, Soul Resurgence used early, but Scattergoody gonna try to drop the Amalgamato, isolate one, maybe, no, not quite. Really good block, really good heals, but Amadian gonna find SJP, and that's a lot of sustain off the field, but luckily there's a Cocoon.
Yeah, and you got some of the respawns going on in SJP. Back on over. Meanwhile, TTK into back and interrupted!
Delayed!
Oh
my god, oh, what a good find.
That is huge. No big Eye of Agamotto for TTK as Shikigami just stuffed TTK.
Krasming trying to stay alive, however, going to be taking a Beauty Banner. Going to go down still as 100 Thieves, the inexorable march, still going forward here. Amadian making sure not to go down. Going to have to drop that bubble. And Shikigami going to have another fight here in the OT. Not a lot in terms of the bank, and especially with Amadian going down.
Terra able to take down Amadian. 100 Thieves still making the most out of the situation. Vinny into the backline being a huge threat as Terra a little bit closer to the convoy. Kraken impact resets. Now coming on in.
The portals
2
too.
here so
Look at the
far.
portals.
He's looking for more. Yeah, he's over. Oh, the portals.
TTK's put the portals. TTK's put the portals up there. They can't get out of spawn. Krasming, how did he do it? How did he do it? How did he do it? He skipped on through. Skinny legend, actual skinny legend. But I think right now, I mean, there's no ults left. There's no ults left for Shikigami. It should be over here, CP, right?
Yeah. The flexibility of Hulk is unreal. That he was that was like, I don't know. You know the entire thing where like an octopus could like just get through everything because the only hard part of their body is beak. Like I now just believe Hulk must be the most flexible there is, on top of being the strongest there is.
I don't know if that's how it works in the lore, ZP. I'm not too
How
sure.
much? What's his cartilage percentage? Is he like 99% cartilage? Maybe he can like.
That he gets like bigger the angrier he gets. And if he can't get through a door, I would imagine that would make you quite angry. So you know,
what if he's like really calm? What if this is like Buddhist Hulk and he's like really calm?
The Incredible Hulk, a character created as a metaphor for rage and frustration to calm down. Fascinating.
Well, that's why he's such an interesting character in this version, because he's defeated the cycle of samsara. You know?
Alex, GB, this is a yoga, or this is a Hulk that's taken up a little bit of yoga, a little bit of Pilates.
That's right.
You know,
worked on his flexibility game a little bit. You know, what is a little upward standing dog? I don't know what the hell it's called. I can't do yoga to save my life, despite my wife keep telling me to do it. So yeah, maybe he did it, and I was just off the goop. Fellas, I'm gonna let you take it from here. But wow, that was awesome.
All right. Well, we're heading into the next round. 100 Thieves, a strong opening on their attack. And of course, you think here of how games go in the path, you're not even guaranteed to get through this first point. So Shikigami, let's see what you got with your backs against the wall, trying to avoid getting knocked into the lower bracket here in the Shroud Gauntlet.
So obviously no swap still for those tuning in. How this format works is that the comps are locked in. There are not going to be any swaps. This is what you're playing for the rest of the map. And right now Shikigami trying to set up Melophobia here on the corner. Going to be pretty classic what we've seen from Human Torch. Just play this corner. Get a lot of poke damage early as Krasming trying to force out Vinny, but taking a lot of damage.
Meanwhile, though, they get SJP, but SJP's got to come back. That's the problem when you're up against Triple Strategist comp is that she's back. The Cocoon on cooldown, and Melophobia gets ripped out of the sky by Terra, and that one of Est is not coming back.
Nope, that one's a little bit more permanent there. And Krasming going to turn into Puny Banner here as well on the chase for 100 Thieves. So 100 Thieves finding this corner so effectively. Vinny doing a really good job here of staying alive on the Captain America, because sometimes it can be pretty tough, right? You're going to get caught, you're going to get isolated. Just keeping the contest here on the point. And for Shikigami, just waiting to get back their banner, realistically. They need their Hulk back, that's what they want. Finally going to get it back here. Missile Badger going to be available, but just a long, drawn-out fight.
He wasn't angry enough. This is why you don't do all these the self-therapy things when your power is rage, you know? Maybe you stay a little bit angry, but either way, Terra, the Kraken Impact is ready to go. And you gotta think when this dance is over, Terra's gonna start dance of his own into the sky and down. Kraken Impact dropped over. No reset here just yet. The Whale flying back the other way. 100 Thieves, though, still up 1 in this fight. Again, a little bit uncharacteristic for Ricky, dying early in the fight, can't get the invisible boundary down, and 100 Thieves, they sense a little bit of blood in the water.
Yeah, the chase is so good here for 100 Thieves. Not having to worry about the invisible boundary, and the Horde of Proteus just did not get anything either, even with the damage boost from Dink. So looking a little bit more grim here for Shikigami, 2 minutes in the bank. Still on to Supernova, hold on to the invisible boundary. There's going to be some options available, but for 100 Thieves, I mean, right now, Delena probably just going to look to play a little safe, make sure the Karmic Revival is going to be available if necessary, if maybe they get caught by some of these ults, in particular the Eye of Agamotto from Gen.G. So Delena now just going to look to play it a little bit safer. Shikigami, they need to make some space. They need to set up one of these ults, try to force something out.
Here we go, Melophobia for Shikigami, need it most. Only a minute 30 left to go. Bringing down the fire.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
That is an epic hot foot is what we're getting here. And yet, Triple Strategist, they just heal. They do not care. They walk through the fire. They're made of asbestos.
I mean, Quad Strategist. You have the Freedom Charge there as well from Vinny.
100 Thieves, they bend back, they don't break, but they might be about to do some breaking of their own. Terra, the Kraken Impact is ready to go. We'll see if Delena, no Karmic Revival, gets caught by Dinks. Huge coming on in from Shikigami, but the Revival is still back in. You still got the Cocoons. You can still fight this. And now, do you Karmic Revival? Do you still contest? You've used the Kraken Impact. You haven't gotten much from it here so far. And yes, Avast, they are going to invest. Double ults coming on up here. But there we go. You have the Eye of Agamotto coming in. Only hits Melophobia. It's going to be enough. 100 Thieves, so they get a Madian, and they're still contesting.
Oh, Ricky finally popping his invisible boundary, because unfortunately the Hornet Proteus still didn't find anything, even with that stun going out for Gen.G. So this fight happening on the point, it's long, it's protracted. One gonna go down, Ricky gonna clean up there. Ideally here for Melophobia, you control the choke. You're just gonna build ideally another Supernova, because there's so much damage you can put here on the choke. 30 seconds here on the board. Shikigami, they need to back up Melophobia. Don't want to get caught. Oh, right now that's the big catch. And now Shikigami, they need to leave. They need to leave. Yeah, they have time. They need to leave. They can't lose any more picks.
Oh no.
Problem though, Krasming, he's puny. He's puny. He's quite tiny.
Krasming, get mad! Your upper bracket life is at stake, is what we're at right now. 93% about to turn back in the Hulk form. 10 seconds left to go for Shikigami as they try and stay alive here in the upper bracket. Gen.G moving, bobbing, weaving onto the convoy. Meanwhile, here comes Terra. Kraken Impact into the back. Will there be resets? We got Vinny coming in there with a little bit of Liberty Rush. Chilled on out at the same time. No Kraken Impact resets to be found. Shikigami maintaining, but Krasmang goes down. Melophobia once more, bringing the flame, bringing the heat, and this time it's too hot to handle. 3 dead for 100 Thieves in the backline, but now Shikigami, you gotta stand the convoy.
And they will. They'll be able to touch. Melophobia making the play of the map so far, getting 3, just had farmed so much damage from the previous fight, and there weren't any strategies available. Really good play, and with that change of Flaming Meteor too, you just like get a ton of damage, and Ricky, goodbye, Vinny, goes down, and Melophobia bringing Shikigami back from the brink. A little under 2.5 minutes left on the board here.
Vinny's last words were America as he just fell unceremoniously for the payload, but still Avast, they burned a lot of time off the clock, as Shikigami is still in a world of hurt.
Still, though, because of how long that fight ran, Shikigami, they have some more ults on the board. They're going to have some options here. 100 Thieves, making sure they just want to control Melophobia, make sure he can't get any really aggressive off angles is, okay, re-engage happening. Leap's going to go on out.
Terra, cracking impact early in the fight, and one reset is now... Wait, that wasn't someone that he hit, actually. There is no reset here so far. That was just a raw scatter Gen.G dying for other reasons. Meanwhile, Shikigami, the dance from Dinks, fading. Melophobia under all sorts of pressure, has to meteor smash out of there. And our Thieves is doing a great job of staying alive and controlling territory of Vast.
And because of all this pressure they're putting onto Krasbane, Krasbane's having to drop the indestructible guard, that shield, pretty early. So they're not going to really have it at the most crucial times. Luckily, though, Hulk Smash is up. He takes some of this position here. Shikigami likely looking to get a little bit aggressive now. So already, there's going to be the Soul Resurgence from SJP, forcing that invisible boundary from Ricky. So Shikigami, 100 Thieves just kind of looking at each other, just watching post-Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova, I mean, it's going to force 100 Thieves back a bit here in the moment, but now Vinny decides, okay, the fire is fading. It's time to go in. Meanwhile, Scar Genji, Eye of Agamotto hits 3, and Terra is the one they're trying to burst on down, but the healing is too good. Terra's still alive, and Terra ready to hop into the air. The Kraken Impact now good to go, even as Krasbane drops the Hulk in the back. Terra able to take down Melophobia. No Kraken Impact required, and the fact that Terra didn't die mid Eye of Agamotto may be the death knell here for Shikigami.
However, they did get that late Kraken Impact. The shields are up too for Shikigami, so everyone gets to leave too. Really good forces from Ricky. Push back Terra there, so they get some space. They got rid of the Kraken Impact, so there's still a chance here for Shikigami because Melophobia has been building pretty quickly. They're going to have the strategy results that they need. They're going to have the Horde of Proteus, most importantly, to burn through Harvey's ult here. So Shikigami, they have the tools in their bank. They have the ability to touch. Really, really important there that Kraken Impact is gone there. As long as Terra doesn't just build another.
Look at the pressure on TTK. Is Melophobia completely trying to burn down TTK? Terra in danger, but here, TTK walking forward. The threat of the eye,
no,
very real. Ricky got picked. That is unbelievable. You're down, Ricky. And here comes TTK, Eye of Agamotto, and it is an anti-torch eye. However, you got the dance right there. Melophobia is still very much alive. Meanwhile, Vinny being a pest in the back, just making life terrible for Luna. Dinks can't get away. It's too much freedom. And now 100 Thieves here in overtime, about to send Shikigami into lower bracket. They hold on the path, and they move on.
What a find there. What an incredible find from SJP. Been such a staple there for 100 Thieves. And there's the damage boost because you're constantly popping those inspirations, getting the damage increasing output from Mantis. And because of some of that poke that touches Ricky, immediate headshot, I'm pretty sure. Gets the crit, takes down Ricky. There's no invisible boundary for that fight. So what a find for SJP there on the Mantis. Getting 100 Thieves the map.
They couldn't handle the freedom. They couldn't handle the freedom. What a call. Probably one of my top 10 favorite calls of yours. My time listening to you guys, Deep. That was great. But man, I think that like it's always going to be really tough. I really enjoyed what Shikigami were trying to do, but I think like ultimately you just allow Terra to drop 21 final hits on like there's just he just popped off with the Bucky. There's just no other way to wrap around. I mean, obviously there were other elements to it, but wow, very well played. 100 Thieves, they'll march on in this tournament. Shikigami not out of it, not by a long shot. We still have plenty more left for them to play through because it is a double elimination bracket, but 100 Thieves will get the better. And I got to say, fellas, I mean, Avast, this has been a good week for 100 Thieves. They've been, popping off lately, and I feel like, they're hitting their stride at the perfect moment here, man.
Definitely, and showing some more flexibility than we've seen from the past too. So this is a really good if you're a 100 Thieves fan in general of like, okay, they're looking not only in great form, but they're showing that they can play across a variety of different compositions, giving them a little bit of future proofing here. So 100 Thieves looking clean and crisp.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing the Bucky Cap combination working out. Like you said, Zeep, just too much freedom. It's also just funny to see him go with this like the mecha outfit. I forget what it's called, but it's just so ridiculous. Oh man.
Well, look, there's no contradicting rules there for Captain America that you can't bring, you can't have an uneven fight. If anything, it may be on theme, but look, regardless, this was back and forth. It was really cool to
really
watch.
was.
I mean, both teams had their moments. Hey, look, Belphobia showed why Torch is so deadly here on the push that finally got Shikigami through the first point. But I gotta say here, I mean, 100 Thieves, they saved Triple Strategist until the very final map. And I think they played it way better than what we saw from Triple Strategist earlier in the day in our first matchup, right? Where the upside of Triple Strategist is that people just don't fall. Like, you don't get eliminated. And in this case, it was that it just worked out the way. And oh man, in terms of like close games on the other side of the bracket, Gen.G, they got through LG, but it was a close one.
Yeah, 2-1 in the count there. It's going to set up Gen.G 100 Thieves in the semis, and then you got FlyQuest versus Envy. That's going to be taking place in a little bit, or semis or core. I don't know bracket format. I'm terrible with terminology. And then you got on the bottom side in the lower bracket, Shroud-X going up against Sentinels, and then Luminosity against Shikigami. I was going to say, Z, that coming out of that game made me want to watch more of Shikigami. I really, especially in this format, they were certainly shining, but I came away from this one, went into the tournament unsure, didn't know if they were gonna show up or like play like like the way, because you mentioned, right, they kind of got picked apart and had to bring new elements to the team and stuff like that. And no, man, I came out of this one really wanting to see more Shikigami. So looking forward to that matchup against Luminosity, which will take place later on. Coming up next, though, on the broadcast, we're gonna have Shroud-X going up against Sentinels. That is an elimination game. Too big. I mean, Sentinels are MRC champs, and they're potentially, going to get eliminated in the lower bracket. And Shroud-X, another team that's been seeing a hot streak lately, ZP, and they could potentially be eliminated. It's Shroud's tournament, for goodness sake. So it's crazy. This is the results that we see here, man. But you said it best, Z. There really was there's just no expectations for this. You had no idea what we were going to get coming out of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, all these teams have played each other really closely, regardless of rule set. And then you have a new rule set here that tests your versatility. Look, you're going to get close games all day, and the results may and will surprise you. But all in all, I love what we've seen here today, and I'm just excited to see what comes next.
Yeah, ZP said it best. The parity between all these teams in North America, just in general right now, so incredibly close and such a good competition. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, a pause for the cause, give everyone a chance to get a breather for a moment. And then when we come back, we're going to have Shroud-X taking on Sentinels right here on the broadcast. And don't forget, we have our B stream going on twitch.tv/Shroud if you want to see some of the other matches going on over there. But as always, we'll catch you on the other side. See you then.
Luminosity coming out. You know who really hates themselves right now, leg day, is these Loki players, because they have double flyer on both sides, and you know how hard that is to just have to hit a flyer and heal them, right?
Well, one of the things that's actually like really minutia point, both of our flyers have to be very careful here about hanging out near walls, because all of Loki's damage is in a spell field. So if he can splash it off a wall, then you're actually going to be taking a significant amount of damage.
Playing it slow right now. Gen.G slowly kind of just whittling at Luminosity's health pool as they sort of trying to just like walk up, kind of take control of that objective, work on the flyers. As you can see, both shields sort of helping into high ground, and Choppa just gets removed from the face of the earth.
Okay, I thought the Chopper wouldn't be so bothered about what the MS Frost was going to bring to the table, but it turns out she can chokeslam you into a fire on the ground, and then Johnny can just F down on you. So that makes things a touch more complicated. XZ for now just poking their head out from behind cover, but it's going to be an attempt at a disengage, just about gets into cover. Breaking into this with your slow fly is going to be fairly difficult. There's already been a portal back, I believe, coming through from Chopper. Invisible boundary is erected. Guess what? Chopper's already down. Arso is dominating in the Vanguard fight right now, and it feels like Chopper just can't escape spawn. In comes a pulse cannon. Does not connect, but the cart does.
Sitting at this choke right now is Gen.G, kind of just surrounding it. Choppa walks in. Groot ultimate goes very deep, forces out the invisible boundary, but it's met now by a Groot ultimate and the top side of Johnny, dealing so much damage, but nobody's gone just yet.
All right, 10 seconds of Flame Tornado, and that means 10 seconds of pain unless you can burst on through it. Great wall play there from Alfie. Oh, so much damage taken here by Fun. Just sitting in so much fire, and as we all know, Grassy's weak to fire. March getting a little bit audacious as they move on forward. Has to be careful of that lightning aura that comes off of the storm and deals continuous tick damage. A big Ironwood wall comes out, and the Loki totems as well. This could be a big opportunity for March. For a second that those are down, just have to be careful now about that Guardian Shield from the Invisible Woman. Brownie super low, up in the air, surprise! Tony, Jarvis, rescue me from this. Chopper is rescued indeed. Arso manages to keep that one at bay. Down to the ground, a direct present onto the group. Not actually a 1-hit KO right there, as the health pool is too large. Dreadhead slowly coming on back, but Brady not going to be missed in this fight. If you're Gen.G, they're happy to just try and take this undermanned. Luminosity still going to be investing to try and make this one go all the way towards the finish, and with Paradox bringing a coup de grace, sorry for more French, that's going to be a finish off with the Unibeam.
Right now, LG just sort of walk at Choppa again. We saw this earlier. Shades of the Streets phase. Dreadhead, aka Freddy, finds the elimination, also forcing out a crucial cooldown from that Loki.
Oh, the Supernova's just so brutal to deal with. Nice flick onto Snake. Maybe we can nuke a tornado into submission. America, baby. Dreadhead ready to go on down with that disengage. However, just going to use it to try and survive for a second longer. Invisible boundaries erected by both sides. There's plenty of healing. Chopper noted up on the high ground, and that's going to be a lot of damage pumped out of the Loki. Grabbed by the Carbon Crush. Only the Groot actually caught within the midst of that strangling prison, but the distraction was enough for Dreadhead to go down, and Alfie just managed to fall through the cracks as resources are expended from Luminosity, and they lack the sustainability to keep themselves in this. Getting up close and personal, marching to the respawn is the Iron Man, and Luminosity held just a couple meters shy of completion.
Yeah, could have bought enough time potentially. March still sitting up above as Gen.G has to walk back. Here's the invisible boundary that you mentioned. They have so many ults. Unless they masterfully screw this up, it should be over.
Once again, time to nuke the storm. March getting set up for it. Eggsy can't dodge away, and Chopper's got a shield and still managed to die to that one. Not sure how that one happened. Luminosity. Oh, they got so much value out of the Iron Man. Jarvis, talk up my draft. Rhombus of Doom, as that's going to be the fire lit. A mid-air impact onto Eggsy. Bro's got the mechanics on the Johnny. Tries to force the invisibility away from the Invisible Woman here, but unable to get the full connection off the back of that shockwave.
Through Eggsy popping the ultimate. Brownie also his. Can this combo work out? They already lose Fun though, or lost it.
And au revoir to the Flame Tornado. March always has the answer. They thought that it was a trump card, but it feels like Luminosity have gone into this draft with a little bit more knowledge than Sentinels did, apparently. That's one way to deal with a flaming massive wind. Simply nuke it. All right, another triangle of flame. drawn up here by the Human Torch. Oh, just outside of the invisible boundary. That's going to be a strangling prison. Going to be an attempt to try and peel away here from Chopper. Goes up to the sky. Does have Eye of Agamotto, but can't escape the uni beam of March. The damage is too much to bear, and now potentially going to be kicked back into the midst of their own team. Arso is just an absolute brutality to try and deal with. It's currently on an island. He's going to have Paradox behind them for those heals, so Gen.G have bought themselves some space to work with, and the invisible boundary is going to allow them to recapture some real estate here. Dare you throw in the blind Iron Man ultimate? The value's just not going to be there at the moment when you know that potentially you have to counter out the storm ultimate supernova towards the sky, and they're just forced to walk on through it. It's not a walk in the park. Maybe it's an apocalyptic one at that, but Luminosity stands strong. Hydrogen Bomb versus Windy Baby. And that's going to be the Windy Baby arriving now. Has to actually possibly just spawn on cart. Indeed they do. Grabs the overtime. Oh, they also caught Chopper as he was coming in. Bro's been holding on to that Eye of Agamotto for eons. It's been aged like a fine wine. And it's going to be staying in the cellar for now. Gen.G absolutely trip over their shoelaces. Mum, come pick me up. I'm scared.
2, 3.
What an absolutely brutal draw.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Shroud Gauntlet. Golden Boy here along with ZP and Avast as we get ready for our next matchup of the day. Sentinels going up against the namesake of the tournament, Shroud-X. They are going to be facing off against one another in a lower bracket competition here, which is not something that I thought I would be saying about either of these teams in this tournament, given, you know, Shroud-X having some pretty awesome results recently and some big performances. And then, of course, Sentinels being a team that, you know, everyone knows about. MRC champs have had a lot of success. So this is certainly not a position I thought either of these teams would be in. But first, let's go ahead and start with the Sentinels of Vast, because you got also some, for myself, familiar faces. Shout out to Crimzo. Good to see you throwing it out there still. You know, my eyes immediately get drawn to the duelist players, Amazing and Super Gomez, who have been really instrumental to a lot of the success of Sentinels here. But on top of that, you know, just excellent teamwork across the board of that we've seen from this squad.
Yeah, they've been kind of a staple of the scene so far. They looked great. Obviously, like you talked about, the MRC champions as well. So they've been just a holistically amazing roster. There's been some roster changes, but mostly still the same, just adding Techie, putting Crimzo now as a full-time player into the lineup. So I think when you think of Sentinels, you think flexibility. That's kind of like the first word that comes to mind when you think of this squad and how flexible they've been throughout the history of their play in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, it's true. This is one of the more versatile teams, which means that in a format like this, ZP, you would assume that they would be thriving. But it feels like, you know, things haven't quite shaken out their way. Now they find themselves here in this lower bracket. And here are your bans to start things off. So let's just jump right into this and talk about what we're seeing here, because it looks like overall, I would say standard fare to kick things off in map 1, Z.
I mean, it's pretty standard. Then Shroud-X also took down the Spider-Man. You know, sometimes it can be a throwaway ban, or there's intel that they're afraid of. But, you know, that's interesting to me. But, yeah, okay, take a look at Sentinels. Sentinels is going to come out here with Triple Strategist, where it doesn't really surprise me. I mean, Sentinels, they're also one of the few teams, if you go far enough back, that they'd really go to things like Triple Vanguard. And while it hasn't been as meta as of late, if you get to a map 3 where your duelist pool is, like, severely curtailed, I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels maybe decide to go to something like that, kind of speaking to their versatility and willing to, you know, kind of go outside the box, which Marvel Rivals as a game definitely allows you to do.
Yeah, I got to say, though, Avast, I didn't expect the mirror, you know, to start things off. That was that was definitely a bit of a surprise there, but it leaves them both in a similar position going into map 2, which is very fascinating here, because all the same options are off the table pretty much.
I think it's kind of an almost safe pick, and the reason for that is because you typically with the Triple Strategist, you're not going to be playing like Invisible Woman, or, you know, sometimes you might play Cloak and Dagger, but you won't have Luna Snow in there, and maybe not even Rocket Raccoon. So I do think it leaves a lot of strategists still on the table to be played later throughout the later maps, and you can bring some of them back, you know, at least one of them back for a bring back on the map 3. Yeah. I think it's kind of just, it might be potentially, like we were talking about it off stream a bit, like You know, this is a great format. We get to see so many different comps and play so many unique heroes comparatively, but also teams are still going to kind of figure out what works best as we go throughout the tournament. And I still think this might be one of those situations where, you know, it is going to be good for the maps that we're playing on. We're obviously still playing on these domination maps. Triple strategist, a pretty common pick in general, but it does allow you a little bit more flexibility as you go throughout the series as well, because typically Adam, Warlock, Mantis, outside of those comps, you're not going to see them as often.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. And now with that being kind of locked up, that opens up what we could potentially see in map 2 for both squads here. You know, you guys are right. Totally safe. There's really a lot that they can work with here. And also, let's not forget, if we end up going to a map 3, you know, you can see the Magneto coming back. You can see the Strange coming back. So there's always going to be those options if they want to lean in that direction. Yeah, I will say though, ZP, the way that things kind of fell apart for Shroud-X going into the lower bracket, where we didn't get to see the Sentinels matchup, but for Shroud-X, you know, that it was definitely not what we were expecting, considering, you know, the amount of thought that they were putting into a lot of this, the decisions that they were making with their draft. But instead, they ended up kind of getting a little rolled in that first matchup. So they're certainly going to have to make some adjustments. What are you going to be looking out for the Shroud-X team as we get ready for this?
I think a little bit may have been matchup dependent, where I think FlyQuest, as far as NA goes, the way it's been told to me from EU teams that scrim within the NA region is that FlyQuest is the main European NA squad, so to speak, in terms of style. They are much more likely to play more dive, more in your face, and thus like prep for FlyQuest is a little bit more difficult. Playing against Sentinels, while they have more versatility, they're a team that generally is going to play a little bit closer to the meta. So I think when you consider how Shroud-X may have prepped for this tournament, I think they'll look significantly stronger versus Sentinels, even if Sentinels ends up winning here, right? I think overall, it will be a closer series than what we saw versus FlyQuest, where FlyQuest just clearly had the rock to the scissors of Shroud-X.
Good comparison there, Zee. All right, guys, let's see how this one plays out. Sentinels versus Shroud-X. Can Shroud-X hold on, or will Sentinels, the MRC champs, be able to stay alive in this tournament? Fellas, the floor is yours.
3, 2, 1.
Well, you know, we might get a little bit of variety here, Avast. A little bit of skin variety, even if the mirror match has been happening. Oh, also portal position.
The portal racing. A little, they're thinking with portals here, and they're both on the high ground, so immediately jumping on out, and they're all here, and it's just a giant blob of meat, just both squads, crazy. The Phalanxes, just fighting.
Yeah, that's a little bit ridiculous. And Shroud-X, the ones getting forced off the point. Sentinels, though, they have to use the early regen domain, and they lose Super Gomez. So I do wonder if they maybe overinvested in resources and went a little bit dive heavy. But, of course, you got the Cocoon. You're back on up. Sentinels still not down 1, just down 1 res in theory. The point, though, still very contested. Neither team in control here just yet, as both teams right now look for a vital advantage. And now, first round of strategy assault's gonna be coming on out. Super Gomez into the backline with the blaster barrage. It's gonna be a long one, Avast, this fight.
It is. I mean, also, both these comps being triple res mean we're going to see some very, very long fights, potentially, ZP. This we could go for a marathon here. It's the early Clash of Legend already invested there for Doom, forcing back Sentinels, just going to pop the region domain, and there comes in return. Let's just see it. It's going to be a leapfrog, but back and forth, and honestly, it's just who is going to make the first mistake. That's really just the name of the game right now.
Vagamoto being invested there by Shroud-X, hits 2, but the fall throw is not there. Counter Vagamoto from Techie. Yeah, it's a big old 0. So the Vagamotos are not changing this, but while this has been going on, by the way, Shroud-X got control of the point. Sentinels stepped off the point just enough, but Shroud-X got control. So you're Shroud-X, you're okay with this. You want the eternal fight now.
I remember when we said, like, okay, you want to have just who makes the first mistake. That's a pretty big mistake. Nuck is going to go down, though, so pretty big, but we have a Cocoon, so Shroud-X still pretty healthy in this fight, but it looks like Sentinels, they finally have enough space to where, at the very least, they're going to be very, very strong here on the point, but they aren't able to finish off these limbs before the Karmic Revival.
Yeah, I mean, the Karmic Revival comes in, so the point is not flipped. Shroud-X is still getting time onto the clock, and Gomez gets caught by the Staff of Vision. And this is actually looking better and better right now for Shroud-X. And okay, that's a very aggressive Karmic Revival. I mean, it's behind a pillar, but it's real close to the point, and yet it works out. Gomez easily brought back on in. Sentinels able to push Shroud-X back, force out the regen domain. And this going back and forth. Doomed right now in the sky with the Galactic Legend. Looking for pickoffs, and Solar Surge is going to be used in turn. Tech Kid, meanwhile, with the Vagamoto, hits 2, and the fall through is going to be there.
There we go, Techie getting those picks. And however, the problem is that Shroud-X, they still have cocoons. They still have reses. The fight, it takes so long to finish, and the bank is still ticking down here for Shroud-X. I mean, you get this first control, and it looks like finally Sentinels, they haven't even invested Galactic Legend, going to get the flip. But look at the bank, 79% here for Shroud-X.
One thing I'll say, the interesting about this format is that we will not see res comp from either team in the next map. Take it to the bank.
No, we will not.
It is quite literally impossible. So this is your injection of res comp action that you're going to see in this series.
They are just using up all of their sort of their divine favors right now. They're not going to have that as they go forward. They're using it all up. Shroud-X now looking for the recontest. They are going to have the Eye of Agamotto. Gonna have that God of Mischief, so they have some options here for the copy. They need to be aware though, because Crimzo with the Meteor M gonna be looking to drop that probably onto one of Strategist's heads. This Dongman taking a lot of early damage here.
Dongman's looking to commit here and now. Walking forward, regen domain. Gonna be forced out. You know, still waiting for the opportunity. If they're not careful, Techie's gonna get the opportunity to drop it too. And now walking forward, Eye of Agamotto attempt over in, only hits Gomez. And Gomez still looking pretty darn super in response. Meanwhile, Meteor M from Crimzo trying to put it away, does not connect. Galactic Legend now over and in here for Shroud-X. Doomed looking for the pickoffs. Impunity's Meteor M though does hit Pay Dirt along with Doomed on the Galactic Legend. So that's gonna do some serious damage to Sentinels, but the reses are coming on Innovast. The fight not at all over as Super Gomez. Now Galactic Legend looking to take his pistols over and in.
Oh, and I mean, right now there's a Karmic Revival invested. Sentinel still holding, fighting, trying to get some of those picks so they come off the res. And Shroud-X still trying to make their way out of the choke, and the choke's so brutal here on Hell's Heaven, just trying to make it back on the Super Soldier Factory. So, currently, Shroud-X waiting once again to walk back in. They are going to get a pick. What a pick. A fine for Vision. I believe there's going to be a cocoon for Amazing. Yes, there's going to be a cocoon. But now there's no cocoon. They've removed it. They've taken out that cocoon, so that's always good. And Doom going to take down Amazing again.
Yeah, this time there's no cocoon, but also Karmic Rival is going to be in, so you're going to get back into the fight that way. If it's not the cocoon, it's the other way. Meanwhile, though, Sentinel still in control of the point. Shroud-X desperate for the flip. Karova able to find Impunity, and there is no Karmic Revival this time for Shroud-X. Shroud-X down one. Sentinels. Really. A clean 6-on-5 advantage. Vision can't get away. They drop the portal for a little bit of recontest. We'll see how long they keep it going. The Sentinels right now have really found their footing.
Wait, what a great sleep there from Nuck as well, hitting the slumber, the sports slumber, making sure that maybe that Gamma Maelstrom or the Maelstrom wouldn't have been able to take down Fidel.
Legendary.
So Shroud-X committing more. I mean, this is a very, very long fight, CP, but maybe this might be enough.
Doom is able to take down Crimzo, but Gomez right now threatening with his own Galactic Legend at the same time, able to find Nuck in turn. Both teams getting wounded. Res may be up here for Nuck. Not quite sure if the cocoon is up there or not. Crimzo gonna be walking back to point. Will have Meteor M if he's able to make it back over. Overtime ticking on down right now as Sentinels desperately try and push Shroud-X off the point. Impunity up over. Meteor M gets it. Gomez down. Again, we'll see if the cocoon is up. Meanwhile, we have Crimzo back here to the point in a moment. Eye of Agamotto attempt here in from Dongman. Hits two. Logan and Rymazing in danger. Rymazing down off the fall through. Meanwhile, Crimzo though, his Meteor M in onto Vision. The trades continue here at Vast.
And Vision down means the Karmic Revival not here, not on the field. Vision not going to be in this fight. Going to be coming back a little bit later, though. However, they're still going to have Fidel up, Nuck up. So they have plenty of sustain right now. So Shroud-X sustaining on the point long enough for Vision to hopefully make it back for the... And, you know, name of the game really is sustain. You've heard about this one. You heard about this one? And
it's pause, of course.
Oh, and more sustain. We're getting more sustain. The outer game sustain here, just a bit.
It's more of a meta sustain is what we're... really
the game didn't want the game didn't want to end the sustain. It wanted to sustain the sustain as long as it possibly can.
So it seems to be a Discord situation, potentially, is what I'm reading there. There's some internet lag in Discord.
So
not Discord, but Discord.
They might have to change the server of the voice channel. You know, we got the technology. We can figure out why it's lagging and shift it around, but. You know, look, I mean, there's definitely depth and strategy to what we're seeing here, but I will say a cool thing about the variety of this tournament is that we will not see these comps on the next map. That's all.
That's
I got.
true.
Yeah, it's just really.
That's all I got.
That's the
He's dropping
observation. That's what I
copium.
got.
He's dropping copium. He's dropping copium.
So dramatic. We will not see these on the next map. And you're like, yeah, well, this is not.
And to be fair, this
but-
comp, it's a very, very long fights, right? Because we're seeing like so much sustain with the triple strategist. You're seeing the reses. You're just having an ult dedicated to bringing the entire team back up with
Listen,
Comic
man,
Revival.
I'm a sicko. I like it. I like seeing them go back and forth. I think it's great, personally.
I'm gonna be honest. When I watch this, I do kind of get reminded of a certain barnyard animal. You know, begins with G, ended with an S in this case because it was plural. It's kind of where I'm at right now. But Techie, close to an eye Agamotto. Can Sentinels use this to put away? No, it's not Gooses. How dare you?
It's not Gooses.
Definitely not the big variety. But here we go. Eye of Agamotto into the back from Techie. Whiffs entirely. Doesn't hit anything at all. Not gonna be brought back on in. Here comes Doomed. Galactic Legend good to go. Gomez also take the sky. It's a Legend v Legend battle in over the top. Who's gonna win the most of it? I mean, you're guaranteed that, and we gotta pause again.
The two gnats in my house that are trapped when I open the window.
I was gonna say Nats was a good one. That ends with a G and starts with a G, ends with an S. So Nats was good, like that.
Okay. Now,
so
now they're getting
apparently
in-game like so.
This one, that's not on us.
Nope.
That's not on us. Apparently, all of Sentinels, they're being supposedly they're lagging. Everyone is literally every single person is lagging. Now, as far as I understand, they are not at a central facility, so either they're being DDoSed or perhaps the Marvel Rivals gods they're not fans of Sentinels.
Or the Radio Shack nearby where they get their internet from is closing down. Could also be the case
or maybe
too.
the 5G tower putting out a little too much.
Yeah,
Could be
a little
something there.
too much 5G waves. You know.
All right. Well, we can change servers on the way back, but Sentinels go. We'll just go. Is where it's at.
I respect that.
I don't know.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
I mean, they're not
What are you
boot
gonna
camp, so it is weird that like they've all
Every
been hit
single
at the same
person
time.
is lagging. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. There's not a central point of failure here, and as far as I'm aware, the solar flare has not happened for the sun. There hasn't been a solar burst that's occurred. So I do think this is a unique.
You and this solar flare,
issue.
man. You're so committed.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's a good
actually,
bit.
what is the deal? That you actually are hyper committed to the solar flare stuff. GB's right. What's going on here?
I mean,
want a scientific event to happen?
it's just kind of an interesting. It's kind of interesting phenomena, you know. Isn't it crazy? The thing that gives us life could take it away. In yet a moment.
Okay, Aesop. You know, it's your fables and your children's stories. Love it. Love to hear it.
I thought you were going for like an ASAP Rocky type of situation.
Oh, no. Aesop is in the famed fabulist.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, I tried to educate the audience with at least one thing, you know, here and there. That's all I'm worth. Anyway, 2 seconds. Let's see how this ends.
All right, Gomez had a little bit more time on the Galactic Legend. Look at the Sky Blast Barrage v Blaster Barrage, but the healing is there. And both Star-Lords remain alive and healthy for now. Shroud-X got Mischief, now gonna fade. Dongman, though, looking potentially put over the top. The Eye of Agamotto, good to go. Dongman, where are you gonna go? How are you gonna set this up? Right now, just trying to protect here on the same time. You got the Meteor M in from Impunity, does not connect. Sentinels able to just wave it off. Dongman still holding on to the Eye, and Doom goes down. Are you gonna ask for Agamotto's help or not right now? You're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting some more of best.
They want some bulwarks. They want some bulwarks to be used there. They want to remove some of these before they can try to drop the Agamotto so Dongman gets the max amount of value possible. And they're putting a lot of pressure on Dongman, making sure he can't just set it up here for free. Sentinels playing slow, playing low. I mean, we're slow cooking right now. It's the triple res comp. We're looking at each other. Region domain doesn't go out. Solar Surge out for nothing. They're going to try to walk on forward.
It is the brisket bowl.
The brisket bowl, yeah.
Got the Shroud Gauntlet, but we got Techie over the top. Hits 2 with the Eye of Agamotto, and the fall through's going to be there. Sentinels, have you done it? Have you brought it over the top? Will this be what you need? Super Gomez trying to put away, but I heard Karmic Revival.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that one?
Well, yeah, take a look. Take a look at the feed. Vision has brought them all back into the fray. The overtime that cannot end continues.
There's the Eye of Agamotto finally, right, Maisie, the only one caught, gonna go down, but there is a cocoon, and again, the endless battle continues between dark and light here on Versus Point, and Hell's Heaven. It's just never ending, but finally, I think Sentinels, despite the lag, they're gonna clean it up.
I don't think the Doctor Strange portal is still up, and even if it was, okay. That was longer than most full maps on Domination.
Damn.
But we got there.
That was a brawl.
That's how it be sometimes. When you're doing a little triple res composition, when the triple res comp reses, I'm so surprised. I get surprised there a little bit.
But like ZP said, we will not see this in map 2.
You know, if I was that dramatic, I've been hanging around with Puckett too often, where Puckett
really
does the intros, and Puckett's like, and now we're here, and it's a land shark that ate 3 people and is about to jump off a cliff. Insert
honestly,
who thinks she's a girl.
If we look at the scoreboard here, we look at the scoreboard. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Like, listen, the numbers, they mean nothing. These guys are just shooting each other back and forth for 10, 20 minutes at a time straight. So I will say the Super Gomez final limbs are pretty interesting. Done a pretty good job of really being that a limb driver, which is typically as the solo duelist going to be pretty important for that squad.
Here we go again, Portal Wars.
Yeah, there it is. Here it comes. They're not looking at each other. They're not looking at each other this time. They're slightly opposite sides, though. Yeah, they went to the high ground.
We've desynced the timelines. It is not a true mirror. Oh, wow. Gomez immediately getting down Nuck. Nuck, of course, is going to be right back up, but still finds the opportunity. Right, amazing on the Dongman, and Shroud-X stumbling a little bit here out of the gate, and Gomez ready to feast.
Gomez going deep, gonna get caught with the Spore Slumber there though, but it doesn't really matter because the rest of Sentinels just clean up here on point off those early limbs. Another great find for Gomez, who, and this is a comp that Sentinels, I feel like, you know, playing around Super Gomez is like that solo duelist has been kind of a staple for them historically throughout this team, and like especially on the Star-Lord in particular. So I'm gonna kind of rate Sentinels when we look at this matchup in terms of being able to just like master the meat comps, you know, the wall of meat compositions, the wall of healing, along with just solo Gomez just being that kind of little knife, the tactical knife that roams around and try to find some limbs and open up the space.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know, Gomez is that knife that's been sharpened on the whetstones multiple times. You know, they made a YouTube video where it's like 0 sharpness, extremely sharp. But hey, I mean, with how he started out the fight, it's kind of accurate. But Super Gomez coming on in. Looking here with the Galactic Legend. Forces out the regen domain at a minimum. But that'll be about where things end here. So the rest of Sentinels, though, absolutely stocked on ults. And Gomez goes a little bit deep. Will be the res himself. Meanwhile, Crimzo looking to play a little bit B-ball up, over. No, not going to connect. Just hit the roof, as it were, there. And now Sentinels forced a little bit back. They had a lot of ults going on in. They're able to find Doomed at the very least. But here's the important thing, Avast. They're in control of the point. They're okay with this being long.
I feel better already.
See the walls rotating here a bit on the map. Impunity caught a little deep. Gonna have to use regeneration to save him alive. Vision holds onto the Karmic Revival, so does Korova. So both squads just kind of looking, but the longer the fight goes on, the more the bank takes up for Sentinels.
All right. Sentinels completely okay with where we're at here in the moment. Dogman now trying to do anything to bring this up over the hump for Shroud-X. The Eye of Agamotto is ready. Bouncing on forward. Sentinels know he's going to make the attempt, and Dogman is down! Waits a little bit too long, doesn't find the opportunity, and Super Gomez just crunching in over the top. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a Star-Lord gap start to open up. At least, you know, the teams are all backing up, of course, but still.
And Doomed also needs to play so safe here. They can't only get caught. Doom's going to be the one that has to touch. That's just the point they're looking for him. They know that he's going to grab the touch. There's Doomed, making it on. Gets that touch available now. Immediately going to probably go down. Try to stay up for as long as they can. Rest of Shroud-X walking here through main. They are going to have some ults. They're going to have the Karmic Revival as well. Using the regen domain a little proactively as well, just in case they try to push.
Shroud-X, everything on table here. Dongman going in, hits Korova. And the Eye of Agamotto results in 1 death. However, Korova probably has the cocoon ready to go, and does. Right back over. That Eye of Agamotto erased as Doomed goes down. Shroud-X now working down 1. And Sentinels overpowering in the second round. They take it on Hell's Heaven.
And the contest was good. I love the find there a bit. You're just using the Eye of Agamotto to just remove 1. But unfortunately, Doomed getting caught. They didn't have the Karmic Revival anymore. They didn't have the cocoon because they used it earlier. So they weren't going to get the res. They lost that pick, and they completely forced off point. As Sentinels showing their mastery here a bit of some of these triple res compositions, which they've played a lot of this in the past. So a tough matchup there for Shroud-X.
You know,
there you have it. I mean, very well executed there on Sentinel's side. I mean, I know that Sentinels do like and perform quite well when they are when they have Loki in pretty much in any situation. And you know, it's kind of evident here when you see like how everything's kind of been played around. Like the triple strategist composition, they have a lot of a comfort, you know, with what like they were able to work around with. It was very, very impressive, and it leads me to believe that like the series is going to get a lot harder, but it opens up what's going to be happening in this second map here, right? You got 3 of these vanguards, excuse me, these strategists, as we had noted previously in other matches, that are going to be off the table here, ZP. So that means that you're really going to be, you know, pulling down the well to find what you're going to want to use here in map 2. But it doesn't get any better than that for Sentinels based on like how they had played that first map. So great way to start off for Sen.
100%. And I think for Sentinels, like, this is one of the best case scenarios in general, because for any team in this format, because if you win the first map, okay, let's say you don't have the bans you want, like, you always go to map 3, bring those picks back, right? Getting that first map sort of guarantees that you have an opportunity to at least bring you back to sort of some of the hero comps that you want to play again. So Sentinels are now pretty secure for the rest of the series. And ideally, I mean, in a certain situation, they might be able to bring it back to almost play a semi-triple res comp again, as if we have to go to map 3 again, which I know they'd love to do. But, you know, we talked about the Super Gomez like gap a little bit here, and I really felt like Super Gomez, as you highlighted, has looked really, really good. A lot more practice, and just in general, also the tempo for Sentinels, because when you're in these triple res comps, there's so much a tempo, the ebb and flow of ultimates. They had a much better control, I think, of the ults in general, and like utilizing those ults to get the picks they needed.
Yeah, I really did want to see some more combos, though. I was a little bit, like, there were some moments, I think, right? But, you know, like, Meteor M, I think, gives you a lot of good opportunities. Those Vanguards can certainly coordinate, especially with the Strange hitting Eye of Agamottos. The way that those guys were hitting those Eye of Agamottos as well really lent them a lot of opportunities to be able to do some big burst damage to wipe out some of those guys. But, you know, you can definitely tell, right? Like, everyone's kind of just, like, jockeying for, like, how that fight's going to play out. And ZP, I mean, there were good moments for sure for Shroud-X. I mean, we were seeing that battle that was taking place where they were just, you know going toe-to-toe for, like, 5 years straight. But, you know, the thing was, to the Vast's point, Super Gomez really has been on fire lately and has been a difference maker for Sentinels in those moments where they needed him there, and that certainly played out that time, Z.
Yeah, and I think as we go into the next map, I mean, you are going to get a completely different look where you cannot run a triple strategist comp period. I mean, it all runs around the Adam Warlock. It's not going to be available, and you're going to be testing different elements of both teams here. And I think for Sentinels, I mean, they're a team that's usually been pretty well coached in terms of team coordination and how they play around and with each other. And I think forcing a triple strategist mirror was probably very much to their advantage, just given the level of experience they have on the team. I mean, you talk about a player like Crimzo, right? A player that has like endless amounts of experience in hero shooters from the support role, where ultimate economy is really important, disengages are really important, and knowing your win conditions and all the rest. And you have to think the fact that you have someone like that on your team with that level of experience, you kind of like a longer drawn out team fight scenario that Sentinels was able to get with this comp. But going into the next map, we're going to be seeing completely different gameplay. I mean, this is where you might see Torch come into play. It's more than likely going to be 2-2-2. It'll be a different setup in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering, you know, I know Shroud-X had a cool Punisher comp that they had busted out a couple of times. That was pretty fun. Maybe if, you know, you try and take to the sky, you could shoot him down. I don't think it's going to happen, but, you know, a boy can dream. Avast, there's certainly some options here, but I do got to say, I kind of lean a little bit more on Sentinels purely because of the amount of versatility that this team has showed throughout their time. I got to tip my hat to them a little bit. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it's a safe bet. You know, if we had the poly markets going, like, I would say overall that, like, this would be a pretty safe bet in general for Sentinels. Shroud-X, though, has obviously had some really good recent showings. They've shown a lot of, like, really strong depth and even some really explosive power, I think, across the board for their duelists. So I'm not going to count them out entirely yet, though Sentinels obviously has that wealth of experience behind them, 100%. It's kind of a question of how Shroud-X wants to play the bans as we move forward, because Sentinels is a hard team to kind of ban. I think, like, certain teams, when they have, like, a lot of weapons in their arsenal and a lot of comps that they've been happy to show, it gets a little bit harder to just strategically ban, and you're more so just playing to what your own strengths are going to be, right? Like, what do you want to emphasize on your side? And that's hopefully where Shroud-X is going to kind of live and go forward moving for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that's right. Trying to figure out if we're going to be sent into a break or not, but as we get ready for this one, we'll be Hall of Jalia for map number 2. So, you know, nothing all that crazy here that we're going to see, but we should be getting into the draft in a moment. And I did get told we are going to be sending it to a break while the players get the draft set up and ready to go. So there you have it. Map 2, Hall of Jalia, coming up next. It's going to be Shroud-X versus Sentinels, and Sentinels up 1, lower bracket. So if Shroud-X loses here, they are out of here. But of course, there's still plenty more game to play. We'll be right back with our picks and bans after this.
Heading in to crack Oa.
Yeah, Cadia caught by the carbon crush and slammed down into the ground. Great focus fire there. And it's going to be Luminosity, despite losing their Sonic, who are able to go forward and actually start claiming this point. Exy doing their best to move around these places. Actually just exits through the waterfall. Finds Brady again, who instantly goes into that camouflage. Oh, just passes by with Doctor Strange. Don't mind me. Just passed by for a, give him a quick love tap. And Luminosity are in control. Some damage going the way of Cadia at the moment. Dance of Butterflies in the back. And it seems like Snake's been caught out already. Only one metallic bulwark could be given over by Chopper. And they chose their favored child. It was Dotori. And still Dotori is going to fall. And it feels like at the moment, we're having trouble having Gen.G actually follow up on Cadia's engages, which is kind of uncharacteristic.
Yeah, it is. And
doing their best to keep Exy alive over here. Sends out some of those bubbles. Of course, they do give a movement speed increase as well, which can be particularly important for the Captain America, who heads in towards the back march under threat. Going to be answered incoming by an Eternal Bond coming through from Snake. An attempt to grab here, and it seems like only the Cloak and Dagger has been given. Over-under starts off soon, and of course, why did they... Oh, no, they didn't get the timing. Oh, Brownie! This might be the worst ult of all time. Actually putting their team down a player, and the Cloak and Dagger gets to fade back on up with their right click, so they return to this point. Arso manages to grab Eggsy, just kicks him into a wall. It's just that simple. Gen.G have been absolutely flummoxed here. Cadia is going to try and make some inroads over towards the back line. That means that Chopper for now is just going to stand alone. Yeah, the strategy is the back to just try and keep them in control, but this entire time, overtime is in favor of Luminosity. Snake under the auspices of the breadhead himself, and well, the baker's been cooking, and it's the baker's dozen eliminations off the back of this for Luminosity. No one can touch, and Gen.G, they look all out of sorts. Used both their dashes to get out of there. Fumbled the bag when it came to that assassination in the back, and that's going to be a dance of butterflies onto the back line. Paradox and Spenny both falling victim to that one. Emma Frost real scary, caught in a 3 versus 1 as the remainder of Gen.G didn't move up to use the space that was generated. Still for now though, it's just going to be an erosion of Luminosity as they've all ran out of healing, and while March puts up a spirited battle, they can't stand up against Gen.G. The dance of the butterflies, if only it's going to be necessary. In goes the Eternal Bomb. Guess who's on the chase? Chopper desperately wants it down underground. Great play there when it comes to the evasion from Paradox. Here comes Jeff. Of course, multiple players are going to be immune to control the spec. Oh, nice dodge from March. Everyone CC immune, and the instant punish of the dance of the butterflies onto the Jeff. That's exactly what I love to see. I feel fulfilled right now. My Maslow's hierarchy of needs has been absolutely topped. Well, after seeing March play this one, I'm just going to be armed with a Glock 19 and it'll be fine.
It'll be good in your dream. You're gonna
Are we chilling, bro?
Spawn a Glock.
Oh, Paradox not chilling at all. Eggsy managed to find him around the back. Dancer of Butterflies in towards this as well. That's likely going to be 3 KOs. A quick flip back in favor of Gen.G.
Well, see, this is what we talk about, right? Unfortunately,
I don't think they'd be able to finish that one off by themselves. Might well go on a chase as Spenny's going to do their best to try and skate away from this. Gen.G overtime in their favor. A nice Terror Cape onto March means even more damage is going to be taken. And Emma Frost versus the world. She might be strong, but she ain't 6v1 strong. Gen.G equal us up. We're going the full distance. You force out the Luna roll in response here. Jeff on the off angle is going to be particularly annoying. Spenny has to try and deal with that one. Chopper manages to find himself the final below. As Brownie is bro's just chilling up here. Holmes having the time of his life on holiday in Krakoa. And he's 10% away now from another big. It's Jeff. Using that team up from the Jeff, armed and dangerous. It's going to be a cracking impact. Only afflicts Chopper and Snake for now. In comes the big It's Jeff. Actually forces out the Eternal Bond in response to this. It's going to be a wild wiggle over towards his Doom Zone. Goodbye, Winter Soldier. That's going to be 2 environmental kills. Over, under, exactly on right now. When it's Gen.G and Luminosity. Both loaded as we head in towards the nadir of this series. Already that's going to be a Lunar Snow ultimate used to try and protect Snake after they were stunned. But Marshall's managed to add their damage to the Symphony here. And I don't know what just happened. I mean, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Who hasn't been dominated by a Japanese woman with missiles previously? Spenny has to use the fate of both worlds here. Could be in trouble at the auspices of the incoming damage. Nice Terror Cape coming out to try and dodge some of those. 2 players grabbed, instantly given over the ball. What a great play from the Magneto. What? Maybe they're just thinking about Arceus just going to try and get out of that with a Carbon Crush dash. I don't know, it's fine. Brownie falls down the hole. That's an extra environmental falling if ever I've seen one. Exy now going after March. Luminosity were close to 100% here, but they are far from done yet as there's still 35 to go for Gen.G. In time, gets the Eternal Bond. What a clutch here from the Cloak and Dagger. And now Gen.G are forced to move along this path to disengage. Oh, the Tory super low. Can they focus enough healing onto them? Oh, the Jeff Water from downtown. What a play from Brownie. And that was going to be the Assemble coming through from the Captain America additional staying power. As Spenny's already down from Luminosity. They're running low on players. March has fallen as well. Brady can't do it all by themselves. And the Tory still has their ult in the back pocket in case it's needed. Running down the Doctor Strange Sorcerer. Not enough to go up against the power of one shark with legs. Gen.G by the skin of their teeth get it done.
my God, what a series. Gen.G finished off Luminosity, and which was honestly very close to them choking, man. That was terrifying. The ultimate timing from Luminosity was near perfect. I think Arso also.
All right, and there you can see the final results of Gen.G Luminosity when Gen.G picked up their 2-1 victory in the highlights. By the way, if you want to check that out, you can go to our Bravo stream over at twitch.tv/Shroud. It's basically Shroud's, second stream, just instead of a U to know. So make sure you put that in there when you type it into the browser. In any case, welcome back, folks. We're getting ready for map 2. Sentinels versus Shroud-X sends up 1-0 after a pretty strong performance in the mirror matchup with all the resurrections available to every single person playing in that game. It was going to be Sentinels who out-resurrected their teammate, or their opponents rather. But now, ZP, we get ready for a Hall of Jolly. And as you had noted multiple times, you're not going to be seeing those heroes in the compositions. We're going to be getting some fresh looks here, and we already got a few of these rolling in.
Well, you got fresh looks, but you also get your mirrors out right now, because you take a look. Luna Cloak. Luna Cloak. Isn't Emma gonna come on out? It may be the case. Look, these teams I'm here, it's fine. At the very least, it's not going to be, res comp, which, look, I think it definitely has its merit for one map, but I definitely would not want to see a full series of triple res versus triple res. I'm good with a bit of variety here.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Avast, though, loves triple res versus triple res.
Oh, yeah.
It's his favorite,
I love it.
Favorite game
One of my
to
favorite
cast and watch.
comps.
Yeah,
I think realistically it can be pretty fun. It can be pretty fun. I'm an enjoyer of all compositions. I like to sample it all.
You're just a little guy who just enjoys things. That's all
I'm a Renaissance man. I will say that I look at the bans already so far. Shroud-X noticing pretty right off the bat, there's going to be Invisible Woman potential. We should need to ban that just because we don't want to have to play into the Invisible Woman, and we're going to remove it, obviously. But I mean, the mirror comp, it's definitely shaping up there, because Luna Cloak and Dagger, it gives you some, and Emma Frost means, okay, you have options to play Flyers, Iron Man, Human Torch, etc.
Yeah.
You have options to, I mean, even Storm, theoretically. You have options to play Flankers, because with Emma Frost, you could have Psylocke get the team up. So it's still a little wide open. I wouldn't be shocked to see both these teams kind of coalesce on playing like this Emma Frost, maybe like Psylocke comp, and just like having like a single Flyer or even a Winter Soldier. It really just depends on how they're feeling, but I would not be shocked if that's where we end up going. And plus, good old Groot, still available. Groot,
Yeah,
this is a Groot
that's
map.
true.
Hall of Jalia, very strong Groot map. You have Emma Frost to kind of be your secondary brawler. So in sort of replacement of the Magneto to a degree, because you have the Mind Aegis to kind of block some of the damage and also block the Sonic Seduction in return. So I do think this is going to be where we're likely going to head, but maybe one of these teams will pull out something kind of a little interesting.
Yeah, I would like to think that, you know, maybe Sentinels is gonna do something a little different. Just because, you know, as you see the draft kind of roll out, right, you got to start making some decisions. And since it seems like these comps as they stand right now provide versatility in 2 different directions, 3 different directions, maybe ZP, that there could be a possibility that we see some variety in the duelist front here from both of these teams. If I had to reckon, I would say that's probably going to be where the variety comes from.
Yeah, if there is variety, I think it will come from the duelists. I do think both teams will probably lock into Groot. And then I think if you lock into Groot with this comp, when you're running with the Emma, I do think it's super, super likely that you get a Bucky to come on along with it. And I think in terms of bans, I think there's a world if like both teams are kind of angling towards that you see a Torch ban come into play here, or you know, a Storm ban or an Iron Man ban. But the other thing you have to really watch out for, if it's not hit on the bans, is the idea that you could come in here and sneak in a Hulk Namor as one of your combos. Like you think about the big premium combos you have in Marvel Rivals, one of those, of course, would be Namor plus Hulk, and we've seen it a lot here today. So you don't necessarily have to mirror that. And also, you think about how Hall of Jalia usually goes down. I mean, Namor could be a pretty powerful pick here. So I think, to me, I'm looking at wondering, is like, okay, do you see the Namor? Do you see the Bucky come on in? I do think Groot is very likely on both ends, just in terms of Vanguard strength, but you know, while I don't think necessarily Sentinels go with it, they're also a team where they like running Thing at times a little bit more than the norm. So that's also an outside pick, though we haven't seen much of Thing here today from our side, at the very least.
Yeah, B-Stream got Jeff mad. I got to see some Jeff over there. You saw it in the highlights. Gen.G busted out the Jeff.
Lucky
Darn them. But that was
Jeff.
interesting, though, to see Gen.G bust out the Jeff Avast of all things. I did not expect that one at all.
Well, I mean, they have kind of the, in some capacity, they kind of have some of the old, I think, Korean dive style of Overwatch being played, because I believe they have like former Overwatch League player with Xe. I believe they're currently coached by Krusty, if I'm
really?
If I'm not, so I might, if I'm misremembering, I might be. So he's kind of doing like a split thing for Gen.G because he works for them in a different game. So I do think overall, like, they might have that influence there of like, let's play a little bit more fast. And to be fair, even for teams like FlyQuest, they have played Jeff the Landstruck before. They've had Jeff kind of like emphasize and work as like a third duelist / like hybrid strategist, even though he is a strategist. So I do think that is a possibility. I don't necessarily know if we'll see, especially with Wolverine being banned, but I don't necessarily know if we're going to see Hulk as ZP predicted, because I worry about a Hulk Emma Frost frontline unless you're playing like one of the craziest, most wild aggressive comps of all time, because you're just gonna sit there as like 2 big bulky tank like vanguards and just get shot all the time, right? You have no mitigation, no shields, you don't have walls outside of like the Aegis. So I do think that it's unlikely to see a Hulk. But with Wolverine being banned, I mean, we saw how it went for FlyQuest earlier when they got to play Wolverine and there was no Magneto on the field and they just kind of feasted. But I doubt it's gonna be a Hulk pick.
Yeah, and that Wolverine ban, you could see at the top of the graphic here, the Fearless bans, and Magneto, the first one removed for both teams. They had used it last one. So, you know, you're right. There was an opening there where the Wolverine could have been a big problem. Also, a potential big problem would have been the Psylocke. That gets removed as well. So we focus on the duelists for the second round of bans here, which means that Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, makes it through and gets picked by Sentinels. And then you see Namor get picked on the other side with the Incredible Hulk. So ZP was right, Avast, suck it. How does that make you feel?
I mean, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He knows what he's doing. And also, I think if you don't have Wolverine or a Psylocke on the field, then what's left? I mean, Namor. Getting Namor out there with a Hulk. Pretty strong combination in general, especially if like Human Torch might come out. So you have some options to kind of keep some tabs on Human Torch on Johnny there. So ZP is the correct Z-Pred. He's pulled out the correct Z-Pred. He's the Z prophecy has come true here a bit.
But here's the thing: we still not that thing is about to be picked, but the idea that it still could be a mirror match. Like we could still turn around here, and Sentinels could drop Namor, Hulk, and Shroud-X could end with a Human Torch. We're not out of mirror match land here yet. Do not be fooled in where we're at. But I don't necessarily think that's going to happen. I think Sentinels, when they banned the Wolverine, to me, it felt like they were angling more towards wanting to play the group, because that could be just one of the deadliest things for a group where you're trying to set things up and you get abducted by Wolverine and you don't really have a great way of getting back to your team, and it's just all sorts of awkward. So I think Sentinels are probably going to stick to their game plan of picking a Groot here. So it does mean we're not going to get a mirror in all likelihood, even though it still could happen. It still
I think it'll be Groot Winter Soldier. And the reason why is because it's a classic combo. You drop a Strangling Prison plus the Kraken Impact, like knowing that you can try to go for that. It's if you're not having the Wolverine on the field, if you're not having to worry about the Psylocke either for the pressure, so you're pretty much your Winter Soldier the whole time. Your Bucky can be dueling, the Namor can be dueling and actually just farming damage and other people looking for hooks as well, especially when you have Groot to wall off those picks, right? So you're going to put a lot of pressure onto the opposing team's Hulk to try to like hit the indestructible guard to get the shields up and save them from that pick. I think that's going to where they're going to go, more than likely. And Shroud-X just going to finish it off with like, I don't know, it could even Winter Soldier themselves, honestly.
I have a question on this one because, you know, a common combination that you see often, Torch and Invisible Woman, you're not going to really have that. How does Human Torch keep himself sustained in the sky when Namor's got so many opportunities to be able to pick him off from up there? Is that a concern that Sentinel should have here, fellas?
Well, I think part of what goes into it is you're going to get the benefit from Luna the entire time. Like, Luna is going to be your own personal pocket to a small extent, and then Cloak is still pretty good at healing things in the air. So while it's nice to have Invisible Woman with the Force Armor team up, it is not 100% necessary, and not just because of how strong Human Torch is at the moment, where Human Torch's previous level of power, before the 80 million buffs hit him, he really did need the team up, or he just wasn't going to live, but he's more powerful now. He's not necessarily reliant on the other members of the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, which is runs quite counter to the comics. So, I'm a little perturbed by that.
Always
one,
check in with Golden Boy on the lore check. We'll do a lore check here, and we'll just make sure this line up.
I will let you know. Actually, in between rounds, I've been actually reading Infinity Gauntlet again. Great, I'm telling you, great book. It's so good. It's even the scene in Avengers when Hulk fell through and Banner fell through the roof. It's actually Silver Surfer. Fun fact there. Sorry guys, had to get nerdy for a minute. We still waiting. And the mass is like, wow. No,
I mean it's good. It's good that we have. I mean, like we should for all Marvel Rivals broadcasts, we should have one dedicated lore head. We should have one dedicated lore head, and then we cross check the abilities. Like, does this make sense? And they'll be like, yeah, this makes sense. Or they're like, no,
it all
like, shake their head
combines.
disapprovingly. In the corner.
There it is.
You know what may be throwing Sentinels a little bit for a loop too is that, thinking about what Shroud-X can come out with here, they can also finish strong with an Iron Man. Like, if you're gonna go for air v air, you already have the team up here, and you're gonna go for that. I think Sentinels, they've been expecting the mirror, so yeah, they're changing up. Wait. Okay, they're gonna go an Iron Man of their own. Okay, I was gonna say.
I mean, that's double
Avengers
flyer, double flyer Captain America, Emma Frost into the Namor Hulk. That's ambitious. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Before, but I mean, that's the point of the draft, right? It's the point of the fearless draft. Gives us some stuff that we could never imagine. We couldn't even come up with. Even at 9,000 realities or whatever Doctor Strange says. I forget what he said.
All the realities. He saw the one where the Captain America and Iron Man gets picked, and we're living in it.
There it is.
This is going to be interesting, but I can see the Captain America just being up in the business of the Namor not giving them any time to be able to set up. That could maybe be an opportunity and a route that they take here, because Captain America, as we know, is just very oppressive on the ground, and just can just be all up in your business real fast. EP that could maybe be a game plan here. It's very interesting. What do you make of this pick?
Well, I think to that part, Captain America is going to need some help because, generally speaking, it's not a one-on-one. It's not Captain America, having good old-fashioned fisticuffs versus Namor. It's the fact that he's also going to have the squids all around that turn into more of like a 3-on-1. So Cap's ability to do something like be a distraction from Namor, very dependent on Torch and Iron Man to be on squid duty. But still waiting the final pick here for Shroud-X. It's interesting. I mean, I'm curious what they're thinking about here, because to me, I look at this and it felt almost like an automatic just pick Tony. And now I wonder at the double flyer, is this a situation where they're having second thoughts? They're going like, maybe that Hela looks real attractive.
Dude,
at the moment.
Hela could be really nice in this situation. And then of course, you get the ult, so you could put that pressure down over on the back lines, as well as Emma Frost is going to be a little bit of a sitting duck there as well. So you could do a lot with the Hela. There is a lot of, and then, let's not forget, right? Like any opportunity, I think, to really focus on those flyers with some good damage. I think you're going to get that out of Hela and Namor there, Avast. So that's a strong possibility. Or Punisher. Just saying. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I still don't think. I will say, maybe comparatively, if you're playing this double flyer, knowing there won't be swaps, obviously, this is one of the moments where Punisher feels a little bit more safe, just to be like, well, like we know they won't swap to get like a Psylocke or a Hela or anything that's gonna like actually counter pressure out that Punisher.
And also, they don't have any shields outside of the Captain America, who's going to get chunked down really fast.
Well, they'll have the Emma Frost shield, but it's pretty small, right? So you're right. Essentially, there's no shields. Like there isn't nearly as many shields to go through. So it is an opportunity. And no, it's not going to Hela. And to be honest, Punisher, it's really hard for Punisher, for Frank Castle to get past Hela.
I appreciate you even acknowledging that the Punisher could have been a reality. I'm okay with that. But I think we all kind of knew Hela just made the most sense given how this composition's played out and just how freaking strong Hela is in general, and in the hands of Vision as well, which, correct me if I'm wrong, we have not seen Vision on the Hela quite yet. So this is where he's going to get an opportunity to really shine here and potentially shut down some of these members of Sentinels. I kind of like, fellas, what Shroud-X is going on here with the pick bans. It feels like just a direct counter, and a lot of work is going to be had here from Sentinels. Are you guys feeling, who you think won this pick ban?
When I look at it here, I do kind of favor Shroud-X a little bit more. I think running into the Namor is going to be a pain, and I think Hela is actually a really good final pick here versus the double flyer. I truly do think at the beginning Shroud-X was going to go with Iron Man. They were going to fish out strong with Iron Man if it was just a Torch on the other end, but they paused for a second. They had like the brain crash, which is why it took I think like 3 or 4 minutes to come to the Hela pick, because they're like, whoa, do we want to go Iron Man when they have an Iron Man on the other side, or do we believe we can just crunch the flyers with this setup? And honestly, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Sentinels as they come in here, but there's also a world where, if the Namor play isn't sublime, you're able to deal with the squids pretty quickly. I mean, when you start getting ahead on a flyer comp, the momentum you gain, it's really difficult to get reset, especially when you're on defense, because you end up getting staggered, you end up giving up a lot of ground, and then resetting up is just total pain because you're just getting hit in the neutral from the sky over and over again. So, I mean, both teams have some pretty distinct win conditions here.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Captain America, Vass, is going to have a lot of work ahead of him in this one, because it feels like, I could be reading this wrong, but it feels like you're going to want that Captain America really in the face of those DPS characters, so that this way it allows Iron Man, Human Torch to support with more pressure from on high, because you have a lot of not AoE, but you have a lot of like attacks that will cover the ground, right? Iron Man's pulses, Human Torch's fire, so like there's really you don't have to be entirely accurate with it while Captain America's just there beating the crap out of people. That would have to be at least one of the win conditions in my mind, given how this composition's played out.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think also with the change to Namor, where they're no longer having that Luna Snow team up with the ice squids instead of rather having the gamma squids, it's definitely a little bit of a less risk in terms of like the slows and all the just sort of the CC that occurs as well with Namor. So Captain America can be a bit more effective at running around that backline and putting that pressure so they can get some more space with their flying duelist characters. I think that's definitely the right angle and probably what they're going to be looking for here, especially because this map, Hall of Jalia, very big map, lots of off angles to play, and you know they're going to be looking to try to just take some very aggressive off angles to peek onto the backline, just remove some of those flying duelists.
Well, all right. Well, let's see. We got 13 seconds to go before doors open. Sentinels up 1-0. Can Shroud-X force a map 3 stay alive in their namesake tournament? ZP Avast, the floor is yours.
This is going to be interesting. That's about all I got here because I do think so much is just dependent on what we get out of Vision and Doomed, the ability to make space. And if Sentinels does get an early pickoff, their ability to just snowball it with this double flyer comp and Vision. Already been under the gun. Gonna be forced back.
Vision playing up here on the high ground. Looking a little bit of poke as Sentinels walked away on in here. And notice a little bit of a change. I mean, Nectar coming in here to play that Human Torch as well for Sentinels. So a little bit of swaps. We're not going to be seeing Super Gomez in for right now. And just this fight for the high ground is so important. You see just so much pressure going on to Vision. Vision can go down.
As it turns out, you can burn down the King of the Seas. Fire beating water. Not really, fantasy accurate, but is accurate here in Rivals and Sentinels. The Flyers between Rymazing and Nectar hit what they need to hit. Shroud-X forced off the point early. And look, for Hall of Jalia Vest, this is a really, really quick take.
Extremely fast, and I think that's just a really good play for Sentinels in general to have the good split, make sure they put the pressure on all the flanks that they needed to, and just immediately remove Vision. So Shroud-X now looking to defend second. Nothing in the board. I mean, the fight was so fast. There's no ults. I mean, we're still pretty much a neutral fight. Probably by the time this fight occurs here, we're going to have some ults coming up, but Sentinels playing it expertly so far, and you see them just trying to break down a lot of these walls, just to use that indestructible environment to make sure they keep some eyes, some tabs on those flanking duelists.
I'm really curious about Doomed. I feel like there's so much pressure on Doomed on the Hela to keep the skies inhospitable for the Sentinels. And the Hela pressure is just going to be dictating a lot in this game. Rymazing, though, finds Vision again. The Namor is just spending more time in spawn than making spawns. And Nectar and Logan continuing the snowball. This is where the Flyer Cup, it's just so deadly Avast if you're able to just get these stagger picks.
They're just continuing to chase here. Shroud-X looking potentially for Riki Dust, but I don't think they're going to be able to make it back out here in time. I mean, there's just no shots. That's another point down. It's just, there's no ults. No ults being used, just pure neutral picks. I mean, we're seeing a good old-fashioned honest Marvel Rivals right now, I would say, is the Sonic Reduction used to try to chase.
Yeah, and again, this is just adding on. You're pulling people back. The fire's still coming in from above. Rymazing with the pulse cannon takes down Nuck. I mean, Shroud-X, this is a prize fight where a fighter got hit with a haymaker, and they have been punch drunk since round 1.
Still looking to chase here with the Supernovas. Not finding anyone just yet, but Shroud-X just having to give up so much space here. I mean, look at the free cap, the free push here for Sentinels. They're just, I mean, it hasn't stopped. It's been a non-stop push currently, and Shroud-X finally, they need to get something happening here for this recontest.
Crimzo giving the taste of liberty to the backline, and then some, even gets Nuck. That is wild. I just thought it was just making a little bit of space, but instead Crimzo was taking names and throwing them back in the spawn. Sentinels, just unbelievable dominance coming on in here. And I'm just trying to think, I mean, is Shroud-X gonna kill this game? Elimination, if they haven't spawned him like
I'm not sure if they've gotten any elims yet. I'm not too certain, because right now, and even if they have, it's been minuscule, like sub 3 for sure, like maybe like 2 max. And I don't even think. And so now Shroud-X still 4 ults, nearly 5 ults on the board. This has to be the stop right now. Sentinels, they only have 1. They have nothing really in the bank, maybe 2 with the pulse cannon. But no, you can't keep losing more to Crimzo.
Out of nowhere, Crimzo, preaching the ideals of liberty, takes down Doomed. Shroud-X, drop the socks and auction, but the pulse cannon, it's too much. Sentinels crunching Shroud-X. And I gotta tell you, there may not be a Shroud 9 this time, because all of Shroud-X is just gone, eliminated, destroyed in the biggest speedrun I've ever seen on Hall of Jalia.
0, 2.
There is just too much
Time to
for
switch things up.
for Shroud-X to have to cover, from what I'm seeing. Crimzo is all up on the strategist, giving him absolutely no room to breathe. And if he's not harassing them, he's all up in the business of the DPS. It's really impressive seeing the way that they're kind of dissecting this composition right now.
Yeah, it's one final hit.
It's a single final hit. Just gonna have to, as Golden Boy goes in there, I'm just gonna go with the Grug Unga Bunga. Like, oh yeah, that's one final hit. It's like it's never a good sign. It's really never a good sign that that's occurring. So I mean, that's Shroud-X simply just not finding any limbs, just crumpling under the pressure, and just need to turn it around here, hopefully for the offense.
You know, I'll say this much. The NA Marvel rival scene, the ups and downs are ridiculous because this Shroud-X team, you stop and think about it, I mean, they were champions and on top of North America just like 2 weeks ago. And yet here we are where you change up the format a little bit, and any given day, things change, where you could hold the same tournament probably next week, and wouldn't surprise me if Shroud-X got to the finals. Still technically a possibility going in here, but they're gonna have to like pretty wildly change destiny off of that first round because they got a tall mountain to climb.
I believe. I'm gonna believe here. I mean, there's always a chance for a turnaround. There is, especially in Marvel Rivals, there's always opportunities to just get the momentum back, make it work. I think most importantly here for Shroud-X, they need to make sure that Crimzo is not falling into the backline, Operation Market Gardener, and just immediately taking down either a duelist or a strategist. You cannot be losing that many people that quickly to a Captain America. It's something that has to be mitigated a bit. You have to be sure you have your peel correct, especially when, I mean, you have a Hela. You should have more damage in theory, more burst damage in particular when you have a Namor and Hela.
The pressure was just overwhelming, but okay, nice little start there. Impunity up in the Flyer's face. Vision with a little bit of backup takes down Tony out of the air. So you got the Iron Man not there. Impunity keeping Human Torch all sorts of back, and Shroud-X now. Signs of life here, Avast on the attack. You know, being more of an attacking team with this comp.
Yeah, potentially so. Crimzo's still in the backline here again, but not gonna be able to find anyone just yet. They have a lot of point control currently. Some of those picks coming back here for Shroud-X. Getting close to the most, but Vision gonna go down.
Losing Vision is real tough. Nectar looking good. Crimzo once more into the backline. Just being measured in his approach. Shroud-X, though, they decide they want to go. Eternal Bond going to be used here by Nux. Shroud-X, they got to try and keep Impunity alive. Impunity needs to get over it and can't quite make it to the heels on the ground. Impunity banner is dead as Rymazing comes in over the top with the Pulse Cannon.
And the Pulse Cannon just going to end it there. There's going to be the end of this fight here. Shroud-X making some good cap progress. So have plenty of time left in the bank here for this first. Not a good sign if you want to equalize, you know, the total time banks overall. But by no means over. Shroud-X here looking to set up another contest. Going to have 5 ults out here on the bank. Sentinels probably going to have some good ones themselves. So it's going to be a long fight, especially when the Captain America ult comes up. When that Freedom charges up, you essentially get another strategist ult to get some more sustain. Once again, looking towards Doomed, who really want to see them get some more picks here, or even Vision, either one. We just need to see they're controlling these flanks, taking out some more. Missing the right click there is pretty brutal, though, because they could have maybe found Rymazing.
It's a little bit rough, but I do think it's right to be watching Vision right now. You got a Horn in reserve right at the moment. Probably one of the more impactful ultimates in this next fight. You're able to wait out the Torch ult, but now you got to reinvest. But they're getting zoned out by Crimzo. I mean, Crimzo is just denying so much space and opportunity. Vision isn't getting a whole lot of good pressure, and then Crimzo's saying, no, you got to fight me. Don't even think about going after the strategist. And this has been huge for Crimzo, but Doom finally finding room. Takes down Rymazing. Crimzo, you're gonna yell to the heavens, the Liberty Rush here. Coming on in, Sentinels, investing fate of both worlds, delaying things out even more. Doom taking the sky here at the Gods of Death, looking for anything, but here comes Techie, Psionic Seduction. However, it's Doomed, the one that's hitting pay dirt, in over the top. The death comes from above, and Shroud-X might be getting this convoy underway.
And finally, have some really great picks. Shroud-X gonna get first. 3.5 minutes here in the bank, a little less than 3.5 minutes, so they made it happen. It's not done yet. Obviously, the bank's still not looking great for them overall in terms of that time. But Sentinels not gonna have a particularly healthy set of ults to work with. So Shroud-X, the name of the game for them is we want to win a fight, we want to win it fast, and we want to do it relatively economically because we don't want to have to invest a ton before we get to sort of the last end of this bin where the spawns are a bit closer, and Sentinels likely will have a much more in their bank.
Also, I think the other thing that's like kind of breaking Shroud-X back right now are the pulse cannons from Rymazing. Every time Rymazing has had pulse cannon up, 2 people hit the floor. It is kind of unreal, and I'm not saying they have the best options for it, but man, the consistency from Rymazing has been a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, just some of the downsides of not having just standard shields here. And we talked about ZP, right? They don't have, outside of the Mind Aegis there for Dogman, that shield, there's not as much shield in general.
And Shroud-X, they're losing a lot of time at the moment. I mean, Sentinels, again, they're more than willing to take this really long neutral back and forth because look at the clock. It's just continually going down. Now those Sentinels decide, we sense a little bit of weakness. We're going for it. Aramori leading away with the Eternal Bond. And here comes the Pulse Cannon from Rymazing. This time, blocked away. But Impunity down early, so it's still not roses for Shroud-X. Here in the moment, Vision, you gotta summon a whale. Now maybe the time. Fidel gonna do Fate of Both Worlds, hop on Aura. Shroud-X trying to make anything happen here, Bast.
And look at this, Sentinels just leaving. They leave, they use the Horned Proteus too, thinking, I mean, I'm not quite sure. Maybe they thought they had someone, but not gonna have the Horned Proteus now. Missing that ult here, and Shroud-X, I mean, stalling out a bit, needing a pick, needing to happen because Sentinels, their bank's looking great. I mean, the pick's looking, I mean, it's just fight's over.
I'm just wondering what happened on the targeting for that whale. I mean, that was, do you hate stairs? Because nothing else was in the range of that whale.
They want him to go free. It was a free willy. They want him to go free. It's like, be free, just go live amongst your people. But Doom gonna get caught a little late there as well on the flank, and now less than a. I mean, I don't know where. I don't think it's Monstro, right? I don't know where Monstro's people are. I mean, I imagine the ocean, but maybe the steps. You got to take the steps down to get into the pool, typically.
Okay.
That was a good one.
1 minute left, potentially, in the tournament life here for Shroud-X as a Shroud Gauntlet. $50,000 that the teams are playing for, and Shroud-X may have to go for that 7th, 8th if they cannot find a way forward here. Only 53 seconds left here. Second point, Hall of Jalia. Can Shroud-X dig deep and find a way through? Sentinels in this fight, they open up Fate of Both Worlds, push Shroud-X back. Maximum pulse in from Rymazing, and again Avast, it connects, but it comes at a cost. Doomed. The counter fired, 5 on 5.
And you see this off angle revision really powerful right now as well. Just trying to stay uncontested, trying to get a lot of damage in, but the rest of Shroud-X falling over without enough, not having that healing. It's just Impunity staying up, gonna stay alive here with the Hulk Smash, gonna run around, look to maybe get a touch. Needs to not get caught late. Really needs to not get caught late. Farm some of these health packs. And they're all chasing him. They're chasing Impunity. He's playing the pillar. Perfect usage of the geography, but he has, I mean, he's done. He's done for. They've hunted down the hole.
No! And this is with 5 seconds left. Shroud-X, tournament life on the line. A fight they must win, and Impunity is a mere puny banner here in the back. Again, fire shot. That doesn't seem fair at all. Banner is down. 5 on 6 for Shroud-X. Fighting against the odds. Can you drop the Whale of Legends? Vision, your team needs you here and now. Right now, they're waiting. Vision is looking. Shroud-X, they're dancing here on the convoy.
They just leave.
Okay, the whale comes out. No, it doesn't hit anything in the back. And now Sentinels, the Liberty Rush. They move on forward in what could be the final push to knock Shroud-X out of the tournament. They are down on Ultra Psyox Seduction. Amounts to much of nothing. Sentinels also drained. They're able to focus fire on the Crimzo. Still a little bit of hope right now for Shroud-X. Turning the tables here as they move forward. Sentinels getting forced a little bit back, but here comes Rymazing. The backbreaker, the dagger in the heart. The pulse cannon is good to go. Rymazing, do you have one more in you to send Shroud-X home?
Do the powers of muscle and magic overpower technology here in this moment with the pulse cannon up available? There's going to be the vulnerability coming out early from Aramori, so Sentinels just going to walk on forward with that. Pulse cannon finds one. Vision gets the trade. There's hope. There's a chance.
So Shroud-X is still alive. Nuck super low. Nuck ends up going down.
No! They're all on point. They were chasing the Olims, and they lost their player on point. It can't be. There's our third C9 so far in this in the day, and this one just lost a series. I mean, they've all kind of lost series for teams, but this is brutal.
We got a Charlie Niner, inbound, Charlie Niner.
Oh, you just can't escape the Shroud-IX today. In fairness,
9.
They did lose some picks, yes. They were some wins on point.
I'm not sure they're going to win that fight anyways. The fight was not looking good, but you never know until you do know, because you're not on the point. And
we have to see it here. There it is. So there's the pick.
Yeah.
There's the person that was on point touching, and Impunity jumping, leaping around.
Oh, it was Impunity.
But
Yeah.
so I think they're just going to focus
No,
down.
yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Luna.
I'm
in this
assuming.
one.
I'm assuming. But I'm pretty sure Impunity is going to go down here because Impunity is the one for Shroud-X that's touching. It's Shroud-X that drops the C9. So Impunity's here on point, and they're looking.
You know what it is?
They
It's
have one
Crimzo.
person.
It's Crimzo in the back. Everyone's fighting Crimzo. Crimzo's just being the biggest tank in the
crazy.
world. That's right. He actually was playing an MMO. He used the AoE taunt, and anyone could think of as, I hate Crimzo. Get this guy out of my face. Like, guys,
Crimzo,
the convoy?
Oh, he casted Provoke and he caught everyone in the spell. That was, or Taunt, if you're an EverQuest guy. I don't know. Oh man, that was whew, that was a heartbreaker for Shroud-X. But if you would have told me you got a Hela and a Namora on one side and Flyers on the other, I would have very much sided, as we did when we spoke about it, with the the damage dealers at range. And instead, I mean, just the power of Iron Man and Human Torch. But I gotta say, guys, the cap in the back line was exactly what they needed. Just something to be there and be a nuisance and harass everyone in a vast. They had no space to work with. It was really well played, given how the compositions played out.
And I think also it's kind of the downsides to a degree of like, okay, you have the Namor team up, right? You have a lot of aggression, but you're not really having like anything to actually isolate players at times outside of that Gamma lockdown, where you know you can exile someone for a little bit. Maybe you get a Sonic Seduction. You go Diamond Form, hit a Carbon Crush, like grab him by the throat, throw him to the ground. There's not really like root walls, right? You're not having someone that you can just like find an isolated player. Your front line's taking a lot of damage too because Hulk's very big and he's getting shot a lot. So I do think this is still kind of an issue where a very big meaty boy. So I think like that's kind of the problem too, where they might have had the duelist picks and it felt like they had what they needed to match up into the Flyers, but they didn't really have the, I would say, static power necessary, just the things they needed to control that space to make sure the Flyers were just getting insane amounts of value the entire time.
Yeah, ZP, we're seeing how the fearless draft system can really, really have an impact in this one. And players are, as we move forward in this tournament, they're going to have to be very focused and very prepared on how they handle these drafts, which means 40 to 50 minutes apiece, I'm going to say, per round.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know, ideally, as the tournament goes on, people get faster at the draft, not slower. Like, do not put that on us here where we're at. But I do think for Sentinels, look, Sentinels, they know what they're good at, and they had no fear in the first map of running the triple strategist mirror. And in the second map, you know, I think they did get thrown a little bit by the Hulk and Namor coming out, and they decide we're gonna run double flyer on this, and it's still gonna be fine. And to me, you talk about players maybe playing a little bit out of their historical comfort zone and just showing versatility. I do think in the second map especially, I mean, not just because of the C9 here at the very end, but I think Crimzo just came into his own in the cap. I mean, it was a masterclass of cap play coming in from Crimson. Like, look at what is going on here at the final play.
He's literally pulling all the attention in the back line. Like, he's just by himself, just with his freedom and his shield, you know, and his super soldier serum. Unbelievable. Give me more Crimzo on the cap. That's all I'm asking for. I think that's all we can all ask for. But anyway, Shroud-X eliminated from the tournament, fellas. And that means Sentinels will be moving on. Shikigami eliminated Luminosity NA, so unfortunately we didn't get to see Luminosity on A stream, but would definitely like to check out those VODs, see how they play. They play Gen.G quite hard, as you can see in the upper quarters that started things off. Our only non-North American team, Gen.G, competing in this one, was taken to the task there against Luminosity, but unfortunately they could not stand toe-to-toe against Shikigami. But that leaves us with our first two elims out, fellas, and ZP. I mean, you know, what we saw there and what we've been seeing in this fearless draft goes to show you need to be thinking about not just that first map, but what else is going to be coming ahead as you get ready for these maps. It's only going to get more challenging, and the players are only going to get better at the system.
It is really challenging players on a tactical level in a way that I don't think they've really had to deal with before. And that's why it's kind of fun when you have this, you know, as a brand new format on a brand new day like this, is that you are seeing combinations of permutations that you would never see before. And yeah, sometimes teams will just like have a terrible draft and they'll lose a map because of it. But already so far today, we've gotten some ridiculously close matches and we got a Firestorm. So I'm pretty content with where we're at right now.
We did get a Firestorm. We got a Jeff. and much to the chagrin of Puckett, we got a lot of Mantis play. So, you know, there's a lot of good happening over here. Of course, so here you can see the matches that we've already had on broadcast. Coming up next, it's going to be FlyQuest versus Envy. And Envy was the team that busted out the Firestorm. So will they do it again? That's, of course, going to be on our minds here. And then we have our matches, which you can find on twitch.tv/Shroud. You can see the text there on the bottom. You got Gen.G versus 100 Thieves. That is going to be a banger. And then I think the lower part of that, whoever loses that one will face off against Shikigami as they wait the loser of that game. So those are going to be your matchups. Got some good games of ass that are going to be coming up here in a moment.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more that are coming up, and it's going to be maybe even a deep run potentially for Gen.G, depending on how they match up versus 100 Thieves, because it's pretty interesting for them to be. I think this game in particular, for what we've seen on our side, has been very much EMEA, North America centric to a degree. We haven't really get to see so much from the APAC and Korea region, and Gen.G kind of being the first glimpse, I'd say, for us, in that first glimpse of international competition in general. So gonna be very, very interesting to see how they do the rest of the tournament. I'm hoping that they do pretty well, because I mean, they have some names that I definitely recognize.
Yeah, that 100 Thieves Gen.G matchup, definitely go check it out. It's going to be on the Bravo stream. You know what it's giving me? It's very reminiscent. I don't know if it was the Alienware Monthly Melee or one of the Cursed Weeklies that you did. Remember when the Korean squad started to come over and play in a few of those? And I remember those quite fondly. So this is giving me a little deja vu, if you will, historically speaking. But you guys are definitely going to want to see that one. But here on the A stream, we're going to be having FlyQuest facing up against Envy coming up next, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, plenty more Marvel Rivals right here at the Shroud Gauntlet. See you then.
Are we impressing Hex? Is that what's happening?
As it is going to be Melophobia dragged on in, and I think they may have actually used their own fireball into the midst of the enemy team and just been punished for it. So I'm not sure if there's too much pulling capacity. It might well have been an invisible woman force physics to drag them forth here. Luminosity just on the cusp of capping here, but of course it is going to be Shikigami who are continually forcing them out. Arso falls on down. I got confused by the colors of the teams being opposite to the colors on the UI.
Shikigami setting up aggressive, looking to bubble their Star-Lord to go in with those blasters.
Blackgate Legend available as well. Arso's already down, likely taking a lot of damage off those Thorn Lash walls. Amalia doesn't want to push their luck too much. Oh, but the fate of both worlds is too late. And now it swaps over to the damage boosting aspect to just try and disassemble Alfie, turn him into timber. And indeed, that is going to be the case here. There is a back cap coming through from the side of Freddy. And that is going to force a little bit of repositioning and percentage exchange between our teams. Right, doing some homework, some admin here on those Thornash walls. Ricky noted here by the Dreadhead himself up into the Supernova, answered by two Duelist Ultimates coming in from the other side. That's a lot of value of the Meteor M from downtown onto March. Oh man, I am tipping my delivery if it's coming like that. Man made it through the fields to get it onto March. Also stepping up as best they can, but may well be overwhelmed here by the group. Requires the attention of Valuna Snow. March really taking a bunch of damage here. Direct hits onto Amardian. Is going to be an exchange of fire. Alfie doing their best here to try and find an angle for the strangling prison, but for now it might not even be necessary, as Freddy just overhead is laying down so much damage, and Shikigami, they're being taken away from a point in fairly short order. Luminosity able to overwhelm here. Bulwark coming in from the Magneto, but look at this. Meteor Ram eating up all of that incoming damage. Looking for the Invisible Woman, instead just going to opt in for the Groot. Any recipient is better than none. At least we can mark it is delivered. Arso dragged into the mix of this strangling prison. Damage boost given over temporarily by the Lunar Snow, and all else who show their faces are quickly gunned down by the element guns of the Star-Lord. Amardian reigns supreme from a sideward throne as Luminosity are forced to just look on as overtime begins to disintegrate. It's going to be an attempt to touch here from the side of Paradox, but unable to get their feet on it. I beat a lot of ults. Oh my goodness, what a flick. Freddy gets absolutely baked by Melophobia, who just pops their team up there from the Invisible Ones, giving some additional staying power. And look at this. off on an island is the Hela. Just has to go into the group walls. Great setup there coming through.
God.
And finally, the delivery comes on to bear as well. And that actually meant even more time for the point to unlock. They're going to try and make it work with the Strangling Prison. Big value for Thornlash Wall, but good peeling as well from Alfie, who erected an Ironwood before the main angle of follow-up. And that's going to be a well-placed Guardian Shield, keeping March safe from the attentions of Voluna Snow, who was camping over on the off angle. Moves out into some fire that was laying down onto the ground by Melophobia. And it seems like finally Luminosity able to get a little bit of control on point, but they far from cleanly won this fight. Ready to go with a Strangling Prison. There's an absolute forest that's been erected on the point between both of these groups of Arnie and just spinning. And it's an amusing sideshow, yes, but Spenny's got no time for sideshows. The main event has arrived and the fate of both worlds. Everyone's dancing to the beat of the drum that Luminosity are smacking and smacking and smacking. And Shikigami are forced to flee.
Now they come back through with Mello over the top of Mating, also combining with their other duelist counterpart.
Overwhelming force offered here. That is a alpha strike if ever I have seen one. Luminosity. All of the cues are touched right there. And Shikigami, they might just want to call this one to try and get one last fight. Still, Melophobia's hanging around. I don't think that's the ideal way to try and play this one. Maybe they've already timed it out, but it won't be touchable. Ricky, Dinks, both noted here on the approach by Brady. They're going to be absolutely taxed as they try and make their way through. Amardian's doing their best with the Metallic Bulwark. Yeah, it triggers overtime, but you're down on your Star-Lord now in the midst of all of this. Scattergengi likely to be overwhelmed, but they've chosen Krasmang as their first target. And the Meteorem's in the back pocket, but he's going to save it for a better day, letting accrue some interest as we're going to head on over to the Eldritch Monument. Oh yeah, a lot of space taken away. Here comes the Goddess of Death, and that is actually going to be answered now by the Meteorem. Decides actually not to fire into it and attempt to try and weave it around as Hex so lovingly wanted. Yet Scattergengi unable to grab it in this case. Instead, Brady and Melophobia ignoring each other momentarily. Now Brady finally turns upon their counterpart. Strangling prisons for everyone. Grabbed on in. The prison population's growing. It's a crisis in modern America, and Ricky's here to fix it by himself. Getting it done with those force projectiles. Great play here from Shikigami to get themselves an early lead. Melophobia pops it early, forces out that invisible boundary, but remember, it's nowhere near the point, which means that for now, Luminosity are kind of just waiting away from the point, ready to try and actually take a fight that's going to impact them properly. Alfie's already down, though. Oh, and Brady caught by Dinks on the disengage, too. This could actually be a brutal execution on the disengage, and this is going to mean even more percentage for Shikigami. Moisturized and unbothered up here, though. In comes another Strangling Prison over onto that group. But it seems like the healing is going to be more than enough coming on through from Spenny. Meteorem takes to the skies. Scattergengi tries to place it down upon a squishy, but unable to find it. Dinks just demolished from above. Oh, the AC-130 continues to really prove its value. Shikigami slowly eroding the remaining members of Luminosity. They have themselves such a great play. Krasman got himself up on top of the walls to peek over the opposing group's erected fortifications and find himself a squishy backliner. Melophobia now just rains fire from above, and it's an infernal throne they shall sit upon as Shikigami grab our first map.
What an insane series on Hell's Heaven already. That's just map number 1 in this lower bracket. Win or go home for both teams.
Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here along with ZP and Avast. This is the Shroud Gauntlet, where we're seeing some of the best teams in all of Marvel Rivals face off against one another. $50,000 on the line. A unique format that has brought a lot of interesting conversations and some awesome players. It's going to be a good one, but we have some more action that's currently taking place over in our Bravo stream. Make sure you go ahead and check that out. You can go to twitch.tv/Shrew. Right? You go ahead and have both broadcasts up in the background. You have Shroud's channel and his second channel there. And you can go ahead and tune in to both of those matches because you're going to want to see that B stream one is Gen.G going up against 100 Thieves. Gen.G, the only North American team, the only non-North American team in this tournament, playing out of Korea. They are bringing some interesting things. They brought a Jeff. Okay, that's the most important thing. We saw a Jeff from Gen.G, so we'll see how that matchup shakes out. You can go ahead and check it out over there. But this is the bracket as it stands, ZP. A couple surprises here for sure, and then of course some results that were way closer than they're making it out to seem. Because I feel like we had a few of those games, like 100 Thieves Shikigami. That one was such a close matchup, right? 2-1 in the counts reflected in that 2-0. It's been a wild day of Marvel Rivals so far.
Yeah, and I mean, we knew coming in that this was going to be a very, very close day because we have all the receipts from these teams playing each other in recent memory. And in things like weekly tournaments, you cannot keep a consistent champion right now. Every week, the champion loses. You have anti-home field advantage effectively going on because in Season 2 for Marvel Rivals, especially in North America, it is so variable based on the team matchups, who is playing, and what is the specific flavor of the meta at the time. So coming in today, I expected a bit of chaos in terms of results, and we have gotten just that.
Yeah, and really, Avast, the chaos is to be expected, but also we're seeing some players that even through the chaos are finding ways to shine or finding ways to really show that no matter what the format is, the consistency is still there. The talent is still there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, even though this is a different format than usual, these players are all already every day practicing, day in, day out, grinding the ladder. Some slightly different rules are really not going to change that. And if anything, I think it actually allows those players that maybe they've been kind of stuck in certain, like, I would say, quote unquote, jails of like, this is what the most meta pick is, allow them to break out a bit and show and shine across multiple different heroes that aren't normally going to be played, even though they are still really cool and you can make a lot of fun, interesting strategies around their kits. And I mean, Envy, they're the definition of a team that I think is kind of broken out here onto the North American scene with some of the roster changes recently. Like, they were good before, now they're looking great.
Yeah, well, here is Envy, and they got themselves a big upgrade with Speedily joining the team, who, a lot of people were talking about what this kid brings to the table with the versatility. Versatility has kind of been the word of the day on the broadcast because you need versatility in order to thrive in this format, ZP. But this is going to be our second opportunity to see this Envy team on mainstream, well, not mainstream, but or at least for me, second opportunity to be able to watch their game play out here. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this combination of Cal and Speedily work out here, Z.
I mean, for me, all I got to tell you is Firestorm. They played Firestorm and made it work. Where you have Torch and Storm and you get the ultimate team up, which we have not really seen much of in competitive rivals. I mean, Envy is a team that's throwing new looks at you, and you take a look at how Envy as an org has built up the team where, look, they started with some old familiar faces, but they were not at all shy to continually revamp, keep their eyes open to new opportunities to remake the roster, and when they had results anything less than being number one, they just immediately revamped, and they have retooled this roster more than what we've seen from other teams in North America, but it's really hard to argue with the results. They have looked better than ever over the last week. And sure, they may have lost to 100 Thieves, back on Thursday, but they did so in a match that went the distance. They got reverse swept, and, I just wonder, it's still a team that's a little bit on the new side. Every now and then when you're still building up team synergy, you'll have moments like that where matches get away from you. But in terms of talent and promise, this Envy team is terrifying. Yeah,
there's definitely the opportunity here for Envy to continue to gel together. as a squad, right? And it's very important for them to find that synergy in this tournament here. Meanwhile, on the other side, you got FlyQuest, and Adios and Light really were superstars out of that last game there, but I felt like every single player had a moment of brilliance in their opening matchup that we saw, Vast. So I think this FlyQuest team, they're coming into this with a lot of aggression. They like to play that dive. They like to be in your face, and I think a lot of teams just not prepared for that.
No, they're a team that's been kind of an early adopter of the new meta. They've always been one of those those teams that have been shifting and evolving. And I think also having some depth here too, because they have just 3 duelists on the squad, where Audio's not often necessarily getting tons of playtime. Typically it's been like Light and Energy, but Audio's coming in to play a lot of the Human Torch. So I do think this is going to be a pretty scary roster moving forward. And they've made some changes, obviously adding Vest as well. So this squad is definitely one to watch out for going deep in the tournament as well. But this is kind of a powerhouse matchup, I'd say, in North America between Envy and FlyQuest right now.
Yeah, I also wonder too if we're gonna get the Wolverine again, Zeep. That'd be fun to watch.
It may be. I mean, look, FlyQuest, they are aggro. That is their name. In this case, they're running a composition very similar to what we just saw Sentinels run in the last map, where they're running the double flyer and they're backing up with the Captain America, Emma Frost. So what you're seeing from FlyQuest is a comp that clearly is a bit thought out. Meanwhile, on the Envy end, there's a little bit of difference here. It's not going to be the mirror match. They decide, no, we want to run the Groot. We're still going to have some flyers, but we like ourselves a little bit of Firestorm, because once more, we could see it.
Do you think it's going to work? It seems like it's going to work out. Who do you have really to punish the storm in the air? I mean, you got some opportunities, some chances of Vast here to try and counter that, but it's going to be really hard. These flyers are going to be able to get away with a lot of space to just do what they need to do if they're not contested.
Yeah, it's kind of this fire v fire matchup. And also just to answer some potential questions, because they're like, wait a minute, FlyQuest have banned Invisible Woman and Envy have banned Groot, but I see both Groot and Invisible Woman on the field. How is that possible? Well, it is the way we do the ban process in this format, where you could theoretically pick a hero, protect it as your pick, and then afterwards ban that hero, even though it's already been picked. So it's kind of an exclusionary ban, just where you get it and they don't. And I think that's really important here, because if anything, when we look at the flyer matchup and you ask Golden Boy, how are they going to counter those heroes? Well, I think Invisible Woman being on the field there is actually so crucial here, because the Guardian shields are typically a very, very good just overall usage in terms of not only giving health back to your flyer, but mitigating a lot of the damage that's occurring. And even though there is going to be a Luna Snow, we're giving that idle aura where you get some of that residual healing, some of the healing that comes forward from the other members of your team that you're doing. I do kind of think that I kind of favor a Guardian shield matchup when you've seen a flyer v flyer.
Yeah, it seems like there could have been a possibility here that in the draft, Envy might have gotten, FlyQuest might have gotten a little bit more out of this one with that Invisible Woman here. But this is it, guys. Time to see whether or not Envy could pull off the Firestorm. How good is this aggression from FlyQuest? It's now time to jump in to the Hydra base and see how this all plays out. Fellas, take it from here.
This is going to be wild. And I also think that this is the way these teams are set up here, Vest. We're not really set up for really long fights. You have way too much kill power on both sides. Between you got a pulse cannon on one end, you got a Firestorm on the other. Ults are going to come up, and then people are going to drop. That's going to be the flow of battle here.
Yeah, it's just going to be a very low elimination time, potentially, with all the damage that's out here on the field. And very importantly, just watch the duels between the flyers here. Is a very early region domain actually used there. So no region domain for a month. Pretty early. Just going to drop that. As FlyQuest just looking to set up, maybe put up Spark Chief behind.
You take a look at the neutral poke here. It is devastating. You got to think someone's about to fall here in just a moment. Whereas it might be Window super low. Punished early by FlyQuest. But are they able to do it without losing anyone in turn? Spark Chief got real low, but now getting healed back up, turning into a more sizable 6-on-5 advantage. So Envy on the back foot, and FlyQuest gets first control.
FlyQuest going to be chasing down those limbs, maybe going to find some more as they move on forward. Unibeam, pop for Adios there. FlyQuest going to back up here to point, and already, I talked about it a bit. I am worried a bit about just this flyer v flyer matchup for Envy, just because Guardian Shield is just so good for flyers in general, right? You're getting the health from it. You're absorbing up to like 350 instances of damage in total. So I do think it just gives flyers the ability to take some very aggressive plays, to be able to just play around that and not be afraid of the poke. So Envy got to be a little creative here in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Invisible Woman difference may be the difference maker more than anything else. But okay, we're gonna Fate of Both Worlds dropping here from Month. Now we'll see how Envy plays around it, and they are getting real close to getting a Firestorm. They got the Omega Hurricane up here from Speedily, probably gonna wait for Cal on the same note. Meanwhile, Adios sitting here, Maximum Pulse. Already good to go. Just waiting here at the Pulse Cannon. Regen Domain can be forced out from Envy. Envy a little bit tougher spot. They drop the Strangling Prison. The follow through though is not there. And FlyQuest all the while getting more and more progress on the point as this one drags out.
Just using the Supernova to try to split the backline here though, but Audio's gonna get caught. Really good find from Kaluge there, just ramping up that damage from that primary fire for the Emma Frost. As Energy has to be careful, doesn't want to get caught out of position.
Energy's down. Envy starting to make their way through here, and they haven't had to use the Firestorm, which is really big here, Vast. Not only are they going to take the fight, but they do it while saving their big wipeout combo. So while FlyQuest has a phenomenal start to the map, and they only need one more good fight, really, to get the middle, Envy has some tools here to really drag this out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is just going to be a situation for FlyQuest of how do we mitigate the value that's going to come up from this combo, from this Firestorm, for Cal and Speedily, because they're just going to use the max amount of it, especially because they still have a Supernova, right? They still have just so many options here. Just even if they don't necessarily want to drop both ults, they can just drop one, and they still have to be a little worried about it because there's no strategist ults on the field here for FlyQuest currently. As the dueling occurring here on the flanks, Cal getting a little pressured.
Window may be closing here, though. FlyQuest go open with Shroud-X Seduction, buy some time for Strategist ult to come on, and it's huge, the Seduction! Setting up Energy right on after. 2 down from Envy, and including the Storm, so no Firestorm coming on out here.
And that Seduction honestly got way too much value for my liking. I think for Envy, I mean, you have walls for Window, you have some Strategist ults available too. The fact that you're able to get so much position and just get the value there for the Sonic Seduction from Vest, that's humongous from FlyQuest, because Envy, they didn't have to use anything, or rather, they weren't forced to use anything for FlyQuest side into Envy. Now, to be fair, Envy holds onto their bank. They're going to try to make this recontest happen. 95% on the bank here. Envy trying to make their way back in.
They need to dodge the Iron Man pressure, and they don't. Adios! Able to take down Cal, and there's no fire! There's just a storm, but where's the fire? It's just the storm getting crunched by the Maximum Pulse instead. Oh man, Adios, right place, right time, stops the combo before it can even happen, and Envy is in a world of hurt.
I mean, Envy, their front line's down. They have some players still up, but they need to touch the point. It's not going to happen. First round going the way of FlyQuest. And FlyQuest, I mean, just the aggression on this team in general, just finding the opportunities has been something that's really stand out for this squad. And once again, I'm just worried about this matchup here for Envy. I think what's so interesting about the system here, this fearless draft, is that it puts a lot of pressure here onto the draft. And how does your coach draft? And how do you feel like what fits you best, and how can you outplay the team? And I think this Invisible Woman is still paying dividends here for FlyQuest right now. It feels like the Flyers for FlyQuest are just getting way more value. I mean, even Adios, 7 elims so far, 7 final hits. Pretty significant.
I think it's just tough because I think Envy was really banking on getting the Firestorm combo off, and it just, Adios was just able to, go a little bit more aggressive, get the shielding, get the quick pick off on the Cal, and a little bit uncharacteristic for Cal to get caught off like that. But to me, I think it's less of a, oh, Cal, you were in the wrong place, and more so, I think FlyQuest was just finding opportunities and subsequently capitalizing on them.
Well, rollout's going to be occurring here now. Envy gets to hold on to some ults, though. So, considering that they didn't get to use the Firestorm, they still have ults here for this round because we get to carry it between the domination rounds here in Marvel Rivals. FlyQuest, though, likely just going to be taking a very aggressive fight. They have the Freedom Charge. They're still going to have the Invisible Boundary. So they have some options here if they even have to deal with any of this.
All right, it's going to be Torch ult versus Torch ult here to kick things off. Not waiting for the Omega Hurricane. Just decides need the mat. Fight fire with fire in the most literal sense of the word. Meanwhile, down on the floor, Narrow. Time to start a little bit of dancing here with the Luna ult. Spark Chief, though, into the back line, being all sorts of disruptive. And now I can look to Window. Strangling Prison, ready to go right now. Quiet Groot game last time around with the Groot versus no Groot matchup. Window, can you seize the opportunity? FlyQuest is very spread out here, Vest. It's making it hard, but now we see the Strangling Prison coming in. Is the Falter going to be there speedily? Able to take down Energy right after, but Window falls in the attempt. 5-on-5, still fightable here for FlyQuest.
And they just use the Invisible Boundary to LOS that Sonic Seduction 2. Play around the point for the last player that's isolated. Vest gonna pop the Sonic Seduction in return. Trying to find Speedily, gonna find Speedily. And FlyQuest, all their members are up. They have a lot of presence here on the point. And I think it's gonna be a late elim potentially for Cal, but Cal dodging so expertly.
Yeah, I have no idea. Cal got away, but Energy chasing on down after. Meanwhile, Adios Pulse cannon, good to go. A lot of targets here. As soon as the dancing may go down, waiting for the opportunity. Doesn't want to throw into a group wall, but man, oh man, if you're an Iron Man, you got an itchy trigger finger here. Spark able to take that one, and you don't even need it here, Vast. The focus fire from FlyQuest is just too good.
Really good discipline as well from Adios, just making sure that they wanted to get rid of the shields. They didn't necessarily need it. So Envy gets to come into this next fight. They get to hold on to the Mega Hurricane. So they have an ult available, close available to Worlds. I mean, they're even the combo, realistically, there with Cal. So they're pretty close, but FlyQuest just continuing to show that they're so disciplined in between, just also busting out some extremely aggressive plays. And these chokes are so hard to deal with on Hell's Heaven. Envy gonna need some options here, just try to get their flyers in position, remove FlyQuest off these angles.
It's time. It's finally time. The Firestorm that has been long awaited, that we got denied in the first round, surely is about to happen, although Energy taking the turn first. Decided to drop his own Firestorm, but now here comes Cal, drops it speedily in at the same time. How toasty is it going to get in here for FlyQuest? There's a Fire Tornado rotating around, but so far, no real results. FlyQuest with the invisible boundary able to stay alive, counter pushing the Envy, takedown too, and they're fire resistant, Avast.
And I think also this is somewhat a little bit of the downside of this combo is like there's so much sustain here for FlyQuest as well, because you essentially have another strategist ult when you have the Freedom Charge available for Spark Shape, when you have that Captain America ult. You see him just running around, just touching everyone, just making sure like, yo, dap up, like the entire time running, just giving some bonus health, giving some of the movement speed too. And because it's not like a huge burst ult combo there for Envy, you can sustain that with the bonus health.
Envy right now, backs against the wall. One of their last opportunities here to make something happen here in map 1. We're looking at window. Strangling Prison, good to go. A lot of clumped up people here for FlyQuest. Here comes Strangling Prison. Fall through. Are you there? Cooper-tastic. Drops the fate of both worlds. Keeps FlyQuest nice and healthy through the Strangling Prison. And now Envy still looking for anything on the picks, but look to the side here. It's Vest with the Sonic Seduction. Get some nice value. Zealous and Spark Chief cleaning on up. And at 90%, this may be it for Envy here on our first map.
I mean, there's not going to be a contest. You aren't going to have a last swap to Doctor Strange. There is no hope. There is no glimmer. This is going to be the map for FlyQuest, and a very, very dominant map at that. And you have to wonder, maybe FlyQuest did their homework here a bit in the draft phase.
It's been ridiculous what we've been seeing from FlyQuest, because don't forget too, I mean, it wasn't just Envy that's run into the FlyQuest buzzsaw today. It was also Shroud-X that was the first victim here, where, you know, it is one of those things where, you know, you try and seed things based on recent results, you know, make things interesting, and then, you know, Shroud-X might have to look back at the tournament after and be like, oh, okay, was FlyQuest just the best team here? I'm not saying they are just yet, but they did make Envy look like light work, which is not an easy thing to do with how good Envy looked just earlier in the day.
And
Not
because
at all.
lights on FlyQuest.
Yeah, I did. I did. No, I did want to say though, the word that I think best encapsulates like what this FlyQuest team has been doing for us. Avast, you said it was discipline. Discipline was just so impressive from them. Whenever there was an opportunity, I think, you know, ZP, you noted it, right? You were seeing Adios in the air. He was just destroying people. And you're like, oh, maybe he goes for a little, you know, I know I would, you know, because I'm a trashy gold player. But he knows better. And he held on to that stuff. But I think that also goes to show like how FlyQuest are like just prioritizing the way that they play this, their ult economy, but also more importantly, how they were playing like incredibly forward the whole time, which I thought was really impressive. They never really allowed Envy to get set up. I mean, if anything, Avast, I think you could see with the Firestorm, it was quite telegraphed even, where like they were waiting for the moment to happen, and then there's like, oh no, we'll just dump a bunch of Firestorms of our own over here. You're not going to get through this doorway. It was clinical, honestly, and I feel like FlyQuest just had their number the entire time. There's nothing that Envy could have done in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, I just really think that overall, like, not only were they disciplined, but it is one of just the downsides, again, of potentially just not having the Invisible Woman. Invisible Woman's so good for enabling your flyers. I mean, you look at Adios' stat, or rather, I think it was Energy's. No, it was Adios' stat line overall. They had like 12 final hits. They were relatively uncontested, it felt like, throughout the entire series. And they just were able to do whatever they wanted. They didn't even have to drop that many pulse cannons, honestly. Like, they weren't even dropping consistent pulse cannons. They were just getting so much value just in general. And they had,
I mean, the Unibeams alone.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And then you add on top of that just the invisible boundary, the LOS of Psionic Seduction to deal with the firestorm. You have the shields. Like, it just feels like across the board, it was going to be a really hard match with Envy from the draft screen.
Yeah, and it was that crazy to think, CP, that little trickery there right at the second ban, right? We're like, oh, we're gonna go ahead and take this invisible woman. By the way, you can take it. Of course, that does remove that from the pool for them coming into our next one. But Envy's got to find a way to bounce back here, guys. And the way FlyQuest is playing, ooh, that's gonna be hard. Because ZP, this FlyQuest team looks like they're on fire right now.
They do, and I think to put Envy in a little bit of bind, the fact that Envy came out and basically used their Groot pick, and it was a rough game for Groot, is not good, because now I think as you get into the draft for the next game, which we'll see in a little bit, maybe after a break, as the team's set up, but I do think if you're Envy, you're almost stuck in this corner where you kind of have to ban Groot first, because you don't want to really get in the situation potentially on a longer map, because we'll probably go to Convoy or Convergence, where you have to play against Groot while not being able to play it yourself. So I think for Envy, they've lost a few options for how they want to manipulate the next draft because of how this one just went.
Yeah, Envy have a lot of decisions to make as we get ready for map number 2. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be right into the draft to find out how this all shakes out for map 2 and whether or not we see FlyQuest get another 2-0 here at the Shroud Gauntlet. We'll be right back, folks.
Earlier, meanwhile, Human Torch somehow made it through on Gen.G's side. Delena, though, early pick on the chopper.
I mean, what's worse, for the draft to take 30 minutes or for the players to draft and just head straight into game before we're ready? You know what? I'll take the speedy version, given that we're a little bit behind. Of course, now that we're in a new round of competition, the first map has changed once again. It'll be rotating all the way through as we go through our semifinals, winners finals, and all of that good stuff. Terrible heads on in, tries to get themselves a grab onto the group, and of course it works on out. Chopper just gets absolutely fed through the sawmill there by the adamantium saw blade of Terrible. And well, Eggsy, while they may be plinking away, was that another grab onto Brownie? Yeah. My goodness, Terra has come to play today. Was challenged thoroughly by Shroud-X a couple of days previous, and now is here to do a much more dominant performance on the Wolverine. Are you in trouble? You bet you are. There we go. Already caught on in, walls himself away. It's the classic counter. And well, 100 Thieves have 6 ultimates to try and play this one out. And they are already in overtime right here. The invisible boundary has been taken on down. Snake's going to bring up the second after using that God of Mischief to steal away the powers of Susan's Storm. Out comes a strangling prison. That one was from Chopper. Didn't seem to have grabbed too much. And well, Terror. Oh, Ivan the Terrible has arrived. And well, his reign of terror is going to continue. Vinny just lording over the point right now, absolutely on top of things. Brownie does their best to escape. No one's there to touch. And 100 Thieves starting off strong. Oh, Delena, unbothered. Oh, fully bothered, actually.
Fully bothered.
Shows that a well career's got some aimers, and they're going to make a career out of it themselves. Terra, for now, just backs away. The Sonic Seduction, too much to bear. Vinny's dragged on in, and the multiple Loki magic missiles from above blast through that woody carapace and turn him into splinters.
But into this upcoming fight, if Exodus hits those shots on Delena, then you're in a good spot. But on ping, we'll see what Exy can do, and he's pulled to the outside, but the pocket is there. He's killed himself.
Oh, wait, Exy gets credit for that through the Soul Drainer. Just forced to stare here from afar, burst through those regeneration domains. And well, the Supernova's going to go down on top of the strangling prison. Multiple people grabbed into one place. Terra uses the last stand to drag everyone away from that area where Gen.G really wanted to fight. And Snake brings up the invisible boundary to try and make it work.
And they're still holding on to this objective. Also with the slam, I mean, how do you counter that when Brownie is in your face? They're trying to commit the invisible boundary. Down members on their team. Gen.G's still holding on to this point here, leg day. I don't think we've seen him play it either, but obviously they've figured out their duo. SJP usually, I think, the one on that cloak and dagger. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, so much damage coming out of Vinny, forcing him back to the choke.
All right, Vinny just having to hide away for now. Sonic Seduction does grab people in, but unfortunately X is on the other side of a pillar and can't send any follow-through towards that direction. Terra got isolated and demolished. Gen.G back in control of a point. Terra, full rage to work with and almost the last stand as well. Desperately wants Chopper. Oh, gets caught though. However, in that grabbing prison, multiple players taking a huge amount of damage. SGP and Harvey have to make sure to get inside the invisible boundary themselves. They can't afford for it to go on down if the invisible woman falls. And while Brownie does fire up plenty of these, it is eventually going to be the Wolverine who hits the Alpha Strike. Chopper's been taken down. The damage is too much to bear. Eggsy caught out by the wide AoE that was given, and Delana is happy to just square up against the Human Torch and hit sword after sword. Takes to the sky. Gen.G still in control. Overtime in their favor, trying to make sure that this Hela can't get too much done. However, with 84%, they just have to reset on point at the moment. I think they don't have any respawns. Miss on that Berserker leap right there. Means that it is going to be a successful touch coming through from a Human Torch. Doesn't want to fall into a pit, and so goes away for a moment, gives a little bit of space over. A quick leaving. Oh, they can't touch the point. They've been grabbed off it here. Oh, the huge use of a strangling prison. What a heads-up play from Vinny. Large brain, even if it is made of wood, all of those neurons are still firing. Gen.G flummoxed.
Listen, I'm not rooting for any team here, but man, that is such a good strangling prison from 100 Thieves. And Brownie, being the only guy who could touch, was too busy trying to get elimination.
Damn.
I mean, I can't blame him, right? You can't blame the guy for trying to do his job, which is kill people on Human Torch. But damn, that sucks for Gen.G.
Welcome back to the Shroud Gauntlet, everyone. GB with a VAS and ZP as we look to dive into map number 2. FlyQuest currently up 1-0, and I would probably say a little bit of a lopsided matchup in that first one as we were at Hell's Heaven, and it did not pan out the way that Envy would have wanted. They got what they wanted with the Storm Human Torch combo. Unfortunately, didn't get a lot of value out of it, which leaves FlyQuest with that advantage coming into map 2 here. But fellas, we got our band starting to come through, and FlyQuest not wanting to deal with Captain America on that other side. Okay, and then we had Star-Lord getting removed here from Envy, and some picks coming through as well, fellas.
I think that what you're seeing here from Envy is they didn't want to deal triple strategist on this map, and you take away one of the key parts of the comp, and you make it less likely that you have to deal with it. What I'm a little bit surprised on is that they don't decide to ban Groot. Then again, FlyQuest has been so aggro, maybe they're not necessarily thinking about going Groot anyways. But the mid-stage bans will be interesting, particularly what is the final pick that FlyQuest does before the mid-stage bans, because I still think if you're Envy right now, I don't necessarily think you necessarily want to deal with like Magneto Groot on the other side. You could take it out, but if you're FlyQuest and that's the angle you're going to, probably the most important hero to pick before you get those mid-level bans coming in.
We'll see.
Yeah, holistically, I think for this too, this is such a good position for FlyQuest. Legitimately, it's a really good position for them to be in. Like, Groot's already gone for Envy. They used it the first map. Now they're in a position where, okay, like, we haven't really gotten rid of, like, we have Magneto available to us, we have Groot available to us, like, we have Strange available to
them.
I mean, Hulk, if you want to pull it out, like, overall, but most importantly, that staple of the Vanguard lines are all still here for FlyQuest. So it's going to be, Envy trying to probably make it up, make the difference. And without Captain America, it's likely just going to have to be Doctor Strange, more than likely. Because also Emma Frost is gone too. So won't be seeing the Emma Frost pick either.
Yeah, you're essentially looking at the heavy hitters on the Vanguard side all effectively being removed here for Envy, leaving them with very few options. Maybe they just be bold and bust out the penny. Maybe that's what they go to do. Right?
You're
a Penny Parker hater?
Look, I'm just saying in terms of hero variety, we've seen it. We've seen a Jeff today. We've seen a Firestorm, and all those things seem way more likely to be played than Penny Parker in 2025. It's kind of where we're at. Like in
2025. Didn't the game come out this year?
Came out in 2024. 2024.
Oh my God, time is an elusive concept, and I'm getting old, everyone.
However, it's not that long. Not that long of a time, to be fair.
Okay, not that long of a time frame. Oh, okay, good. I don't have to think about the existential, crisis of death. All right, cool, guys. Let's continue the conversation. Now, though, we still haven't gotten any lock-ins yet here. But yes, you're right. Very low probability that you will see the penny in play at all. Higher probability of Spider-Man, do you think, ZP? Higher probability, right? Probably to get Spidey out there.
I don't think Spidey's showing up right now.
I'm saying in general, if you had to say a higher probability, who would get picked, Spider-Man or Penny Parker?
No. Yeah, between the two Parkers, you're probably more likely to see Peter than Penny at the moment. Where I'm at.
And again, no play. Back to the multiverse with you, swine. Get out of here.
I mean, tough choice. Tough question to ask. I mean, that's like saying, like, what's more likely, raining cats or dogs? So either way, it's both. It's kind of improbable.
Or meatballs, whichever one,
Sure.
It's all good. All right. Well, let's see if we haven't got anything locked in here yet. There are just a lot of options that these teams can go for. I do feel like whatever FlyQuest opts to do, it is just going to be pure W key aggression. They're just going to fly at their opponent, living up to their name here. Loki gets locked in now, so that's going to leave your two strategists. You got Cloak and Dagger and Loki on the FlyQuest side, and then Cloak and Dagger and Invisible Woman on the Envy side.
And they take out the Iron Man, so they don't want to deal with any pulse cannon shenanigans that they were dealing with Envy in the same time. And also, when you think about how Envy, handled things before they played both Torch and Storm, there's no more good flying options now for Envy. So you're not going to get an Iron Man here, the supplement, in FlyQuest. You have some faith here that you're going to get a good grounded game of Marvel Rivals, which, by the way, if you're Envy, you have nothing but a ground game here. Ban Groot. Ban Groot now. Don't let Groot get through. You got an opportunity to choose your own destiny. And within that, you should be banning Groot. That's all I got.
Because they can't use it, Envy. So you might as well make sure your opponent can't use it. And then you limit their options because they're in a bit of I wouldn't say a similar necessarily situation, but you do have some limitations on what FlyQuest can look to opt into here if they end up banning the group.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think,
some
I mean, it's, I don't, Thing is possible, but it's definitely fallen out of the meta a bit, especially with the nerfs that have happened to his Embattled Leap. So I think if Envy bans Groot, that's one of their better situations to be in, because you really don't want it to be a situation where you have no flyers, and which is one of the better things to like kind of play into the group, because Groot isn't super effective into playing to that in general, just because, yeah, you have walls, but it's kind of hard to like take the duels with them. You're not getting bubbles necessarily. Yeah. So I think Envy should probably go for that group ban. It's probably one of the better options for them, but who knows, you know?
And I thought too, it could just be flat out aggression. Maybe a Hulk gets locked in here. Wolverine still, I mean, well, the Magneto's out, so probably not the best choice there, but that could also be
to be fair, if you're confident in the Wolverine, you could play it with the Magneto. I mean, typically that's what we often see is Wolverine's played with Magneto on both squads anyways, you know. So it could still happen if they're feeling confident in that. I mean, to me, it's just like there's no flyers, so it's gonna be like a much more static type of game. There's no Captain America either. So I'm imagining Winter Soldier makes his appearance here. I think this is where Winter Soldier will likely make his appearance. Like 10,000%, Winter Soldier, Hela, those are picks, especially for Envy, because Envy, I mean, Cal is one of the deadliest Helas like in the game currently. So I feel like Hela would be a very obvious pick potentially for Envy here.
Yeah, that does feel like it could be an option. There, you have so many duelists available to you here that can be effective, and on top of which, let's not forget that you've removed all of these flyers. So ZP, you're right. Grounded game. It's going to be good, honest, no shenanigans, none of this flying crap. Okay, everyone's going to have to keep those 2 feet on the ground, unless they pick a Hulk, and then in which case my guy's flying all over the place. Also, but I don't think that's going to happen.
While we're waiting for this draft to pick up steam and get us into game, it's worth knowing that we got an update from the other side of the bracket. 100 Thieves has defeated Gen.G 2-0.
Whoa.
I understand it was a little bit back and forth, but Gen.G now being sent to the lower bracket is where we are at. And there we go. Productions, let's say we got an eye of this. So 100 Thieves is in the upper bracket finals, awaiting whoever wins this matchup versus FlyQuest versus Envy. Meanwhile, Sentinels, I mean, my word, that is a tough road for Sentinels. They had to go against a blender in Envy, and now up against Gen.G in a lower bracket elimination match. Things getting spicy here as the day goes on.
The quality of team is always going to be tough. You know, to quote the great Ric Flair, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man. Okay, so no matter what, the Sentinels are going to have to run through the gauntlet no matter what, right, in that situation. So they're going to be heading into a very fun battle against Gen.G. Meanwhile, Shikigami waiting for the loser of this one, whether it's FlyQuest or Envy. If you're just joining us there, you can see at the top of the screen there the match we're following. It's FlyQuest versus Envy, and they have FlyQuest up 1-0 currently after a very dominating conclusion in that domination game at Heaven's Hell, or Hell's Heaven, excuse me, the Hydra base, where basically it was just all FlyQuest the entire time. We're still waiting for the Envy ban to come through. And if you're wondering,
they're going in the book.
Why is it taking so long? Look, guys, we're gonna keep it $150 with you guys. Okay, this is new. Let's give the players some space, some grace to be able to make some decisions. Because honestly, if I was in a similar situation, I wouldn't know what the hell I'm supposed to pick here, because there's so many things that you got to take into consideration.
Wait.
And not that one. I didn't take Venom being banned into consideration. They must know something.
I figured it out. The new penalty will set a timer, and if teams don't pick by a certain amount of time, Golden Boy will pick the hero he thinks best suited or banned.
Golden Boy pick.
That's right. Where it goes down here. And the reality, it may be an upgrade.
Get ready to play Penny, everyone. Get ready to play Penny.
Like, yeah, I'm locking in the Penny. But
you better lock in 4 now, or else I'm sending you to the gulag. No, there's what the hell, the Venom pick? Did FlyQuest run Venom in the last one? I think they did, right?
Yes,
am I tripping?
Yeah. No, they 100% did. They ran Spark on the Venom, and it also fits with FlyQuest MO, which is the be in your face via a bunch of different ways. So banning the Venom is actually smart. Envy has been paying attention to what has been going on here. Also, I gotta say, GB, I'm a little bit disappointed that you're gonna reference Ric Flair and not drop a woo. Like, what's going on here, man? Like,
Ooh, sorry about that. I didn't want to piss off Shroud's audience. They may not. And on the VCT show, everyone has to deal with my wrestling references all the time. So, you know, I didn't want to do that here. But, you know, I mean, you're just going to have to deal with it.
I don't know what the crossover is, honestly. I'm not quite sure if there's a crossover between WWE and Marvel Rivals, but it is possible. I mean, in a way, both are kind of, they're both superheroes. They're both they both have hero costumes and personas and such. So
I could be wrong, but I believe, and I gotta see, there was a Marvel WWE crossover comic years ago, unless it might not have been Marvel. Never mind. Actually, it might not have been. Oh, dude, I thought that there was, because I know that it's like a thing that people like to see. Like, you know, we've seen like Transformers crossover into comics and stuff like that, Ninja Turtles, Power Rangers, things of that nature. It's always a fun one, but didn't get the WWE superstars yet. But there is a correlation. Okay, you want to know why? Because we're nerds.
Sure.
That's the correlation.
I'm gonna believe it. I'll believe it.
Psylocke gets picked here for FlyQuest. We got some progress now. I gotta say the Psylocke choice, yeah. I mean, you know, you are going to have a lot of access to that back line. You could do a lot of damage with the Psylocke there. So overall, pretty solid pick here from FlyQuest. Kind of, I do think ZP, like, no matter what, FlyQuest still going to get the aggression that they want, no matter what permutation of the composition they end up getting here.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm reevaluating. I think FlyQuest, we've been talking about the thing. I think he's gonna make an appearance, because even though in theory you'd think running Groot in like a grounded comp is pretty good, FlyQuest, I think the fact that I think Envy had a good read that they probably were gonna go with the Venom, FlyQuest just seems so intent on running into your face in all ways possible that I do actually think maybe a thing shows up here. I mean, because if you're gonna run another Vanguard and look to be super aggressive and dive, and you don't have Captain America available, you know, what are you going to use? Well, maybe it's time for the thing.
Yeah.
I don't think things coming out here. I think things have been looking grim lately, you could say, and I don't think
you need to leave.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I don't think he's coming out.
Okay.
I don't think he's coming out. Okay. I think he's not making it out. Oh, they took me out. No, they sent me to the pocket dimension.
Thank God.
Finally, these guys.
Penny Parker's universe. You go away. No, I agree. But what would be the other option then? Strange, but
I think it's Groot.
Don't you want to preserve
I think there's
that
gonna be Groot.
But wouldn't you want to? Well, if FlyQuest are looking to end this one 2-0 and not thinking about that third map, which, you know, makes sense, then yes, you kind of pick the things that are going to be quite formidable here. Hulk gets locked in on the Envy side. So we're going to get Hulk, Magneto, maybe Namor to round that out. Potential.
I mean, if they go Namor, it makes sense, right? Where Namor, even though it hasn't been the greatest day for Namor, anti-dive hero. Makes sense against FlyQuest, and FlyQuest did take it out, so
and
I think to me it would be,
So, you know, you can kind of get a little bit more poke out of that, I guess. There it is. Namor gets locked in. So the Namor's picked, and there you have it. So you're going to get that Gamma turret combination with his little fish friends there. So Namor is going to have a lot to work with now. What does FlyQuest look to pick up?
I'm telling you, I think it's going to be Groot, Winter Soldier. I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be Groot. Where's Winter Soldier? Because there it is. And there it is.
I knew it was going to happen.
It just makes the most sense into what they're playing. It's a really strong overall meta composition. You get value here, especially when there's no like real shield line for Envy, right? Like Magneto is kind of your anchor tank to a degree, an anchor Vanguard. So even with Namor getting the team up with Hulk too, I think Psylocke in general, like if this had been an Emma Frost situation, like it would be kind of a throw not to also just mirror the Psylocke because she's so strong when partnered with Emma Frost because of the clones you get. But right now, it seems like that's by far the best composition, and Envy, it's going to be a bit of a challenge with Wolverine too, which we've talked about, but I believe our map's Hall of Jalia, right? So this is it's going to be a bit of a challenge for Envy to try to play around the extremities of the map, and I think get a lot of value here for their Namor and Wolverine in general when FlyQuest is going to have a very, very strong front line.
Oof, yeah. I think that I like the Wolverine only because it's very clear that like they're just looking to counter that aggression and prevent them from being able to like take the space freely the way that they want. I think the Wolverine kind of gives them a little bit more oomph in the front line to kind of take those fights with them. It also, who got defense and who's defending here too? Because that's another interesting thing to keep in mind.
Let me see if I can find this out here. If production doesn't get to it first, I'll do my own investigation of where we're at. Like thinking back
Your
to
own
the
investigative.
That's right. Thinking back all the way back to the beginning. Okay, I think it is Envy on the attack first, but I may be wrong.
Envy on the attack first, starting off with Wolverine and Hulk, looking to get up in your business. Not bad. I mean, it could work out, but FlyQuest feels a little bit more controlled. ZP. It feels like they have just with the Winter Soldier there, the Groot to chop things up, the Psylocke harassing the back line. You have a lot of things that are just going to be working here. Whereas I feel like with Envy, you got to make it work. Does that make sense? And I wonder if that could maybe be the death knell for Envy here. What do you think?
You know,
I think ZP is ZP. What? How about you go?
No, I missed. I got to start. No, you take it. You take it. You got it.
Okay,
Go for it.
He's already getting it. I think overall, I'm gonna say that it's gonna be hard, but the one saving grace here is the Wolverine in this comp for me, because you get double bubble, you get an indestructible guard from the Hulk, and you get the bulwark from the Magneto. So you do have two shields to kind of let Wolverine go crazy, go wild, and just slash and hack a bit. That's my one saving grace, I think, for this comp. And also, Namor works pretty strong. He's obviously still a pretty good overall hero pick. So
and he pulls a lot. Wolverine pulls a lot of attention as well, right? So because he's just so like crazy, he's like all up in your business. So you have to handle the Wolverine, and maybe the Namor can, use that to his advantage, right? Not have to deal too much with stuff like getting picked off in the back line and things of that nature. Yeah, you're right. I like the double bubble. I didn't factor that in.
Okay, I got some update here from the inside. I'm sneaking into the match chat here, mostly to see if the players are about to end lobby, but in reality, there's Spark for FlyQuest is having an existential crisis as Envy is just laughing, saying that Groot is going to just continually get clawed by Wolverine. Kalu's dropped the draft 1 time to execute, and Spark is dropping tortured Star-Lord memes. Chris Pratt looking sad and confused. It was Spark's response. So we're about to get into the game, and Envy's feeling pretty good about things, and Spark, maybe not as much, maybe playing into the meme a little bit, but they're feeling that the last pick Wolverine is pretty good versus the last pick Groot.
Here's the thing, Logan's a lumberjack working in the Canadian mountains, right? He's very used to chopping up all sorts of forests, wood things, trees, all that crap. So what's a sentient tree to a man with adamantium claws? That's the logic. It all checks out, guys. It all checks out. That's another comic book lore fact for you guys. Because fun fact, Logan's Canadian. Okay, people don't know that. Okay, but I got you covered with useless Marvel Comics facts because I'm a nerd. There is I do think that the Wolverine's going to be fun to watch, and it will be the difference maker here. It could be make or break. And this is a big one because, of course, FlyQuest are up 1-0 in the series. If they manage to lock this one in, win 2-0, they will move on to face off against 100 Thieves, who have been on a tear. That match, fellas, if that happens, either way, with Envy 100 Thieves or FlyQuest 100 Thieves, banger. It's going to be a crazy match because everyone's playing like insane right now. It's really cool. But Hall of Jalia, map 2, we'll be starting up in a second here, guys. But Avast, give me the prediction. Give the viewers a prediction. Who are you going for?
It's tough. I think overall, I'm feeling more comfortable on the FlyQuest side, if I'm going to be completely real. But I would love to see like a map 3 potentially because these teams are kind of some of North America's best right now, especially with Envy kind of being on the come up. And like all fans of Marvel Rivals and Rivals in general and Marvel, like you just want to soy pog a bit. You want to see some of the advantages just kind of pop off. You want to see these teams pop off in general, and I think that these teams are going to put on a really exciting show, even if it ends up being a 2-0 here for FlyQuest. Hopefully, I'm hoping this Wolverine comp, which is pretty good into the group, can be pretty well executed. So, but I'm landing on Team Green, so I'm going FlyQuest.
Team Green. All right, chat. Let us know who you think is going to pick up the dub. Go ahead and spam. Whether it's going to be FlyQuest or Envy. We want to see who you think is going to get this win here today. Because if Envy were to be able to take this, like you said, Vast, we get that map 3, then we start to see where some of these things, you know, might fall apart, because you only get those 2 heroes to be able to bring back. And you've spent a lot. You've invested a lot here if you are FlyQuest, right? I would imagine, you know, you don't have the Groot, you don't have the Emma Frost, I think you just have a Strange left over, if I'm correct, and Thing. So you're going to need to make a decision on who you pick if you go to a map 3. So there's a lot riding on this one here.
You have Venom, technically. You still have Venom. You got Venom.
Venom,
so.
sorry. Venom, yeah, you're right.
So that's a Venom.
Also, at this point, I need the investigation as to... Okay, thank you. I was about to say, it's like, the draft has been done for a while. Players, get into the lobby. If it was the standard NA bathroom break, let me tell you, like, we need the rule. We need rules that somehow, you know, stop people from using the bathroom. I don't know. I don't know where we're at here, but finally, we're in game.
Get a catheter, put it on the thing, just so you're good to go. Okay, get a, what is it, what do they call those, a bedpan?
No, bedpan. But we don't have to go on the, you know, other things.
Let's go the bedpan route. Maybe the other one's a bit too intrusive. But in any case, though, Hall of Jalia is going to be your map here. Teams should be loaded in and ready to go. We're keeping our eyes on that Wolverine. See how Cal can hang on Wolverine, on Logan, and whether or not FlyQuest can wrap it up here. Fellas, take it away.
It's over. We're in. The wait is done. And now we'll get to see if Envy can turn things around, if things are actually going to be grim for Spark, who, again, you know, it's just player banter, but I don't think Spark necessarily loved Cal showing up here on Logan. So it pans out.
And also something to notice, I mean, Light is in for FlyQuest here to play some of this Psylocke here, so a little bit of some roster changes. Using other substitutes here for FlyQuest, which we've noted upon, is just keeping the pressure early here onto Cal, trying to remove Cal from the flanks, set up a potential dive, just make some more space here for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest right now, here on the attack, about 45 seconds burn, taking it a little bit on the slow side, waiting for opportunities, and for now, keep the group nice and protected here from the Wolverine, but meanwhile, got a grab over and in from Cal. Cal getting pretty low after going for the snatch, and FlyQuest able to fully recover. So thus far, handling the Wolverine threat pretty darn well, as now progress on the point starts sticking up. 2 ticks now theirs, and Envy needs to commit on over. Invisible boundary gonna be dropped. You'd think.
There's the re-engage then, but not quite, just waiting. They're holding off. Envy playing a really patient game along with FlyQuest. Everyone's just waiting patiently. Corner Proteus going to be used, doesn't find anyone, but Energy down.
It found Energy. It hit Energy, and then he immediately died after the horn hit. Blink, and you miss it. Cal falling right after, though. Both teams down 1. FlyQuest doing a very admirable job of staying in here, but Envy now starting to push him on back. Flow battle more in Envy's favor as FlyQuest is in a full retreat. The tree finally gets chopped. And Envy, great hold here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left remaining here for FlyQuest on the attack.
And interestingly enough, you know, so much value again from the Cloak and Dagger, where Cloak and Dagger felt a little bit out of favor in the meta, where it's like, oh, we're only going to play Loki, Luna Snow, or Loki Invisible Woman. But Cloak and Dagger definitely finding a bit of a resurgence here, where Month just continuing to use these Capes of Terras to just get the vulnerability out at really crucial times when enemy goes for the re-engage, and also, just as importantly, getting the blind, right? It removes the visibility, you remove all LOS, so it actually gives you a little bit of opportunities to actually take some space uncontested. As now FlyQuest is trying to set up here again, 5 ults, near to be 6 ults on the board as Envy, they don't want to let them through main.
Window moving on in, dropping the Hulk ult, trying to make a little bit of room here for Envy. Window getting super low, able to back on out though, get a little bit of healing, not the classic Hulk ult, Hulk die that was seen quite a bit here for Envy. And also, they got the Cloak and Dagger ult ready to go, Eternal Bond at any moment. We'll see how FlyQuest goes. FlyQuest now moving on over, the horn gets dropped, the horn definitely dodged. Energy though, in a little bit of danger right now for FlyQuest. Able to get away. Meanwhile, Light, though, into the backline dance to the butterfly, backed up by the Meteor M. Envy getting fully wiped out, and that's going to get the convoy started.
And I liked the gambit a bit from Envy. It was like, well, let's use a Hulk smash for Window, try to maybe force out something from FlyQuest. Just didn't work out. Lost the ult early, had to use a bunch of cooldowns, and then FlyQuest had to walk in for free. Pretty easy to mitigate the value of the Horn of Proteus with the Groot too, because you just see Spark Chief drops that wall right there, just really right when it lands, and just denies all the splash damage. So very important there for FlyQuest, denying those ults. Gets a walk in, drop their ults, get a ton of value too from the copy from Coopertastic. They got a misship, and now Envy looking to hold second. Bank is still looking relatively decent here, but right now for FlyQuest, I feel like their comp's only going to get stronger as they get off first.
Well, also, now that we're in a more terrain balanced area, you got to look out for Strangling Prison in the Kraken Impact. They have it loaded.
Oh, yeah.
They can get even more momentum out of this here and now. So I'm looking at Spark Chief, where, yeah, Spark Chief has to avoid Wolverine. Wolverine's not going to go anywhere. Not going to be swapped, of course, with the format. And, oh, wow, energy's down. So
wait, I've never seen someone actually die to the Cape of Terror. I mean, that was actually energy going down. Like, literally the final blow was the Cape of Terror.
It was a terrifying cape, and even more terrifying, Kaluj off on the flank, able to find light. So Envy re-solidifying here on the defense, and FlyQuest in a hot retreat.
Gonna back out here fully from FlyQuest, and making sure not to lose anyone extra, not gonna get staggered here a little bit further. And Envy looking pretty good here in terms of their ult bank, holding strong, make sure to keep this pressure. Cal, though, getting hunted down the flank. They might be able to find Cal. No, Cal makes it. For the safety of the geometry, the safety of the health pack. And FlyQuest just looking to try to set up here because Envy doing a really good job of just not letting them take any angles.
Spark Chief is getting focus fire down and then some, nearly falls in the mud. Meanwhile, Kaluj, Meteor M, looking to a little bit ball into the back, not going to get pick off front. Meanwhile, Strangling Prison finally let loose here by Spark Chief into the Kraken Impact from Energy, but doesn't appear to do too much. Envy still very healthy. The Eternal Bond kept everyone nice and healthy despite the combo coming on in. Coopertastic going in, strategies of their own, but FlyQuest, their main plan of battle here, Vast, is a little bit in shambles. Envy still able to maintain, dropping the invisible boundary as speedily. Now, you know, on the Namor, able to find energy off on the end.
And the chaos here is so important too, because the more chaos there is, the less contest there is for Speedily, who's been sitting relatively just free, up on the high ground, getting value from the Gamma Squid. Window, wanting to try to find some more, not gonna find any more. Gonna get hooked, what a hook! And that's huge for energy.
Ooh. I think it doesn't get them the second point, but what it gets them terrain. Like, you take a look at Envy. The S keys are being held down. That's it.
Yeah, it's very hard to contest this when you're not having those shields from the Hulk, you're not having some of the extra pressure. Speedily still sitting on the high ground. I mean, just the damage. Look at the damage being done to Vest there.
That was ridiculous. I mean, Magneto nearly just bit it there. Unbelievable damage coming in from Speedily. Speedily, though, under a whole lot of pressure on the side, is going to get healed back up just in the nick of time. And, oh, by the way, here comes a little bit Wolverine. Cal saying, you think I was going for the Vanguards? Nah, Lion, I was going for you. Envy up one here once more. Kaluj able to chase down energy. And once more, take a look at FlyQuest. They're going to push back, but they're running out of time here, Vast. They only have 25 seconds left.
Yeah, and I definitely would have thought this comp would have just struggled here a bit, but honestly, it's going so well here for Envy. FlyQuest having to commit the God of Mischief. Gonna walk on forward now to get this touch. 14 seconds here on the board. Both strategy results available for Envy, but nothing else. They have nothing else in the bank, but they're getting close to the last stand. FlyQuest, they need to have something happen right now, and that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, what we saw there was Gamma burning down a tree is what we saw. Meteor M gonna try to even the odds here for FlyQuest, and it results in nothing. Speedily's Namor has been a thing of beauty in this map here so far. Energy, drop the Kraken Impact. Doesn't seem like the best time to be able to drop it right now. Under pressure the whole way through as Envy continues to clean up. We are in overtime, and FlyQuest is running out of options. Which is probably why they threw in the Kraken Impact to begin with. But yeah, it's over.
They're not touching. They're not touching. A beautiful bubble from Vest, but like Envy made this work so well here on the second point. I thought like maybe it would even get a little bit weaker as we get off first, but it feels like it was the inverse. I mean, Speedily was just controlling that high ground the entire time. There's no flyers. There's no one to really get up there other than the Psylocke a bit. And you just look at this. I mean, this is just a nasty amount of damage farm that's coming out from Speedily and Kaluj, to be fair.
I mean, Kaluj is way more lethal Magneto than the norm in there. Well, more lethal with non-ultimate play, I should say. I mean, Meteor M's been doing work all day long, but, you know, kills from Magneto in the neutral, they've been a little bit harder to come by.
So now for FlyQuest, they're going to have to be pretty much looking to ideally just hold first. Second is a hard area to hold, typically, which is why it's so impressive that Envy held that so effectively there. Cal also, despite not having, I would say, like, a gigantic impact comparatively, Cal played the role in terms of just, I'm going to draw attention away, I'm going to just try to find some key picks, and I'm going to let Speedily be the raid boss, you know, the alpha threat. Up on the high ground, someone to deal with, and that's kind of the advantage of having a Wolverine. He's a very tanky duelist that can draw some of that attention away. And FlyQuest knowing this, I mean, you really just want to have a good holder first. You have a lot of like a really strong Vanguard frontline here. When you have the Magneto Groot, you have the ability to sustain, to peel some of those leaps that come out. You just can't be letting Speedily get so much value.
I think a lot of this kind of depends on the X factor of light. When you're running the sort of comp that FlyQuest has, yes, you have a lot of stuff that lets you kind of have a secure front line, but you're running a Psylocke, and a Psylocke only gains value if they're able to go off to that, and ideally not get stunned by Hulk like this, but this isn't the key part. The key part is after Envy is set up, what does light do to make a difference? The Psylocke must go huge here.
The Envy going for this long rotation. Impunity plus Cal looking to set up here on the back line. They're going to have the shields too if necessary. Forcing the regen domain. I mean, there's so much pressure here.
Getting the regen domain out early is really huge, and Cal's able to just finish off Loki right then and there. You get rid of one of the strategists, and Cal continues to slice things up. Now looking for the Groot, looking to try and chop down the tree. The Magneto bubble, though, really stymieing him, and Vess is able to keep Logan back. Great supportive play from FlyQuest in the moment.
But they can't lose any picks here late. They don't want to get staggered too hard. They want to find and clean up here for FlyQuest. Exactly what they're going to do. And they're just saving the bubble, saving the region domain as long as they can. Just making sure that Energy can try to just keep some of the poke continuously onto Cal. But, I mean, you see Envy playing that. Even though they get any cap time, I mean, it was a really good flank. I like the idea. They're having this double bubble play of Window committing with Cal, just drop the indestructible guard. But now they have to walk in through main here yet again.
Kevon Kaluge has had a better Magneto game than the average here so far. Now Envy, what they could use, a big Meteor M. Walking forward, more ults coming on deck. Kaluge being the front line and just trying to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Light goes to the back line. A little bit of slice and dice, trying to finish off Namor, and does! Just gets that last little bit. Kaluge tries to even things out with the Meteor M and gets nada in turn. Envy down one here so far. Energy, though, gonna end up falling. The Eternal Bond from Envy giving them a little bit more room. They're fully invested now. Invisible Boundary gonna be dropped. FlyQuest, though, down one. Gonna back out an Eternal Bond of their own. You gotta look towards Vess. Vess, the Meteor M, ready to go. Light is able to take down Cal in the back, and they might not even need the Meteor M because they're looking here. Window gonna have to use the Hulk Smash, stay alive here in the moment. FlyQuest is very much in control of the fight now, Vest.
And Impunity finally getting taken down there, using that vulnerability. So impressive again. Looks like they're committing more. Meteor M trying to chase him down through main. I mean, they're not gonna find anyone with that one. FlyQuest peeking aggressively through main. Maybe they're looking to find more. Has to use the bubble. Just try to find them alive, but the Horde of Proteus comes in. They're getting caught around main. They chase too deep. They delve too greedily, ZP.
The Balrog has been awoken. I mean, this is what brought the Doom of Moira off into play. That is ridiculous. You were in such a good spot, FlyQuest, and your greed has led you to absolute destruction. Envy, who is on the verge of getting first point held and getting sent to the lower bracket, gets a new lease on life as a convoy comes alive.
Now backs against the wall here for FlyQuest. I mean, just peeking a little aggressively post Meteor M for Vess. And that's one of the dangers of when you're chasing a Hulk Wolverine comp. They're gonna chase you back. It's just the reality of the matter. They're gonna go in deep as FlyQuest getting ready to hold. They want to fight here super aggressively. They know they don't have a lot of time for this point. Cal looking like they're trying to poke out Light here.
I mean, that would have been a ridiculous pick to get the Psylocke there, but doesn't happen. Meanwhile, guess what? Time for a little bit of Kraken Impact.
Oh, in the Invis.
Ooh, yeah, no Strangling Prism required. Energy just sees through the opportunity. Right place, right time. Huge for FlyQuest. And trying to buy a little bit extra time, because remember, look at where the convoy needs to go. FlyQuest doesn't have much margin for error now anymore.
Oh, wow. Really good. Very, very good right hook there that comes out there for Kaluge, just making sure they can't effectively chase. They're still going to find a late pick. And FlyQuest, you're exactly right, ZP. They need to hold so aggressively. They're letting the Groot walls just pretty much adjust the terrain so they get players up for the peek, for the poke, try to force some cooldowns early. A lot of ults still in the bank. And for Envy, it's now a question again of, okay, how can we set up just some of these insta-give combos, right? How can we set up, like, okay, a Horn of Proteus and a Meteor M potentially just to remove one?
Meteor M, open up here from Kaluge. Down Cal, needs to be big and big enough. Takes down Spark, keeps the fight open here for Envy as a whale gets dropped on through. Well, though, not gonna result in any elim here just yet. Envy backing up a little bit. They still got the Invisible Boundary. Good, the drop. Window knocked out and Window down. Invisible Boundary, not enough to save. Puny Banner in the moment. And Vess looking for more. The shield from Kaluge is super nice in the moment. And Vess is punished. Kaluj, a great save and a bigger punish with the aid of Speedily. Envy still keeping this moving forward. They don't have far to go. A minute 30 remains.
And a beautiful find from Cal there late as well, so they're not going to have Zelos for FlyQuest. Just one pick, but Speedily gets caught. That's such a huge find now because they can walk back in. There's not a lot of damage. Do they have a bubble? Do they have a bubble for energy? Uses the zoom out, finds the Kraken impact. That's such a good save.
Went for the Kraken impact. Envy right now, 1 minute left to go, trying to keep up the momentum. They get Spark Chief. Spark Chief getting abducted by Cal. Kaluj on the fall through. Envy on the verge of forcing map 3. Here and now as Cal takes another for a ride, up and over. No one's on the convoy. Map 3 gonna be in the cards.
I mean, I worried a bit. I was like, well, this is going to be a really, really strong Vanguard line here for FlyQuest. But Envy, they played this expertly. They made sure to just get max value out of their picks. Kaluj with absolutely perfect bulwark timings the entire time. Not that Vest was bad at all, but I think Kaluj definitely a really important factor in making sure that comp was getting value. And a lot of credit too to even as well the backline for Envy month, just continuing to find value with those vulnerabilities. So Envy, I mean, a lot of flexibility shown across the board, just making everything work perfectly. And you know, can't even ignore Window, who is making sure to set up those dives, get those shields out to everybody.
You know, I think the question I had was, you know, yes, this is composition for FlyQuest is one that works, but how does Envy make their composition actually work? And we saw that play out, but I gotta say, it felt a little bit more like you had players that were really just pulling off some incredible games. I mean, Kaluj on the Magnus, my guy was absolutely farming. He went into that next round. I think he had over damage that was pretty much comparable to the DPS. So, like, you know, you were just seeing a wild performance out of Kaluj there. Exactly what you need, you know, in that moment, like just someone to step up and be that playmaker. And Envy needed him, and his name was Kaluj. Really well done. But also, you got to give love there to Speedily as well, because another guy that was putting up wild numbers there, and then we saw Window at the end joining them. Everyone in Envy had like a moment to shine, whether it was on the support front or it was, of course, you know, what they were doing with their particular role, like, or just outputting crazy amounts of damage on the Vanguards. This was a very well played composition by Envy, and coming into this, I mean, we were all feeling a little bit more, you know, like hey, more on the side of FlyQuest, and we have very good reason to do so. But now after this one, what would you factor it in, fellas? ZP, we'll start with you. Do you think it was more like, hey, this composition was great, or it was really like you just had guys who just popped off in the moments where they needed to?
I think execution was a huge factor. I think on paper, both comps could have won. I don't think this was a draft loss. I think this was a Namor performances have been kind of all over the place all night, but Speedily looks like the actual god of the sea on the character. I mean, Speedily was really crushing. And I also think the Wolverine, like, the players I don't think were necessarily memeing. I think the Wolverine was just kind of a draft. Okay, I'm contradicting my point a little bit, but like, they dealt with the Wolverine to an extent, did FlyQuest, but I still think the Wolverine gave Envy some great opportunities at the end.
Yeah, I think that it was really, really smart to see the response on FlyQuest's side initially, where they were just like the Psylocke purely just on Wolverine the entire time, right? Like never really allowing the Wolverine to get going. It was a smart call. But then when you saw it flip sides, it was kind of different but similar, where like the Wolverine was like, actually, I'm gonna just see if I can lunge at this Psylocke over here and keep him out. But it really did vast feel like there was that bit of a cat and mouse game going on between or a butterfly and Wolverine game, if you will. Between Psylocke and Wolverine there. That was a cool one. What's your assessment on it? You feel like it was an execution thing, or you know, you agree with ZP?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was definitely just they played that comp so expertly, and FlyQuest, despite having, I would argue, like probably one of the more meta compositions and something that, you know, you would look into isolate players, Envy just made sure to get around those walls. They had Speedily relatively uncontested a lot because of the pressure that was being brought up from Impunity and Cal. So that's where FlyQuest ideally would have wanted some options like, okay, we should be punishing these players a bit more, right? We have walls to split the heals. We have some walls to try to capture them in, and it just wasn't occurring for them. They also were looking to hit hooks, and they could, but they weren't hitting them, I think, as much as they could have. So overall, some of the mechanics they had to punish that aggression and punish those players that were playing a little bit more split just didn't happen for FlyQuest.
Yeah. You got to be able to execute in those moments, especially when you're up 1-0 and you have the chance to close things out. But now it all comes down to this. A BO3, well, first to 2 rather, but it goes down to our final map because it's going to be a bit of a brawl. We're, of course, going to find out how all of that shakes out. For now, though, enjoy the highlights that we saw from our B stream and the matches we had going on over there. And then when we come back, map 3.
More melee focused here. That's a big pickup there for Kadia. Harvey must have just been caught unawares and potentially have those regeneration domains already burst through. TTK finds himself on an island with only 1 support still alive. That strategist of SJP was nowhere near. Maybe there was a little bit of setup, some groundwork being done by Exy, who of course doesn't suffer from damage drop-off, to soften up those targets for Kadia. Maybe we're going to start seeing that early poke really keep Kadia in the game when it comes to finding these early picks. All right, already used that Dragon's defense, so now we need to rescue, and it's going to be coming through in the form of TTK. Not in time, though. Brownie connects a rather stern shot, exactly where it needs to go. Brownie instantly executed by those magic missiles coming forth from the Loki. Delana now in a commanding position. Both of a strategist grab with the culling debuff, but it's answered importantly by the Eternal Bond. Look, question coming through. SJP ready to answer. Oh, no! Oh, momentary usage of the damage boost. Oh, it's so greedy from SJP, and Dotori gets them both as they're sitting within that aura. That's so sad. Oh, Jarvis, play Despacito. He can reset multiple times off of these Loki clones, but the rumor have already been used. It's reset after reset. Terra has to use the Dragon's defense, but in the back, yet another clone falls, so it's yet another reset. Culling debuff reapplied onto the thing, but Brownie won't be using any more ults in their own right. Taken down in the midst of all of this. Overtime in favor of Gen.G. A deep play here from Delana. Culling for everybody. All and sundry afflicted with the reddest of health bars, but the headshots inside the Eternal Bond are not enough to get them down below that threshold. A quick movement into the dark zone. The dark dimension claims the cloak and dagger. Dotori's already been taken down. A well-placed Kunlun kit from Terrible makes that one happen, and Gen.G are finally removed from this point. For solo assemble to try and take down SJP, freezes them with a reflected absolute 0. Kadia returns to their team right now, and guess what? Now Exy can come in with an unanswerable ultimate. SJP is still 30% away, so it's Vinny who has to pop it right now. All in under the regeneration domain, the damage too much for Harvey to bear. Clobbering time. Oh, the eating of the tainted voltage there is absolutely everything. Brownie's starting to get kill after kill. The eliminations are piling up when they are needed the most, and it feels like Gen.G have finally hit their stride, but 100 Thieves are doing their best to try and make this one work. Terrible trades out 4-1. Snake being down. Dotori is going to be the only healing that's remaining right now, but it's actually fallen off the back of the map. That means that they're unavailable for a moment, has to bounce on back using the pad. TTK is going to do their best to try and make this one work by themselves. Still there's harassment happening in the back right now. Clobbering time, an attempt at a dodge. 4 players stun. TTK is going mental on this hero, and Exy flying too close to the stun or too close to the fist. It might be a dark neutron star, but it still hits with the force of a cosmic being. TTK, the last notes of this song. 100 Thieves, turn it around.
Juggle it, Kadia doing the same thing almost, right? Kind of to draw aggro, looking for his moment, looks to peel off. Benny gets grabbed by Delena, shoved back away, but with that Luna Snowflake, stays healthy. And then oh my God, Brownie from the top just takes down Harvey.
I mean, that damage boosting aura just hitting those breakpoints again and again. Omega Hurricane already forces out a response here in the form of that Fate of Both Worlds, of course trying to burn a huge amount of the overall duration of it by holding in midair for a moment. Yeah, feeling a little bit isolated at the moment. However, there is some healing coming through from the Lunar Snow. Terra has to disengage, so they realize there's actually 4 people over there. In comes the Omega Hurricane from the storm, moving over on the other side. Delana finds Brownie when they're at their most vulnerable, and all of 100 Thieves' healing has been taken out in the backline by Exy. Good accuracy. Trooper's fist goes up. Melee never stopped me before. Dotori's returning the meter. I'm going so high. I don't know where Chopper's throwing that one. Oh, bruv. It's looking terrible here for Gen.G. 100 Thieves are looking dominant.
The other maps he was not playing too well. Now coming into this, just deletes Kadia before the dance floor's there from Dotori, and they're just falling apart at the seams right now. Gen.G on the previous rounds looked good, coming back in with even more ultimates and have not found a single elimination. That means just gonna get pumped by Terra as you run away from the point.
Living Chi, just a coup de grace, the Iron Fist forges a ferrous victory here for 100 Thieves. Gen.G are knocked to the lower bracket in near record time. dominated on 2 dominations.
I think this team.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Shroud Gauntlet. We're tying up 1-1 here. Envy versus FlyQuest. Of course, GB alongside of Avast and ZP as we get ready to jump into this one. We do have some of the protects as well as the bans and picks in there. So let's go ahead and bring that up and talk about what we saw. So, whoa, we got 2 Johnny Storms getting protected, and the strategist Luna Snow on the FlyQuest side and Invisible Woman on the Envy side being protected. As far as the bans go, though, it is going to be other strategists. It will be Mantis and Rocket Raccoon. So interesting situation here. Does this tell us anything now that we've got some Jeff the Land Shark just got locked in? Oh, snap, guys. This is going to be a good day.
Yeah, I don't think you have to be a Oracle to understand that the next pick coming out for FlyQuest before the mid-stage bans. Wait, never mind. They didn't bring back Cap. It actually can't be Cap.
It can't
I actually don't know. Yeah, okay. At this point, I'm stymied. It's not going to be Cap.
Could be Venom.
Yeah, probably Venom. Probably Venom.
I think right. Venom or another potential option, though I guess to be fair, there's no Invisible Woman, I was about to say. So it's like, well, if Invisible Woman, I was like, maybe a thing because you get the team up. But considering that there's no Invisible Woman, so you won't get that team up value, I think it's probably going to be Venom for FlyQuest. Envy, it's a little bit more wide open. I mean, they technically could play the thing because they have the Invisible Woman on the field. They brought that back with the Protect for them. So a Human Torch thing, etc. Like they do have some options there in that angle. So gonna be kind of interesting how it works out. But FlyQuest definitely, we haven't seen them play, I think, ZP, a Jeff the Land Shark in a long time, since like an RFN from a while ago, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it obviously came out a little bit earlier today, but Jeff coming out probably with the Venom, as you said. I think you're absolutely right, by the way. It's like, if you're running Jeff, you need someone to heal. That's going to be the back line, and the person that's going to be the back line, if it's not going to be a Cap, it's going to be a Venom. But Envy, meanwhile, on the picks here, okay, they bring back Torch. Then they instantly pick Torch, which is a little bit interesting because technically speaking, they could wait until the end to pick the Torch. So it'd get more heroes out before the mid-stage bans. But, okay, they go for the... They're going for the Warlock, but they're going for the Warlock while the Mantis is banned by themselves.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, and Star-Lord, they didn't pick Star-Lord, so maybe they'll go 2-2 there to get Star-Lord with the benefit of the res. That would have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the res is good, but I think it's better with the Star-Lord, right?
Okay, so here's what I think is going on here, which is a little bit unique, is that they want to run a Warlock comp, but they don't want to turn into a triple strategist comp. So their way of doing this is that they ban Mantis from the beginning and then pick Adam Warlock, because if you don't ban Mantis and you pick Warlock, it might turn into a triple strategist mirror, which is not something that they necessarily wanted to do here. So this is actually a kind of a cool take from Envy that is showing up.
Like they're kind of, I don't want to say nerfing themselves a little bit, but they're denying themselves something that they could use, because they know that if they don't, it's probably going to go that way. Captain America gets picked up here for Envy. Avast, this is shaping up to be an interesting draft here from Envy.
It's feeling, I mean, if I'm seeing Captain America, Warlock, Torch, and on the other side with FlyQuest of like a Jeff the Land Shark and protections on Human Torch as well, it's feeling like we're going to get a very hectic final map here in general. Like, we're not going to have a very static front line. Yeah, there's not going to be like a triple res comp where it's like a really long, drawn out fights. I think it's going to be kind of like ants fighting over a Dorito. A little bit. So
it's gonna look like a literal picture from a comic book when all the heroes are like fighting each other and they're all like going across, 2 different pages. It's gonna look like that. It's just gonna be carnage if this is what we're expecting here. And also, I just feel bad for the Doctor Strange. My guy's just gonna be dealing with a lot of pressure from on high. He's gonna be getting chunked from the Warlock as well, just because the shield's gonna be getting hit all over the place. It's gonna be a lot of work here. I'm curious to see what the Vanguard options are going to be, because on the FlyQuest side, because you don't have Cap, you can't run Cap, you can't run Groot, right? You can't run Magnus. Magneto's no longer in play, so, and Emma Frost is done. So you really, guys, you got Thing, Penny Parker. I'm kidding.
It's
obviously.
Not.
No. Keep trying to manifest Penny. It's not going to happen.
I think it's gonna be.
I'm trolling.
It's gonna be Venom. I think it's gonna have to be Venom. I find it unlikely that it wouldn't be anything other than Venom.
Oh yeah, Venom. That's right. Venom Thing, where your 2 other options, but Venom does make the most sense, especially with the Jeff there.
They could ban it though.
Yeah, they could. They could theoretically ban it, which would be very interesting because I mean we have seen some strange combos with like things like both I think and Venom, so it's not like out of the question necessarily. I like the Rocket Raccoon ban too, and the reason why is because I feel like if maybe Envy wanted to go for another triple strategist composition, because like if they wanted to put like Cal and Adam, which they've done, yeah, Rocket is a pretty good choice there. So I do think that's a pretty decent ban from FlyQuest as well here, since and they're gonna ban Strange, so they're gonna force Envy to play another kind of like dive tank, whether it be a Venom or a Thing. So they're gonna force that.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, because I'm looking right now. Emma, Groot, Emma, Groot, Magneto, Hulk, all locked. So yeah, you got Venom and Thing really are going to be your choices here if you're Envy. Good choice. What does Envy elect? They're going to ban the Iron Fist. Okay, yeah. Probably because they were worried about that Venom pick.
Yeah, I mean, they could have taken out the Venom, but I think in this instance, especially if you're running an Adam Warlock, where we already saw it earlier in the past where, you go for the Adam Warlock, you get the Karmic Rebirth, and, what's that? It's that match, it's Terra in the backline as Iron Fist, just immediately farming anyone that comes back up. I actually think getting rid of the Iron Fist, especially against FlyQuest, a team that is very willing to do it, is important, but the downside here is that you've lost your opportunity to get rid of the Venom, who's probably coming in, and we got Warlock on the other side. It's probably going to be
Star-Lord and Venom then, if you had to make a guess, right? That would probably be, because FlyQuest didn't pick it, no one's banned it, you got the Warlock out, you get the Revive, so that's nice. So yeah, that's probably going to be what they end up locking in here.
Well, right? Maybe not, though, because Jeff is DPS in this case. Jeff is rarely picked.
So Jeff will be doing DPS work. Interesting.
Yes, so they're getting a different strategist involved here, which at this point, I mean, who's left in? They got Luna as one strategist. Who is?
I don't
left?
think. I mean, they have Adam. I mean, they're not going to get another.
It's just gonna be Adam. Yeah, it's literally just gonna be Adam and Luna as like two strategists, and then you're gonna have Jeff as DPS.
I think Star-Lord probably, if you're going to pick Adam, I think it probably will be Star-Lord, though, that goes along with that, because you want to have the res, you want to get the max value potentially out of that team up. So, especially because Adam, though a pretty strong strategist in terms of the heals, especially with some of the buffs where if you hit the critical hits on the left click now, you can refresh the heal faster. It's still less overall sustain, right? And you do have the Karmic Revival, which, while a solid ult, is not necessarily the same tier, I would say, as like, a Faded Both Worlds or an Invisible Boundary. So I do think that they're probably going to want something to maximize the value out of the Adam Warlock here, especially if Jeff's on the field. That means that we're going to play probably pretty mobily. They're going to be playing a lot, very split. There's not an Iron Fist since that's been banned too. So Star-Lord makes the most sense to me for that pick. And I'd be kind of shocked if it was anything else because, Psylocke's already off the field.
Yeah, more choices getting locked in here. Invisible Woman and Psylocke for Envy. No shock on the Invisible Woman. It was really just a matter of when, because that was one of their protects, so just made a lot of sense. You also get that synergy, of course, with her fellow, with her brother, as a matter of fact, Johnny Storm, Sue Storm.
On the same note, if you take a look at, of course, for FlyQuest, because they have Torch as a protect, they haven't picked it yet, it's going to be the Water and Fire for the Duelist line. Is what you're getting.
Yeah,
that's right.
We're just saying here's
well, now theoretically, they could play one Vanguard. They could play one Vanguard, and they could play Star-Lord Torch. But yes, you're right. We forgot about the Protect. That is a good point. So I guess it's just kind of shape up both these squads. What's the Vanguard going to be?
Was the Jeff like the first thing, but now they're kind of just stuck with it, or was this like the plan? You know what I mean?
I mean, surely it was the plan. I mean, surely it had to be the plan.
Torch Venom. It's going to be Torch Venom for FlyQuest. Is where we're at.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
because we kind of expected the Venom to begin with. You end Torch Venom. Jeff teams up with Venom the entire time. Torch is still going to be a huge threat in the sky while all this is going on. That makes the most sense to me in terms of where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm also struggling. And then the Envy pick here will have to be a Vanguard, right?
Which once again could be a Venom. It could be because Venom is not exclusive for either of these squads, so I don't know what else. Or Thing. I think those are the only two options that make
Thing would be
sense.
fun.
Thing would be fun. You also get the value from the team up with Invisible Woman because you are getting the bonus health. So that is one of the things that would make sense, like stylistically for the. But like Venom, in my opinion, right now, Venom feels like it's in a bit better of a spot meta wise. But we have seen team make things work, so it's definitely not out of the question.
All right, we're waiting for the next picks here from FlyQuest. Did you see it? Do you know?
No, I did. I just saw a commentary say, "quote This is the longest stream of Vast has done in 7 years."
I said, "Mods,
they got him. They got him.
Mods, get that guy. Mods, get that guy with hammers and whatever else you need."
You know, it's great. He's got to do more after this, so he's a Vast signed him up. Yeah, and I got like a whole day tomorrow of casting too, so we're in for the long haul. Let's just see how this goes. Avast, what do you say? 1 a.m. Right?
Whoa!
Yeah,
that's not Venom.
The thing.
That's the thing, and that's on the other side. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Sure. All right. I mean, surely Envy is gonna pick. I mean, well, like I said, it's one of the two. It just depends what they prefer. Like, both are gonna be good, whichever one they decide. So we'll just have to see.
Damn.
Waiting.
I did not see that one. I really thought the Venom was kind of a lock. It felt like it would make a lot of sense with what we already see here and the support from the sky and the support that Jeff can provide and everything like that. But they had a different plan and they opted to pick the Thing, Human Torch. Now we'll see what Envy goes for here. Thing still very much on the table. Probably will benefit even more so because of Invisible Woman in the combo, but you also have Venom still available. But this has to be a Vanguard, which is what we were talking about before, because I cannot.
Technically, it doesn't have to be. It technically doesn't have to be. It
doesn't have to be. I think it should be. You know, maybe that's the better phrasing.
I was promised Venom. Give us Venom. We didn't get it from FlyQuest, even though it would have made perfect sense. Don't give us the Thing Mirror, even though the Thing Mirror makes a lot of sense with the team ups. Come on, we need a little bit of symbiote.
I like how you justify yourself. You're like, I want this, but I understand if you do it because
I absolutely do. Like logically, right now, the Thing would make a lot of sense for Envy as the final pick as they sit here.
You know what make even more logical sense? Making the pick. Just make the pick.
Yes.
Let's get the pick in submitted
cycle. Let's see if we can get the pick locked in. Oh,
I just want to know. You don't have that many options. Envy. You gotta have to submit it.
And well, it's just like, is it Venom or is it the Thing? You know, Venom Thing.
Just hovering over each one.
You know, it's like
Venom Thing.
Come on, it's gotta be one of the two.
It's
Venom. Eddie Brock, where are you, buddy? Okay, take a picture. There you have it. Venom is locked in. So there's your composition, fellas. This one, you are right. It's going. I thought it would have been flipped. Honestly, felt like it would have been, flipped just given how both of these teams play. But it seems like we're going to be having a good old-fashioned brawl. It's going to be a slobber knocker, like good old JR says. Because we are lined up for a good matchup here. Looking at the compositions now and the teams, where are you guys siding here? ZP, I'll start with you. Who do you think walks away with this win and moves on in the tournament?
Oh, man, if you're talking about who goes up here. Honestly, as I'm looking at this, my brain wants to say Envy because I think Invisible Woman cap is just really strong. But my heart, it's got to go with FlyQuest. They're super good on the dive. They're probably one of the very best teams in NA at making Jeff comps work. And even though there's no cap here, I am down for the Jeff shenanigans. I think it's what most people want. I don't make the rules. People see Jeff, they go for, well, most people will be like, yeah, I want to see the Jeff go well. Other people go is like, no, I want nothing but pain to happen to Jeff. Those people do exist. But on the whole.
How could they?
On the whole, I think I'm rooting a little bit more for FlyQuest here just because of Jeff.
Also, this guy says, I don't make the rules. He literally made the rules for this tournament.
Yes,
he literally made the rules.
I mean,
he does make the rules.
With instructions, with directives. There are broad directives within a framework. A little bit of coloring within the lines.
Such a politician, always looking for a scapegoat over here, ZP. Unbelievable. All right, hopefully the matchup starts up in a minute here, folks. We want to hear from you. Make sure you sound off. Let us know who you think's going to get this dub. Is it going to be Envy? Is it going to be FlyQuest? Who you feeling more so here. And 100 Thieves are sitting, waiting for the winner of this game. It's a long day of Marvel Rivals that these players are all playing here. So big shout out to them. New format as well. So there is just a lot of new things to take in. And you're seeing the way that the teams, I feel like you're starting to see like these mind games start to really come to fruition, even more so of Vast, because the drafts are taking a long time, but they're not just thinking about what their opponent's going to do. It's a lot of concern about how the players are looking to approach this map, which I think is pretty fun.
Well, and also, don't forget here too, is that if you get in the upper bracket final, I believe the worst you can do at that point is 4th, and you start getting to a point where the prize money gets very, very significant because the difference between 4th and 5th, it's 3,000 versus 1,750. 3rd is 5,000, 2nd is 10,000, and then 1st is 25,000. But you're at the point here where if you win this next map, the worst you can do is 4th, and you still have a great opportunity of competing for 3rd. So yeah, there you go. There's a prizing for you.
Thanks,
clear
guys.
and simple.
Production on the money, showing us the money. There you see it. All right, it all comes down to this last game: Envy versus FlyQuest. Two great organizations clashing here in Marvel Rivals, but these players have really shown us some cool things in this Fearless draft. Risks that they're taking, going and bucking the trends that we think that they would do. They decide to go in different directions and try new ideas or revisit old concepts. This is where it's all put to the test here, fellas, as it all comes down to this. Winner will go and face off against 100 Thieves. Loser will move on, or excuse me, will go down to that lower bracket. We've yapped long enough. It's now time to get into the game. ZP, Avast, the floor is yours.
Avast, we've waited a long time for this one. We got ourselves a real interesting setup here. And more importantly, and I gotta say this because I know at heart it's what you're thinking right now. Here's the thing.
I'm definitely thinking that.
You were 100%. Fired, he just got word from production. You were also fired.
Darn it.
You can't fire him. He makes the rules. He makes the rules. You can't fire him. But
rules. No.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. But what is going to happen is Window not going to make it out. Goes for a bit of a dive. Gets caught. And Envy down 1 already here for their defense. So FlyQuest just going to look to capitalize here, move on forward.
The grounded impact of Things Charge actually just ruining Window's day. It's FlyQuest, of course, here on the attack, and they've pushed Envy back in part of this attack right now. That's right. He is an absolute menace here in the back line. And, you know, oftentimes friends, this time enemies. Cap trying to take down Jeff in the back line as you take a look at Adios coming in for round number 2.
However, one of the benefits of being on Venom is that, you know, you can get back pretty fast as Adios here into the back line. Very, very far away. In fact, Envy just looking to try to take a very aggressive fight, knowing that Adios is going for the big flank, and it's succeeding so far. Energy goes down, so does Zello. So Envy, good read.
Envy played the ignore Jeff card, and it worked. They just said, we know Jeff's back there. We don't care. Dive. Do the actual dive, the metaphorical dive as Jeff is diving into the back. And right now, Envy just chaining one pickoff into another. Gonna see Speedily come up here, lay Blaze onto the floor, and just burn Coopertastic to a crisp.
And we're talking about such a brutal combo too, is that you get those right clicks at cellular corrosion from Windows, so you get the slowing effect as well, so you can just burn them down faster with the supernovas, which you saw happens already. So Envy holding strong here. FlyQuest struggling a bit here on the final map. They are gonna have the Eye of Agamotto, getting close to a supernova of their own. Karmic Revival. I'm gonna ignore the Jeff, although it could obviously have a lot of value. I mean, you can take people off the maps here. As Envy diving deep into the spawn.
You don't ignore Jeff, period, let alone the Jeff ult. There's, again,
so true.
I don't make the rule. I'm gonna stop
so true.
As we go in. But here we go, Jeff.
Literally makes
hungry.
The rules.
Hungry. Coming on in. Adios. How many are you gonna grab? And
0.
Nothing. That's the hungriest Jeff. Jeff is starving. Please send Jeff food.
And that's why we ignore the Jeff ult. Sometimes, I mean, the It's Jeff can be very hard to get the value out of, even though there are some interesting ways you can play with it. Envy diving to spawn yet again, trying to poke. FlyQuest using the supernova, gonna just make them back on up, but FlyQuest getting stymied here a bit on the first, just can't make it through this main so far. And Envy, their ult bank is looking fantastic. They need to find a pick. They need to try to break through here.
Speedily, meanwhile, gonna make things even hotter here. Again, another torch ult. And now if you're Vest, you just Agamotto at this point. Anti-air Agamotto, maybe something FlyQuest could do. They're running out of time, though. Only the last minute coming up here. They get on through. They get the pick on the collusion, though. That is massive for FlyQuest. as they look for a way through. And Envy, they're going to stall for time. They drop the boundary and speedily immediately punishes energy before he's able to get away.
And the boundary just so good here because you're just having the option to just block out the LOS. And sure, Zealous gonna commit the Karmic Revival here on the flank. The Feast of the Abyss doing a lot of damage. They're gonna commit so much here for Envy into this room.
Yeah, I mean, you go for the Karmic Revival in here, but okay, they also kill Window. I mean, Window went in there, the Feast, and ends up falling, but Karmic Revival gonna be used on the other side. Brings Window and Cow back into the fray. Energy's out, the payload. You must go over to the convoy.
He's got him. He's got him.
Down to 30 seconds.
It's Jeff. Audios to take him away. It's 2 people. He's taking them both. They're off the map. See, well, actually, it's they're 0-0. They just jump up and they're gonna dash. Wait, actual disaster clash from Audios. Does Audios not know?
Uh-oh.
I thought he knew. I thought they knew the angle, but they didn't know the angle, and all that for nothing. We had the build up, and it's less than 10 seconds on the bank for FlyQuest.
Look, Jeff tries his hardest. You're not gonna bully Jeff too much, but it is a disaster for FlyQuest. 1 second left to go into overtime. On the verge of getting full held here on the path. We look to Vest. Vest has the Eye of Agamotto. Good to go, but speedily is on fire and putting everyone else on fire at the same time when they don't want to be. Continuing to just blast the FlyQuest backline. Envy gonna do a first point hold, and this path here is gonna be a short one way or another.
0-2-0.
I was Team Green for so long, but I mean, Team Blue, Envy, making such a good comeback here on the last map. I mean, what a good find in general. And FlyQuest with this Jeff pick just, you know, I hate to say it because every time I'm like, everyone's like, dude, Jeff is legit. Like, Jeff is so legit. And every time I watch it, I'm like, nothing happened.
Well, there's
nothing ever happens
here. We have to kick you off the broadcast. You watch it. Just bad mojo for Jeff is what's happening.
I'm the Jeff Bane. I'm the Bane of Jeff. It's my fault. It should be me, but I mean, just look at general. I mean, at what speedily with 9 limbs, hitting like ridiculous damage numbers. It just completely felt uncontested the entire time. The aggression from Envy just paying so many dividends, and for FlyQuest just not able to make anything happen.
Although, as you know, at times esports has not been kind to Hastro in terms of absolutely cursed things happening. Could we have another one for the Envy history books where Envy gets hit with the fuller hold and gets sent to the lower bracket? It is plausible. I don't think it's likely, but it could happen.
It is possible. It is doable. It is winnable for FlyQuest. It is many things, but it's also not likely. So if it's a comeback, it would have to be a really good comeback here for FlyQuest, and it would be an amazing one.
Well, FlyQuest, they need to do the biggest hold they've ever done. Okay, by the way, Jeff.
Oh, they immediately caught him hanging out on the wall there. Audios has gone bye-bye, the namesake, and now they're just going to move forward.
Jeff is not beating the Jeff in my ranked game allegations that's coming out in every possible chat we have right now. I'm sorry, it's just not happening. But FlyQuest now on the ropes. Envy, not much further left to go. Still a neutral fight underway. Adios will be able to come back as they're contesting, but FlyQuest must be perfect from here on out and speedily back into the air once more, applying the pressure into FlyQuest. And right now, the C9 meter, very high risk. High risk. DEFCON 1 on the C9.
Turn the C9 doomsday clock to minute to midnight right now. Like, we are in very risky territory. Audio's getting pressured here a bit. The Supernova's getting used. This could be the moment. Remember, they have to keep pressure on the point. They can't get off.
Yeah, they need to. They have to run into the fire. They literally must run into the fire to keep this going. And they run into the fire. They burn as Envy sends FlyQuest to the lower bracket and moves on into the upper bracket final. What a game.
Okay, Envy. I mean, we said earlier before this series started was these are 2 powerhouses of North America. Envy, they made so many great additions to the roster, and despite what FlyQuest, they look so great at points. Envy, incredibly good adjustment here. I mean, legitimately, I think the Venom just feels like it just generated way more value. The Jeff pick, again, a bit of a fizzle for me. I'm not going to say it's completely out of meta, a bit of a fizzle. Just for me personally. So maybe Jeff pickers, just beware of that one. And what a performance of Speedily. 12 final hits, 23k damage. I mean, just blows everyone out of the water stats wise.
Yeah, especially Jeff. Poor Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff sitting at 0 final hits, 23 damage.
Poor
It's just
I
Yeah,
again,
I mean, how was it? That was just a. What were you gonna say, Zeep? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, I was just gonna say that the chat was pretty brutal on the allegations being like, "That's my ranked Jeff," and kind of was in this instance, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's your rank, Jeff. All right, well, Envy will survive and they will move on in this bracket. Of course, FlyQuest though still have an opportunity as they'll be taking a trip to the lowers where they will be facing off against Shikigami, who have been playing pretty well in this tournament. Had a very close game against 100 Thieves, and then I believe took out, I think it was Luminosity in the lowers. So that is going to be a very, very fun match to check out. Here are some of the highlights from that last one, but it was a short one, fellas. I'll be honest, I did not see this one coming. And, I mean, you don't want to say it was like the draft or whatever. It was just very clear. It was Envy were just all over them. They had nowhere to go.
Perhaps a little bit, Draft. I actually, after seeing this, I think you are not doing your job as a coach if you allow Speedily to get torch again. Like, no. Or at the very least, take anti-torch measures. You can't prevent him from playing both maps, but I don't know. Torch coming in here, it is pretty brutal.
How did they know? How did they know? How did they know?
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Also, I'm thinking back on it. I think they used to protect on Torch. I don't think you actually could prevent it. Speedily on Torch is notable. They couldn't
have done it, to be fair.
He's actually Thanos. Oh boy.
It's just the issue of the protect
Thanos.
system, right? He is constitutionally protected into the game of Marvel Rivals. You can't remove the torch, and they get to move forward. And it's just a series of checks and balances we have in this old government called Marvel Rivals.
Oh, yeah, that's some Schoolhouse, some Marvel Rivals rock for you, I guess, right? Oh, well, here's your bracket. Envy, 100 Thieves are going to be our upper bracket finals. And then over on the B stream, you're going to see Gen.G going up against Sentinels. You also have FlyQuest versus Shikigami. And then we will see. And that matchup, by the way, Sentinels versus Gen.G, currently underway right now, where you can go and check that out at twitch.tv/Shroud, SAHROOD. If you're not watching it already, I don't know why you wouldn't, because it's a great matchup between two great teams. So make sure you go ahead. Check out the B stream. Got casters, hosts, all the fixins over on the B stream. Man, Envy, 100 Thieves. Feel like I'm doing a Call of Duty event. All right, here we go. Turn up. Here's your next game. It's going to be happening in just a little bit. You know what? I'm not surprised. Envy was one of the teams that was up there. 100 Thieves for me, after what we saw on RFN and what we've been seeing from 100 Thieves in general. I felt like this team was going to be pretty formidable. There's so many great players on that squad. But Envy was the one where I was like, I could see them make a run, but upper bracket finals. I mean, Avast, this doesn't surprise you, right? I mean, because you were speaking, singing praises of Envy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising. I think the manner in which it happened is surprising, but Envy is a team that is definitely been making a lot of big runs in North America and has looked really, really good. Like we've talked about, especially with some of these roster changes that occurred recently for them, because they've kind of rebuilt this roster almost entirely from its original inception to a degree. Not obviously not every player, but a lot of it. And so I do think for Envy, like, this is a team that everyone should be aware of in North America and just in Marvel Rivals in general, and is looking to be a powerhouse right now in the scene.
Yeah, and if it continues like this, Envy certainly has a lot to be excited about. Envy fans have a lot to be excited about. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to have our next matches ready to go. It's going to be exciting. We still got great teams across the board. Don't forget, check out the B stream where you can see currently Sentinels versus Gen.G. Also check out some of the highlights here beforehand. But for now, we'll send it to a quick break, and then when we return, we're right back into the action. See you then.
it pans out, and this time it landed on the Winter Soldier in charge of their E. And well, Techie's feeling pretty confident over here. If they can force Gen.G away, it should be a fairly easy first cap, but Super Gomez already paid with his life for an audacious use of a Blaster Barrage. Moving forward now with the use of the Fate of Both Worlds, but guess what? Both teams have it because there's a Loki on deck.
Yeah, it's so fun to see these Korean teams playing in this tournament because we get to see their playstyle is so unique, right? Just play together as a unit, try to stack and brawl and make like a sort of death ball. And right now they're losing Snake. They did find the opening elimination, but you still have the Star-Lord over the top side, putting in so much work, getting so much value downrange. Loki clones for the reset, and we have surely more eliminations coming out from Brownie, who is forcing away this backline, but gets slept by Amazing.
Crazy sedation right there. Seems like the follow-up's not going to be delivered in time, though. Sentinels still well in control. And look at this, the herding of the Gen.G backline is almost complete here by Crimzo, pushing them all the way to the walls. I haven't even seen this area of the map before. Crimzo's like a German shepherd, just bringing them into areas unknown. We've got to go to pastures new for greater grazing. And it seems like Chopper's been found in the midst of all of this by Super Gomez, spreading out the damage, democratizing it with the Blaster Barrage. And there's just a little bit of pouring in damage from Super Gomez once again. Xy's already been caught out. Oh, with two players down, they put a Fate of Both Worlds. Oh, you couldn't ask for a worse fight here for Gen.G. We're going to go for a quick resurrection. They've got to try and get value of their Lunar Snow ultimate. Guess what? It's already basically over. And now it's going to be Sentinels who are just going to have to deal with this incoming damage. Didn't go for a Loki clone at all, so resets are not going to be forthcoming. All of the Rotterstern bullets eaten up by the Meteor M. And Gen.G are running so low on steam, with Logan able to easily pick out that Lunar, copy over the ultimate, grab that Quiver. I believe it's actually cut off by a shield to stop the incoming healing from that Fate of Both Worlds. But Sentinels, they still have more than enough in the tank to try and make this one work.
I think you were on the money, Mr. Leg Day, earlier on when you said that Gen.G just kind of...
Well, the coach is going to need to know that one for sure. The Vibranium Energy Sword bounces between multiple members of Gen.G, taking to the sky. Chopper looking for that elusive frag, and it's still not going to be coming on forward. On the other side, the Galactic Legend takes to the sky, slays down a good amount of fire, but it's already over before it's even begun. And now heading into the back, Crimzo feels invincible while assembling some of this furniture and just throws out the shield again and again and again. Speaking of which, again, will ring out through your ears as Brownie yells the repetitions of the ultimates. Runs out of steam, however, no culling can be found towards this, just has to build towards the next one. Once in onto Korova, a quick teleport away over to the safe farms and elsewhere on the map. Amazing caught out as Rotterstern manages to strike pay dirt when it's most needed. This seems like a little bit of an ambitious ultimate here from Amazing, but still, Gen.G are yet to cap. Oh, that's a dunk and a half. Techie takes down Snake. They turned it around. I apologize, Amazing. I was unfamiliar with your game.
We talk about team-ups and how useful they can be. This might be one of the more useless team-ups, the Captain America with Winter Soldier team-up, but he is using it regardless.
Oh, Eggsy taken down before the ultimate comes up. Eggsy instantly pops at the moment they get resurrected. Snake needs to remain breathing for now to make sure anyone who falls comes on back in good time. A quick copy coming over from Logan. I believe that might have actually been onto a Soul Resurgence rather than Lunar Ultra. It's usually their best option. For Galactic Legend still available in the back of Super Gomez. Once it just timing it out would be critical here. Great shield flash from Chopper. Stops the incoming damage. It's nothing off the back of the cracking impact though. Great metallic bulwark. Techie continues to impress and Super Gomez continues to dominate. When you want someone to be a hero, it's always the Gomez. But with two strategists looking this way, this might allow Gen.G to actually gain a little bit of health here and a little bit of space as well as they roll on forward. Brownie's already fallen down. Vibranium Energy Sword cuts through arm and flesh alike as Snake does their best to follow in after here. Crimzo just making sure that the back line is never going to feel comfortable, assembling in the back. Down comes the Meteor M. Chopper needs to redeem himself, but it won't be happening today. At least softens up Amazing. Pakai did manage to grab on the other side. Super Gomez, once again, you better believe that he's got himself a Galactic Legend. He's farming him so fast, and he's farming up Gen.G as well. No one's on the point. The Tory tried their best, but Sentinels grab it away.
Yeah, this might look similar to
Welcome back, everyone, to the Shroud Gauntlet upper finals time, baby. We got Envy going up against 100 Thieves. Goldenmore here alongside Avast and ZP here. Massive shout out to Shroud, who's co-streaming this. It's going to be super fun. We're going to have a good time. So let's go ahead and dive into what we are about to watch here and how we even got here. Take a gander at the bracket real fast. The journey, it's been a long one, especially for Avast, because my guy's, he's not even done with his day yet, poor thing. So here it is.
Only the beginning. Only the beginning.
It's only the beginning for him. Great matches across the board, close games as well. But it all comes down to our Envy 100 Thieves matchup, and then of course we have in the lower bracket Gen.G versus Sentinels, tied 1-1, going to map 3, and then FlyQuest going up against Shikigami. That will be also taking place down there as well. So, fellas, we're now to it. Envy, 100 Thieves. Let's not waste any time. Let's break down the rosters, talk about the stuff that we're excited about, what we're looking forward to here, because we start things off with Envy. This was a team that, well, it looked like things might not be going Envy's way, but instead they find some success right at the end. They end up pulling up some crazy plays and also, you know, some good decisions in the draft as well. ZP's brought Envy to this point.
Well, Envy also has a chip on their shoulder, in particular going into this, because remember, you go back to Thursday, they had 100 Thieves on the ropes. They were up 2-0 against 100 Thieves, and 100 Thieves came in and hit them with the reverse sweep. Where normally that was the Envy thing, that when they had iRemix on the team, it was the iRemix reverse sweep. Instead, it was the Envy gets sweeped narrative. And you'd think Envy here, it's a different format, but you have to think there's some wounds that haven't entirely healed from Thursday, and they're very eager for revenge. And when you look at the things that Envy excels at, when you look at, you know, particularly the explosiveness of their duelists like Cal and Speedily, they match up pretty well against 100 Thieves. I mean, I think both teams are very, very evenly matched, and I'm excited to see what, you know, a change in format and some coaching adaptations are going to give us, because recent history has shown that these teams are about as close as it gets.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we saw the results just this last Thursday of Vaso. To ZP's point, this is a great opportunity for Envy to kind of right a wrong, because they're right there at the finish line to be able to topple them to challenge Shroud-X in the final. So there is an opportunity, right, for Envy to be able to do this here. Who are going to be some of the players? I know we talk about Cal and Speedily. Anyone on the support line or on the front lines you're really keeping your eyes on here?
I mean, realistically, the entire team, if you've been watching them, are threats across the board. Kaluj, if you get Kaluj onto his heroes that are his picks, you know, Magneto, Doctor Strange, guy is an absolute menace across the board. Someone that, you know, we just saw it as we finished up versus FlyQuest earlier today. Window been a great new addition. I think for me, and something that you've seen a lot of, is like, I think the month has been a quiet add. You know, when you see Month play and you see the impact they bring to the squad, Month has been really, really good, especially on the Cloak and Dagger and the Loki. So really, I think the star person of that, though, if you're talking about like, oh, the non-duelist pick, the one that everyone looks to like, oh, they're gonna pop off, it's typically gonna be Kaluj. You're gonna be mentioning the big guy himself, Kaluj. But overall, I think they really have a well-rounded roster. There is no singular like, we're gonna need this person to pop.
Yeah, and that's why they're here in the upper bracket. Let's take a look, though, at their opponents on the other side. You got 100 Thieves, and this is a team that we've really been hyping up. You know, Delena as well as Terra, and what Terrible's been able to do has been really impressive. But then you got to put your eyes on the front line, right? Vinny, TTK, these guys have been instrumental, ZP, in the success of this 100 Thieves lineup. The group play from Vinny is incredible. TTK putting in the value. I mean, it really has been awesome.
And also, I think I zero in on Vinny here, not because I necessarily think Vinny is the most important player on the team, but because draft strategy-wise, I think giving Vinny as many good Vinny maps as you can is a big part of this. When you think back to the previous series they had against Envy, they looked really good when Vinny was on the Groot. They did not look great against Envy when Vinny was unable to play Groot. So I feel like if you're 100 Thieves, you open up strong here and you go for the Groot pick at the beginning, and you kind of set yourself up where you go for the map 1 and map 3 strategy. You try and win map 1 for sure with the Groot, and then if you don't win map 2 with the Groot, whatever, and you can come back in with the back and bring Groot back in for map 3. If I'm coaching 100 Thieves, you recognize how that went down and you try and play towards that. While even, yes, there's other variables going on, especially when you look at duelist matchups and everything else, I just think that the picture of the front lines against each other really puts it into this realm where I think you have to try to get 2 good group maps if you're going to beat Envy.
Yeah, are you with that, Avast? You think that's a sound theory there from ZP?
I think that is a very good theory. However, I become 100 Thieves pilled a little bit. I will say Vinny has impressed me with some of the flexibility, especially going on to like the Emma Frost and things like that when necessary, or letting TTK go to that. So they've looked a bit more flexible than I expected, but I think that is their best case scenario, is they really would love to just try to force the group win possible for them, because that's their best look overall, one of their best, most consistent looks. So if they can make that happen, that is likely their best path forward.
Yeah, I know. I think we're going to be starting things off on Krakoa, I believe, for the upper bracket final here. So we'll probably get that addressed there in a minute, but you'll see the graphic in a moment. Also, the draft has, from what I understand, already taken place. So we are ready for that. And there you have it. So we get locked in here, and we're still waiting on one pick on the Envy side. But as of right now, it's looking, you know, I would say relatively, I wouldn't say mirror-ish, but, you know, there are going to be some tendencies across the board on each side, right? You're going to see the Human Torch for each team here, and actually, and just that Cloak and Dagger, really. And as far as the bans go, you got rid of Luna as well as Emma Frost, and then Captain America gets locked in, and then you had Invisible Woman, and actually a lot of strategists EP getting focused here.
ZP is
I think
muted.
you're muted, team.
You got here what's a more omnipresent strategy that's coming on in here from 100 Thieves, where you decide you're going to pick Invisible Woman and then immediately into the bans, ban Invisible Woman. And
Yeah,
the reason
that's
why
what
you're doing
happened.
this here is that you want to give the edge as much as possible to your Torch v Torch setup. And I mean, it's really quite smart in how you're going about here. But also, I mean, this is a pretty overinvestment of comfort heroes for 100 Thieves. They've if this were poker, they've gone all in, because they've
They
used
show
so
their
many
hand.
good, they've used so many good picks, so many very big comfort heroes for 100 Thieves, that if they lose this first map, I don't enjoy their chances on the second map. And meanwhile, for Envy, I think even if Envy really gets hurt by the Torch v Torch matchup where one side has Invisible Woman and now they don't, I think Envy actually is pretty primed to bounce back here. So I think it is incredibly crucial that 100 Thieves grabs this first map. Otherwise, they just may be too far down in the hole to bring this one back.
Yeah, it's a good assessment there, because, yeah, you know, I mean, you're seeing Vinny, Vasa, you know, use that Groot, right? You got Terra more than likely on the Torch, I think, is going to be playing that one for them. And I think Delana is going to be on the Hela. So you're really over-indexing on the comfort here for 100 Thieves. But that also might be a trap, right? Like maybe they're making them think, oh, you're doing a little too much here.
Yeah, it could be a trap. I think realistically, it's like ZP said, it is very much a reliance on, we want to go top, like very top heavy. We were first at, like, we were going to get an early map win ideally, because worst case scenario, you make it to the map 3, you can bring back some of those, you know, those 2 backs that you have to bring back 2 heroes. I think it's what 100 Thieves are kind of banking on here early, because comparatively to Envy's draft, I mean, they're still going to have Magneto available, right? They're still going to have Strange available. They're still going to have Groot available. They're still going to have, I mean, they didn't use Invisible Woman yet, right? They don't have any of those, like, really, I think, super meta picks outside of maybe like style like Loki, Cloak and Dagger. I mean,
Yeah.
well, granted, it's all relatively meta, but in terms of just like overarching what we've seen previously to this point to this draft system, because all these picks are good. It's just like various degrees of meta. So I do
Yeah, and
think
there's
for Envy,
also
they're
synergies.
future-proofing.
Yeah, there's a lot of synergies here as well that kind of work, both like actual in-game synergies and just like what the, you know, heroes actually do to be able to provide. Like, I definitely see the situation with the Invisible Woman pick and then banning it immediately after the torch was shown. It kind of makes you wonder. It's like, you also got to be mindful of like, if you show that really early in the picks, that kind of gives the indication to the teammates or to your opponent. You're like, oh, hey, logically, this is where, you know, they might want to go. And now they don't really have that option, especially even going into map 2, because they already picked the torch. So they don't have that choice for map 2 Envy, which kind of leaves things in a bit of a pickle here. I gotta say, I really like the fact that there's just this game happening, the mind game between these two teams with the Fearless Draft system, ZP, which is essentially what we were hoping to see happen, right? A little bit more of that strategy coming into play.
Yeah, and more than anything else, I know, you know, and the concept here was, okay, try and see less mirror matches, but also like when you see the heroes, see a variety of heroes getting played. And we've definitely had that here today. You know, it comes with a few pitfalls, like it's a brand new system teams have had to learn, and you get the delays that go on with it. But the quality of the matches, it is really hard to argue with that we've gotten here today. And, you know, just to go a little bit more on what we may see in map 2 while we wait for the teams to get in lobby here, I do think Envy now has kind of set themselves up for this world where going into the second map, they'll be guaranteed to be able to get Invisible Woman if they want, because 100 Thieves used a ban on it previously, and they could run something like an Iron Man composition with Hulk if they wanted to, depending on the bans from 100 Thieves. So they could still run a flyer comp that's really good with Invisible Woman that 100 Thieves is not necessarily going to be able to easily match. So I think of the two going in here, I think 100 Thieves is probably a little bit favored for me from the draft, but there also is a lot riding on it at the same point. Like for Envy, in a way, they're kind of playing with house money going into this, as you know, Avast is playing with the cat in the back. Let me see there.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, she wants to be part of the broadcast so bad. You know, she wants to get her opinions heard.
Don't deny her opportunity to shine. Okay, we let the cats thrive on broadcast. I'm sure people wouldn't mind seeing, you know, the cat show up, you know, on the show, slap the microphone on her.
They're probably sick of us comparatively. They'd love to see a cat.
Yeah, that's actually true.
They'd probably love to see a cat. All things compared.
Hello, chop chop. Let's go. Let me get my dog. We'll do that. If I put my dog on camera, she would look miserable. She hates being picked up. But hey, we're gonna be jumping into this one in a few here. I believe we're loading into the game, folks. So you don't gotta listen to us yap any longer. But we thank you so much for your patience. Once again, keep in mind, it's a new format for these players. You know, we're giving them enough space to be able to make those decisions and take time to do so. Sometimes it takes a little while. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. Not much you can do about that. But the good news is we are jumping into the action. Map 1, it's going to be Krakoa to start things off here. The land of the mutants. And of course, was, I think it was blown up at one point in the comics. I don't remember exactly.
What hasn't? What hasn't? Yeah, especially when you get to multiverse. Everyone has been eliminated. Everyone has been resurrected. No one gets away scot-free.
This is true. This is very. They even managed to bring back Steve Rogers. You thought he died, and then he came back. So yeah, it's very true. And that guy's just a human with the juice. But yeah, Krakoa going to be the battleground here. A lot of space to work around with, fellas. Which means these flyers are going to have a lot to work with, a lot of space to play around in. And it seems like we're ready to go. So enough of the yapping. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, ZP and Avast. Fellas, take it away.
All right. Upper bracket final. We started with 8 teams here, Avast. We have whittled them down with 2, at least as far as the upper bracket is concerned. Neither team yet to taste defeat, though 100 Thieves did come real close for Shikigami earlier in the day. We'll see how this one pans out. 100 Thieves putting it all on the line here in our first map.
Anyone willing to help?
First rollout occurring for these squads. Delena, of course, playing some of these off angles. You're going to be seeing that a lot here in Krakoa. Just expect Delena to be searching, hunting for some of limbs there on the flanks. And for Envy, they really need to make sure they don't let Delena have that free room, but already a lot of pressure taking down Window.
Yeah, Window just immediately down. I think that was the double combo of TTK, not only laying damage, but Delena landing some hella shots from the side. So the focus fire looking real good. Delena, oh, this is why the hella is acclaimed. Never forget.
It is. It is. The Delena hella is something to be feared, to be talked about on the campfires overall in the Marvel Rivals scene in North America. And I think it's just paying dividends currently. So for Envy, they need to just find some answers, right? Because you do not want Delena to be free firing. You don't want Delena to be completely uncontested, but also you just see there where Window goes for some of the aggression, gets immediately caught. So they are going to be playing that anti-dive, some of that peel strategy here for 100 Thieves to make sure they have the pressure they need.
100 Thieves looking pretty good right now. Terra, plenty of room to work with here on the torch, and you know, just swapping freely between ground to the other torch on the other end. SJP, meanwhile, invisible boundary, good to go. Terra striking early, taking down speedily. I think they have been on the flank. And Cal tries to even things up here. Goes Supernova, dropping the fire, nearly gets Kaluge. Envy right now, though, looking pretty A-okay here thus far. 100 Thieves, though, now looking to dive on in. Vinny has a Strangling Prison ready to go. Even as Envy tries to make a little bit of room, Vinny, Strangling Prison has been dropped. Is the fall through going to be there? Right now, Envy looking totally okay. Narrowed the Eternal Bond. Keeps everyone healthy as Window gets the back line. It drops a little bit of Liberty.
3 for Window there. Just continue to chase down, going for Delana. Gonna get 4 there for Window on the cap. Freedom Charge gonna be available for the next fight. Doing a little bit of glitching up there in the air too, just to make sure to come back and down. So Envy with the aggression off the Eternal Bond for Nero. Make their way on through. Sonic Seduction's up. 100 Thieves, pretty much nothing left in the bank. I mean, they're gonna have the Meteor, they're gonna have the Gods of Death, so not a ton. Especially considering it's so easy to counter that. So for Envy, they're probably just going to look this up a really aggressive fight here. Maybe just drop Window's ult, just run into them. Sonic Seduction afterwards. They really just want to be aggressive in general.
If you're TTK and you've been ult tracking well, also, I mean, you have a good window. Oh, okay, Terra just does that in the neutral. Terra just punishes speedily. Off camera, no less. TTK walks up, finds Kaluj, and 100 Thieves with no investment just find a way to just merge the fight to their will.
And there's something extremely goofy about just watching Window just like jump up in the air, sail while getting just hit with damage repeatedly, heroically, and just fall over. But Envy don't invest anything into that fight, right? Which is both, I think, a blessing and a curse here, because they definitely could have stalled a little bit longer. They had a better fight. But to come in here, holding onto all their ults, and 100 Thieves looking very strong here on the point. Envy, I mean, this has been a very quiet Speedily game so far. I mean, someone that we've been kind of a difference maker. We just have not seen Speedily.
He's been on fire, and not the good kind of fire. The dear God, Terra, stop shooting me fire the entire game. I mean, Terra's done a ridiculous job of checking the Psylocke aggression in a way that I wouldn't really have expected from Torch coming in. But Thieves going to be dropping the Eternal Bond, moving forward. Kaluj in response, Psionic Seduction. Sonic Seduction is over. Cal gonna go Supernova to the sky. Envy gonna try and drop a little bit of fire of their own here. Cal, what do you got? And for now, it's a whole lot of nothing. Invisible Boundary really limiting the impact here as 100 Thieves maintain control of the point. We are in overtime, and Envy needs to find something out. Dance the Butterfly from Speedily. Is this gonna be the lets them cut on through? It may just be they get 2 pickoffs after the dance, and 100 Thieves may have to let Envy back onto the point.
Such good ult timing there. Coming out again for Envy, just making sure to have the perfectly timed strategy ult. Nero holds on to the Eternal Bond. And they just played that leapfrog game of ults incredibly well. Very well timed, making sure to just wait for Vinny to use the Strangling Prison before they pop anything else. And sure, Supernova's going to be up for 100 Thieves, but for Envy, holding on to an Eternal Bond for the set point fight, they could just pop it aggressively, just go for an early fight win, but they probably want to save it for the Supernova here.
I mean, the other thing, too, for Envy, though, they may want to do it because they've been losing in the neutral. If you take an extended neutral fight, it may be over, but Terra says nothing neutral about this. Over to the side, dropping the flame pressure. TTK was already able to find Window while that was going on. Speedily, though, evening things out and getting the strategist pick actually pretty huge. Envy can hold here. This is actually not something 100 Thieves feels great about charging into, and they might slow it down as it's about to hit 99.99.
Yeah, definitely want to play it a little bit slower here for 100 Thieves because they want to get Harvey's ult up available speedily into the back. Trying to find one, immediately blown up. The peel, the Guardian Shield, so good from 100 Thieves. And they're just going to immediately commit. Harvey has the ult. They're saying, let's just go. Let's go for it right now. We know we're down the Duelist and Envy on the back leg.
Terra's ability to play anti-dive versus Psylocke on Torch has been ridiculous. Rejected Speedily, who quite nearly got the pick on the SJP, and now Cow desperately flailing, looking for anything, and gets nothing but TTK in the face. Kaluj drops a Psionic Seduction, ends up getting pummeled mid-alt. Month gonna drop the Eternal Bond here. Delay for Envy, hope for the miracle, but 100 Thieves is looking real solid here at the moment. Now, Window, do you drop the Liberty Rush? The answer is yes. They still want it. At the very least, it forces Vinny to drop the Strangling Prison, but 100 Thieves, overtime, ticking on down. Cal struck down on the point in the first round, goes the way of 100 Thieves.
And 100 Thieves looking incredibly solid across the board, and just really such good. I mean, that's something you have to highlight when you talk about this. Terra's the anti-dive on Torch, just turning so quickly to immediately protect his backline there for the strategist. And that was a really, really clean play from Terra. And Terra just, I mean, we said the Well of Terra, right? We believe in the Well of Terra. It goes deep. You put the bucket down, be like, okay, don't worry, we got something coming up. Terra on Human Torch, Terra on Winter Soldier, Terra on Wolverine. It just never stops. It never ends. It's a never-ending well there. 100 Thieves can always rely on him to be a difference maker.
At some point, though, if you take that analogy a little bit too literally, you wonder is like, who put all these great, powerful Marvel heroes down a well, and why are they just available as you pull them up out of the well? You know, it's a well of stasis. There's extra stuff going on there. That's all I'm saying. But next round on the way, and to me, again, I think the biggest talking point was how Terra was able to just shut down Speedily, who's normally such a force for Envy, regardless of what character he's on.
So obviously, remember, for those that might be tuning in for the first time, there aren't going to be any swaps here. We're playing a fearless draft, locking in those comps early, denying the heroes for this map entirely for those that are banned. So now, Envy looking to set up here on this second round, try to equalize himself on the board here for Krakoa. TTK trying to fight the high ground here a little bit as the team's now moving towards the point. Be on the lookout here for Speedily to try to make something happen here into the back line.
Speedily. Oh, the force physics. Again, Speedily having to run the gauntlet. Get force physics on one end and, you know, the flame in from the top. Terra again finding purchase with these flame shots off the supernova. And the torch difference here has been unreal, but it's not necessarily a fair fight. You know, one side has Invisible Woman, the other does not. But that goes back to the draft.
It does, and it is just a repeated point of how strong Invisible Woman is for a flyer. Just having the Guardian Shield to play around, to peel for your backline too, because it's indiscriminate. It's healing. It's giving healing to all of those around it, and it's blocking damage up to 350. So now Envy, I'll look the way they're back in. Soon to have a couple ults on the board, probably Supernova first, but definitely need to just have a little more success here and just ensuring that, okay, maybe we need to poke out these Vanguards a little bit harder for the 100 Thieves and then send in Window, then send in Speedily, because right now it seems like Speedily is just getting caught way too easily.
I mean, Speedily has setups that look good in theory, and then a meteor strike from Terra comes in, and he's dead. and again!
And,
okay, well, this it just continues to happen. SJP, though, does go down as part of the dive. Window went in at the same time as Speedily, so they get a strategist out. It's actually not the worst here for Envy. Vinny ends up going down, and 100 Thieves really feeling the lack of healing from the strategist pick, so even with the punish on the Speedily, Envy make it work.
I mean, Comrade Speedily gave his life for the cause there, making sure to get Window into the back line, just getting enough value in general. So very well done there for Speedily. I really loved the play, because sometimes you have to be a little selfless, ZP, right? You have to be kind of selfless to just set up like, okay, I'm going to commit, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to just make sure to do a ton of damage so someone can follow up there on the strategist. And that's exactly what happened, where Window could just follow up with Speedily's aggression.
Still, though, the strategy of containing a Psylocke, I've never seen a Psylocke, at least a really good Psylocke, get contained as well as 100 Thieves have been playing it here so far. I mean, they're almost writing the book on a bit of anti-Psylocke play. But now, off into the point they go, and Bump is gone. Delina reminding Envy that he is here. And now, on the same note, gonna have Window try and go for a little bit of delay, a little bit more room with the Liberty Rush, but guess what? Terra's in the top, and he took down Speedily again. The anti-Psylocke torch continues to be devastating against Envy.
There's another fight when going away 100 Thieves, and pretty economical at that, right? Because we hold on to 4 ults for 100 Thieves is exactly what you need here when you're playing this relatively equal bank. Because you want to win fights, and you want to win them fast and not have to overinvest. Envy, again, in the recontest, coming on in. Once again, just got to keep your eyes on to Speedily to see, like, where can he go? Can he get to the backline? Can he force off someone off? Because currently for 100 Thieves, they're just keeping so much pressure, just immediately punishing Speedily. It's been, as you pointed out repeatedly, just this anti-dive setup where Speedily's just had, I mean, a tough time, I'd say.
Well, I think what must be happening on the comms is that Terra is mostly shooting the front line to Envy, and then as soon as Psylocke gets called in, the meteor strike is called, like, directly over and in. Terra, though, opens up this fight with the Supernova, same with Cal. Both torches looking to make it hot. Speedily into the back line. Went for the Dance of Butterfly, gets denied by the invisible boundary. Window, focus fire down, and 100 Thieves looking real healthy in the point. Envy a bit less so. Delina gonna take to the sky, Goddess of Death. Looking for some free shots here. Off onto the point. Gonna connect with the aid of Terra on the Speedily once more. And at 99%, Envy about to suffer a loss here in map 1 as 100 Thieves look incredibly composed in this first map.
And 100 Thieves, I mean, this is what we predicted potentially when we saw these drafts come out. I was like, they want to have a really strong map 1, and it was. It was a really good map 1. It was just classic 100 Thieves gameplay. Delina being a threat everywhere, Terra being a difference maker, Vinny isolating picks, isolating players on the point, which is exactly what happens there at the end. And so Envy losing the first map here for Coco at 100 Thieves. And 100 Thieves playing some comfort picks for sure, but it guarantees them a map.
Yeah, this was exactly what you guys said would happen here. And I can't help but feel like a little bit, it could have also been that really well-timed Invisible Woman ban. You know, like kind of threw the Envy plan maybe for a loop. Again, don't know completely, but when you see how 100 Thieves are able to practically get everything that they wanted, and then how everything kind of shaked out here, you do got to feel like, man, 100 Thieves certainly did have the upper hand when it came to just some of those early decisions that they made. Obviously, you still got to execute in the server, which 100 Thieves did very, very well. But you know, Avast, it did feel like that could have been a little bit of a problem for Envy to have to overcome.
And it was a bit of a problem for sure. I mean, we saw it there. It's more so the question now for Envy, which is a team that's shown that they have a lot of grit as the series goes on. They've gone to a lot of map 5s. They brought it back versus FlyQuest. Can they do it here versus 100 Thieves? Can they make sure they secure their map 2? They've set up their bans to make sure that, you know, they're going to have some options here as we head into map 2. And then, you know, ideally map 3, bring back some of those heroes that were gone previously with those protects, with those backs. So it's really just, do they fall here, or do they have the grit to once again take us to a map 3?
Yeah, it's time to see if our casters are wizards, if they could predict the future. Because it does feel like you guys are pretty much on the money when it comes to, or when it came to how this one was going to play out here. Good clips there of Delena as well, just getting just some beautiful shots on the Hela. You also just the Captain America again. I'm just loving all the Cap play because I actually have been playing Cap a lot lately. So it's been really cool, and I've been taking some notes. And he really is just so fun. You know, you just dive, you just fly and jump it and shield bash and shield throw. I feel like I'm playing Marvel's Capcom out there, dude. It's great.
GB, I'm gonna speak for everyone around that does not play Cap, that it is a very one-sided fun experience. Cap may be having fun being in your face, but especially if you're a strategist in the back line or a duelist that's a little bit vulnerable and you have a Cap just sticking to you all game long, you aren't having fun. Like, the Cap is having fun, but the Cap victims, not so much. Just so we're clear.
Mean, as a Captain America, do you think I care about the people in the back line? What? No, but you do see the impact, though, that can have, and the oppression of that particular Vanguard is definitely going to be problematic for anyone to have to deal with there. And to your point, ZP, you're so right. It's such a difficult hero to have to fight when you're getting your face kicked in, or in this case, a shield thrown at your face. Which is not fun either. But there you have it. 100 Thieves pick up the dub. Envy kind of scrambling a little bit now as we get ready for map 2. Did 100 Thieves invest a little too much in this first map that could maybe cost them? Or will they be able to find a way to lock it up here? Of course, we'll see how this all plays out. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to dive into it. We're not going to be gone for too long, though, and then we'll get right into our picks and bans. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back.
To be a top tier Namor player, I think that Gen.G probably have a slight advantage here, just because thus far in the day it's felt like Doctor Strange has been uninspiring, even with the buff to his ultimate. both of Gen.G's Vanguards have significant means of dealing with that ultimate. Of course, Brownie does have a Blessing of a Deep as well to make themselves essentially invulnerable in the face of it compared to what FunFun can bring to the table. Right, Amazing was absolutely farming though, firing repulsive blasts into that room. Already almost has an ultimate. We are 30 seconds into the game.
30 seconds to do it, and it's the swap of Axie to Starlord and Brownie to that Namor that is pretty interesting to me, at least, to have those two heroes on their respective players, because yeah, you would think Axie would be on that Namor, and this cart's already pushed all the way up, so Sentinels gave up so much space. Also, Nectar being in the game is interesting instead of having Super Gomez on that Bucky. Right now, holding this corner pretty well behind this ambulance side. About a minute left already for Gen.G's offense.
That's a lot of faith in Nectar, considering they're facing elimination here for Sentinels. That's a big investment to make in your newbie here. However, holding at the corner seems to be working well thus far for Sentinels. Crimson got picked early, but used their own portal to come on back in the nick of time. A quick disengagement coming through. Maximum pulse straight up into two. How do they get that much value already? And of course, that cancelled Snake's ultimate as well. Gen.G, it's a ruinous display early on.
That is so unfortunate.
No, they can't.
I think, yeah, no, that invisible shield right there to save that last member of Gen.G. But man, that was the grab by Choppa was right there. Like, that was a second away from Amazing's ult getting canceled. Unfortunately, Choppa just like millisecond too late, and Amazing kills the whole team. So pretty brutal to see for Gen.G's side, but at least that ultimate's out of the question now leading into this next fight.
Agamotto, going to be a big grab. Crimson knocked into the corner. Already down to half HP. Into the back goes the Giganto. Logan caught by that one. And that means that there's going to be a lack of healing now. Once Kuroba's ultimate is over, Sentinels are going to be on a very tight timer. It's going to be an attempt to try and turn this one around. Crimson exiled temporarily and maybe permanently here, as this is the absolute hulking atrocity brought forth by the Incredible Hulk himself in monster form. Crimson feeling low on HP, does not have a portal to bring anyone back. Gen.G is surely going to be able to complete this one.
Hey, fun with ultimate is quite fun. You know, he's kind of insane on the whole, just juggling away the back line, finding the elimination on the Sentinels onto one of their strategist players. Beautiful to witness. Great Hulk play so far, though. A lot of ultimates committed towards that very end. Sentinels now coming back into this one with a slight advantage. And we've seen a lot of teams like this so far today kind of struggle in these defensive holds in the Streets phase, and against the Namor coming back into it as well, you have to clear out so many squid angles.
I think this zone might not be ideal for the Iron Man coming in. Very easy to try and grab him with the access you have as the Hulk here. FunFun definitely going to be looking for one of those grabs here. Hopper has to dive into the invisible boundary, but Amazing's already been caught here by Eggsy, and too far away was the dance floor that was proffered over by Logan. Crimson still looking for an opportunity to get some value out of this. Yeah, it's onto the Hulk, taken down to a Bruce Banner form, and immediately eviscerated, decimated. The Squid Clear's got to be here. Next is going to try and make that one work, but Eggsy's there to try and punish it. The Generalist has arrived, and the aimbot's still strong.
No, the Squid!
Oh, get that Squid by any means necessary, baby. An entire one hydrogen bomb versus one coughing cephalopod.
Oh, that was Mike. I can't believe it. We're gonna have the Deep come in and talk about how he knew his entire family.
They're very upset.
Yeah, he's crying over that one Squid's demise. Now Sentinels coming back in. Nectar, it's just Freelo at this point, kind of collapsing upon Gen.G, who honestly in the last fight looked pretty good. It was due to Brownie's positioning that allowed Xy to find those eliminations, because everybody was focused on, okay, where's that Namor at? Where's that Squid at? And now Gen.G sent back to the spawn.
Nah, don't worry about the Squid, homie. I got you. Watch the Jarvis clip this. Techie ready to go with
Jarvis
the psionics. Jarvis upset every marine biologist. Techie ready to go with the psionic seduction here. Eggsy's already been taken down. What precision from Nectar. That already puts a halt to this push.
Yeah, I mean, Xy a little bit too far forward. Now Amazing just able to blast down both strategist players of Gen.G, who have to go back. I mean, this is the problem with these choke points, and the fact that these angles are so long for this defense, right? It's just so much pressure coming in, so much span coming in from both the Iron Man and the Bucky. That's so much pressure just trying to even get to your normal positions. And Brownie obviously has to set up with these squids, right? He wants to get close, throw them in a spot where he can actually find damage on somebody instead of shooting shields. And oh, that's too far forward, Nectar.
Unreal crit there, and the berserk of the squids. Very important. Brownie now continuing to gain all this territory and make it very difficult for Sentinels to exist where they want to. Amazing can still try and play around the off angle here and get something off the invincible pulse cannon. Use their armor overload. Gamma squid on the off angle that needs to be given attention to, and of course, Amazing very quick to try and deal with that one. Emma has to be careful here to try and keep their Lunar Snow protected from incoming damage. Amazing wants to get rid of this Lunar ult. Oh, grabbed out of the air. Unreal play right there. Great response coming through from the side of Chopper, but gets punished for their audacity. 30 seconds remain right now for Gen.G.
You can see how well practiced Sentinels are versus this Namor composition. They saw the damage boost available from the Lunar Snow to give that whale a ton of damage. But they just used the Crimzo shield in the way, blocked off that, blocked off Logan to make sure Logan lived. And then they just kind of came back through, used Amazing as a bit of a distraction. Nobody can even touch. The Hulk goes down before the card is even contested.
All right, the Eye of Agamotto gets nothing, as is for standard. Techie doing their best to seduce all who want to come and touch the cart. But now Brownie coming in almost has yet another Gamma Squid to try and work with. But Nectar is the final note when the fight starts to break down. It's when the Nectar really has that value, finding unprotected strategist and tears open the creamy innards of Gen.G.
You know what? If this format is great for anything, Leg Day, it feels like it's great for the fact that we don't have to see Doctor Strange stalls anymore. Like,
yeah,
we always see people switch Doctor Strange just to stall the card. Obviously, Crimson can do it on his side, but you know, Gen.G's like, okay, we lost the fight. It's well, we can't throw in Doctor Strange to just go touch the payload. But that was well played by Sentinels, man. I mean, the disengagers were so smart. They just knew exactly what Gen.G wanted to do. And even though they didn't get Amazing's ult off, they still found the value, you know, even from the pressure of his ult.
Oh, 0 final blows on an Emma Frost. That is rough, homie. I hate to see that. Probably the strongest character in the game. We are doing air, bro.
Listen. He's got more damage than Techie, right? Right.
Let's go. We're beaming things.
He's beaming. It's honestly, well, it's tough because this Hulk is kind of, for as good as it was on the first point, just not working out. Right after you lose on that first point, the difference between Hulk and the rest of the Vanguards in the game is that, like, Crimzo can throw his shield up, you know, give himself some leeway that way. Techie can throw up his shield as well. Hulk just uses the shift button, gets a bubble for a second, and then once that's gone, you're kind of screwed, right? You have to just kind of jump in and take damage. But unfortunately, Fun just keeps taking too much damage.
Too much damage taken. Fun. Pulled off of a high ground for the moment, just forced to disengage. Of course, hypermobile on the Hulk, able to continuously leap around with very little cooldown. Brownie looking for a little bit of what I would call a squid bomb off on the other side. Can maybe hit those right clicks. And, well, Amazing yet to be grabbed yet by Fun, who has to already use their Gamma barrier.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, bro is just taking unfathomable amounts of damage.
Yeah, it's just like, well, unfortunately, Hulk is just not that good, right? He's there to kind of just enable Namor, and that's about it, right? Hulk, yep. Sorry to say. He played well in the ultimate, but that's the problem, is that Hulk becomes a real hero when he uses the ultimate. Now Techie takes down Choppa again, not adding on to the final hits for his own Emma Frost. It's Techie who's racking up those kills.
Just hold M1 and dream. That's the Hulk wave for now. Big disengage, waiting for that last player to come up. A double hook. Unreal. Crimzo's there to follow on up. Eggsy had no chance, could not stellar shift away. And while Nectar maybe a little bit afraid of getting close to that Emma. It's been a...
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Shroud Gauntlet. You were watching what was going on over in the B stream. You can see more of that by going to twitch.tv/Shroud to see that matchup. Great game taking place, so you don't want to miss that one. But for right now, we're focused on our upper bracket final. It's 100 Thieves versus Envy. With 100 Thieves up 1-0. Series point from being able to lock this one down, going to that grand finals. We got our maps ready to go here. The choice was made for Envy. They went with Hell's Heaven. You know, a little Hail Hydra. Okay, I understand. You know, we all have our preferences. Not my personal place of AK2. Now, of course, we got our bands locked in, or sorry, our bands and our picks setup here. And as of right now, we're seeing now Envy get an opportunity to use that Groot here, fellas.
Yeah, the Groot's coming on in. And also, I feel like in terms of strategists, I do feel like the Invisible Woman is a guarantee as the second strategist coming on in. And maybe potentially, you know, I'm thinking about what you could end here. It's not going to go Flyer, because I think if they're going to go Iron Man, they'd probably have a Hulk here. But, okay. That just went directly in front of your camera there, Vas.
Let's ask your cat. What does your cat think the predictions to be?
She thinks that she's like, can you get this over with? I want to sit in your lap. And I'm like, bro, I'm working. I'm got stuff to do, man.
But she wants cuddles. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Cat wants cuddles, man. Sometimes cat just wants cuddles. You gotta give cat cuddles. All right, don't ignore, or else I'll cut your face. Seriously, cats are crazy. And for bands, you had Cap and Doctor Strange, and you had Winter Soldier as well as Mantis here, kind of thinning out some of the options that you could see on the support front, like you had said. So yeah, you really only have the Invisible Woman. And Rocket Raccoon, you could probably lock into if you wanted. Hellas are going to be your choice here, though, for Envy, and they're going to get the Invisible Woman, just like you said.
Yep, ZB's on the money there. I mean, this is just going to be their map 2. It was 100 Thieves map 1, essentially. They're like, okay, we're going to sack map 1 a bit, and not really sack, but obviously like not necessarily pull out some of the most optimal compositions, and like pull us out for map 2. Because if you win map 1, you're at a great spot, right? Like, this is a really good spot for you to just pull this out, but it's like your finisher. If not, this puts you back into the series to take you to the map 3. And 100 Thieves, I think this is like a comp we've seen a lot of now, where we've seen some variations like at Emma Frost with like a secondary tank to kind of be a little bit more aggressive, or just like the Venom in general, just like kind of pull up and be someone that can bring a lot of aggression to the backline, especially when you have an Iron Fist on the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and you also are going to get Terra on Iron Fist, like you said, right? So that is a little bit of a win con, you know, for them. Like, because if he pops off, if he has his moments to pop off, like, it's very hard to stop Terra on that Iron Fist. We've seen ZP how devastating he could be with that particular character here, but Storm is going to get locked in for Envy.
I actually like this a lot. I mean, you're getting a Flyer here. You still get the natural, like, Flyer, Invisible Woman synergy. And you've put it in a situation where I don't think 100 Thieves may have been expecting to come in. I think when they saw that they went Vanguards that weren't Hulk, they kind of discounted that could be a thing. And now you think about who's going to act as a check. For the most part, I mean, it's probably going to be, you know, Winter Soldier flailing or hoping that Terra can do it on the Iron Fist. And look, even though there is the meme of like, you're flying and the Iron Fist is, you know, chasing after you as an anti-flyer, I don't think at this level play it's like necessarily ultra optimal. So especially when if you're up in the air chasing the Storm, guess what? You're gonna have to deal with Cal on the Hela. This is definitely really good for Envy, and I feel like 100 Thieves, by going with the Iron Fist in a way, they've bought what I'd call the Iron Fist lottery ticket. Sometimes Iron Fist, everything goes right, and you are just having the game of your life. And you know, if you're a really good Iron Fist like Terra, you can channel that power a little bit more often than others. But on face value, I feel like if you were to run this draft, 10 times, Envy's probably winning 7 or 8 of those times. But the upside for 100 Thieves, if they hit on that 1 or 2 times, they are in the grand final from the upper bracket, which, by the way, gives you choice of map and side in map 1. So there's real benefits from getting in there from the upper bracket beyond just being in it at all.
Vas, my eyes get drawn to the Winter Soldier in this instance here for 100 Thieves. Where does this fit in, and how does this try and like handle some of the problems that are going to be on the Envy side?
Well, I mean, you know, I support you no matter what, GB, but I do think overall that I think realistically this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup in general, because like ZP said, Winter Soldier might be the cap you put on the bottle of the Flyers and just like, okay, we don't want Storm to go out of control. It's not necessarily a super easy duel here, though, because with Iron Fist and Winter Soldier into the Hela at Storm, not only do you have to deal with the threat of the Flyer, but also Cal, one of the greatest. We talked about Cal in the past. They're one of the greatest Hela players in North America, and Hela is going to typically outrange both of these heroes, right? So you're really relying on the aggression here from the Venom, from the Iron Fist, to kind of actually make up for the lack of a dueling power sometimes into Hela that Winter Soldier is going to have. So I do think that's really going to be a lot of the focus here is, can they keep the cap on Cal so they can make sure the Winter Soldier is able to get more value?
Yeah, that will be the question. The match is ready to go. 100 Thieves up 1-0. If they're able to do this here, it'd be huge. They'll move on to the finals in a 2-0 sweep. And of course, they have a tall task ahead of them because Envy have pretty much everything that they could possibly want. Does Envy force a map 3? Let's send it over to your casters, ZP and Avast. Fellas, floor is yours.
Really, Avast, it is Terra Watch 2025. Either Terra has the game of his life on Iron Fist, or we go map 3. I feel like those are the stakes at the moment. And yes, there's other factors that are going to come into play, but to me, that may be the most important storyline of this map.
For sure. I mean, this is just 100 Thieves advance, or Envy, they bring it back. Right now, both squads just looking at each other, just staring at each other menacingly as Terra already looking to make some plays there. The hook gonna come out for Delena, actually. Putting Window here onto the point, but luckily some walls to mitigate some of the damage. And just more poking gonna happen.
Envy is looking better in the neutral here so far. Vinny nearly getting taken down, has to back out. Terra has just barely gotten away with his life multiple times. And Envy, you're seeing this in the aggression here too. Like Envy's just walking forward, getting more point control. 100 Thieves still getting pummeled on the outside. Looking for a pick off on the Kaluge, but I think Kaluge just able to back out and speedily finally hits pay dirt. Finishes off Vinny. And now with the 6v5, there's going to be kind of a last gas coming in here for 100 Thieves, trying to look for an evening out pickup, but Envy is still at a full 6. They're still looking good. Narrow can drop the boundary here, and they can secure first point. 100 Thieves is not going to be able to do much about it. The boundary comes on down, and they actually invest Fate of Both Worlds. I don't know if this is the play right now for 100 Thieves. You're going to delay it, but you're going to lose a lot of resources, and I still think this fight, if Window can land a good Strangling Prison, may just be over. However, you got Terra coming on into the backline, set up by Delena. It's not going to be enough. Cal is just too good.
No, I mean, and also more importantly than that too, just once they traded that God of Mischief, when they traded some of those ults, they're just playing around the aura here for Speedily so well. Because remember for Storm, you had two auras, that God of Thunder, the Thunder aura, and also the Storm aura, and I think in the Lightning. And that's just, you're getting the damage boost consistently. So much damage here is going to the field for Envy, where they're going to be building ults. They're going to be putting so much pressure into the strategies for 100 Thieves to just keep those heals up. And they just burst through the Strangling Prison for Window, which is excellent with the Goddess boost too, just doing all that AoE damage. So 100 Thieves now having to come back in. They are going to have the Living Chi. They're going to have some options here to engage really aggressively here with the Piece of the Abyss as well, the Sonic Seduction. So tons of engagement ults going to be happening.
Full engagement 100 Thieves. Feast into Iron Fist on. Okay, Terra's just gone. Terra's just immediately destroyed. Speedily, and Cal just turning, and the focus fire really good on the Terra. And just like that, 100 Thieves, I mean, they went all in on the engage, burning key ultimates, and Avast once more find themselves pushed back.
And I think kind of the difference here too is, like, let's say when you have the Iron Fist versus the Wolverine, is that you don't have like a passive, like the regenerative healing factor to just like bring you back. You don't have some of that tankiness that Wolverine does. So all this damage that's being sent to Cal as well means that it's just so hard for Terra to live, to get max value. And you see the walls, you see the invisible boundaries, the Sonic Seduction just not getting too much either.
Yeah, Sonic Seduction coming in here from Envy, and for now, or sorry, Sonic coming in from TTK, and Envy just able to back out a bit. They catch Window. Window not able to fully disengage. So 100 Thieves taking down Kaluge, both front loaders down. Okay, speedily, Omega Hurricane towards the end. This may be a little bit questionable, and use Fate of Both Worlds. If you're able to get the pick here, it may be worth it. Harvey, though, dancing to and fro around the pillar. It forces out Fate of Both Worlds in turn, so, I mean, 100 Thieves is staying in here, but they burned the rest of their bank.
I mean, that's a really great read from Speedily. If their goal was to just force more ults out of 100 Thieves, that's exactly what they did. They got rid of the Kraken impact. They got rid of that other strategy ult from SAP, the Fate of Both Worlds. So that's really big. Envy now have forced a really expensive fight for 100 Thieves. They have a ton of time in the bank, and they just get to take their leisurely time coming back in here, building up their ult bank again. So much pressure here for 100 Thieves to get something going here. Terra close to Living Chi. Maybe can set up a dive with Vinny. And Envy just going to be looking for a Strengthening Prison, knowing SAP doesn't have the Fate of Both Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I think your Window right now, you get a little bit aggressive with it. You walk up and take the opportunity. Meanwhile, a little bit anti-air Iron Fist trying to put some pressure on the Storm as Terra, under pressure himself, has to back on out. And now, all eyes must be on Window. Cal, though, down. Vinny on the dive, creates the opportunity, and down Cal. Now, you don't really want to use the Strangling Prison, and you can't while you're dead anyways.
And now this is a big chance here for 100 Thieves, because 100 Thieves, they're chasing to get some final limbs. They might get more. They are going to get some more. Speedily going down. Terra has to be careful not to get caught. And they built up even more of an ult bank here. So now there's no free Strangling Prison that goes out for Window anymore. This is 100 Thieves having some rebuttal options there. They're close to the strategist ults. They're going to have some return, but not if Delena goes down to the pick from Cal. And we've talked about Cal so often being such a difference maker for the squad of the Hella, and it's happened here again.
That's massive. There's no Kraken impact to start this out. 100 Thieves. Now they're going to get ulted on while down a player. Terra with the living cheat going into the back. We'll see how that pans out. But if you're Envy, you need to add on to your advantage. Gauss of Death from Cal. In or the top. And now, Visual Boundary out here from Envy with Strangling Prison. Cal on the fall through with the Gauss of Death. With the dunk from Kaluja on top. 100 Thieves bleeding out players. Harvey gonna fall down at the end, and the retake is clean for Envy. Not much time left for 100 Thieves to contest.
And remember, there's no strange portals coming out here, so 100 Thieves, they need to make it back. They need to touch Terra, likely to try to go for the flank. See Speedily looking for some of the looks here.
Wait, Delina got picked.
Find the person. Uh-oh. It's gonna be Vinny getting the touch. Has to drop some of those shields. Gonna drop the piece of the abyss too to get the bonus health. So lots and lots of bonus health here. Just keeping them up.
100 Thieves burning some of their ult bank here, but they are able to get the re-engage. Even with the pick on the Delina, we got the Living Chi. Terra moving up and over. Meanwhile, Speedily, Omega Hurricane into the back. Looking reasonable here. Forces out the regen domain. And goes down. It stayed for a little bit too long. Delina with the punish. 100 Thieves now with the opportunity to come right back on in. And Envy now on the ropes. Envy looking wounded. Window super low. The Kraken impact in here for Delina. Down goes Window. The reset is still there. One more time. Drop it. Delina into the back again. And 100 Thieves might have just saved the round.
Absolute heroics coming out there. And Vinny using the cooldowns there for the Venom so well, just getting so much bonus health. Because remember, the more health he's missing, the more health he gets back. I don't think Envy's going to be able to touch. There's no shot. They've already used the Astral Flock. That's going to be the round.
Oh, the heroics from Delina at the very end. And also, I'd go back a little bit. That Omega Hurricane from Speedily, maybe a bit ill-advised.
Potentially. Might be not the greatest investment of all time. Take a look at here at the scoreboard here a bit. I mean, just definitely a lot of stat farming going on, which makes sense. I mean, you're playing the Storm. You're getting just so much damage and just AoE damage at that. But the real story here is, like, once again, Delina, right? Delina, 10 final hits, being kind of the finisher there, getting a lot of value in general.
Okay. Looking at the scoreboard now, Envy. 1 round away from being knocked into the lower bracket. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves, should they win this round, they will be guaranteed no less than $10,000, and they will be our upper bracket grand final team, which gives them an even stronger edge, regardless of who comes out of the lower bracket. So 100 Thieves on the verge of really putting themselves ahead here in the Shroud Gauntlet. We'll see how this one pans out. Can they do it one more time with the Iron Fist Venom comp? It was a little bit back and forth the first time around, but they found their way, Avast.
Window here on the point. Strangling Prison already available. Remember, those ults are going to carry over between the domination rounds. This is really down so early. They're trying to punish Vinny here, but maybe they can get something done early here with the Strangling Prison. They're just trying to stay in this fight right now when they're down 1.
I mean, being down 1 this early is brutal. Window has the Strangling Prison, but not a good time to drop it. Terra gonna force the issue, takes on down, and Terra is just going wild in this round. And again, we kind of talked about the well of Terra. It's unending, Avast.
It never runs dry as of yet. It's just the endless well. So first cap for 100 Thieves. And we talked about previously about 100 Thieves. They have like these comfort picks, these comfort comps, but it's just such a good sign for them that we've seen them flexing off this recently. And I mean, even Vinny playing Venom, right? Just something that I don't think we've really seen Vinny play too much at all. We've definitely seen TTK on the MF Frost, but showing that there's a lot of flexibility still in this Vanguard line for 100 Thieves. So now Envy holding on to the Strength of the Prison, still holding on to the Meteor Rim. They have some options here in the bank. They need to be worried of the engage, plus the Kraken impact.
Vinny, moving on in, decides not to invest the feast here just yet. 100 Thieves playing it a little bit slower, giving Terra some time here to work into the back line. Window, dropping the Strangling Prisons. Fall through going to be there. It's enough to take down Vinny, but Delina gets his pound of flesh and turn. Narrow out of the fight. Both teams down 1. And look at this anti-air Iron Fist. And now, Living Chi going to be popped. 100 Thieves, they sense a little bit of blood in the water. Omega Hurricane, though, coming out at the same time here from Speedily. Force 100 Thieves to back out for a moment. Silent Selection, no, but into the back. It's Terra once more. Terra with the 2-piece. Terra continuing to rip Envy apart.
And Terra just completely untouched the majority of that time. Stays alive in the backline. And sure, Envy with the Omega Hurricane, with the Meteor Rim, it forced 100 Thieves off. So they get the flip at least. So there's a little bit of breathing room for Envy. But there's nothing is going their way right now in this map. And this is the map where we're like, oh, they sacked the first round, right? Like, this is good. Like, this is it. This is going to be the map that they bring them back into the series. They have a much better pick. They have the Groot, they have the Hela, they have stuff that looks really great for them, and Kalush on the Magneto, but they're just not getting anything done so far. And 100 Thieves just controlling these chokes, just baiting them out. Though I say that window gonna go down, or rather gonna take Delena.
Yeah, I mean, I think Delena must have been looking for a hook there. Hook attempt gets punished. Vinny, though, onto the back. Really making Cal's life difficult. Just finishes it off. Vinny, right place, right time. Even things out. 5-on-5. Invisible boundary now. Gonna be dropped by Envy, where they're running out of time. They're full committing here in this fight. They'll win this fight. 100 Thieves will move on into the upper bracket, and Vinny's back. Devours month right up. Delena taking down Kalush. Envy falling piece by piece, and 100 Thieves on the way to the upper bracket. They've secured their spot in a minimum of $10,000 here tonight. Woo, the adjustments, and even what, yeah.
I mean, Vinny put on a masterclass on Venom. Legitimately, just that is incredibly nasty. And with a name like Vinny too, you just imagine that he kind of feels like Eddie from the Venom movies, you know? Just feels like he should be talking with like...
It's Vinny Brock, Eddie Brock's cousin over here.
Yeah, it kind of just feels like it fits. It fits a little bit. And that was so well played from Vinny, just in general. Just the dies, keeping the pressure up onto Cal, constantly there. Really utilizing Venom's kit as well, because remember, the more health you lose, the more bonus health you get back from the pieces of the abyss, from the symbiotic resurgence. And I just think that, or the synergy. And so I just think that this is really, really well done from Vinny on the Venom, just keeping that pressure on, getting the bonus health, and maximizing that. And yeah, it's not the most impressive stat line, but you gotta analyze with your eyes a bit. I mean, now comparatively, Delena, 15 final hits. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I did say what was Delena going to be doing here, and how is that going to play out? Well, it turns out whatever it was, he was going to be doing it again, because he was just getting value out of those ults. He was getting just good positioning in general. I think that 100 Thieves really showed that this squad's got so much coordination. It's really impressive, man. And to what you were saying as well, Vinny really has been a difference maker on the Vanguard for 100 Thieves, holding it down on the tanks. Love to see it there. You know, every time we do one of these things, you always want to focus on the DPS, right? The duelists, the people who are putting in that damage. But let's not forget, Marvel Rivals, you know, our Vanguards, they can pop off too. They can find value, do a ton of damage. And that is exactly what you get out of something like Venom. Because to your point of asking what you had said about how you want to play Venom in that situation, yeah, I mean, Vinny's just making himself a problem, and it seems like that's where he thrives, where when he gets to be the one that's just like disrupting the whole operation of his opponents, and then everyone else just picks off the pieces. It was a well executed game, and well earned minimum $10,000 for 100 Thieves now, because they will be waiting in the grand finals for whoever they're going to end up meeting here. But fellas, this was a great game. I really did think, though, ZP, that you guys were selling me on the, hey, 100 Thieves got their comfort, Envy's getting their comfort, but in the end, you never know, man. It's Marvel Rivals. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I mean, you kind of had the Iron Fist lottery ticket, because, I mean, I think of Shura's heroes, Iron Fist has probably been the most variable, where we've seen 100 Thieves lose games, including versus Envy on the Iron Fist, because Envy just adapts and shuts it down. But we've also seen games with Terra on the Iron Fist where this happens, and you just crunch the backline with ease. And, you know, Envy, it felt like they'd found their footing, and then 100 Thieves ripped it away at the beginning of round 1, and they didn't give it back into round 2. But also, you look at the results here, you talk about another series that went the distance. Gen.G is out, but they took Sentinels for a ride for a very long time, and you know, there was a point where I think it was like within one team fight of Gen.G winning, so that one was about as close as it's gonna get.
Wild, man. And we talked about Sentinels needing to run through the gauntlet. What a gauntlet they've had to deal with, starting things off with Shroud-X, a team that had beaten them before, and they were able to get the dub that time around, going up against the unknown in Gen.G. No idea what they were going to be expecting here going up against that team. Of course, our only non-North American squad playing out of Asia, and, you know, taken to the task on that one. And now they're going to have to wait on the winner of FlyQuest and Shikigami, which, whew, oh boy, you just there were no easy matches. You know, there were no easy matches, which is exactly what we said at the start of this day. ZP, you said it best, right? Yeah. I couldn't tell you who would win. The parity in this region is off the charts, and that is exactly what we've been getting here. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, let's see here.
By the way, just as an aside,
Yeah.
I can't believe still how good this 100 Thieves roster is. Like, they've been so dominant in RFN throughout time. Like, even though we've constantly seen new champions come out, like, they've just continued to climb and climb and climb. And I think with this new meta that's coming out and this new format, they've really shown a lot of excellence in general, and just their duelist line, their supports, I mean, everything across the board is really, really good for them. And at first, I thought there was one weakness, and it's like, oh, we get Vinny off the Groot, we get TTK off the Magneto, maybe there's a chance. Now, I don't know. Very scary to play against this team.
Yeah, this 100 Thieves lineup has a lot of positives, a lot of things working out for them. They've had and they've also had a lot of success, and you guys had noted before. But do want to let everyone know that we're going to be taking a quick break, and we're going to be checking out the B stream and finishing up map 1 of FlyQuest versus Shikigami, and then map 2 will be happening here on the Alpha stream, right on Shroud stream and on RFN as well. So you can go ahead and join us here and have some fun. So folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're diving into some more Marvel Rivals with FlyQuest and Shikigami. Congratulations, of course, to 100 Thieves waiting in the grand finals. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Literally after the match we watched earlier leg day on Twitter, he's out here depresso tweeting. So yeah, I don't want to get on Shocker too much, considering triple res composition. It's always tough to get those res timings down with the ultimate, right? But yeah, he was definitely depresso tweeting after that 2 ultimate misuse on Aegis path. That happens. It happens to the best of us, and even to pro players who are really good, they can get caught out sometimes.
Well, at least there's some content still on Twitter.
Yep.
Even if it's just someone having a real bad time.
Yeah. Well, this is the modern Marvel Rivals esports player. Just depresso tweets. Energy does it too. It's the young generation. They're too hard on themselves. I don't know what it is about it, but I see it from Energy too sometimes. You guys pros, you need to relax a little bit, sometimes, even though I get it. It's a stressful game, Marvel Rivals. At the highest level. For casuals, it's very fun.
For me, it's very fun.
Yep.
I was going to be watching Amardian try his best to break down these trees, practicing for the Groot later, of course. A little bit of a cosplay up towards the sky. You better believe the Galactic Legends ready to go. Metallic Bulwark coming through as well. An isolated target. Spark Chief actually finished off by the Caper of Terror that was brought forth by Dinks now. And this is making a little bit of it's a foolhardy attempt to contest the point. I'm not going to lie. It's brave, yes, but also foolish.
Cheeky, pretty good fight for them now, coming back into it without having to commit too many ultimates. Again, Amadian finding value out of the Galactic Legend. It feels like every single time he pops Q, he's fighting kills. So right now, Shikigami set themselves up for success, although, like we said earlier, neither of these teams do necessarily the best job defending. It's a bit of a hard retake, I think, though, on this specific round.
Yeah, very difficult to try and make some real value here. You can see that the ultimate is available for Adios, likely going to be answered by the Magneto. Tries to drop down on top of a strangling prison. An absolute alpha strike. If ever I've seen one, grip them into one place, cook them under the grill. And well, Shikigami, they are not going to be eating good tonight, but FlyQuest, they got themselves an absolute buffet to work with.
I'm telling you, it's like neither of these teams want to hold the point, man. They're just like, no, you take the point. No, you take the point. Spark Chief decided to just control that himself and threw out his ultimate. Kraz obviously didn't use their own. Shikigami looking to play back, but just got caught out by a well-timed ult from Spark Chief.
All right, Energy. Good cook here with the Kraken impact. Has been trying to combine it with other things, as by itself it could be a touch anemic now, post-nerfs in Season 2. Krazman pulled on in. Well, their decision's been made for them as to where they're going to be positioned. Just continuously pulled and pulled and pulled again and raised back as Shocker says, you aren't done yet, soldier. Get back in there. They want to try and shut down the ult from the Cloak and Dagger here. Moving into cover. Great heads-up play coming through from the side of Zelos to make sure we're not going to be quickly angered out by that. Adios flying too high, too close to the sun. Even for a hot boy like the Human Torch, the sun can be overwhelming. And Amardian, like you said, no one can defend today.
Yeah. I mean, that was Amadian with a well-timed ultimate again. I think I've said that multiple times at this point, but realistically, Amadian is that guy on Star-Lord right now against no Magneto. It just makes the character so easy to play. Now on this defense, we'll see how the side of Shikigami want to play this. Kraz obviously has been waiting with his ultimate, being incredibly patient, maybe too patient, because Spark Chief has built up another strangling prison by the time Kraz has even used one. So this one better be huge for Kraz.
Oh, it's an early play. Great setup on the wall behind them. Zelos already punished. Of course, that Blaster Barrage triggering so much damage off of the Thorn Lash wall that was put behind it. Great combination there from Shikigami. Finally, a successful defense.
Yep, it was the first one so far. I mean,
it had to happen eventually.
It had to. Kraz was holding on to his ult for so long that I think FlyQuest forgot that Groot had ultimate. So really smart use from Kraz just to wait till the very last moment. Now FlyQuest getting poked heavily as they walk in.
Yeah, eating a lot of damage on the way forward, but they have to touch. 5% remains between Shikigami and claiming this first map. There's still the ult to try and play with here. Taking to the Sky Mardian. Low on targets. Gets pulled in. What a hook! Unreal value from Energy here, who's still holding on to his Kraken impact. Now it's going to be Eternal Bond, keeping multiple members of Shikigami well healed up in the midst of all of this. A well-placed Terror Cape. Make sure that this crew is in major danger. Adios looking for any of these targets. And while it is an almost point-blank dunk from a Magneto, the damage is not enough to get Energy down low. Mardian getting stuck in the midst of all of this. The strangled prison grips in multiple members of FlyQuest. But guess what? In the end, raw damage might well win out. Shocker says that the Mortal Coil is mine today to play with. And he writes quite the song upon it. A haiku of death and of life as well as going to be meeting up in the sky as Adios, his final hit by Krasmag, softened up in the midst of all of that by Amadi and Spark Chief. Going to be trying to stand alone here. Energy at his back, yes, and a little bit of heals to work with. But Shikigami, they are an unyielding tide. And the tide has finally come in for the red team. Mardian almost has himself yet another ultimate, the second in this fight, of course. It's an absolute farm here for the Star-Lord. He takes to the sky, and he manages to land down so much damage. Adios barely even got to get back to the fight. Spark Chief just trying his best to play in the bubble. They came down in a bubble, and they're going to be burst like a bubble. Shikigami are on this point, and they are unbreakable.
Holy crap, man. I mean, unfortunate for FlyQuest, just yeeting the ultimate out from Spark Chief, just not connecting onto anybody. Shikigami win mat number 1 with a triple res composition, beats out the Human Torch. So really back and forth, but at the end of the day, Zinx MVP, Shiki get it done. Like, should you breathe after that? Are you good leg day after
yeah,
that?
I'm just coming back from a pulmonary, you know?
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense.
That was quite the last fight that was happening. My goodness. Triple res. I was wondering if Hex wanted to drop in and weigh in on that one. Dinks with 53k healing, walking away with the MVP as well. Now this is no casual play on Cloak and Dagger. This is a Cloak and Dagger aficionado.
You guys ended it with the Human Torch getting shut down, and all I could think of was the opening of Anchorman, where he's warming up his vocals, and he says, "The Human Torch has been denied a bank loan." The only thing going through my head at this point. Other than that, it's just a hamster on a wheel, but like he's running, and then he stopped, and now he's spinning around the wheel, just kind of as a corpse. Wow, amazing match. FlyQuest 0-1. This is as close can be. Shikigami, you're still a doubter out there. You're all alone at this point in time. Shikigami shows up big. They're still in this tournament. Bracket is going. I do have some news, which is not really news. We're gonna end it over on the B stream because there's nothing going up on the A stream, and we're gonna give Shroud's VOD channel their bandwidth back. We've used up all of the bits on the internet. We cannot use them anymore. So while we move into the next map, make sure that if you're on Shroud right now or on the B stream on YouTube, you're going to go to Rivals Fight Night on Twitch. You're going to definitely go to Shroud's channel on Twitch, twitch.tv/Shroud, for the rest of the Shroud Gauntlet. We're going to take a quick break here while we migrate all of our non-working brains and hamsters over to the A stream. So Shroud viewers, go to the A stream. I've said it enough. You know where it is. We're going to take a quick break. We will have the conclusion of this series right after this. Well, hello, A-Stream. It is your friendly B-Streamcasters. We are up here now. We're in the big times, guys. We made it. All of our hard work is paying off. We are in the middle of a matchup here. It's FlyQuest versus Shikigami. If you missed it on the B-Stream, you missed a heck of a first round there. That control map was insanity. We're still in the lower bracket. We're grinding through these games, so we are finishing this tournament tonight or tomorrow. Welcome our new European audience just waking up and joining us. Thank you very much for that. We are still going. So I think we have the draft going. We're just get right into it whenever we can here. Guys, like Shikigami has been playing really well. One of my favorite stories all throughout of, Rivals in the last month or so. FlyQuest had really defined themselves as running flyer kind of heroes, but as we go through the fearless formats, those heroes that they just played, they can't play again. And for Shikigami, what I look at them for is like, how are you going to adjust your tank line, Dogman? Because they played their best heroes on tank, on the Vanguard beforehand.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the big thing is that they need to figure out, okay, we just played the Groot, right? We also just played the Emma. You probably want to get in that Magneto, right? Coming into this upcoming map. And, considering how Shikigami's Magneto played, I'm sure you feel confident about it. And there you go. Immediate going towards that Magneto. They don't want to deal with that Human Torch, which they just played, because we know how strong Human Torch is. And also with Triple Res being removed from Shikigami's side, or rather from FlyQuest's side with the Adam Warlock, makes a little sense that they want to go for that ban as well. So both teams countering what both teams just played in the last map.
Yeah, it's funny that they both are like, this is the best comp and we know it, so we don't want you playing it. So yeah, absolutely. Leg day, a Loki pick comes in here for FlyQuest. Now we've seen a lot of teams do the strategy where they make a pick and they make a ban right afterwards. We've been calling it the pro player move, obviously. Yeah. We had a different name, but I think, we wanted to bring it down to PG levels.
Yep. I think we're going to see it here.
Yeah. As the other side, Luna is going to be the pick. And what we've been seeing is that third pick. Now we're in the ban phase again. The next ban can come in and you can say, well, we have Luna. Now you can't have Luna. And that'd be a really good hero to do it on, wouldn't it, Harry?
I mean, it would be the best. Like, even if they didn't pick Luna here, I would have banned Luna if I'm Shikigami, because that means that FlyQuest are playing Loki with Rocket Raccoon, which is unideal. Although I guess they could have played Loki with Mantis, but like, as I talked about before during one of our long draft diatribes, there's an implicit ban on Mantis when you ban Adam as well, because Mantis without Adam is a very limited value, and you want to run them in that triple support composition. We might see Shikigami force out a Jeff ban here from FlyQuest as well. I'm not sure if we want a particularly threatening Jeff map thus far, but of course there is still a Captain America in the pool for both of these teams. It was banned out, I believe, earlier on in map number 1, so neither team has used it yet.
Yeah, this is the phase where it gets really interesting, which is sometimes why the draft slows down right about here. It is the second ban phase, and this is kind of where the decisions really end up mattering. We're usually able to get through the first 6 picks, then we enter the second ban phase. So this is kind of where teams are taking time to huddle around. And even in the short span that we've had on the tournament today, we've seen teams like really start to understand the draft and how they can manipulate the other team with this ban phase in particular. If you had to take a wild shot in the dark, Dogman, what do you think is going to be the next ban?
I think it's probably just to rip out of Leg Day's mouth, right? He said that they probably want to do that pro gamer move where they just get rid of the Luna Snow, right? I mean, you take it, you ban it. That makes sense on their side. For FlyQuest, I mean, it's tough because I think they're in a worse position with their side of the ban. Because realistically, they've already got the Emma, right? You can combine that with Doctor Strange, so maybe you want to ban that out. However, I think it's interesting that even if you do ban the Luna Snow here on Shikigami's side, you almost also just, if you lose this map, you also kind of ban it for yourself in that third one. So you have to come back and resurrect it through that resurrect format that we have available for map number 3. So really, you need to win this upcoming map if you do choose to ban that Luna Snow now, because I mean, that they're going to have that Luna Snow for that third map, and they don't have to resurrect it.
Yeah, there's so many unintended consequences with how this format works of like, oh, we're going to play our best comps. Like, oh, now we can. It's kind of the sticking a stick in your own spokes kind of thing. It's like, who would do this to us? But now we're in a tough spot. FlyQuest obviously is down a map, so they don't really have a luxury of planning ahead. This is do or die for them. They're going to have to make correct decisions. Shikigami's ban does come in Shikigami is going to ban the Iron Man. And this is something we talked about as well, of like, FlyQuest likes flyers, right? And so if one of them's out, and that's going to be Human Torch's out because they played it before, we talk about heroes that are adjacent, who fill those roles kind of. They're not exactly the same, but especially in the duelist pool, you have heroes that are like, yeah, close enough. You can kind of still achieve it, and that's why Shikigami's getting rid of Iron Man. They don't want to deal with the skies.
Maybe FlyQuest counterban Loki here. I feel like Shikigami have kind of missed a trick here by letting FlyQuest have an acceptable composition. Both teams are just saying absolutely no to Gamma. We're not going to bother banning Hulk because Hulk by himself is kind of just bad thing. But I really think Shikigami could have fully hamstrung FlyQuest and say, okay, try your best with Loki Rocket. Good luck, idiots. And well, at least now. Because now FlyQuest, they can pivot into like Jeff, Cap, Luna if they want. Maybe that works out. Shikigami, they can probably play Jeff and Luna as well. Loki's still on the field as well. I really think FlyQuest could have taken that away. Both of these teams going to play like a hard meta strategist line. I think it's a little bit of a fumble when it comes to the overall drafting. I think that in these first rounds, anyway, in the first 2 rounds, duelist bans are kind of like, unless it's Johnny, the duelist ban can be a little bit of a waste of time because there are so many options to work with. And in the 3rd round, when it's so thin on the ground, you've likely used a resurrect on a strategist or on a vanguard to try and re-energize that very limited pool, as when you can get more value out of the duelist bans.
It is a curious pick, especially from FlyQuest on that ban, as they say no more to Namor. Namor's not a hero that's hotly contested. We've only seen one Namor in all of the matches that we've done on our end of the stream, and didn't work out really well in that case either. And I only know this because I was championing Namor. I'm like, yeah, it's fun to watch, cool, and absolutely was proven that I know nothing about what heroes are worth running or not. Luna Snow is going to be the pick for FlyQuest. Luna Snow, we mentioned, like, if you can pick her, you just pick her. Slots into every meta pretty well. You know, one of the best heroes in the game. There's the Captain America. Are we setting up a little Freedom Shark action? Could be the play here, leg day.
I'm providing it's a map that Jeff is good for. I don't know if we.
It is Midtown, by the way. It is Midtown.
Okay, so that's not actually a good Jeff map. So maybe there's a world where it's not particularly worrying. But like, Jeff can still get value here. It's just not as obnoxious as some domination maps when it comes to like those guaranteed environmental kills on things like Hell's Heaven or on Krakoa as well. With Captain America down for both of these rosters, yeah, we're going to see the Winter Soldier come in as a second duelist, and I'm going to go down the Jeff route.
2 Captain Americas. It's like that elevator scene in Civil War, I think. It's been a while since I've seen the Marvel Universe, but I think that's somewhat of the lore accurate Captain Americas. We'll see what the final pick is for FlyQuest and hopefully get you in there. It is going to be an Iron Fist. So while Shikigami says no flyers in the Iron Man, you already played the Human Torch. We're not going to deal with something in the sky. Iron Fist is about as close to a flyer as you can get it sometimes. The verticality achieved. Iron Fist is the melee flyer, as we've come to call him. So there's still something to deal with there. Okay, guys, we've been doing this all night. I'm going to keep doing it until they kick me off stream, which I've heard is coming soon. Who won this draft, Dogman?
We've been wrong every single time.
Not every time, just like 4
every time.
You were right once. I've been wrong every time.
Oh my God, we might be the worst predictors of all time, but I think I would say Shikigami. I mean, recently Winter Soldier's gotten some buffs. He now gets 2 of his Z ability, and the character's pretty solid. So Iron Fist, I think, as good as he is, also gets that team up with Luna Snow, gives her a little bit more of that backline survivability. I actually like the Winter Soldier these days a little bit more than Iron Fist, but it's close. I think a lot of these series show us, which character is better. Is it the Iron Fist or is it the Winter Soldier? Obviously, for Shikigami's side, they also have the Emma Frost team up, so that's another reason why I would probably give them the edge.
Leg day?
For me, it's also Shikigami, but my primary reason is the Emma Frost. I think that there's going to be an unfair Psylocke gradient here with the additional clone that comes out from that team up. And that's going to make it a lot more dangerous to be Luna Snow in the backline. Whereas I think that the reaction speed that FlyQuest, that Shikigami are going to have to like the unassisted Psylocke is going to be a little bit more forgiving in terms of Shikigami's backline staying alive. Also, they have a little bit more peel for their backline in the form of that clash from the Winter Soldier, giving over additional overhealth. So I think that it might leave FlyQuest feeling a little bit toothless in the Psylocke solo assassinations. It's going to be a lot more coordination based.
You have to assume that if Shikigami is capable of dealing with this double flanker and then the Captain America front, which obviously they know what's coming, right? There's not going to be any surprises here. They know if they can just catch the dive, as I like to say sometimes, they can catch these flankers and just keep themselves alive, that they'll have that sustained damage, a much better sustained damage, of course, with the Winter Soldier up front. So yeah, I would tend to agree. I like Shikigami here. They seem to understand what FlyQuest wants to do. Of all of the teams that we have in this tournament, I feel like these two teams kind of have one of the more understandable or solid identities. Like FlyQuest really likes to run a flyer. They like to have that composition, where Shikigami very much kind of a ground and pound team defined a lot by their Vanguard line. So yeah, this is going to be ultra interesting. Again, guys, if you haven't been seeing the bracket, then I don't know what's going on, because the bracket will tell you that we are still in the lower bracket eliminations. We got plenty more of the Marvel Rivals tournament to go in the Shroud Gauntlet. We should be getting into lobby momentarily here, as you know, we're at the mercy of the teams as always. The map is going to be Midtown Krakoa. If you're just watching this stream and you missed it, you know, Dogman, can you give us a brief, like, you know, log line 2-sentence summary of what happened on Krakoa?
Just absolute slogfest, man. I mean, it's back and forth. No team wanted to hold the point. It was like everybody was allergic to it. It's just COVID-19 on the objective, the series. That's really what it was. And Shikigami just
distancing defense.
Yeah, Shikigami just didn't get the long COVID like FlyQuest did.
Yeah, what a positive thing to associate with the match. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right, Krakoa is down. Midtown is up next. This might be the last map for FlyQuest. Shikigami, I mean, they keep going through this, and I don't want to hear any more doubters about the legitimacy of the Shikigami legacy. They have been one of my favorite stories to watch in all of Marvel Rivals for the last several weeks, and they continue to write the narrative. Fellas, I think we're about to jump into map, and I'm just out of things to say, so leg day, Dogman, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Hexagrams. Heading into Midtown, this should be a fun one. I think, you know, Hex said it pretty well, right? Shikigami is a team that is really fun to watch, really fun to witness. Although apparently they have some haters right now. I'm getting freaking Hogs in my DM. Like, he's like, Hogs is like, you need to flame the draft, dude. Give me my content, bro. Flame the draft. They're playing Bucky. That's such a mid-noob pick, dude. You got to flame them for that.
How are you going to become a clip master if you don't find that content?
My bad. Yeah, sorry, Hogs, my bad. I'm not here for your content, I suppose. Here to see who wins this match. And honestly, I don't hate the Bucky, so I kind of like it.
Yeah, it feels like Daze is feeling confident on it as well. We talked about how Daze was kind of brought in often for the side of Shikigami. They want to play on this particular hero. Spark Chief catching a couple of hands. Oh, Shikigami, nice use there of the quick elevation off the back of the Carbon Crush, using that leap. Deus notices, though, that the car is being stalled in mid by the the Liberty jumping of the Captain America.
He's definitely liberating something right now. Mating towards the high ground, just kind of trying to peel off Light. Anytime Light goes to this backline, they're just kind of not to shoot him when he does the reflect, but Daze, oh my god, nice pick on the Energy to catch us out the Psylocke on the set of FlyQuest.
Krazman in towards the back, trying to potentially reflect any incoming absolute zeros. Already popping off Cooper-tastic with their God of Mischief. I assume they've copied their own Luna here, and indeed that is going to be a popped ultimate coming from Ricky first this time, though, and Cooper-tastic answers in response, of course, getting maximum uptime out of that ultimate. 2 Lunas is better than 1, and now you can see Imaldian waiting in the back with the Dance of the Butterflies in their pocket, ready to put it in at a moment's notice if only it's going to be necessary. And given how well FlyQuest are holding at the moment, it seems like it's going to be necessary, as Shikigami, they've built up towards a critical mass of ultimates. 5 of them ready to go. Vasonic Seduction goes first. Shikigami is fairly below. Immune to CC is Vest. That was quite the wild and ambitious ultimate right there. Maybe thinking a little bit too highly of themselves. Could have gone over onto some more guaranteed damage as Dinks rolls on forward now with the fate of both worlds. It's an absolute smorgasbord of Qs at the moment. A mess upon my screen. Pixels everywhere. No one falling down. Everyone's just pressing their M1s as hard as possible. But Light finally finds a Mardian with a well-placed Kunlun kick as Vest falls down to the diamond fists of Emma. And Dinks just does their best to continue helping out in this back line. Deus does their best. They're trying to hunt down the Iron Fist, but he's so damn evasive. A double coming through. Zelos going to be the main victim of that, even with the attempts of the Loki with that regeneration domain to try and keep their fellow healer safe. Light falls down in the end to Ricky and FlyQuest. They are finally starting to crumble.
I just to have the presence of mind amidst all of that pressure on the back line to go for a hook onto that Luna Snow. I mean, that was beautiful from Daze. However, a retouch is surely going to come through from FlyQuest, who are stabilizing somewhat well. Also have built up Cooper-Tastic's ultimate, so they will have that strategist advantage as they walk in. Obviously, Ricky will have his own, forced to use it early by Spark Chief.
Yep, Spark Chief getting aggressive here. Big damage coming out of Light, still very far away from that living chi, though. Shut down earlier. Cooper-Tastic going to be copying over onto that Luna Snow ultimate. Fate of both worlds now available. Scatter. Gengi tries to turn this one around with a Sonic Seduction. It's a phalanx of shields that are arrayed before him. The Testudo formation, more than capable of dealing with the feminine wiles of the Emma Frost. Light in the back has managed to find Dinks. It's always when you least expect it of that. The Iron Fist finally makes their tactical insertion towards the back.
Well, that was tough. I don't know if I really liked that from Scatter Genki, just going aggressive, only looking for the Magneto when his backline was being dove upon. So a bit of a misplaced Sonic Seduction, in my opinion. But, you know, we have to remember this tournament is a marathon, right? It's been going on all day. All of these players have to mentally set up for it. Nice block from Light. Nearly getting hooked there from Daze.
Bro read that one. Scatter Gengi doing his best to build up that beam. In a lot of danger is going to be that backline. Multiple players afflicted with the culling debuff of the Kraken impact. And it's going to be a couple of resets coming through as well. Cooper-Tastic's clones start to go down one by one. Balloon's next up on the docket. Cooper-Tastic, he's everywhere. He's omnipresent. He's the god of mischief. And he's at the mercy of Daze right now. Oh my goodness, where did his hands go? When he most needed them, his digits have eroded. Oh, it's just a corpuscular little bundle of flesh where once they hid before. Zelos allowed to fall through the cracks as Cooper got a little bit too greedy with the holding on of their ultimate, copied over from their fellow backliner. Energy, though, is making good use of the opportunities that have been levied. Ricky does their best to survive, moving on forward with that fate of both worlds, and somehow FlyQuest needs to stay alive on this point. The living cheese still going from Light, but it seems like it's been answered thoroughly, and it's not going to be getting too much off the back of this. Moving forward, Krasman has access to that backline. They're going to be waddling on forward as Scatter Gengi maintains the temptation of a psionic seduction. Deus looks for a speculative hook, but is unable to connect onto anything of real value. Disengages for a moment. Overtime continues to tick in favor of FlyQuest, and they have so much survivability on the point. This Iron Fist is absolutely undeterrable. Shikigami are absolutely routed.
Well, I guess turns out Hoggins was right about flaming me earlier for saying that the Bucky was good. It turns out Bucky is mid. There we go. There we go. Should have flamed the draft. Should have flamed their pro players for drafting the wrong thing in a brand new format. I would, you know what? That was such a good job from FlyQuest, though, right? I think that they were consistently putting pressure on the backline, even when they got picked off, whether it be energy or Light in some cases. It's almost like the value is just found through sheer pressure onto both Dinks and Ricky, who were kind of just left out to dry, except for Daze just periodically helping him every now and again. So I don't know, pretty good work from FlyQuest to put that much pressure onto the backline without any help. I mean, they have 5 deaths on Dink's side alone. That's tough for any strategist player.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, that's real rough. Oh, the backline's just been found again and again by Light, always finding the perfect moment to insert himself in that fight. Taking a lot of damage, by the way, 7.6k, but always managing to get away just by the skin of his teeth and feed over that support ultimate charge. But strategists are so desperate to get.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you got to mentally reframe, right? You have to change into getting this first point hold. And Shikigami, you know, you can't do any switches, right? You kind of stick with your draft in this format. And right now, they're stuck on Bucky, stuck on their current situation. And right now, FlyQuest taking full advantage of the amount of aggression their composition offers.
Already threats onto the back line. Krasman emerges from his back cave to where he is most needed. Of course, getting a little bit of stall on the cart. This has to be a good play off the time bank here for the side of Shikigami. It needs to be a full hard. 3 taps onto Light, keeping him on notice. Amadian uses both of their dashes to reposition. So for now, the backline is going to be safe from the attentions of the Psylocke. But Psylocke, in their own right, is not safe from Captain America. The depredations of the Liberty Juggernaut himself continue to roll forward.
Nadine over the top, just kind of pressuring out the cart, giving up a lot of space right now with Shikigami. That's the tough aspect of this, is they're just not even really winning in these neutrals. It relies heavily on Daze either getting a hook or, you know, getting those random kills onto Energy. And whoa, my God, uppercut into Energy's face, sends him back to the spawn.
Ideal pickup right there. That relieves so much pressure on the Shikigami backline. And we're going to be able to time out Energy's return here as well. Amadian not too keen to go too deep, knowing that those support ultimates are available. A couple of Loki clones back here as well. Zelos could find themselves a little bit far from that Fate of Both Worlds. Has to be very careful about that positioning. Daze still sitting on the Kraken impact. Big play here coming from Skadagengi. You could hear that Dragon's defense continually avoiding the incoming damage and mind control that Emma proffers.
Well, you know what? That one elimination might be enough for Shikigami, although they just committed 3 ultimates to just finding him. And now FlyQuest get a walk back into this one off of just using Cooper-tastic crystals, right? So he's been very good in terms of positioning. Cooper-tastic, known as one of the best Loki players in North America, is proving it yet again today.
High ground claimed here by Vest. Does not want to get hooked in. Deus, though, distracted by a sideshow elsewhere coming through from Light, and comes the Metallic Bulwark, using those quick punches to get away. However, in the back, it has been an ultimate force from Lunar Snow. It's unideal for the rest of FlyQuest here. Vest does their best to play within the ultimate given, but Amadian's been found elsewhere. Shikigami might start to break here, as it's going to be moving forward with the Captain America extra survivability. Is going to be challenged, yes, by the Psylocke, but as everyone stays together and shares out the damage, the democratization of damage has been more than enough for FlyQuest to try and get this one done. Krasman's going to do his best to just jump around and put on an amusing show, but I'm afraid the curtain call is now, and it's going to be a 1-1. That is going to be a map number 3 on the docket.
Oh my God. It is, we've had so many map number 3s, man. It's been an incredible day of Marvel Rivals. I think in this format, it's been so much fun to watch with you like that. I mean, going to map number 3 yet again, green versus red. We'll have to see what happens. Now we have the Resurrect feature involved as we head into map 3. So we're getting deep into this one, man.
Yeah, you're going to have to call up correspondent Hogs to try and get some info.
Yeah, we have to figure out what's going on.
Two things real quick. You know, it's been a long tournament when you're just exiting a match being green versus red, like Dynamite line. 2, I do want to talk a little bit about the Winter Soldier Bucky pick and the slander headed that way. Turns out probably correct slander, but my question to you as someone pretending that I don't know what I'm talking about, someone pretending to be a casual, and not understanding, why is the Winter Soldier a bad pick there? Why did it not work? Why was it such little effect, Dogman?
I think you just synergistically with the composition, right? You have the Captain America, you have the Psylocke already. You might as well add another diver, right? The problem is Bucky sort of stagnates that kind of build, right? Bucky, realistically, to find value out of him is you want to play counter dive, but you're playing counter dive versus characters who Iron Fist has a block whenever you want to like go for that uppercut or you want to go for that grab. Psylocke has invisibility to constantly move around and shift around you, also have multiple dashes. So the thing is, the Bucky as a character is just a bit too stagnant, I think, and it's just obvious what he's trying to do at all times. And as long as you sort of play around that, you're totally fine.
Yeah, it did seem like at a certain point it was just trying to poke angles with the hook. And hooks, you know, it's nice for a little pick, but I think people see a hook and they're like, well, a hook is anti-dive. Not necessarily the case here. So FlyQuest will tie it up 1-1. As you've mentioned, we have gone to several maps. Leg day, as we go through the highlights here, plenty of people on FlyQuest had really good rounds. Who was the standout player for you?
I feel like Light acting as a tertiary vanguard might well have been a huge standout for me. Like managing to get so much done towards the enemy backline, even when they had a huge amount of peel available, really picking their moments properly and allowing for FlyQuest to get value out of an unteamed up Psylocke. Though honestly, my highlight has to be the pink slip that's coming my way because I'm now 0 for 5 on draft winning predictions. It is an absolute travesty here. My opinion is worth less than nothing right now.
Well, this is what, so we got to do the hog strategy. We got to just engagement bait, you know? We just got to randomly flame a hero for no reason. Right. That's just the correct answer.
If the internet's taught me anything, it's that the validity of statements, honesty, truth means absolutely nothing, really, and people will stick around the angrier you make them. So that's kind of the purpose of what we're doing here. Anger's a much stronger root emotion than is happiness. Okay. Plenty of stuff to go. We were going to map 3. Hey, look, one thing, knock on wood, we haven't had any draws tonight at the very least, so very likely the next map will be our last. The next map will be at Symbiotic Surface. We are setting up the draft, things like that. And obviously the map 3 drafts have been even wilder because you've got all of these heroes that are banned out from the Fearless format system. Heroes that are going to be banned again. We're bringing back 2 Protect so that we actually have a decent pool of Vanguards and mostly strategists rather. Production, if you are listening, which hopefully you are, can we just bring up the bracket real quick, remind people how we got here and how much more we have to go so that they can budget out their caffeine for the rest of the evening. We are at the bottom there on A stream. FlyQuest Shikigami 1-1. At the top, 100 Thieves. Oh man, they rolled through Envy as well. We had the pleasure of watching 100 Thieves just dismantle Gen.G in very quick fashion. So 100 Thieves obviously going to be a tough team to beat as they are just waiting in the finals. Might be getting some naps in right now, actually. FlyQuest Shikigami 1-1. Winner will face Sentinels. Sentinels has looked strong as well after getting knocked to the lower bracket by said Envy. Looking for that salty run back eventually against Envy waiting there. Guys, as we take a look at this bracket, we can keep it up on screen so I can just shut my eyes for a little bit. Is this kind of how you expected it to play out? I mean, I know we all knew 100 Thieves was good. Envy, Sentinels. I mean, I guess in retrospect, does this kind of make sense that the chalk is winning? Let's start with you, Dogman.
Yeah, I would say it makes a little bit of sense, right? Considering 100 Thieves just won another regional tournament recently, right? This team is very good currently, and it's fun to see that Shikigami is the only team to put up a fight really today, right? I mean, Gen.G got kind of smoked, like you mentioned earlier, Hex, and Envy appears the same thing happened on their side. Now they're in that winners bracket final. It'd be fun to see if Shikigami kind of continue on that narrative. Obviously, that last round, that last map did not go well for them, but I think we can all agree it was a bit of a weird draft for them. Maybe going into this map 3, they can come back and get that matchup versus Sentinels, get that red-on-red matchup. Gonna go back to colors.
Yeah, one of the last teams to beat 100 Thieves was actually Shikigami. So it's a team that can... Yep. You know, that's just how the parity works, you know, so much in the North American region especially. So Shroud-X, obviously not the performance that they wanted going out very early. They just ended up like going to 5 against 100 Thieves very recently. Like, so like the fact that those two teams played close and the results could not be further apart just shows you how close all of these teams are together. I believe we're setting up lobby right now into the draft. And this one's going to be wild, I guess. So let's proffer kind of what we have seen as we've been through a lot of map 3s. You have to imagine that the protects, the bring back, the resurrection, whatever we want to call it, is going to be, I mean, it's been a Luna Snow like 100% of the time, hasn't it, Dogman?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you guys called it how the Luna Snow's always brought back, and it's brought back again. So not surprising. We'll see. If FlyQuest they're still deciding their second protect, surely, right? That's not like a HUD glitch or something.
Yeah, I imagine they're
at
deciding
this
their
point.
second. Of course, one of the things FlyQuest can think about here is that they still have full access to a triple res comp. They don't need to invest anything to make that one work. So they can play that with the Luna, which is generally preferred, whereas there's no access to that for Shikigami. They're going to have to play something more centered around the Groot and Luna that they have decided to bring in here.
The Groot actually makes a world of sense to me, having watched Shikigami for quite a while now, is that, like, Krasmang is a very solid tank and can play a lot of things and, you know, is a top tank on several of them. His Groot is by far his best Vanguard hero. Like, it's just like by a mile. And obviously it looks like they look the most comfortable on the Groot. And Luna, we talk about, it's kind of just like, well, yeah, we're going to protect and pick the best hero. Like, Luna's just that good in the game. The ultimate is just too good to pass up the Luna. So we've been seeing in map 3s, we saw Emma Frost and Luna a couple times, the Winter Twinters, something like that. It was funnier a while ago. I don't know why I brought it back up. But yeah,
less funny as the night goes on. I don't understand. We're getting more and more delirious.
And the problem is the problem is the A streams, like, who are these bozos bringing up the pro gamer move, you know, all these references that we said in the B stream, and they have no idea.
Yeah, we built a nice little culture in the short time that we're on the B stream. We had community interaction. We had inside jokes. I love inside jokes. I hope to be a part of one someday.
Quite the broadcast
so we are just waiting.
dish.
We are just waiting for the extra protect, obviously. Teams have still been trying to figure out, like, what they're going to do with the bans and the picks. Usually we get these things in bunches, so hopefully, you know, Comp Ops is cracking the whip here. Based on what we've seen so far, guys, between these two teams, and I know everything is going to be kind of curveball and topsy-turvy as we are in map 3, and it's just like, well, what are we picking? And we've just seen wild comps. But just based on how these teams have played, who would you give the nod to if you had to pick a favorite right now, Dogman?
I'd probably say Shikigami's still a favorite. I think there's really blundered their draft in the last one, unfortunately. It's just the Iron Fist composition was just too much to deal with. And I think it's kind of still edging into their favor. You know, FlyQuest, obviously, great map win for them to force that map 3. But I would still give Shiki the edge unless there's some crazy snowball going on right now.
My answer depends on a question that I have forgotten this far into the stream. Can Shikigami ban something they've banned before in round 3?
That is a fantastic question.
Yeah, you could ban Perma, right?
Previously, I think.
I can answer. I'm going to answer off the cuff here and say that you cannot do a ban if you've already done the ban of the series. So if you did ban in map 1 and 2, you cannot bring that ban back in map 3.
Thank you, ZP.
Okay.
And I
ZP even
FlyQuest have a better chance here.
Is he allowed to do that?
Is ZP? Why is he even here? Is he? Can the stream hear him? That's what I'm saying.
Is that allowed?
Is he? Can ZP be heard right now? That's all I'm asking.
Yes, absolutely. We don't necessarily play by the rules. Like, we're a little bit more informal, you know, mostly formal. But look, we can mess with the fabric of reality a little bit here, especially when you're asking a rules question. So we're good.
Can we put a bit of reverb on ZP's voice so it's like the voice of God coming from the heavens? Like, no.
You were wrong. You know, that was actually just me throwing my voice. People don't know that I'm a pretty prolific ventriloquist, and that me and ZP are actually the same person. It's just kind of this weird avatar situation. So yeah, we are still waiting for the teams. We don't really have a system to make them go faster, except politely requesting, please go faster.
We're yet to introduce the beatings.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, you're right. We need to get the whips on them or something. For sure.
Well, the reason why these teams are taking their time and putting such thought into it is because there is a lot on the line here. Look, like, we're a big fan of Rivals, and we've seen a lot of Rivals tournaments, but none with necessarily the prize pool like this for a one-day tournament. You can come in here, you can make it out the door with $25,000. And now we're getting down to it too, so it's the stakes go higher and higher. $2,000 difference between 4th and 3rd, $5,000 difference between 3rd and 2nd, $15,000 difference between 2nd and 1st. That could buy you a used Honda Civic, of all things.
Wow.
It'll probably go to the players. I mean, you know, whatever. I don't know about cars, and that probably wouldn't buy a used Honda Civic.
Share.
No, to share. You can fit all 6 players in a Honda Civic. We can definitely do that. We have no affiliation with Honda or Civics either way. Okay, Thank goodness. What well-timed
They did it.
promotion that was. We do have the second
Hulk's
protect
gonna lose his
in.
mind.
Hey, maybe it's just a funny joke. The second protect in for FlyQuest is going to be on the Winter Soldier. First ban out of FlyQuest. Going against, well, I mean, they're going to ban the Iron Man. They can still play the Iron. Well, no, they can't. That's the first ban. Yeah, sorry. Thinking about second ban territory. So they're going to take out Iron Man from the sky. We'll see what Shikigami wants to counter with a ban. Any guesses, Leg Day?
Maybe they ban out Star-Lord first? I think Star-Lord, because FlyQuest have access to the triple res composition, and you kind of want to nip that in the bud by getting rid of Star-Lord, because you haven't banned it yet. You've played it yourself. You know that there's going to be like an uneven Star-Lord gradient if it's allowed to go through, because that's still always going to be an option. But maybe you save it, like, if you don't save it for second ban, then they can just, like, 3-tap the triple res straight away, or they can grab both Mantis and Star-Lord early, and you can't ban Adam, because I believe that's already been banned by Shikigami. So I'd go for Star-Lord first if I was Shikigami.
One of the big tricks here... Yeah, why don't you just name the rest of the heroes, and then you can always be right. One of the big tricks here...
Why not?
When you get to map 3, one of the tricks is how do we cobble together a reasonable composition, right? And so it's like, what are the pieces left that we can maybe get part of the res comp, part of a dive comp? You know, what is left that's going to be adjacent to something that we're comfortable running? So we've seen if a team that likes to run Hela can't run Hela when we get to map 3 and doesn't protect, as we've seen at Gen.G, they try to substitute with a Namor, which is not Hela, but, you know, like... close enough when we're in map 3. Like, beggars can't be choosers out here in map 3. We need to get something that's close to what we like running. But it's been so interesting in the Fearless format of you get to map 3, you've played all of these heroes, so much is off the table, you can only protect so much. You're going to protect Luna, as you know, you have to. Luna's just too good. Now, what else do you protect? You protect someone's real good comfort hero, and then what else is left? The ban comes out for Shikigami. Dogman, what do you think of this ban?
The Mantis, I mean, that's going to get rid of the triple res that you guys were talking about earlier, potentially something that FlyQuest is looking to play. And I think to go back to your original point, Hex, as well, with, you know, beggars can't be choosers, you're kind of getting down to the wire here. The Bucky Protect is quite interesting because I think you mentioned earlier, there's so many good duelists, and bringing back a duelist that is, you know, not even known as the best duelist in the game is definitely interesting. I wouldn't say it was a good idea. I mean, you would assume that what? Rocket Raccoon? Okay, they're getting real.
Is this correct?
Yeah, there it is.
Is this right?
I would assume so, but, you know,
they could be trolling us.
It's a dangerous gambit to assume as much. Maybe they're just really going to value the team up. I'm not certain. Doctor Strange on the other side of things. Look, guys, map 3 does get weird. We have seen this before. I agree with you, Dogman, that it is a little unorthodox to be protecting a duelist in this situation, to be able to bring back and resurrect the duelist also, because they lost the first map as well when they ran Bucky. So, you know, who knows what's going on there. Invisible Woman going to be the second pick. Leg Day, what do you think of these first 2 picks from Shikigami?
This makes the most sense that it could. You're getting some synergistic stuff out of the way, considering that Luna and Groot are going to be essentially untouchable. There's likely going to be your last 2 picks here. Doctor Strange is just a standard Vanguard pick, which is always going to be of value. I'm still reeling, man, of FlyQuest protecting the mid soldier. You've got Wolverine in the pool for energy. They're really good at that. You know the opponent's going to be playing Groot. They've already picked Wolverine. Oh,
we're getting wild. We're getting real wild,
bro. FlyQuest, they've actually tilted me. I know that I've been wrong about every single draft thus far, and I'm going to continue to be wrong, but I'm just going to be wrong harder and more brazenly. Doctor Strange, they're picking here as well. They've got so few Vanguards left as well, and they bring back a mid-duelist?
It's moments like this where you start to appreciate the format because it gives you something new and surprising and fun. Fun for me. I don't know if it's fun for the players, but I'm all about it. And also, it's fun to see you guys react and lose your mind trying to figure out what's going on and not understanding that none of it makes sense. It's okay. Give up control. It doesn't have to make sense. It can still just be fun. The picks come out, Wolverine, Doctor Strange, as you said. Now, the other side of things, and we talked about this a little earlier, the interesting thing is the team without first pick kind of has this cool option when you get here, too, because now you're going to get a pick and a ban. And we've seen a lot of teams do the pro player move. You make the pick, and then you ban that pick so that the other team can't take it. It works as this kind of quasi-protect. It's been a move that we've seen a lot of teams adapt to and kind of move forward throughout the night. Been really interesting. If you want to add something to a composition and also take it away from the other team, this is the spot to do it. To me, this is where the draft gets really interesting. Any shots in the dark, you want to, throw a dart at the board, Dogman, of who they might pick and then potentially ban right after?
Well, I mean, yeah, we have, I believe, is Human Torch still available here? I mean, for the side of Shikigami, that is, right? I think
Shikigami, it does look like they have not played it previously in Fearless, and it has not been banned out from them either. So they could run Human Torch.
I mean, that's probably what they're going to play. I don't know. Like, they already have the Invisible Woman. They have to team up alongside it, and they've protected Groot, so they can play around that front line pretty well. The only downside is that, there's that Wolverine on their side. Maybe that's going to force Shikigami to think, and that could be another thing that we see, is that because these drafts are so, lengthy, and because these teams are obviously thinking very hard, they could be easily overthinking, right? Maybe at this point they're like, guys, they have some giga brain master plan, Wolverine, Rocket Raccoon. This is like insane next level thinking from them. Maybe we have to adjust, and then they dig themselves a deeper hole. So who knows?
You say the teams are thinking, but on FlyQuest side, I'm actually currently doubting that hypothesis. I'm full on the hater right now, I'm afraid.
I'm waiting for a team to, stumble upon a composition they never even knew was good. And it's like, wow, this actually works really well. Do I think that's going to happen? No. Am I going to say it anyway to keep people interested in this long draft? Yes, I am. Will I continue to ask myself questions to prove a point? No, I think I'm done. I think that was 3 of them.
Oh,
so still waiting for these final moves. This is the times that drafts stall out, and then we should fly through the rest of it. Essentially, what we're assuming is that we really only need one more hero picked on pretty much FlyQuest side, because you assume the protects are going to be used in there. So far, every time we've gotten to this stage of a map 3, the protects have been played. It hasn't been an ultra mind game of protecting something and then not picking it. So it's still an option. They can. But this is the moment where teams are picking out their final bans, final picks. So this is kind of where we stall out generally in some drafts. We need a timer. We need shot collars. We need to get teams going.
We need a shot clock for sure. Yeah, that'd be helpful. Or start finding them, maybe. Take away the money, put it in our pockets. How about that? How about we if you guys win this matchup, you give a part of our prize pool. Yeah, exactly.
It should be on screen, right? Of the money counting down and maybe even falling down.
Squid Game and Squid comes down to the piggy bank over the top side. You lose this money. This is going into the caster bank.
And it just goes into a microphone icon, and the microphone icon grows. Okay, you were correct though. I dig it. The Human Torch is picked. Now it's good.
It's the most obvious one of all time. It's they spent 20 years picking it.
Time to draft the thing that we were like, yeah, this is what it's gonna be 5 minutes ago. And they ban Hulk. Okay, so what they're doing here is they're really trying to limit FlyQuest options for how they try and pivot this, because there was an option where FlyQuest could maybe pivot into a Hulk Namor as their secondary DPS, and then go for Luna as their last, and just leave the Bucky on the table. But instead, they're really going to force them to maybe try and get some value out of this Winter Soldier. And now the question is, what are you going to play as a second Vanguard for FlyQuest? Thing, I guess? There's Thor that's available, but Thing's probably the better of the bad options, unless you want to really get audacious and pick Penny, which I know that everyone wants to do.
We haven't seen any Thor tonight. We saw a ban of a Thor that made very little sense to us at some point. In what sort of composition would a Thor work? Because I haven't seen Thor played at a professional level ever.
It was originally in the beta. That was the last time. It was a Storm Thor combination, and then they just had those two kind of just go off. But I think Thor
Storm,
got some
who's been
nerfs.
performing really well tonight, by the way.
Yeah.
If you guys were watching the B stream, this Storm has been a throw for sure. It's not been awesome.
But I mean, to answer your question, I mean, probably something along the lines with Hela. I mean, the problem is you have to use Thor as like a third DPS. He's sort of like Mr. Fantastic. Like, he does some displacement. He does okay damage. He's like kind of there as like a duelist. Unfortunately, his survivability is just not long enough. He can be good. Like, honestly, there's a lot of Thor 1 tricks I see in ranked. I mean, I'm not going to say I win with them, but they exist. There's people that think Thor's good. Sure4 is one of those people.
Sure4 is approaching your location currently.
Yeah. He's been flanking on Adam Warlock every game. I've been watching him. He's just, I don't know what he's doing. I think he's
Super
kind of
TF style.
Yeah, exactly. He's trolling a little bit too hard. So to answer your question, X, there's probably no comp that works for Thor. The character is bad.
Sad. I love Thor. He's done, but he is he's not top tier. And FlyQuest, they're gonna figure out their ban right here. And honestly,
they're gonna figure it out. Oh, it's Wolverine.
I mean,
they did a thing.
I guess they were gonna play Thing anyways. Wolverine really that big of a ban? I guess it doesn't really matter. They are gonna be able to potentially pick a Star-Lord here. It might be necessary. They've got to figure out something to do here. Luna Snow gonna get picked up next. Of course, Shikigami don't want to show their hand too early. They might pick the Thor for the Groot for last here, as to make sure that there's a little bit of wiggle room. But honestly, I think we're really at the bottom of the barrel right now when it comes to both the drafting options and the remaining brain cells of some of our drafters.
Now we're in that boat though too. I think that's where collectively as a unit we're losing brain cells.
Withering on the vine.
the longer the stream goes, Hexagrams turns into like Ed Sheeran almost. Just with the red hair.
I don't know. I mean, it's the lighting. I swear my hair is brown, but I don't know. Maybe it's the the frustration. Yeah. I mean, the cut's good. I'm pretty happy with that. The frustration is just coming through my hair. I'm slowly turning into a comic book character by absorbing all the ink I see on the screen. Okay, so Luna Snow is there. Venom.
What am I
This is great. This is awesome. No, listen. Hear me out. FlyQuest have Yoki.
Spider-Man?
Their head coach of FlyQuest is creative, so they could play Spider-Man.
Who loves Spider-Man? This is wild. Like, if this has all been a misdirect to make the Spider-Man work, then I'm gonna respect it. I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna respect it. Oh, it's so weird, man. It is. It's kind of heinous.
Okay, so you'd have to assume that the last pick is going to be Winter Soldier for FlyQuest. While we wait for Shikigami to enter in their last picks, how does this composition for FlyQuest operate, Dogman?
Well, I mean, it kind of runs through Venom, right? I mean, he's just constantly diving onto the backline, building up Rocket Raccoon Ultimate, can build it so quickly. So they want to get those, combinations with Rocket Raccoon, with Venom, with the Feast of the Abyss, try to get some one-shots, or with the Luna Snow. So they have a lot of options to just do a heck ton of damage, and that's kind of how it operates, right? Just consistently damage boost your Venom, or in this case, if they do play the Spider-Man. But it's going to be hard, right? If any team can make it work, it is FlyQuest, but we've seen them play Spider-Man to a high level and still lose to a Human Torch. So it's going to be hard.
Okay, so FlyQuest Wolverine ban at least makes more sense now. In that they don't want Venom to be cyberbullied by the Wolverine. If they were playing Thing like I thought they were, the Wolverine ban wouldn't make as much sense. But now it's the last pick of FlyQuest, and they can pivot into what they want. Going up against Hela, maybe you still can get some value out of the Spider-Man. Hela's just a good generalist here for Shikigami. Out of the heroes that remain in the pool, Hela's kind of I fit into any composition really. So not too much of an issue there.
Is it going to be the big brain move where they pivot off of the Winter Soldier that they've protected very early on as the last pick? Does the Winter Soldier make sense in this composition? Does anything make sense in this composition?
That's a loaded and fantastic question. Like, there's always the stupid threat that they could play the Punisher with the Rocket Raccoon. I mean, I don't think it's real. The Spider-Man might make sense. Like, maybe they were trying to over-telegraph that with the Venom, and they're just comfortable playing the Venom anyway. Like, the Winter Soldier, if they don't play it, is an absolutely ridiculous protect, because they could have brought something like the Iron Fist back. And the Iron Fist would have been pretty good against this composition, and have the Lunar Snow team up as well. FlyQuest have a lot of decisions to make, and I feel like no matter what they pick, I am going to be thoroughly judging it.
We're going to Symbiotic Surface, so let me float this idea again for maybe who wasn't watching the B stream earlier. Hero map matchup bonus. Team
you want
bonus. Sorry.
What does that mean again? What does that mean?
Territory?
Well, so it's like, you know, when Loki's on Yggdrasil, it's kind of his home map, and he would get a bonus, like a team up. So on Symbiotic Surface, I don't know, Venom, Symbiose, right? Maybe Venom's stronger here. I don't know, guys. I'm filling time. This is very clearly filling time right now.
All of this for them
if
just to
this
pick
last
Spider-Man.
pick is Winter Soldier, I'm going to lose my mind.
It's not going to be. If it's Winter Soldier, I'll pay you $1,000. Okay, listen, it's not going to be Winter Soldier. In a year, when I can make
Hex is getting overtime now.
yes,
Yeah,
Hex is going to get. It's not going to be Winter Soldier. Come on, man.
Look, come on. This is unfair because I disclosed to you much earlier accidentally that I'm a degenerate gambler. So you know I will take you.
You know he wants that action, man. You can't tempt him in.
It is Winter Soldier.
Minus $1,000 again, Dogman.
Cool.
Minus $1,000. It's always coming back.
I really appreciate the tension that built. Like the tension building was fantastic there. It's really supports the narrative and the structure of the story that we're telling in this tournament. That you protect it first, and then keep us on the edge of our seats. You know, you got to keep people wanting more.
I'm gonna go have to sell my body on the streets to make back my money to pay back hexagrams. That's
I mean,
insane.
like you should have picked a number
bro.
that was like, you know, would have been much smaller than that. Cause
I don't know why I said $1,000. That's pretty bad. I'm sorry. I'm so stupid, dude. My bad.
Well, now
Sorry.
you're fined $1,000 as well.
Oh, minus
No,
2K.
goddamn. Shoot.
Bro's funding the next Shroud Gauntlet. Shroud Gauntlet 2, funded in part by Dogman.
Shroud
Gauntlet,
by Dogman.
It's going to be a 24-hour stream where we lock all of the pro players in like a cellar somewhere, and they have to duke it out. And you know, no food. The only food they have is the people they beat. It's real dark. It's real dark over here in the Shroud Gauntlet.
Excellent.
Okay, well, you know, as we still wait to get into map, as is tradition at this point, guys. Who won the draft? It's gotta be Shikigami, just on the fact that FlyQuest lost the draft in some way. I don't know. Like, I really don't know what is going to happen now because I've not seen either of these comps, but you guys seemed unimpressed with FlyQuest. Leg Day, let's start with you or work back there. Who do you think won the draft?
Well, Shikigami drafted and FlyQuest dribbled is what I'm looking at here. This is like, there's going to be no help for Venom in the back line. The Wolverine is going to be trying to go for the group, but no one can really touch the Human Torch. You got to hit a tainted voltage on that. Like, Human Torch is going to be absolutely freelo up in the air. They've only got a single proper defensive strategist ultimate. This, like, it is truly a dribble draft. I'm not going to lie.
You heard it here first. I would ask for your opinion, Dogman, but you are muted and bleeped out on orders from the FCC for the next 10 seconds, which I will gladly fill the air for now. Guys, wake up your friends. We are headed into the map. It is the last map of this series. Loser goes home. Krakoa went to Shikigami. Midtown went to FlyQuest. We are headed to the Symbiotic Surface. Time limits up. Dogman, Leg Day, take it away, boys.
Thank you, Hex. Yeah, I had a little bit more than 10 seconds. There was 13 seconds. I counted it down on my fingies. And so that's all I have left. I don't even know I have my fingers left. I'm going to bet those away, too. I don't know. Going into this next map, though, this is a big match. It just took like 30 minutes for the teams to figure out they were going to play these compositions. And it's very interesting, Leg Day. And like you said, I think it's definitely a smorgasbord of compositional mess that's happening on FlyQuest sides, but for Shikigami, it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, Shikigami are at least playing a composition. I mean, I guess FlyQuest are playing a composition. And you know what? I've been wrong in every draft so far, so maybe FlyQuest just run away with this one. Spark Chief might just be the go on Venom. And you know what? Venom at least has the team up with Cooper-tastic to get the damage boost from the Lunar Snow Ultimate to get one taps off the back of the Feast of the Abyss. Maybe that could be the difference maker here, as Spark already tries to make a little bit of a dive. Just a quick love tap in over towards Shikigami as they do their homework and claim themselves some space.
Sort of just walking it in right now. Spark Chief still sitting above the choke, ready to go for that kind of dive towards the Hela, but Amadian stuns him, slows him down, gets him nice some support too, so Spark has to give up a lot of that space, also commit that cooldown. I mean, you have to feel good if you're Hela, and also taking down Light early. Big opening picks.
Oh, Melophobia dragged down to the ground by the grounding effect of that tainted voltage from the Bucky. Melophobia getting up close and personal here, just absolutely farming the Venom and continuing to bully around. Of course, Venom's going to have to be picking up some frontline duty here, as they can't leave Vess alone against all of this in the midst of the danger. Light still looking for some real value here out of the Wolverine. You can see that Shikigami is already moving away. What a big grab coming through from the leap. Light has to do their best to disengage, however, and has already burned their passive.
The benefit of running this Rocket Raccoon is on this defense here is that nobody's getting these res beacons, so immediately brought back into the team fight is whoever gets picked on the side of FlyQuest. So right now, opening pick as well from Light. Kraz going down early. FlyQuest, they're doing really damn good right now.
Doing fairly well on this defense. This is where the Venom is excelling, though. Can set up on one of these high grounds and simply use that diving strike onto Shikigami when they do overextend.
Energy just playing back right now. Also can kind of... Are you kidding me? How do you win that?
Wow.
Amadius got absolutely destroyed here. Smoked.
Okay, Winter Soldier's the best character in the game. I've seen enough. Hogs was so wrong. Could not have been more wrong.
Hogs is so wrong. Hogs is such a big old idiot. My God. Imagine being a pro player on one of the best teams ever. Couldn't be
Classic
me.
dummy move. Light managed to grab themselves Krazman in the midst of all of this, using the feral leap. Energy, though, might find themselves overwhelmed and stuck in place. Down on top of them is a huge amount of damage. Great response here from Cooper-tastic. Still loses energy, though. Vess as well. I think the scatter Gen.G might well have been able to block off some of that healing using their shield. Great mechanics there when it comes to the Doctor Strange. And even with the combination of Feast of the Abyss and the damage boost to Fate of both worlds, it cannot be turned for FlyQuest. It was a significant investment, but they may well be able to try and teleport back. That's a rare occurrence in this tournament. However, this time it's going to happen. Vess manages to move on in. Spark Chief's already been taken down, though, just doing their best to dance around the edge of the point. Has the Eye of Agamotto to try and play with, and now Energy is going to try and make their own engagement off the back of the Kraken impact. Frozen off of point. It's going to be flipped on over in the midst of it, and Shikigami, they're just going to put a little punctuation mark with the supernova.
I mean, this is what you wanted to see out of FlyQuest defense, to hold for that long. It did result in some, honestly, I wouldn't say lucky picks, but kind of Shikigami messing up, right? And because this tournament's been going on for so long, because all of these players have been playing like all day, I mean, you have to take into account like the energy, like what their energy levels are right now, right? Like how tired are they? 16%. This has like been a 16%. They've lost 16% energy. Immediate takes down Cooper-tastic early as well, forcing that res beacon again. But these things sort of matter, I feel like, leg day, right? Because
yeah,
you have to take into account that sort of aspect.
The endurance goes crazy. Oh, that's a double stun coming through. Scat again. She's absolutely pulled their way through that. Whoa. Nice play. I'm not sure if Vess maybe got moved around somehow there to be able to burst through that shield that was apparently being arrayed by Scattergenji to try and deal with this one. An interesting use of the strangling prison. Does catch energy in space, and while it did grab the Venom as well, they are taking a little bit of time to get through that larger health pool. Symbiotic resilience allows them to survive for a moment longer, but FlyQuest are kind of falling apart now. They no longer have a defensive position to try and play from and generate these ambushes.
2 minutes left to go in this phase of the map. Nice walls as well, forcing off the early ult commitment by Shikigami. And Kraz goes down early to Light, though, so they traded it back and forth. Cooper's ultimate was there just in the nick of time, and Dink's not there to save Kraz.
Big investment, though, of the last stand solo ulting in this case. That was an audacious attempt from Light to try and grab Melophobia out of the air. Just about survives. That might well have been 1 HP with the extra HP given over by the Invisible Woman team up as well. Saved by the sister in the midst of all of this. FlyQuest, now they're going to be in a position, though, where they can set up defensively, and this is where they're strongest.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna any dive they want, they can get right now. Shikigami, though, do have a lot of ultimates ready to go. And also, Amadian has kind of started to unlock, right? Been able to find those opening picks. Early engaged by FlyQuest. Ayavakamoto is there, though.
Energy super low, finished off here by Ricky inside the invisible boundary. Defensively erected, yes, but also making sure that Spark Chief was well out of the LOS of their strategist. The healing could not be delivered. Vets is just doing their best to be the last bastion of defense, but there's not really going to be enough healing. It's going to be an easy burn through the Seer, an attempt to instantly break it by elevating it with the group wall right there, but that's just not how it works anymore, bro. Vest burned to a crisp. He's a spicy Sorcerer Supreme with a Szechuan sauce now, and Zelos not going to be long when faced with the Heller either.
And this is the difficulty now. I mean, Amadian's sort of unlocking during that Streets phase, during the very end of the first phase. Sure got picked off by that Winter Soldier at the very beginning of the game, but now, I mean, he's just unlocked. And FlyQuest, I feel like their comp maybe doesn't do as well versus a Hella in this sort of distance as well. With 1 minute and 42 seconds left to go, I would be worried, on top of having not a single ultimate to count for my team.
Supernova already popped here from Melophobia. Big grab coming through onto Scatter Gen.G, but it seems to have been reliably answered here from the side of Shikigami. FlyQuest are finding a difficulty getting too much teeth out of their defense. You can see Light lurking in the back at the moment, trying their best to help out with the dive of Venom. But guess what? They're all knocked back by Melophobia, who proactively just jumps in to catch the dive, as Hex would call it. And while Light is doing his best to try and make something happen here, I believe Krasman just solo ults them with the Strangling Prisoner. Says, I've had enough of your counter play. A Goddess of Death on the backside here would be absolutely brutal. And Amadian might well go for it indeed. Now your backline is exposed. Zelos so far from the Lunar ultimate is going to have to move on forward. Quickly burst through, though, is the Hella ultimate. Great attention to detail there from FlyQuest to try and make it work. The second that these ultimates are cleared, Light can try and put this one to bed with a well-placed last stand. One stun comes through. That's onto Scatter Gen.G. And now Energy just going to have to disengage. Playing it safe over here, knowing that they're the only duelists left for FlyQuest. And it seems like Light didn't get too much value of their own ultimate right there. Melophobia taken down to Terra Firma. Energy is grabbing kill after kill. Elimination, stack it up. The energy level could not be higher right now, but there might well be a cook towards the back. Scatter Gen.G. Oh, he's got some devious licks in right now, and he's plotting.
Right. Coming back into the objective. I mean, Energy might be him. If they finish it out right here and now, FlyQuest, Energy specifically, kind of put the team on his back right there, forcing shift early by Amadian too. Amadian so low, needs healing right now.
Energy. Oh, Energy definitely needs a big pocket right here. Can you slam down on top of him? Nicely placed Tainted Voltage. Gets Melophobia low, and he's so nervous. The Invisible Woman team up is actually being expended right now. Goes in close. It's a risky gambit, but it works out in the end. No resurrections this time. Oh, the falling is permanent, and Zelos is going to join them in the dark underworld of Tartarus. They're going to be joining Sharon, going down the river Styx today, and FlyQuest cannot hold on Symbiotic Surface.
Leg day. This tournament is not ending until it's 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. British time, or maybe even later. It's going to be noon for you. You're getting lunchtime.
7. It's 20 to 7 right now.
This has been a tournament in half. Zelos, 45 damage. Almost did the no damage rocket challenge on accident. That's kind of sick, actually.
Wow.
Impressive stuff. Light, even more impressive, going 4 and 8. It's been tough, though. I think, this is what we talked about at the very beginning. This is what you talked about. The Wolverine, man, it's kind of just hard countered versus the comp they're playing against, right? I mean, sure, you could think, okay, the Wolverine counters Groot, but then you fail to account for the fact that everybody else is in the lobby instead of just Groot, and you're kind of just screwed.
Yeah, Ricky's there every time with the force physics to just pull him off the group the second that it happens. You know that Ricky's not letting those ones fall through, because honestly, Ricky's kind of got a singular job with those force physics, because you're not really going to pull in Vest, who's likely usually going to have their shield up as the solo frontline Vanguard. Pulling in Energy is kind of a bad idea when Amadian prefers the longer range for that duel. And Spark Chief is generally not going to be too perturbed by your force physics either, so you can always save it for the light engage.
My only takeaway is honestly, like, FlyQuest did a lot better than I thought they would do. Like, that first point hold, like, how did they hold for that long? And then in the third phase to make overtime, I mean, realistically, we're just witnessing like absolute hero plays from Energy. To me, that's like the only way FlyQuest wins is if Energy kills like 6 people. That's what it feels like.
That one hurts.
Well, I wouldn't put it past Energy. He's kind of wild like that. Light just walking at them menacingly. He's so scary. He's an absolute beast with his unskinned Wolverine, no costume needed. However, currently cosplaying a little bit of a harassed individual. Cannot really find a way in at the moment. You can see that Krasman's kind of at the center of this defense. Spark Chief blown up by those piercing knight swords that were laid into his behind. Is going to be rezzed up, yes, but unfortunately not going to be a massive tempo play here for the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, Madian, understanding he's the target, has to kind of run back towards his team, relocate to the other side of the map as FlyQuest try to hunt for that Hela. Aren't going to really do so, but at least they push the Hela off the high ground.
Krasman right now doing their best to avoid the Wolverine. Dodging like I dodge gift subs in Shroud's chat. Light coming in to try and make this one happen. Misses the leap, has to just exit instead. The Cosmic Yarn Amplifier now deployed by Zello, thinking that this is enough of an option for them. They've got all of the space that they need. Energy's managed to find Melophobia in a nice little corridor, but unfortunately you've got real close to the flying shotgun hero, and he's real nice when it comes up close. Out comes the Strangling Prison. 2 players grabbed on him. Both Vest and Light are held in place, and there it is again, the forced physics continually making sure that Light can't get value out of this leap. So instead, it's got to be value out of the ultimate. FlyQuest, though, keep Shikigami at bay, and they cap.
It feels like Energy is playing like it's a ranked game. Like, he's just doing the most insane crap I've ever seen out of a Winter Soldier player, and it's working. Like, he's just finding picks onto Madian, and Madian's like, I don't even expect a Bucky to be over here. Like, what the hell is he doing here? Right now, Energy been absolutely the guy for FlyQuest. They need him to be in the next 4 minutes and 16 seconds. He has to play perfect.
Perfection demanded. Both of these teams on the knife's edge of elimination right now. Vest definitely feeling the fear. Out comes the Supernova. Melophobia thinks that this is their fight to win, falling super low on the shield. FlyQuest, they don't have a support ultimate to try and deal with this for strategists. However, they don't seem to care. Melophobia could not connect enough. Oh, Spark Chief is well out of position right now. Has to swing away. Might well be easy to try and follow up upon right here, but it's Light who actually falls through the cracks. Playing from a back, Scatter Genjis return themselves to the fight in record time, utilizing that portal. But you can see that Spark Chief still going to be in a position now to maybe get some value out of a Feast of the Abyss. It's not going to be damage boosted by the Luna. It's damage boosted instead by the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Energy is turning up the level once again. Bro is about to hit maximum experience. He's got the skill cape for the Winter Soldier, and he's looking good on it.
My God, Energy. What a follow through for the team. FlyQuest just kind of shove out Shikigami there. You thought that Shiki's position was pretty strong, right? They were in a solid spot to kind of close out there, but with those ultimates, right, the damage increases, the damage boost from Cooper-tastic whenever he hangs it, doing a great job. Also, Portal Block now coming through from Vest. He kind of blocks off the retouch, but most people on Shikigami have made it through the choke already.
Krasman managed to survive. Oh,
no.
That's very, very sad. F's in the chat for the defense. That is unfortunate, and it's also a little bit economically ruinous because Krasman invested their prison in that one, and it was the only ultimate that Shikigami had available. Ugh.
I'm pretty sure these players are just like half dead right now. Like, they must be at their computer chair currently like a South Park character. There's like zombified, you know, almost. And right now, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. We need you to wake up, Shikigami. You have to stop C9ing the cart. 400 Thieves, whatever you want to call it these days in Marvel Rivals. They just did that again.
Oh, for this tournament, they could be Shroud-Nining.
Shroud-Nining? Oh, no, but they're already out of the tournament, so...
Oh, true. Well, we'll let them stew, you know. FlyQuest, they've got a nice big open space to try and make these dives work now. Melophobia just going to do their best to play around this symbiotic tree and lay down flaming tornadoes from below. It's a difficult disengage for Energy, as there's a nice little bit of hitbox exploitation there by Melophobia, getting those tornadoes exactly where they need to be and holding FlyQuest at bay because they need to be slowed down. There's still 3 minutes in the time bank.
Oh. Melophobia's been playing very well, by the way, around this Wolverine, just playing at the top of the skybox to make sure they can't get grabbed by the Wolverine. Here comes Wolverine with the last stand, though, and the damage boost. Gets the eliminations before the See You Later is removed.
All right, Energy already down. No chance at a resurrection. Melophobia was actually holding on to that one for later. A little snippet of information that was necessary. This is a must-win fight right now for Shikigami. They're already down Shikigami, though. Their frontline presence is not going to be forthcoming. Sparky finally manages to find that vulnerable backline. This soft underbelly of Shikigami has been shown.
Yeah, and this Hela ultimate should get deleted, by the way. I mean, they've got Doctor Strange. They've got Bucky. Bucky's one of the best people at just deleting any ultimate that is just AFK, right? You have the Hell in the Sky, you have a Rocket Raccoon, Spark Chief really caught out, but here's the Eye of Agamotto, and it's frozen!
Absolute zero, both when it comes to the ability and the value. And well, Shikigami has notes on how to make that ultimate work. We could use a couple of tutorials here. Shikigami does get at least punished by Energy here. Light and Energy, the duelists right now of FlyQuest are really trying to make this one work. Focusing in, dragged on back by the last stand. Light's making it work on the Wolverine. Oh, it's old man Logan. He's back with a vengeance. Ricky's overwhelmed. Melophobia is doing his best to just try and dodge away. Just fly, Johnny, as fast as you can. Light is instantly just grabbed in by a brutal use of the strangling prison from downtown. And Shikigami, oh boy.
I don't. What? How did they almost do that? They held last second. Shikigami, 1 minute 20 seconds left to go for FlyQuest on their attack. They've got the boost. They've got Spark Chief's ultimate. We could see that combination here upcoming leg day.
Light already leaping in. Berserk claws are deployed. Dinks already has lost the overhelp here. Spark Chief didn't get too much off the back of the Feast of the Abyss, but Amalian has fallen elsewhere. Energy's got themselves two already. Trooper's Fist makes it work. Pushed back into the midst of nowhere, but it still stuns up Melophobia. And the last stand now picks up the pieces. Ricky and Shikigami taken so far away. Shikigami does their best to move up forward and get this cart contested. Melophobia's fallen down to the dark maelstrom. Flames in the veins, yes, but can't stand up to the darkest of magics that the Sorcerer Supreme has to offer. Shikigami are moving into this with a disadvantageous time bank. I have never been more wrong.
This is what we get for talking about not wanting to see a draw. Now we're going to see a draw potentially. I'm speaking into existence. It's possible.
If you continue speaking, it will be minus 3K.
Find me all you want. The draw is coming, you cowards.
You can't find the truth.
Dogman would like to thank you for your time on the broadcast tonight. And now moving forward.
ZP, take over.
Oh, let's have a look at these stats.
That's fun. I'm used to it.
17 final blows here from Energy. Whew, bro is absolutely farming right now. I mean, I had my doubts about the Winter Soldier. Hogs has never been more wrong. There's no other way to say it. I've been so wrong that I need to drag people in to my incorrectness so that at least it's a team effort.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. It's just the energy is just insane on Bucky. Like, he's just... By the way, this kid was on a controller not less than a year ago. Like, he's been able to transition to mouse and keyboard and be insane. Like, I don't know. This guy's absolutely putting the team on his back. And the fact that Light and Spark Chief almost closed out 2v5 or whatever it was, it's just absurd.
Drop if it's a draw, I may never forgive you. Shikigami.
How's it my fault? It's the players' faults.
Sometimes you just put energy out into the universe, Dogman. And sometimes the universe stares right back at you and matches
big
their
chakra
energy.
guy. You big chakra guy?
Huge on the chakras. I love astrology. I'm a Sagittarius.
How's your vortexes doing, buddy?
Mercury's in retrograde, so I'm not feeling it today.
Damn. I could sense that in your soul, your eyes, mind. There we go. We got there. Here we go. Shikigami walking here towards the point. They don't want the draw. They're already on the objective, and they've set up the fence from that Human Torch.
Little walled garden here, and Shikigami is the little fountain in the middle of it. A water feature given on over, and already you can see that Vess has been forced to flee away. Melophobia grabbed in potentially there by a Bionic Hook, and guess what? Energy continuing to absolutely dominate on the Winter Soldier. Krasman, the fear is real. What? Oh, the launch is even better. It's 0% for Shikigami as the Vanguards just carry away in fear. Oh, Wolverine, he's just a scary guy.
Just him. He just pulled them into the skybox and said, "You cannot touch the objective because I have a rocket jump pack and a Wolverine." It's a fair combination. Actually, it's pretty fair. To be fair, you need to have, it's a one-time use with that rocket jump pack, right? So it's totally balanced.
I was going to say, Dogman, though, is that with 53%.
Yeah, it's not possible. I get it. Okay.
Well, it is, but it's like it would be the worst luck of all time. So you're even like triple cursed if it happens. So you know.
Yeah. What would wait? How would that happen? I'm just like, how can you draw? You can't draw that. It's not possible.
I guess
53%.
I guess if you got to 53% and didn't get through 53.01 and everyone left a point.
Yeah, that's not possible. No draws here today. See, it's the opposite happens whenever I speak, so that's great. That means
you've got one thread right today, so you're doing better than me, who's currently 0-6.
Listen, the A stream doesn't know that.
Bad Pachimari.
No, what happens in the B stream stays in the B stream. That's the way I see it. It's like Vegas, but it's for Shroud, his VOD channel, Shroud's VOD channel. Go check it out, by the way, if you want to watch 24/7 Shroud after this. Surely it'll be live with maybe Shroud playing Arc Raiders or something Thursday. Anyway, big Shroud head here. FlyQuest, though, they're looking to kind of continue on in the series, unlike Shroud-X, team out of the tournament already. Random power on for Shroud-X, sorry.
Rolling forward. Oh, and this is already down. Wow, he just gets walled off and instantly decimated. Shikigami, they've played these games before.
They have. I mean, Amadian goes from looking like a god to just being absolutely clamped on by energy. But right now he's playing pretty well, and Amadian can hit those shots. Melophobia as well, looking for this backline. It's such a weird, precarious situation FlyQuest are in over here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a hostage scenario. But Light's backcapping. Oh, and Krasman. Oh, it's a sad miss on the leap. Light does at least get back to their own team here from this weird hostage position, and there's still that pressure on the point coming through from this. Guess what, Krasman? I'm back again. Hello, it's me that you've been looking for. A big leap, and of course, this is why you play the Rocket Raccoon and the Wolverine together. Moving in towards the back, Ricky taken out by energy. This has been an absolute lights out map for him, and we demanded a hero. We demanded a reason why FlyQuest drafted this bloody team, and we got one.
All right,
I was sorry, I said the whole time that this was the best draft I'd seen all night. It made perfect sense, and I could see the vision. The vision was that NRG was going to have the best Winter Soldier that we've seen in quite a while and absolutely just carry fights for FlyQuest. Shikigami's end runs here. Shikigami in the last 5 weeks has beaten teams like a 100 Thieves. They have beaten Envy. They were very close to beating FlyQuest. This team has definitely put their stamp on the scene. No shame for Shikigami, but at the end of the day, the weird amalgamation, hodgepodge comp of FlyQuest just threw him for a loop. And, you know, you guys mentioned it, Cooper-tastic has been one of the best supports in the entire scene for quite a while now. No matter what hero they're on, they put up huge numbers. The Loki, of course, is always very good, but obviously can play several different things. I think we're going to have highlights and whatnot. So, Dogman, this to me, I saw this match and I was like, this is really easy to explain. Obviously, I know what's going to happen. But I mean, for the folks at home, tell us how FlyQuest was able to win with this composition.
I like how you asked me, considering, like, I think you and Harry do a great job, like, using your words to describe imagery. I'm like the exact opposite. Like, I feel like that would...
I'm hoping you. I'm going to get over your fears, use your words. Yeah.
if we use some cards with illustrations on them.
Yes, I would like that, actually. If I have, like, a single word card.
The Flash. Okay. Here, let me also describe this match in a single word.
Okay, describe it. Insane. How's that one? Insane.
There we go. Harry, tell me how FlyQuest was able to pull this off.
They just had a greater energy level. There's no other way to put it. Like, bro was on an absolute tear on the Winter Soldier, making it look like season 1 when the flavor of the month for esports, everything in Rivals esports was just who has the better Bucky. It's not been so much the case in season 2, and I'm glad for that, but I did get a little bit of deja vu looking into this particular matchup. My goodness, what a great combo as well. I never expected that maybe we'd see a combination of a culling debuff from Kraken Impact with the Venom, but I'm small-minded. I'm low IQ. We're talking about double digits right here because I never considered that one. FlyQuest, they're drafting in an additional dimension. They're thinking about the game in different ways, and I think that's always been a hallmark of FlyQuest. They are a little bit of a competitive hipster team. They play weird. They were the first ones to use Spider-Man. They were some real big fans of the Flyers previously, and it seems when the drafts get weird, this is where FlyQuest really managed to excel because they love weird.
It is kind of what we talk about in hero shooters and this kind of game, where the best teams are the most adaptable teams, where you can take away our best heroes, you can take away our best comps, you can put us on a comp that doesn't necessarily make sense. Mechanically gifted, adapting to it, pulling off combos, using the ultimates at the right time. This is the bracket. If you were still watching and you wanted 3 more matches, you're in luck. We still have 3 more matches. Sentinels and FlyQuest in the lower bracket here to take on Envy. There are only 4 teams remaining. 8 teams entered. 4 of them are now gone. 100 Thieves waiting in the winners final. Envy waiting in the lower bracket final. FlyQuest, Sentinels gonna team off. Look, 8 teams came in. They were 8 great teams. We have 4 great teams left. These are kind of the 4 that I would have picked early on. 100 Thieves on an absolute tear lately. We still have more of the Shroud Gauntlet, everyone. I believe we're going to take a short break into a very short and already settled draft, I am certain. So, everyone, I think Dogman and Legday are going to take a little match off. We should be back momentarily. You guys are still not done for the night. Don't go anywhere. Take the moment to recharge. Get those flashcards out for your vocab test, Dogman. We'll get that working. Guys, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You've been here this long. Might as well see it through. See you on the other side of the break. Welcome back to the Gauntlet, the Shroud Gauntlets. I'm here with my friends Avast and ZP. I was not supposed to be, but I figured I'd give Golden Boy a little bit of a break because we still have a bunch more matches. Not a bunch, a couple more matches. But I wanted to do a set with my buddies here. It is going to be Connor, Avast, Prince, Andrew, ZP, Rush. You guys have been doing the tournament all day up here. We got Sentinels, we got FlyQuest. I think they're thinking about doing a draft. There's been a proposal of an idea to do a draft and get into the game here.
The concepts of a draft, I think, is the exact term, you know?
Yes,
That's
a
true. They're
concept
doing
of
a
a draft.
conclave,
I'm all
conclave
for
of
it.
sorts.
Look, you guys have seen this bracket. It's going to be etched into your retinas by the end of this tournament. If you've been here since the start, give yourself a pat on the back if the blood flow into your arms will still allow it. We are down into the lower bracket. Sentinels, FlyQuest, someone's going home. We're still in best of 3 here. First to 2, whatever you want to call it. One of these teams is going home. They're going to take 4th place. Winner goes on to face Envy, who has been waiting, I want to say patiently, but probably not. And then 100 Thieves, probably just going to wake up from a siestas or whatever and face off. They've been up in the winner's bracket for a while. Guys, I asked Dogman and Leg Day if this is kind of the result that you thought was going to happen. If you look at these teams, are these probably the 4 best teams out of the 8? I know it's close, but ZP, what do you think? Is the chalk holding up here?
I mean, right now it is looking about as expected. FlyQuest looked scary at points in the day, so for me, that checks out. Sentinels, one of the most veteran teams around. Obviously, you have a format like this. Sentinels is going to look good. And then you take a look at Envy. They've revamped their roster. They've looked scary. They've lived up to the billing. And 100 Thieves, I mean, we got a preview back on Thursday that they were back, and boy, are they ever. So, yeah, I think as far as I'm looking at this, this is definitely holding up. Also, Envy is not mad about where they're at. We played a little bit of a social experiment. We told Envy to start the draft for their game. We made up an opponent. We didn't let them like really realize what was going on. And this entire time, Gator has been just thinking about what to do for first ban. So hopefully by the time we get to Envy, like the ban is set in stone. So, you know, we're thinking a little bit ahead right now.
Absolutely. Sentinels, FlyQuest. Let's take a look at these rosters. We obviously just saw FlyQuest, but here's the Sentinels roster of Vast. If you had to pick 1 or 2 players here that we really need to watch out for who can carry the weight for the Sentinels, who would it be?
I mean, it's got to be, when we look forward to this team in general, I think Amazing has been just someone that's really, really solid and flexibility-wise for this team that's just going to pop out, play some flyers, maybe make some swaps in general. And I think it's rather interesting, but someone that has made that swap for coach, Crimzo. I've been really impressed with Crimzo's just overall flexibility on this team, going from this coach to player thing, becoming, you know, the old man on the squad to actually being a very central part. Realistically, I say old man, but he's like, I'm pretty sure he's in his late to mid 20s, all things. So it's
he's younger than we are, just to be clear. But, you know, by esports metrics, you know, ancient. Totally.
But he's been great. He's been great on the Vanguard. So I think both these players have been crucial. And really, for the thing about Sentinels is that everyone kind of carries the weight of this team. But those 2, I think, are very much standouts for me. And especially Crimzo and just overall the flexibility he brings this roster and some of the playmaking.
Yeah, one thing to keep an eye on with Sentinels is they have a very deep roster. Just added Nectar in very recently. Nectar, with a little bit of an up and down series earlier, does come into play, mostly just specializing on that Psylocke, which can be a hero that is up and down just by their very nature. Now, Red does need a green opponent, of course. FlyQuest coming in here. The signature heroes, not necessarily heroes that we normally see, but FlyQuest has thrown a lot of stuff at us. Let's think about who is the person to watch on this squad, ZP. I'm going to take away Cooper from you because we all know Cooper is a top-tier support. Who else needs to step up for FlyQuest to take down the Sentinels?
Wow, is this a meta commentary on picks and bans and you're banning Cooper from me in the thing? I'm going to take 5 minutes to get back to you with that answer, Hex. But the actual reality, I think Adios has been an interesting one to follow because Adios has had really nice moments on the Human Torch, but also, you know, played the Jeff at one point and did not quite live up to the billing. There was the ill-fated spit off the edge that leads to no one dying except Adios in turn, which isn't usually how that works. So, you know, seeing Adios's play has been sort of interesting on both like the good side and the downside. Energy, obviously, I think is probably, you know, the more straightforward answer of someone that just looked generally good all day long. So that's where I'd be. But actually, I would actually go a little bit off there too and say I think Spark Chief has been very impressive Vanguard-wise, you know, over the course of the series. And yeah, I don't know. I think this FlyQuest squad has been very complete here so far, but the thing I love most about them is just the fact that they've been bringing just a ridiculous brand of aggression to these games.
I'm not certain where we are in the draft at this point in time. I know that there was a ban that happened, and that's kind of just about where we left it. Of course, yes. Let's go. Okay.
All the bans are
Hold
done.
on 1 second.
It's Christmas.
Hold the phone. Not only is this almost halfway done, bans have already been done for the second phase of it. Perfect. Scarlet Witch sighting? Did you guys see any Scarlet Witch up in A? Because this is the first time I'm seeing it, being a B streamer myself here. What do we make of the Scarlet Witch, ZP?
The teams have transcended the human existence, and they have gone into another realm of understanding if we're actually going to see Scarlet Witch get played. I mean, look, I'm here all for it. The team up is there with Doctor Strange, so you get the 1 and 2 here. On the same note, why in God's name are you picking Scarlet Witch this early in the draft? Because there is no universe on God's green earth that Sentinels was ever going to use a ban on Scarlet Witch. Like, get anything else out for your team at this point. I mean,
yeah. I think I can speak for everyone in confirming that God has definitely abandoned us. Avast! Sentinels clearly are running a resurrection composition here. I believe that they're probably just going to round this out. Very likely a Luna to add into this mix. What should we look at for their next 3 picks? Because right now it's just all the res heroes.
Realistically, I mean, probably going to be seen with Adam Warlock and Mantis on the field. Then that it pretty much just leaves, like, you know, their choice to a degree of the final of the third support. Typically, we've been seeing like a lot of, like, you know, Invisible Woman. We've been seeing even some Cloak and Dagger, depending on how they want to play it. And then at that point, it's how do we want to play a very more solid front line? Do we want to try to like maybe mirror with Magneto being gone out of the pick? We're not going to be seeing Magneto, so you're still going to have the options to potentially play Groot, to maybe even just drop like another thing again if they want to have, because with Human Torch banned, I doubt they're going to try to do a lot of those Fantastic Four team-ups. So I think Hulk, Groot, Venom, even if they want to be really fast, really aggressive there. Obviously, Emma Frost, too, because Emma Frost, if they want to pull out maybe a Psylocke and have some of the clones that happen, but I don't think it's going to happen since Magneto's off the field. So my guess is sturdy frontline, any pick for this triple strategist, honestly. They can kind of pick anyone to be fine.
Yeah. Emma Frost is going to be the pick for the Sentinels in turn after FlyQuest has picked Rocket Raccoon. So ZP, FlyQuest running that very standard Scarlet Witch Rocket Raccoon composition.
Yeah, very standard.
What is kind of going on here? Can you theorize like what's the goal of this composition? Or are they kind of just throwing it at the wall? Obviously, we've seen them work really well with unconventional comps in the last matchup that we saw, so maybe they're just playing curveballs. What's your theory here?
I mean, going in, I mean, obviously they're like playing around the Scarlet Witch team up. They're going to use Scarlet Witch as just probably more of a flanking threat and just being a huge pain. In terms of what they're going to pair with it, I mean, maybe this is a world where you get a Punisher coming on in to get the team up with Rocket. Other than that, I mean, this could go any number of ways, because also you take a look at, they still have another strategist that they can come out here with. They could go something like grab Invisible Woman, and then after Invisible Woman, grab a flyer to go along with it. In this case, do I expect necessarily Torch? Well, if they go Torch, yeah, they could go Torch Invisible Woman.
It can't be Torch, it's been banned.
Oh, no, it's been. So I have been blinded by the greatness of the Rocket Raccoon Scarlet Witch things later. So, okay. In that instance, I mean, you still could, if you want to, go like Invisible Woman in the Iron Man, or, you know, something on a flying end. There's multiple different ways I think they could run about this year, and obviously it's a comp that we haven't really seen all day long, so we'll kind of get an idea of what they're thinking in a moment. But you know, clearly I don't think it's gonna be too dive heavy, given the fact that they're running Strange and
honestly
Emma.
I'm thinking Psylocke, ZP. I'm thinking a little Psylocke here. Emma Frost is up. There's the clones available. I could see a Psylocke coming to the field here. They're gonna have a pretty sturdy front line available, so especially if you're playing into like some of these triple res comps, Psylocke isn't bad in contesting those flankers and contesting, you know, to go into that backline in general. So gonna be an option, though Adam Warlock obviously with the live stream does have the ability to keep everyone sort of up there, but maybe gonna be that angle if you're already gonna have the Emma Frost potentially. So I don't know if flyers are necessarily going to be the play here, because the problem with like multi-flyer comps, you're playing triple res, right, is that Star-Lord's going to be getting a lot of pocket, right? You're going to have, and even if you take him down, he's going to come back with a cocoon, and he's pretty decent at dueling in some of the other flyers, unless they want to play a Star-Lord themselves. So maybe that's the angle. Maybe that's the angle there.
Well, I think Sentinels took care of it, and it's a pretty good read on FlyQuest. FlyQuest just really, if they are going to run a flyer, it is the Human Torch. Even when they have the option to sub out the flyer. Excuse me?
No, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're completely. I thought it was no. They can't be.
He's losing it. He's losing it. The day's getting to it. He's losing his mind a little bit
I've
here.
worked with ZP so much for the last 10 years that he starts talking to him. I'm like, what? What did you say? No. So yeah, FlyQuest has kind of made their name on the Human Torch when they do want to run flyers. Even when Iron Man's available, they just kind of don't choose it. They just go Human Torch. Why we've seen whenever a team plays against FlyQuest, the ban usually first coming out, no matter the format, is going to be Human Torch. They're going to take it away from FlyQuest, make sure that they can't play exactly what they want. We are still waiting for FlyQuest to lock in their last 2 heroes. So, another 20, 30, 40, 55 minutes, and we'll be there just momentarily.
Potentially. Do we have the timer? Where's the timer?
Naturally.
Where's our elective timer?
To go on the screen. We are so close to putting the timer of shame on the screen. And there's not going to be a penalty for teams not picking. We just want the people to know that time is going by. And this is, the thing about time, you can't get it back. You can never get it back. So these are seconds that are just, going out of our lives while we wait for teams to finish off their picks. But yeah, been a great tournament so far. So I'm not really going to complain about how the format has worked out here. Would like to move a little bit quicker as the teams get used to the draft going on. It started during the day, and I was like, okay, well, teams aren't used to how the draft is working, and they need to talk about things. And I thought, oh, it's just going to get way faster throughout the day. Turns out it's pretty team specific on which teams are taking longer and not, but that is neither here nor there. While we fill, and this is very clearly Phil, ladies and gentlemen, if you hadn't figured that out by now. Let's just go ahead and do something I generally don't always do.
Oh.
Well, never mind. Invisible Woman comes in for the Sentinels. ZP, your reaction to that beyond
I mean, the reaction beyond is that it kind of makes sense. I don't think Sentinels, they usually, when they run something like Luna, they do like running Luna in conjunction with a Loki. So I wasn't really expecting the Luna to come on in here, and Invisible Woman makes sense. But at the same note, it does mean that they're kind of losing the opportunity to pair it up with a stronger flyer comp in the future here, at least in the next map. So they're deciding, okay, they want to burn Invisible Woman now with this composition. But again, if they don't want to run Luna unless they're running Luna Loki, that ends up making sense. And you take a look at this, it's just a matter of what is the final pick going to be on a Vanguard note. And I mean, there's a few different ways they could go with it. Anything from deciding here to go with the Groot, or to go something, maybe a little bit more dive-centered where, at times, like Sentinels have gotten all sorts of value out of Cap here tonight, and both still available.
Luna Snow will come in for FlyQuest. Never a surprise to see Luna Snow come into the field. Just a very, very strong hero. Offers a lot of utility. Luna Snow and Groot going to be the 2 that come in. So after a very unconventional start, FlyQuest just kind of rounds out their composition with 2 very strong heroes. Avast, what do you make of this overall now that you see the whole picture of this 6?
It's weird. I'm gonna be honest. It's a little. I mean, triple Vanguard is not strange. We've seen a lot of triple Vanguard comps, but it's typically very, especially when we've had bans that are allowed, or rather picks and changes are allowed mid map. You could do it to maybe play really strong on one particular point here for a domination, and then, or even if you're playing a convergence or something. But when you're locked into it for the whole map, you're locked in, obviously. So it's going to be a lot of kind of reliance here, I think, on the Scarlet Witch player, because you are getting that team up from the Strange, where on Gauntlet you're getting the bonus health, but you're getting that extra ability there with kind of that magic explosion. There's that extra bit of damage that comes out from the magical projectiles from Scarlet Witch. So they're going to be hoping that a lot of value is going to be gotten here, and then hopefully their frontline can kind of run over Sentinel's frontline a bit more, who's going to be playing this triple strategist composition comparatively, which, to be fair, for teams like Shikigami, even though they were eliminated, were really good at doing stuff like that, but they were typically doing it with the Cloak and Dagger. They would use the Cape of Terror to get the vulnerability out, trying to burst one person down really quickly. And that's not going to be available here for FlyQuest. So, I mean, maybe relying potentially on the CYA for Rocket Raccoon to give them that extra burst of damage now with those changes, where it does a little bit less overall damage amp, but it still gives that bonus health. So it's going to be kind of interesting for FlyQuest, I think, to make it work here.
It's interesting for the type of map we're going to. We are going to T'Challa is going to be the first map. This is kind of a composition that we've seen run before with the Triple Vanguard. It's often run just to spawn camp on kind of payload maps in particular. You just sit in front of the door, wall it off, just blast people in the face with Emma. When Emma first came out, we've seen it work to great effect there. We do have our final pick. It is going to be a Groot for the side of Sentinels, so we're going to Groot and Groot it. Get some rooting happening here. ZP, what do you make of this composition here? And I will ask you guys what I've been asking Dogman and Leg Day all day to say who won this draft. ZP, go ahead.
Yeah, as I look at this here, I think they kind of had to go with the group because, again, thinking what Sentinels likes to play, in terms of what they'd like to go in on another map, there's a world where they could have picked a Doctor Strange here instead. I think in this case, they want to save Strange for a game where they could do something like Strange Magneto at the same time. Keep that in reserve here for map 2. But in terms of who won the draft, look, I think on face value, based on what we've seen works versus what doesn't work, I have to say Sentinels won the draft. I feel like that immediately went to Sentinels by default when Scarlet Witch got picked. I am willing to be wrong. I am hoping that FlyQuest is actually able to make this draft work because it would be super entertaining, but there's a reason why Scarlet Witch has not been ultra highly prioritized. So I feel like FlyQuest is taking a gamble, but if nothing else, I feel like of all the teams here in the tournament, they're the ones that maybe can make it work.
Scarlet Witch Ultra, not highly prioritized. A really nice way of saying never been picked so far in this entire tournament. Avast, do you agree with the sentiment that Sentinels had the better draft overall, or do you think FlyQuest just has something up their sleeve?
Well, I mean, ZP says it's a gamble, but you know what they say, never stop gambling. Eventually, you were always
Yes.
one roll away from winning, and I do think this could be the chance here for FlyQuest. And it is, I really haven't seen the new team up used with the Doctor Strange Scarlet Witch, so I don't know how, like, I've read obviously the notes on it. I really don't know how good it's gonna be. This could be a secret sleeper comp, because there have been times throughout the meta where Scarlet Witch was actually pretty good, even though it was pretty niche in terms of the pick. But holistically, based off my experience, I'm gonna say the Sentinels comp looks better on paper. So FlyQuest's gonna have to do a little unconventional, I think, to win here.
Yeah, and I think you definitely have to take into mind the stakes of this too. The difference between third and fourth, if I recall correctly, I've explained several times that numbers are like hieroglyphics to me, not like words are. It's essentially $2,000 on the line just for this match, the difference between third and fourth place. So that ends up being critical. And then also you have the chance to win, $10,000 in the next match. So the stakes are getting higher and higher. I will give teams a little leeway in taking their time with the draft, and I think that FlyQuest has to be cooking something. This is the time in a tournament to be busting something out here. Like, they've known this rule set, and teams have been screaming on this rule set for a couple days. You'd assume it'd make them draft faster. No, I'm just kidding. It's been fine. Now that we're through draft, I don't really have to worry about it. Baronin, T'Challa, is there anything specific this map offers, or is it kind of just we're going to domination here, and they all kind of play the same, ZP?
It's going to domination, but I will say there's something interesting when you bring out something like the Scarlet Witch comp where, we've kind of been looking at it from the angle of like, well, you're stuck on it the entire map long. Here's the other side to it. If it's working, Sentinels is stuck facing it the entire map long without the ability to swap to anything that may be a little bit better. So if the Scarlet Witch comp is actually effective from the get-go, if there's something here that FlyQuest has identified, Sentinels don't have the ability to adapt mid-match the way they would before. So it's kind of those things where if it works, it could work the entire map long and lead the FlyQuest being up 1-0. So that's kind of the glass half full, glass half empty sort of take here, depending on how you're looking at it.
Well, as an eternal optimist, as you both know, I would say that this might be an interesting thing of we think this composition could work on this map type because they know this is always going to be the map type and they know it's going to be this map. And then if it does work, it sets them up in great position given the Fearless format to get the comp they want for map 2 and close out a series very quickly because these heroes are not ones they're going to play in map 2. So it sets them up for an optimal comp. It's a nice little kind of shot in the dark, little curveball. Avast, is there any possible merit to that theory of mine? Just say yes. Just say yes.
I mean, legitimately, there is. I was going to say it to Humir anyways. I was going to say it to Humir regardless, but I do think that is actually a very, very meritorious for you to say.
Well, I appreciate it, and I do strive to be meritorious in my everyday life. We are finally getting into map. It is one of the final sets of this tournament. You say like gamblers give up right before they win. If you're a stream viewer, you're not going to give up before the end of this stream. You're sticking to it, right? You're going to get to the end. You don't want to say, I watched 90% of the Shroud Gauntlet. You want to say, I was there. I was there. I watched 100% of the Shroud Gauntlet. I'm going to take 100% of this map off and enjoy your guys' casting. Avast, ZP, take it away.
All right, we're in on it, and I want Scarlet Witch camp. That's what I want here. Observers, I'm putting out the order. It's Adios on it. Okay, Adios. I'm liking the Adios hero pool where you go from Torch to Jeff off to like Scarlet Witch. I mean, you're getting the full about it. A quick little pause, you know? Quick
pause. I mean, that's the Scarlet Witch. You're doing a little reality erasure. That would make sense. I mean, just living up to the namesake here. And I think what's so important about most Marvel Rivals games is that really most people come here to watch us, to listen to us talk and to Phil, not to watch the gameplay. And I think that's what really these teams are giving to us. And I love that. I love that for them. I'm glad they're giving us what the viewers want.
Guys, I just had a really good idea. I think we should start a podcast.
Oh, you know what?
Okay.
3 white guys starting a podcast? That's kind of new.
There are
and
not
novel.
enough. And you know what the thing is? We can cover all topics, not just gaming, but pop culture and politics as well.
I feel like I've heard this same like parody skit done on like 8 different YouTube channels. By the way,
I know,
like not only is it not original, it's like the parody of it is not original. Just so we're very clear.
A parody at this point. Yeah, like this is how deep down the rabbit hole we're going.
I see the admins asking what has happened. No response.
What has happened?
There's a brief little bit of lag. Maybe someone had to get up for a second. You know, okay, we're hearing it from production.
I'm hearing
here in a second.
Live. What is it? What is it now? What is it? Production? Okay, let's take a look.
Okay.
We're hearing the reason now live. The Audios OLED monitor has to recharge. It takes 5 minutes.
What?
I have never heard of that before in my life. What, he's got the battery powered OLED? Is he in a camper van? What's happening?
No, it's not recharge. Okay,
it's screen protection.
I can explain what's going on.
Screen protection.
Okay. There's an anti-burn-in feature, and on most monitors, you can cancel it. But in this case, Adios has grabbed one of the only LED monitors on the market that forces your monitor to just go dark for a little bit and says, no, I'm protecting your investment. I'm doing a quick little pixel refresh. And the cycle on these does range from around 5 to 8 minutes overall.
Anti-burn-in, but never anti-burn T'Challa. I've not heard that before. I haven't heard the anti-burn.
Somebody kill a vest, please.
I just saw it because it was the coach's screenshot and it says his monitor has to recharge. So that was killing me at first, but it's not. Okay, I'm glad to know it's not that he's battery powered.
No, there's no battery OLED monitor that has
no Audios isn't Mega Man.
But also, I think how can we link this to the Scarlet Witch narrative that like Scarlet Witch is just so intensive that she's actually draining power from all your devices when you actually want to play her in a match. I mean, dear Lord, she's bending reality of our reality while you're playing her in game. I've never seen anything like it.
Hey, Vass, I really liked that Burn-in T'Challa joke. That was really good.
Thank you.
that is my humor 100%.
Yeah, I'm going swinging for the fences
and
here.
It's really stupid. So like you hit both notes that make me laugh a lot. That was pretty good. I just wanted to make sure we gave you your proper dues on that.
Thanks.
Because when you bring up a joke as funny, it makes it funnier again.
Also, actually, I think I was just looking at Shroud chat to see that reaction was about as I expected. And honestly, one of the viewers there had a pretty good comment of, "Look, just say you have to poop, no shame in it." Effectively.
I mean, honestly, I'm glad that at least they're recognizing it, because earlier when Alex was like, my eyes are drawn, when Golden Boy was like, my eyes are drawn to the Winter Soldier pick, I said I supported him, and he didn't even acknowledge that. He didn't even acknowledge that one. So I'm glad at least someone's referencing some of the jokes that happen here. But I guess what are we doing here now that we
we're waiting for a pixel refresh cycle is actually what we're doing. Like, that is precisely what we are waiting for right now. Actually, I'm okay with this. The fact is that it's going to be years from now, and we're going to be like, you remember the time that we got, like, delayed by a pixel refresh cycle from someone's OLED monitor? Like, this storyline has some legs. It will continue on.
Well, there was a major LAN event that got delayed because somebody crashed into a power pole, and it shut off power in the entire stadium while we were there.
That was like the Allen OWL homestand back in 20.
I think it was in Dallas. Yeah.
Oh, yes, it was the Dallas one. Yeah, I do remember that.
I was casting during the time I was on stage, and all the lights went out, and it was horrifying for a second, and then we had to stop. So Yeah, this is minor stuff. We've all been through way worse than someone's got to refresh their OLED screen. So, although I don't feel like talking about the game or the matchup anymore, I think I'm just gonna
just start doing anecdotes.
Like,
but also, what if Adios comes in and just has the most just cracked, ridiculous game on Scarlet Witch? You know, at what amount do we have to say is
well,
that? Look, I mean, like recharging your monitor is actually the play, because I've never seen this guy, like he's just getting more pixels, he's getting more frames like every second, you know, just as he goes on in.
I think there's an extra layer of irony here. I think there's an extra layer of irony because of the fact that this guy has like probably a 240 hertz OLED monitor and he's playing Scarlet Witch and needs to refresh, and you don't aim on that hero. You don't, like, it's like very much a skill-based expression of like how do you put value to positioning. There's really not like a very hard aiming mechanic with Scarlet Witch currently. So I will say that it's a game sense hero overall, and one that's very effective, but I find that an extra irony in this.
Also, just people wonder, it's like we're pissed. No, we're actually, there's no piss here. This is actually super amusing, but also, look, we're not going to throw to a break. Ideally, the pixel refresh is done any moment now. You know, we got to keep you guys kind of entertained while waiting here, as opposed to that. And look, I mean, how many times have you seen a tech pause at a tournament because of a monitor? In this way, I mean, it's little, right?
To be fair, probably tons for monitor tech pauses, but not the OLED we've been playing so long. I have to individually pixel refresh my
also
monitor.
Most other broadcasts would be professional enough to not look at the screenshot, laugh about it, and talk about it for 5 minutes. You know, so probably more broadcasts.
It's so funny. But it is really funny though. Like, we played the game so long, our monitor has to protect itself from heat damage. That's crazy funny. If you really think about that for a second.
I was considering protecting myself from brain damage, but it's way too far beyond at this point. I was gonna say bring up the bracket, but we've looked at the bracket enough times. I think there's that. We already know what the prize pool is. You know, what's production gonna put up here? The schedule. At 9 p.m. we will be starting the grand finals, everyone.
Oh, is that so?
Wait, update. Spark is saying his monitor is on, but light went to the bathroom?
Come on, guys. It is a little bit not funny at this point.
It's still kind of funny. It's a little funny. I will say it's not. I mean, I literally have, you know, it doesn't. I mean, this is good. Good stuff. Overall, good stuff, North America. I have to say that what are they drinking over there? Are they giving them like Pedialyte like all the time? Like, why are they having to pass this many electrolytes constantly? They're drinking like they're LeBron James for hydration.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, I'm not sure if it was true or not, but some of the players were asking if they could play tomorrow, where this is mostly the players' fault that we're still here. You know, like, we are finishing this.
I'm gonna go Joker mode. At
this point, like, I am so committed, and I'm such a stubborn person that I will be here if the sun comes up in 5 hours, which is actually comes up before that. But yeah, 5:30 here. Anyway, yeah, we're committed. We're in. So whether you like it or not, you are stuck with us, and we are finishing this tournament because now it's a point of pride.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
But also, the other thing, too, is that legitimately the games have actually been awesome. Like you know, there's delays, but when we're in game, what we've seen today is been ridiculous. And we are about to get treated to the OLED Pixel Refresh Scarlet Witch show, which at this point better deliver once we get
his aim's going to be so crispy with a freshly refreshed monitor. That's going to be some crispy aim that's coming out there. You know, Audios is going to be hidden. And the server, it looks like we're going live.
And I'm out. Take it over, guys.
All right, Adios. You are the most regenerated player in this lobby.
Oh, there's so much pressure. There's so much pressure on Adios now to perform after that one.
You are the first Scarlet Witch we have seen all day with the freshest monitor in the game. This better be good.
Okay, here comes FlyQuest rolling out here to take the high ground early. Dropping a little bit of poke. Sentinels taking control here of the middle pillar. And right, ooh, okay. Let's wait. No, wait, let's see it. Let's see what we have to say here. Let's go read it. I'm gonna read it. I'm reading. Right now it's just filled with people laughing at us, so let's see what's going on. What's going on here? And ZP, I mean, I have to say that so far, once again, they're getting ready to hear us, and that's what the people want to hear.
Also, Hex thought he could get away. I mean, he probably did step. No, he unmuted. He's probably just wondering
he's here.
What happened. What happened?
No, I know better than to step away.
Oh wait, it's back to boss. There we go. Just a little trolling, a little bit of trolling for Sentinels. We do a little trolling here.
A nice deep freeze.
Okay, so really back into it. See what the Scarlet Witch has in here right now. A little bit of brute wall control is what we're seeing best.
Oh man, that's a fresh monitor right there. Trying out FlyQuest, just playing around the pillar, just getting the poke going out here. Stelos though, about to have the CYA up, available, can drop that for the early bit of damage, the bonus health, and that's something they're going to do. FlyQuest going to go aggressive off the CYA.
And for now, it's actually not working out too badly. Sentinels get forced back. Super Gomez in a world of hurt and just taken down by Adios. I'm not going to say the obvious here, but I'm respecting the play.
Monitor difference. That is for certain. Strangely person Fuse going to catch a couple people. I mean, right now, though, they're going to have these strategist ults, so it's just going to be kind of a longer, drawn-out fight now as the BRB going to bring back Spark Chief.
Spark Chief brought back into play. FlyQuest, though, made of both worlds, keeping everyone nice and healthy. You got to look out for Gomez, though, where Scarlet Witch aside, guess what? There's Galactic Legend here in play. Vest's going to go down, and Super Gomez out for blood. Goes down again! Adios! Having Super Gomez's number, but Crimzo crunching the front line. Immediate revenge for Super Gomez as Sentinels now potentially about to get first cap. It's looking good for him.
And you see Crimzo getting a lot of great picks there too, because Groot is actually a very strong damage dealer if you're hitting those primary fires consistently. And Crimzo, I talked about at least earlier, and then been such a staple for Sentinels now, moving over from the coach role here to the player position. So Sentinels going to get the first flip, despite some of the early pickups there from FlyQuest. Now, Light using the portal so they can navigate back pretty quickly here, take the high ground again. Sentinels, though, have to feel pretty confident. Their ult bank's looking good. And for FlyQuest, the question of, okay, what are we going to do with the how are we going to do with the Sonic Seduction? Are we going to answer with our own? Are we just going to look to block it with some of our shields?
Right now, looking more at Light, and Vagamoto gonna be dropped here, and they just want Logan. They only want Logan, and Logan says, you can't catch me. Gets away after the Vagamoto. FlyQuest, burning the bank, CYA used. Adios. Maybe time to explode, and maybe time to just get hit with Strangling Prison, in fact. However, still alive, and all right. A little bit of chaos coming up and over, and it's done nothing. It has done nothing about it.
Not quite. I mean, that's just the value of those Groot walls there. Blocking a lot of that damage there from the reality erasure now. Sentinel still trading out here. Remember, because while the time ticks down, Sentinel still controlled this bank here, so it's just ticking up for them here. They're gonna have the Galactic Legend, they're gonna have the Karmic Revival, so they have plenty of options here to continue to sustain. As Adios gonna take down Amazing.
Gomez over the top, Galactic Legend gonna be used here and down, this time by Light. I mean, look, the presence on the Gomez has been good, but while you're looking at Gomez, you're not looking at Crimzo just crunching the front line right now in the Groot. Gone back a little bit of time, the Crimzo's bread and butter here thus far. And all the while, Vast, Sentinels maintain control of the point.
Yeah, FlyQuest just unable to burn through the sustain for Sentinels currently, and they might be able to get a late pick here on a Spark Chief, trying to make it out, gonna wall himself off, still running, desperately run, Spark Chief, no, not gonna make it. Hunted down, Groot v Groot violence. And now FlyQuest in a mad dash to make it back. Gonna have to touch, they are gonna be holding on to the CYA. They're gonna have some opportunity, but Sentinels not gonna let them in here for free.
Crimzo.
Oh, that's a miss.
Prison,
that is a miss.
Didn't hit anyone. That absolutely did not hit
There's no strangling. No strangling Prison. Very open air.
Honestly, Adios. Making the Witch work here. A little bit utilizing the Doctor Strange team up. Looking for more and maybe time for a little bit more pure chaos. Second time, maybe the charm. Up and over goes Adios. And it's also still nothing. Shielded away as Crimzo does not care. Crimzo's continue to be the iron wall here on the group. We are in overtime. Sentinels 99, FlyQuest 0. And FlyQuest running out of bodies to throw on the point.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not going to have the sustain that they need. And definitely one of the problems here we've seen with the Scarlet Witch is that she actually has a pretty good kit, right? You're seeing Adios do a good amount of damage. You're able to have some long range, some mid range fighting. But the ult takes a while to wind up, and especially when you have to deal with Groot walls, you have to deal with the Mind Aegis from Emma Frost. It's just pretty hard to get value out of that ult in general. So really kind of the neutral fighter here for the Scarlet Witch, which to be fair, I think still was generating some value.
I do have some news though. Again, I've been informed that in the Shroud chat right as Scarlet Witch was, Adios was about to do the first ult of the fight. Twitch decided to play ads. So she is warping our actual time stream to hide the fact that the ult actually did nothing. Unbelievable.
That'll happen. That'll happen to the best of us. All things considered. So currently here, FlyQuest trying to bring themselves back here on the board. They are going to have several ults, because remember, Domination, we're going to carry this zone over. Sentinels not working with much in the bank, but probably should have enough to sustain here with the Soul Resurgence coming up for Rimazine. And for FlyQuest, they have to be aware that, okay, our ult advantage is probably pretty strong. Maybe this is an option, especially while we're playing this triple Vanguard style, that we just need to roll over Sentinels. Take this aggressive fight, because you don't want Sentinels' time to build up some of their ults.
Well, and in that case, you look towards Light. I mean, you would love to have a really good Eye Agamotto to kick things off here, but also Super Gomez can open up here with the Galactic Legend. Has had a little bit of trouble getting things going because of the Scarlet Witch pressure, and so far, not finding too much with this Galactic Legend. Spark Chief, though, moving forward. Has the Strangling Prison good to go. Looking, waiting for the opportunity. So far, Super Gomez, no over pressure. Finally, the Prison is down. His clinic can be there for FlyQuest. They're looking. Eye Agamotto over the top. It's a 4-man Eye, and surely FlyQuest will capitalize on this one.
And really good reads there from FlyQuest. They know they just had to go really aggressive, get the most out of their value here, just combo some of those ults. And yeah, it was expensive. It wasn't a very, very cheap fight for FlyQuest, but you get the first flip. You're going to have some ults here in reserve. You built some too. Though, granted, one of those ults will be Reality Erasure for Audios, so still pretty tough to set up, all things considered. But now they can hold the corner aggressively, force Sentinels to try to expend some resources to make their way in.
FlyQuest trying to take this fight up very aggressively, keeping Sentinels back. Decent wall positioning. Audios gets the pick, and they get the invisible boundary out of Kurova, where if you're FlyQuest, you don't even have to stay in this fight. You can just back up a little bit. You've gotten a pick, even though it's been cocooned, and this is good. This is actually really nice movement out of FlyQuest here. And now, Audios, third time's the charm, is it? No, it's not. Audios is dead. Galactic Legend with the more direct firepower, but the BRB gonna bring Audios back into the fight. FlyQuest are getting forced back, but still buying time as we get the Sonic Seduction now. In from Techie, looking to seduce, ends up with 3. Is the fall through going to be there from Sentinels? They're still looking, they're waiting. Spark Chief dropping the Strangling Prison. In return, Crimzo still hanging on to his Soul Resurgence from them, raising. Gonna get the Sentinels nice and healthy as Crimzo lands a big prison in return.
Still a good fight there from FlyQuest. I love the walls, keep them up, and it was really good 4-6 from Kurova earlier. Actually, maybe we would have seen a pick from Audios, so well played from Kurova. So a lot of value with the Invisible Woman kit. So FlyQuest here, gonna be losing control. 68% though in the bank, and Sentinel's still a kind of expensive fight. You know, they've been making these fights expensive here, which is one of the benefits of the triple Vanguard, is that you have to commit a decent amount sometimes to remove just how healthy, how much utility these Vanguards, you know, just what they have on the field and what they so much damage and pressure they bring to the field too. Light though, getting pressured really heavily, but FlyQuest's gonna make it a point.
Yeah, I mean, they use the portal for the recontest. They'll save it for later, and it's going to force Sentinels to drop the invisible boundary early in the fight. Light right now, going to try and wait it out. Look for the Eye of Agamotto right after. Super Gomez, though, seizing the opportunity. Up, over, Galactic Legend, finding Zelos in the corner. That's one way to stop the BRBs, even though Audios continues to be on anti-Star-Lord duty. 5-on-5, Audios is going in. You're looking for the blow-up one more time here. The little bit of reality erasure. And no, still not gonna hit anything. I'm gonna keep piping it up, and one day it's gonna kill at least one person, I swear.
One day it will, but right now, Logan, I mean, just dodging, ducking around Light, trying to keep the pressure on. Gonna try to hit the Agamotto, gonna get only Logan in return, keeping that pressure up, and it's just not getting much there. The peel comes back, Crimson with the walls, and sure, FlyQuest in control of the point right now, but they're in a pretty decent, I mean, rather not that decent position, because Tekkie's gonna come in with the Sonic Seduction. They're able to walk forward. Sentinels, everyone's up, everyone's alive, and they have the Strangling Prison.
Seduction getting decent value here for Techie, setting up Kurova on the other end. FlyQuest continuing to get staggered here. Control the point back in favor of Sentinels. 58-78. FlyQuest running out of opportunities here. But in what may be the last map of the day and where we see Scarlet Witch get played, you look at the ult generation here. Audios is going to get one more attempt of Vast. Will the 5th time be the charm?
It might be, but more importantly for FlyQuest, I think they are going to have... I mean, they could go for the deadly, the dastardly Strangling Prison, Reality Erasure combo there. Green Witch and Groot, we have not seen that one too often. FlyQuest, though, making their approach. Going to be in a last fight territory, potentially. Especially with Sentinels, I mean, they don't have a Doctor Strange, they're not going to get there fastest. There's a Strangling Prison.
Cool. Yeah, they use Strangling Prison, more of an engage, not able to get the fall through. Meanwhile, Gomez, Galactic Legend, a lot just getting shielded off by Light, who's right up in Super Gomez's face, but still not enough to save Cooper-tastic here in the moment. Strangling Prison out and over here once more. Crimzo with the follow through, and Crimzo continuing to be deadly consistent on this Groot. Overtime tick down. Sentinels grabbing map 1 over FlyQuest.
And I think Crimzo just having keen opportunities, just prime opportunities over and over and over again to split FlyQuest, to get value there for the Strangling Prison. And it was what I was a little worried about when he came into the Scarlet Witch composition, is that you need a lot of pressure onto the Groot, and without a secondary duelist, you know, sometimes it can be pretty hard to put Crimson in a position where he's forced to use a lot of those cooldowns early. Definitely setting up Sentinels for success.
I will say, and look, part of it was a little bit for the meme. I don't even necessarily think the point of picking Scarlet Witch was for the ult. I think they did like the idea of using Scarlet Witch as kind of the anti-Star-Lord character. And there were points where you saw a little bit of the vision early in the series or early in the map rather, where Super Gomez was getting burned down pretty quickly. However, I think even if you're picking a hero, not necessarily for the contribution of their ultimate, I do wonder if that's the proper way to go, even if they're good in the neutral, because so much of your power that you get from characters is just pretty heavily dependent on what your ultimate is able to do. So, you know, even when you price that in, I'm not entirely convinced that the Witch was the way to go here for FlyQuest, despite the SVP being granted by the game.
I would say that you hit the nail on the head. That was the point I was going to bring up, ZP. That is, can you win if you don't have an ultimate for a hero? In games like this, where the ultimate value is so much, an ultimate economy, and especially Rivals with kind of the newer mechanic where you can save ultimate for next round, and that ends up becoming a decision. When you have an ultimate that is so easily avoided and countered as Scarlet Witch's is, no matter how the neutral is, you're still missing out on so much, and I think we saw it there. I still do believe that it was kind of a throwaway from FlyQuest of like, if this works, awesome, we're in a great spot to run our real comp. So I think in the next map draft, we might see their real comp, whereas Sentinels now has burned their 3 res comp, or their resurrection comp, and we'll see how that goes. I've asked, beyond the Scarlet Witch, what was the big turning point here for Sentinels to be able to take this in 2 rounds?
I mean, I think realistically, it was just the value Crimson was getting on the Groot, right? He wasn't really pressured. He was constantly able to just find walls that split the team, had incredibly strong strengthy prisons, and also was just hitting shots in general. And Groot can do a lot of damage if you're just consistently landing those shots in general. I feel like all the Sentinels looked great. Super Gomez felt relatively uncontested at times too on the Star-Lord, though I think FlyQuest, they did their best to do so. I mean, Vest was constantly using some of the Psionic Seductions just to remove Super Gomez, but it just wasn't enough. They just weren't getting enough value in general out of this Triple Vanguard. And, you know, teams like Sentinels, I think, have actually used Triple Vanguard to a lot of success in the past, but it didn't feel like FlyQuest were getting the most out of it here in particular, where they weren't holding enough space. They weren't really just denying Sentinels a lot of map control, which is something that you want to have happen with a Triple Vanguard strategy.
Yeah, you're really relying on sustain and just kind of outlasting the other team. I think Triple Vanguard works a lot better on maps where you can spawn camp and kind of just be in their face and make them break you, be the shield rather than the sword. The one interesting thing is that the Sentinels did play a lot of their best heroes. I mean, Gomez is great on Star-Lord. We'll see what they make. I would imagine, and you know, this is my uneducated host point of view. You guys know the game better than I do, of course, that the Sentinels will probably rotate into trying to do Brimazing on Human Torch. It seems like they build their compositions around like their DPS player. You can play Star-Lord, you can play Human Torch. We'll see. It's my one prediction of the night because I don't like putting predictions out there because I'm usually wrong and chat never lets you forget. Sentinels 1-0 on FlyQuest. Yeah, ZP, do you just have anything to add to that? I'm done trying to craft questions at this point in time, but I think I'll give you a chance to talk a little bit more about that match.
Look, I mean, where it's at, I think FlyQuest is going to come back with a much more traditional comp in map 2. There's too much on the line here to just let it go at one, you know, a little bit silly experimental comp and then be like, well, I guess it's over. I don't think this one is over. Map 2 still going to be real close, but you know, I'm curious, are we going to a break before we go into it? I assume we still have to wait a little bit here.
I think we're going to go to a break because I need to adjust my camera. My hair's looking red again. It's the lighting in here. I don't know. Maybe it's just the anger seething out of my pores and into my
He's
follicles.
secretly ginger. The secret ginger coming on out.
The secret ginger, yeah. You have both met me in real life. You take that back. You take that back right now. Although, you know what? I do feel like I don't have a soul, so maybe it's all lining up for me. Sorry, any actual gingers out there. I know that's a tried and, you know, mean joke. Didn't mean to offend. We're going to take a quick break, make sure that the teams are ready to draft, make sure that our monitors are ready to be run to play video games. So guys, stick with us. We are nearing the finish line. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Stick with us. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Welcome back to the Shroud Gauntlet. A test of will, test of strength, a test of endurance. Sentinels are up 1-0 over FlyQuest. In our lower bracket semifinals, yeah. It's been a bit. Loser is out is the important thing. That is the important thing to know about this matchup. Sentinels is one map away from moving on. Fight Envy in a salty run-back rematch. And then 100 Thieves is waiting to take down the next opponent, as they have done so swiftly to everyone who's faced them so far. It's been a great tournament so far. It's been a long tournament, and you deserve to finish it for yourself. You never finish anything. You're better damn finish watching this tournament. We've got the draft. We took a little longer break so that we can come back in and have some stuff ready for you as it were to go. Bans, picks, already happening. ZP, first impression, what you see here.
I mean, FlyQuest is clearly coming out with triple strategist, no question there. Meanwhile, Sentinels, I think they're angling for Magneto Strange frontline is where we're at. And take a look here. Probably, I'd say they're going for the Luna, but FlyQuest went out of their way to deny that early on. But they haven't banned the Cloak. So, in fact, I think Sentinels, you actually have to take Cloak at the moment. Because if you don't, they didn't pick Cloak last time. No, they didn't. I had to double check there. It's like, it's a little bit closer. It's like, okay, Emma, no. I think you have to pick Cloak. Otherwise, FlyQuest will mid-stage ban Cloak. And what you clone with Loki gets really, really awkward. But on the same note, FlyQuest can probably turn around and ban Strange right on after. So I think FlyQuest, in terms of ban options here, because they banned the Luna first, they are giving Sentinels a little bit of fits here as we get into it.
Okay, Avast, would you concur with this assessment of the probability of the compositions we're heading in for both teams? And if that's the case, do you think that both teams are making correct decisions?
Yeah, I mean, I think you kind of highlighted a bit where it's like FlyQuest was playing a little bit non-traditional with their first draft, playing a triple Vanguard, so they're going to have a little bit more options, I think, as they move forward into the series. For Sentinels, and I mean, there they are. They have the Magneto Strange, so it is the season 1.0, the season 0 composition Vanguard line here for Sentinels. And unless they're going to put like a Rocket Raccoon with Sentinels, I mean, the only other option is a Cloak and Dagger, right? Because you're just not going to have enough sustain. Otherwise, they could do Rocket. It is possible, unless you're trying to take someone else CP.
No, I remember back. I think FlyQuest might have used a Cloak ban back in map 1. In which case, they wouldn't be able to ban Cloak again. Therefore, it makes sense that they would grab Strange now because they can't ban the Cloak. You can pick the Cloak up later in the draft. Also, why they first picked the Loki coming in here. They need to get Loki off the table, so that couldn't be hit in terms of strategist ban. So I think all of this actually does check out for Sentinels. Which also makes me wonder what FlyQuest is going to ban.
Then I'm agreeing Then I'm agreeing with the pick so far.
Sentinels is in the position to possibly ban out, well, I mean, they have the next ban. They just had pick. Next ban is going to be theirs as well. Looking at this composition with an Adam Warlock, with a Mantis, you kind of know the direction FlyQuest is going in. Would it be smart to maybe ban a Star-Lord here? Or, yeah, there's the Star-Lord ban. Oh my god, guys, I got something right.
You did it. You did it.
Yay.
And I think that's a smart pick, too, especially because, like, they're not going to have that available for the res comp. So very, very good target ban potentially coming up for Sentinels, especially considering that they've, already played it. So they can't even play it anyways if they wanted to. So it doesn't really matter for them. So I think for FlyQuest, it's kind of a question of, do they want to try to just play this more flyer-centric angle again? Or are they going to go for something a little bit more standard? But it's kind of unlikely if you try to force this triple strategist composition.
FlyQuest will have the next ban, ZP. Of course, it is going to be very important. Like, this mid-match ban is always kind of shapes the rest of the compositions. What do you think is on the table here?
In terms of FlyQuest bans towards Sentinels, I think maybe to an extent they consider banning it. Well, okay, I don't think they want to ban Torch. I think normally that might be something they would consider here, but I think for them, they want to leave Torch open and probably go Torch Invisible Woman themselves. Both are going to be available after the mid-stage ban. So trying to think here what they would go here. I mean, honestly, if you think Sentinels may come out with it, a Namor ban or a Banner ban may not actually be the... Well, not Banner. You don't have to worry about either. What am I saying? They already got 2 Vanguards. So, no, it's not going to be that.
I mean, Namor could still be played, theoretically. They just wouldn't have the whole team up. So they could do that. It's probably a little unlikely, all things considered.
I don't know what you guys saw on May's stream, but I saw Namor and Hulk played once on B stream, and it went terribly. So I don't foresee that Namor will be a pick Going forward, Bucky being the ban does make sense. We've seen plenty of Winter Soldiers being able to change the tide of the game. Now picks into the ballpark of Sentinels. How would you round out this comp here, Vest?
Well, I mean, no Winter Soldier, no Luna. I mean, I think there you bring the option of, okay, obviously Cloak and Dagger, like ZP postulated earlier, the Z postulate, which makes a lot of sense. I think in general, then you just have to be like, okay, we're probably going to play a brawly style here. Probably not going to be Namor. Obviously, there's not going to be Star-Lord. Not going to be Winter Soldier. So in that case, you're kind of left with, I don't know, you have some flyers. You have like Storm. You have Human Torch, of course. But I do think if you're not going to play Luna Snow and you're not going to play Invisible Woman, I highly doubt this is going to be a moment where Sentinels pulls out a lot of flyers because you're not going to have that pocket available. So, I mean, maybe Psylocke, because they have Magneto. You could even play a triple. I guess you can't play triple Vanguard. Emma Frost has been played already. So maybe Psylocke, and then maybe, I don't know. It could be a flyer, to be fair. You could still play
Hela.
like maybe like a
I think
Hela, of course. Hela.
Yeah. I think, especially with double shield, you go
with and also the Loki team up. You get Hela with the Loki team up too.
I think you finish up strong with Psylocke into it makes sense to me. You do Psylocke, Hela, and you've rounded out your duelist pretty well. And I mean, just generally comp-wise, it's a pretty strong meta comp, even in situations without restrictions. I mean, the one thing you could argue would be the Cloak, but I think Cloak is probably a little bit underrated for how good she is. FlyQuest, meanwhile, I'm looking at this. I think Invisible Woman is 100% going to be a lock. I think Torch is likely going to come in because you're picking Invisible Woman to go along with this. And while you're not getting quite as much res power as you would be getting with a Star-Lord, it still isn't too bad for what you're trying to accomplish, is I'm looking at this one.
That's one of the best ways to put it. That's what you want. Not too bad for what you're trying to accomplish.
Oh, okay. It is FlyQuest.
Yeah,
they do like dive.
Yeah, a question for you after you said Invisible Woman Torch. How does it feel to be wrong?
Yeah,
you know what?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, being wrong is good in an extent here, because if you're always right, people just assume that you're cheating at the draft, and when you're wrong a few times, it actually adds authenticity to the times that you are right.
Yeah, cheating at the draft
very
would imply
CEO answer.
That the draft had been done and we knew about it, and we're just doling out these things, one every 30 minutes for the fun of it.
He's dropping
that was a very modern media answer. I was wrong. Here's why that's a good thing. Here's
why that's a good 10 reasons why it was good that I was wrong in the Marvel Rivals draft. And then with the thread emoji like right next to it, it's gonna be really good as we see those posts come out. But I mean, FlyQuest is the dive. It's a dive still, so he's sort of.
No, I thought they were going to go something with the Torch as well. It's been their MO for a while that if they can play Torch, they will play Torch, but not going to be the case now. Sentinels, next two picks of Ass, what are they picking here? How do they round it out? What are the damage dealers that they're going to go with?
I would be shocked if it wasn't our previously Z-postulated Hela and what was our other one? Psylocke. I'd be kind of shocked. We could even try to mirror the Iron Fist, honestly, which would be crazy, but it could happen. But I don't think they're going to do it, though I will say that because FlyQuest is like to play slightly more esoteric comps, but so is Sentinels at times. So I'm not going to rule it out. I'm going to predict those are going to be the two picks there, is that it's probably going to be, especially into like an Iron Fist, and knowing FlyQuest, they might pick like, I don't even know. I mean, they're going to pick... I guess they're going to run a double Vanguard. Probably not another duelist. They're probably going to run another Vanguard here, which might be like a Captain America even. So I do think this is going to be a Hela pick, a Hela Psylocke pick to just try to farm some of the backline a bit more, keep some pressure onto the Iron Fist.
It would make sense. We're going to Midtown as well. For those of you who weren't watching every single game on both streams, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, Gen.G was running a kind of protect the president Hela comp by putting Xe on Hela, obviously because Xe's so mechanically gifted. So they would just put people in front of him and say, we're just going to keep Xe alive, and he's going to hit enough headshots that's going to be a problem for you. Midtown is a decent map for that, decent sight lines, decent range in it. So I could definitely see those things coming to fruition. And then if that's your goal as a composition, then you're just like, well, then also Psylocke, go do other stuff, right? We're busy. We're going to be this core in Psylocke. You go do the flank. So I would love to see that. I think it makes a ton of sense. I think Sentinels probably knows that that's what they're going to pick, but I think Sentinels really just enjoys hearing us talk. So that's why we're still waiting here for this final pick to come in.
Well, I think there is like a more deeper.
Never mind.
I was going to say, I didn't get the torch. I was gonna say is that there is a world where they can try Wolverine here and just as a smash the Magneto sort of style, because Sentinels does like playing Wolverine. They picked it before Azalea got up, which is fine because it means they picked. But also it's like if it was automatic to go like Psylocke Hela, I feel like there would have been as much agonizing over the picks here. So they were thinking about something. However, they are picking about as close to a naked torch as you get when you think about what's going to be supporting in here. I mean, just a Cloak Loki as support for Torch. This is not something Torch feels ultra great about in the backline. It definitely puts a lot of pressure on the Torch player to just basically play perfectly, because you're not getting the survivability that you would with an Invisible Woman comp, where not only is the team up really good, but also Invisible Boundary, of course, is just really nice to get back into, just given how it scales up.
Captain America going to be the final pick, likely part of the dive package. Captain America, Iron Fist have been working really well together in some of the other matches that we've seen. A little bit of a dive component to this Resurrection comp, a little bit of a mishmash. Avast, what's your opinion on this final couple of picks?
It's honestly, it's a little odd. I do think that like this, I wasn't expecting the Human Torch for Sentinels, because you don't have some of the traditional picks like the strategists in particular that amplify the Human Torch like ZP was talking about. And even the Wolverine, though I think it's a little bit more traditional, FlyQuest has a Magneto. FlyQuest has an Adam Warlock, so you also have the Soul Bond to kind of mitigate a lot of damage along with the Bulwarks. So I think it's going to be interesting to see it work. Now, typically, like, we have seen Wolverine farm in this tournament, but it's typically when we've seen them against teams that don't have Magnetos, right? You don't have some of those, like, Bulwarks to mitigate the Wolverine value. So it's going to be kind of interesting to see. And also, you don't have, like, a Groot to play against, which is a boon to the Wolverine when you don't have to play against the Groot. Because, like, yes, you can farm the Groot, but also you're not going to get walled off or, anything like that. So it kind of is a double-edged sword there. I think, overall, FlyQuest comp is actually a little exciting to me. I feel like this could be a secret banger.
Yeah, it is a kind of a mashup of a couple of different comps, so we'll see how it ends up working together. ZP, very important question. According to lore, is adamantium a non-magnetic metal? Because I have some plot holes if it is. So
No, it is very magnetic. I mean, Wolverine literally got sent into a coma and went into his Bone Claw arc when all the adamantium just got ripped out of him by Magneto, whose entire power works on magnetism. So I'm going to say it is a safe guess that adamantium is magnetic. And how Wolverine even manages to survive being enemies with Magneto at times doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But hey, that's comics for you sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting a nerdy answer, but even that was nerdier than I was expecting. Just mostly the passion that you gave that delivery for. Like, you've been thinking about this and rehearsing it. Thank you for that. Fantastic. Yes, map 1 went to Sentinels. As you can see right there, we are headed into Midtown. I'm going to see if I can stretch out this sentence long enough that the map screen comes up. I don't think so, because I have no idea when the map screen's coming up. We're about headed. Guys, who won this draft? I mean, I think, Connor, you said that you really like FlyQuest because it could be the secret banger. Sentinels running a little more standard. Yeah, no, I agree with you.
I like the FlyQuest comp. I like the FlyQuest. I think both the comps aren't necessarily bad. It's just I kind of like the FlyQuest comp. It feels a little quirky. Like, it feels like you're gonna find it in the downtown area of your city. You had a very small little location you've never heard of. I think overall, like, this is going to be a pretty interesting composition to like. And it's going to be something that where the comp makes sense too. It is like a dive-centric composition. You have the ability to mitigate the value for the Wolverine. Sentinels lack some of the pocketing options for the Human Torch, so they're going to have to really work to make sure that the Human Torch is staying up and getting value. But there's also not a ton that can necessarily contest the Human Torch either, because it's really just kind of like, okay, you have an Iron Fist, right? Like, well, that's great. I guess you can chase down the Human Torch there.
Iron Fist is, a melee flyer for all intents and purposes. Very good verticality on the Iron Fist, so it's not completely a fruitless endeavor to go after the flyers in the sky. We're just waiting to get into map here. ZP, I think we like FlyQuest composition because it's interesting and new, and it's like a little bit something to talk about at the very least. Do you think that FlyQuest's composition is tailored specifically to this map, or is it just kind of a mishmash comp that they wanted to run it anywhere?
I mean, arguably, it could be tailored to the map if they thought that Sentinels was going to be coming in with something a little bit slower, like, say, playing the Hela and trying to take advantage of the sightlines of the map. But also, when you go here, I mean, this is going to be controlled chaos to an extent. I mean, this is a very much you are running at the other team the entire time. I mean, you have Captain America, whose entire thing is just running and being annoying, on top of having an Iron Fist that's also going to be going into the backline. So the challenge here for Sentinels is going to be, how do they handle this? At what points do you stand back and blow up the Iron Fist and put fire onto the Captain America? And at what points do you say, the Iron Fist is setting up, we dive in the FlyQuest and make them pay? How Sentinels chooses their timing here is going to be of the utmost importance.
Absolutely. Well, we are heading into it, what could be FlyQuest's last map of the tournament. They're in the Gauntlet, you're in the Gauntlet, we are all the Gauntlet now. FlyQuest Sentinels, map number 2. Guys, take it away.
3, 2, 1.
All right. Off and into it here, Vast. FlyQuest, one word to describe this, and it is dive. Across the board, and it's going to be the FlyQuest defense here. And Vess is gone. Vess is completely gone in the blink of an eye. And Sentinels able to just focus down Magneto early on, and now too late to dive. Gomez right now looking to slice down the Portrait of America.
There's just no way Captain America should move that fast to that size, you know? Like, look at him. He's so fast. He's so fast here. And the contest still occurring for FlyQuest. Not getting it found there for the Pharaoh Leap, and Sentinels just moving the card on forward. But luckily, the good news for FlyQuest is they do have a relatively fast composition besides Vest, you know, so Vest should be back relatively quickly here to just keep the contest going. Though Light's going to go down.
Yeah, Takeo punish Light in the back, and the problem when you're running the Iron Fist comp, if you lose the Iron Fist, you've now lost all your pressure, and all of Sentinels, they can just roll forward and punish the rest of your team, because you're no longer worried about the Iron Fist in the back. So for FlyQuest, this dive setup is falling on some hard times.
Extremely hard times. Because right now, they're not diving, they're just dying. And it's not ideally, I mean, maybe that probably goes hard if you're like a skydiver, potentially, but currently for FlyQuest, it's not going that hard. And Sentinels just going to commit the Eternal Bond, or rather the Eternal Bond from the God of Mischief, just to cap it out. FlyQuest not even bothering to contest. As Logan going to back on up here. And FlyQuest, they're looking for some answers. They're looking for anything to happen here. They're about to have some ults in the bank finally to set up a good contest.
As if this one is where they go forward. Soul Resurgence opened up early here by Energy. This FlyQuest move on forward Sentinels. Just a quick little disengage, and now the counter response by Aramori. She moves on in with the Eternal Bond, and the rest of Sentinels immediately follow on through. Super Gomez, last stand, looks to chop him on up, looks for Vest, gonna find it. And Sentinels, really nice disengage into an even better re-engage.
Zealous, though, going to use the Karmic Revival, going to get Vest back in the field immediately. Spark Chief, however, going down. Going to come back up. And FlyQuest, I mean, they have great contests. They need to find some elims. It's fine. They're going to get it. Ryan Mason, Super Gomez dead. The Eye of Agamotto invested. Maybe Techie can turn this.
Oh, Energy! Energy was so low after that and does go down just barely. Nearly got away. Meanwhile, the Living Chi popped by Light. Doing short work of the remaining Sentinels near on the convoy, and amazing. Gonna pop a kind of a late supernova here. Quick block from Crimzo that just actually walks into it there, Best. That is sturdiness.
That's just knowing that it's not gonna touch you. Not gonna matter. As Light tries to go in post Harmony recovery, unfortunately immediately taken out. Ryan Mason gonna take down another, and I thought maybe FlyQuest gonna commit this chance to just stay on the point a bit longer, maybe burn out the God of Mischief for Logan using the Freedom Charge, but not going to be enough. They're going to have it here for the recontest. And the good news about the Captain America ult there is that it is essentially like almost having another strategist ult. It gives you a lot more sustain here with the bonus health with the movement speed. And now FlyQuest need to recontest here. Only really the God of Mischief for Sentinel, so not that strong of a bank. And so for FlyQuest, knowing that if they've been tracking properly, they should be able to just get in here pretty quickly.
Yeah, and they're going to be walking the double Eternal Bond. It's not actually great right now for FlyQuest. And Sentinels right now, they're just waiting a little bit. Okay, first Eternal Bond is going to be used here. Logan off the clone. And Sentinels are okay waiting a little bit. They're going to wait. Aramori's going to pop the second Eternal Bond. And then Crimso's going to try and commit a crime of opportunity right now with the Meteor M. So, Spark Chief into the back, trying to disrupt this line of thinking. Neil Aramori going to drop the Eternal Bond as expected. Crimzo, Meteor M is on deck. Vest is already down. Aramori with a little bit of cleanup along with Crimzo and actually get to save the Meteor M. However, the Karmic Revival is in. Maybe that Meteor's coming in after all. And yep, here comes Crimzo going. Enough of this. Meteor gonna be dropped. Waiting. No, doesn't get anything. And the Karmic Revival, quite good at getting FlyQuest all the way back into the fight. We'll see if they're able to make something of it. Maybe the best Karmic Rival we've seen all day. Super Gomez, though, a quick little snatch. And Zealous not coming back from that. Maybe he is.
And they knew there was no bulwarks anyways. There were no bulwarks there. So last stand gonna be used, gonna find another. It is gonna be on the Iron Fist, so not the greatest target necessarily. Gonna find another leap again, though. It's just right now, it's two melee characters battling in the skies in the back as Sentinels pushing the cart forward here. FlyQuest trying to hold on. They're going to have the Meteor to absorb some of this damage. Maybe find one, but there's a lot of shields on board. And going to find one. What a find from Vess.
I thought Gomez was going to get behind the shield, but not quite. Vess able to just peer through, find the opportunity, and Techi's about to fall. Just walks on into that reset. Coming for Sentinels as FlyQuest find a way to hold on. And again, I'm going to go back. Really nice Karmic Rival in from Zelos.
If Rymazing doesn't go down here after just absolutely mogging energy, this is unreal. Rymazing's still alive. Rymazing's finally making him. I mean, they had to get their look back because, I mean, they actually just rolled energy in front of the entirety of FlyQuest. But it took them a little bit of time, a little bit of a longer stagger, honestly, for Sentinels there, but was about to be extremely embarrassing. The aura points, the aura loss would have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, I started to hear Dark Aria begin to play there as like Rymazing was ascending into the sky after that one, but does not quite complete the full robbery. Logan, though, God of Mischief, up and over, and the greatest mischief is just drop an Eternal Bond, up and forward. Go Sentinels. Spark Chief trying to bring some liberty in response. Zelos, though, down. I don't think his Cocoon is back on up either, so this is a clean now 6-on-4 for Sentinels. Crimzo hanging on to the Meteor M. May not need to use it here this time, and also doesn't have to worry about the Karmic Revival coming in mid-fight either. Still about 19% to that one.
Fantastic, though, investing the Eternal Bond as well, just trying to keep this fight going for as long as possible. Energy gonna get the Cocoon, gonna get the res. They've kept this contest going for a very, very long time, and the stun! There's not gonna, or not rather stun, but rather just, I thought it was a stun, but actually he gets it off. Energy gets caught, and there's the last stand, and I think Sentinels finally have cleaned it up.
Okay, but FlyQuest also just drained a ridiculous amount of time off the clock here.
Yeah.
I mean, effectively, all of it, just about. You're gonna get extra for getting the second point, but look, that is the power of a triple strategist comp, is that even when you're losing, sometimes you're still winning.
That is very true, but I mean, the thing is just all it is it's time burning, right? And time burning is great, but you really need to obviously just clean up here, and I think this is where they're struggling. In particular, Vess having a really hard time into the Wolverine right now, despite being on the Magneto, because they're just waiting to burn the Bulwark, but Light, getting kidnapped, getting taken, goodbye Light, he's gone.
Yeah, Super Gomez does that. Meanwhile, Vess trying to shut on down Meteor. Oh my word! The flick! The bait! He's like, oh, he's gonna look for the ground, and he just snap turns to the right and just sends Rymazing back to spawn. That was dirty out of Vess.
You see, God of Mischief invested here, but Light still in the back line, trying to apply some pressure, still gonna hold on to the Living Chi, post this fight. Terra Cape tried to find one, but unfortunately not gonna find Super Gomez for FlyQuest, but FlyQuest still relatively healthy here on the point, able to contest for a bit longer as the Living Chi invested.
Light going in deeper against the Valley here, off the Living Chi and Sentinels. Every bit on the convoy is just paid in blood. Even though I would guess if we were to look at the overall stats, Sentinels probably has way more killing blows than FlyQuest does. But it doesn't matter because FlyQuest has, like, you know, many sources of resurrect and ways of
it's fine. They're playing the swarm. They're playing the swarm style right now. It's more of an ants where they're just swarming over the objective, and you can't get us all type of situation as Light gets caught by the Feral Leap, but instead Spark Chief immediately popping the Freedom Charge. It's going to give some of that sustain.
All right, Aramori dropping on in. Eternal Bond is used. And now Techie as the Eye of Agamotto in reserve as one is getting brought back by Super Gomez. The Meteor M connecting here from Crimzo as Sentinels. Now looking to keep this forward. Eye of Agamotto now invested by Techie, and it hits no one. Hits absolutely no one. As FlyQuest looking for the opportunity. Vess one more time. Drop it on over. Drops into the backline. Doesn't matter because Light's already taken down two. And FlyQuest, they're going to stop this convoy right here, right now. Still winnable for Sentinels, but the FlyQuest comp, it outsustained Vest more than anything else.
It did, and towards the end there, they did a really good job of keeping the pressure onto the back line as well. Vest getting a little bit more value, I felt like, towards the latter parts of the map. And this is what I found so interesting about their composition, is that, like, okay, like, the Flyer is strong. Like, Rymazing is clearly doing a really good job, I think, but the problem here is that just, like, it's hard to support them and support the rest of your squad at the same time here, because you don't have, like, a hard pocket strategist. And you can see, like, kind of like I predicted, I feel like the final limb's definitely going the way of Sentinels a bit more, but It's not about your total numbers. It's about what are the most important numbers. Like how many of those numbers are the crucial moments, right? When you're getting those limbs.
Yeah, and honestly, even when I look at foul hits, more even than I would have expected, even with all the resin going on. One thing of note, though, on this map is that we've seen teams get held at first. We've seen teams get held at second. Even though FlyQuest was able to just drain all the time off the clock at the end of second into the beginning of third, there is absolutely no guarantee that they will be able to get beyond that on their own offense. So we'll see how the Sentinels defense works. And also going into it, I do think Torch, as good as Rising looks at times on the offense, I think Torch still shines on defense.
And I think that's a really good point here is like, how are you going to break some of these initial holds, right? Because the Human Torch is going to be playing this geometry we've seen in the past, especially when you get to the first archway. They're just zooming around the archways, just back and forth, playing that geometry. So for FlyQuest, it's an answer of, can you remove the flyer? And just as importantly, can you just get through the rest of them? And FlyQuest, or rather, Sentinels choosing to hold really, really aggressively here in the spawn.
Oh, wow, that was so close to a quick pickoff on the Crimzo. Crimzo just able to back it out just enough. Sentinels now they're playing the building and using the building to get touch on the convoy to really stall things out and daring FlyQuest to come on in and get a hug from Super Gomez with the claws, but they lose Techie. So this strategy may not be entirely right, but they get Lantern. Trade out right now, 5-on-5. Being now Vanguard is a little bit rough, but now they're seizing the opportunity. Rising now unleashed Meteor Smash up, over, throwing the strategist back, and the target selection here from Sentinels actually quite good.
And even if you're investing ults here, this is still great for Sentinels, right? It's so much time burned off the clock already for the bank. And for FlyQuest, they finally got this cart a little bit further. But the good news for Sentinels, there's a new corner to hold. Look at this. New corner just dropped. Can fight right here.
Brand new corner, come and see. Supernova dropped, not always having to use the sky. There is fire all over this building. No fire department, but also no more Sentinels. Taken down inside the building. The Inferno building not actually working out for them.
I'd like to see its fire safety permits, but overall, I do think that for Sentinels, that's fine, right? Nearly, 2.5 minutes burned off the clock. You're already getting close. You're already going to be in a pretty good spot, rather 2 minutes, and you're going to still have plenty of ult bank here coming into this next fight. FlyQuest still plenty of their bank too, but for Sentinels, good first hold so far. Just have to make sure not to go down to Living Chi.
White, the big distraction here in the back. Living Chi activated. Aramori, though, answering the Eternal Bond. Pretty good answer in response to Sentinels. They just walk forward with the Eternal Bond and find pickoffs immediately. The response is not there for FlyQuest, even though they invest Karmic Rebirth. Maybe this goes back around. Light still dancing around, gets rocked by Techie in turn. And this is the other side of Karmic Rebirth, where a lot of your players just going down right as soon as they come back up. Meteor M, though, from Vest. Looking for the snap and does actually get Aramori, so Vex still playing a little bit harsh B-ball. Ivagamo gonna be dropped. Only Zelos hit in turn, and Zelos looking absolutely fine. Vest and energy, though, not quite as much as Ryan Mason brings the heat.
I'm almost certain that Zelos was able to have that soul stream, that soul bond go out there just to mitigate so much of that damage that just popped onto him, and Zelos gonna find another Ryan Mason commits. Really well played there from FlyQuest. The Karmic Revival gets their players up. They have the cocoon for energy, and they have all the cooldowns they need. Vest coming alive here, I think, on the Magneto. Just making sure to get some more value here with the Meteor M's, and so the push continues for FlyQuest. This unconventional comp paying dividends, letting them sustain for so long in these fights. Find some really crucial picks, letting Zelos just be a little bit of a difference maker, finding some final limbs as you see the map. Just reworking itself a bit.
3.5 minutes left for FlyQuest. Plenty of time to go on in here. Right, amazing though. Gonna open up here with the Supernova. Dropping in and around the payload, and at the very least for FlyQuest, backs him up a little bit here. Spark Chief, though, decides, you know what, I'll run through the fire. Liberty Rush over to the back, looking for a little bit of strategist pressure. A whole bunch of pressure into the back line. Meanwhile, Light over in the front, able to take down Crimzo in the midst of that distraction. So Sentinels a bit wounded here at the moment. Not a lot in the ult bank either to bring it on back. However, Right Amazing still able to find Vest. Working around here on the torch. Again, more value than expected as Light. Time for a little bit more Living Chi. And dead.
Light gonna go down though, but there is gonna be the Karmic Revival. Light gonna make it on back. Sentinels though trying to surround that res, but FlyQuest sustaining, living, coming back in. They're gonna have the Soul Resurgence for energy. Here comes the re-engage Techie, trying to find one, finds two there with the Ivagamoto, but I don't know if they can find any.
No, the fall through is not there, and Super Gomez is getting eaten alive in the front. Meanwhile, Crimzo, Meteor M, will it connect? Crimzo really low after going. They tried to burst down Crimzo after Meteor M, and Sentinels able to keep Crimzo nice and healthy and get some picks off in turn as Logan going a little bit wild on the Loki.
Loki can pump out a lot of damage, especially if you have multiple of those doppelgangers out. FlyQuest still looking for some answers, unable to break this hold currently for Sentinels, who are just fighting these chokes so effectively. Just the Wolverine Human Torch combo, putting us all this AoE damage, finding some great single target damage here as well. Sparkcheek looking for the pick, gonna get caught immediately. Might be gonna go down. Oh my goodness, goodbye. Mugged in the streets of Midtown. And it's just sometimes a little hard.
It had to happen. Also, Amazing now gets the best setup here for Torch. I mean, this is one of the better areas you can set up for Torch, not only with the fire fields that you're able to get going.
Look how deep this is. Look at the geometry on this one. There's so much AoE damage from that, just connecting all of them.
Yeah, but also now gets to go up in the sky, pop the supernova, and this is going to delay FlyQuest or just outright get some kills. Meanwhile, Meteor M from Vest. Vest, can you go for the snap tap one more time? You get Logan. That's a good start. Sentinels, though, they've laid the fire all around, and FlyQuest not really feeling too stressed about it. The Eternal Bond kept them nice and healthy as they're moving on forward. Sentinels, though, they're charging up. Techie into the back, ends up with 2. And Super Gomez getting chased down a little bit here. Super Gomez going to be able to get away. He does. Resin start coming on in here for FlyQuest, trying to keep this fight in
they can't get Super Gomez. They were chasing him for so long. Sparkcheek thought he had him, but he got the pack. Finally, though, the cleanup happens off the Terra Cape.
Not bad for Sentinels. They purposely held on the ults at the end there, because at the very minimum, they have at least one more good fight here before second is taken. And FlyQuest, they are down to their final minute. And let me remind you, if they don't get to second, that's it. They're out of the tournament. Sentinels goes on to the lower bracket finals to face off against Envy in that quarterfinal rematch.
Sentinels here for the recontest. They're going to have both the Vanguards available. They're going to have the God of Mischief. Super Gomez here into the backline again, trying to find one. Is going to find it. Not able to find him yet. Now, finally, Vest down.
Yeah, and Logan supporting here with the Eternal Bond. 2 already down in FlyQuest. This may be time they can't afford, and oh boy, Light using the living chi at the end. Okay, they get the Karmic Revival.
Wait, they're getting slaughtered. They're getting slaughtered in here. They're all right here. Oh, disaster.
That was the Garage of Death. No one wanted to be reborn into that. Like, why have you been reborn just to die again? Unbelievable. Adam Warlock just in the suffering, but so is FlyQuest. Final 5 seconds of FlyQuest.
Sparkcheek got the touch.
Tournament life is over. Sparkcheek goes down. Sentinels deny the touch, and they will move on. FlyQuest eliminated here in the lower brackets.
And I mean, Sentinels played a masterclass there. The triple res comps, it gives and it takes. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, this is really good. I love my karmic cycle. Thank you so much, Buddha. But sometimes you're coming back and you're in a room and you're in a garage and it's just sadness all around you. The rest of the Sentinels there collapsing on them. And FlyQuest, I love the unconventional nature of it, but unfortunately just did not have enough staying power.
More poignant words have never been spoken of as sometimes you're in a garage and it's just sadness all around you. I think we can all relate to that, right?
So true. So true.
Wow. FlyQuest out of it. They will take 4th place in the tournament. Sentinels are moving on. It will be a rematch between Sentinels and Envy. Whew. I mean, it has been a tournament thus far. 100 Thieves probably going to be in a great position to wake up refreshed and ready to go, whoever comes out of this one. Yeah, that Sentinels Envy, it was real quick earlier today. It was a very, very swift 2-0. I believe for the lower bracket, if they are still around, if they're still alive, we're going to bring in Leg Day and Dogman, who are going to revisit this thing from about, well, let's say 11 and a half hours ago, conservatively. When we get back into it, it is going to be that long ago. You want greatness, you got to put in the effort, you got to put in the time, and that's what we're getting here. It's been a great tournament. Look, there's no doubt about that. I think some of us would prefer the NFL condensed version of the tournament where we just get the gameplay and, you know, that's a good idea for content. So we saw what happened there. I mean, in very brief terms, ZP, how did Sentinels win that map?
I mean, look, towards the end, I think it was a combination of the fact that second point here on Midtown in the defense is a Torch playground. Amazing was continually just pumping out damage. And also, I think when you take a look at where they were getting a lot of the difference, I still think the front line of Crimzo and Techie was really doing heavy work, and Gomez continually, look, I think we called out in the draft, it was a little bit Mission Impossible where you had to play around Magneto bubbles and all sorts of ridiculous. Oh god, that turret is, I love it from the other angle. It's so filthy. Do it again. Love it.
There's something great about those big mid-air middies, right? You love them. And actually, it's one of the best uses of Meteor M as of late. There's so much mitigation on the ground and shelter that some of the best Magnetos are just kind of finding targets in the sky, knocking them out of it. So it's kind of one of the best uses of it. Avast, I mean, we all just saw what happened, and, you know, Sentinels are really good at building compositions around either Super Gomez on Star-Lord has been great, then he switches over to that, then Ry-Mazing in the sky. It seems like they have a couple of comps that are their go-to, and in a format like this, can be really important. Am I missing something of the Sentinels? Is that kind of how they're building their roster, or is it like a lot of tank play? What do you think?
I like we added the quotations to the schedule now, but overall, I do think that you nailed it on the head there, Hex. It is a team that like they typically build a comp of like, okay, we are wanting to achieve this objective. Who's going to be our glue, kind of like filler for the composition, and like how it's going to be kind of that difference maker. It's oftentimes Ry-Mazing or Super Gomez, right, who are flexing, especially back in the day when Sentinels was playing a lot more triple Vanguard, even with like Thor. So I do think this team, they love to just utilize the flexibility of those players and just their overall flexibility for the roster.
Absolutely. As you see the schedule, we're a little bit behind. You know, we're trying a new format. We're trying new things. You know, the first through the barrier is always going to take the brunt of it, and that's us. We're forging the way. We're over the wire first so that others may follow in this example. And yeah. It's been fun. It's just been long. And, you know, we're kicking it old school here. This is how things used to be run. Like, we're getting it all done. This is old school. None of this, we're going to spread it over 3 days kind of thing. We are warriors here because it's the Gauntlet, guys. It is the Shroud Gauntlet. That's going to be it for me, guys. Thank you so much. I believe we're going to bring in Golden Boy. You guys are going to head for a break. It's a recharge before we get to the grand finals. There are 2 more matches left. It has been an honor and a pleasure. I'll be sticking around watching and harassing people in chat. Harassing is a strong word. S-posting, I guess, would be the right way to do it. Yeah, without further ado, it is late. We are going to take a quick break. Stay tuned. We have 2 more matches left. You don't want to quit right before that finish line. We'll see you on the other side of the break.